Madman of the Sword chapter 49-48 to chapter 50-32. The dragons talked with the people of Spirit Realm for 2 days, but they returned gloomily. Their expressions were ugly because they were still rejected. No matter what requests and conditions they made, the other side only said one thing: the divine fruit of life was gone. Damn it, do they really think we're easy to bully? After the dragons returned, they set up a formation and isolated everything. Elder Zhang roared crazily. The others also looked gloomy. The dragons had dominated the world. When had they ever been rejected? Not to mention this time, their conditions were too good. The other side had no reason to refuse. Some people said it was normal. The divine tree of life was the foundation of Spirit Realm. It couldn't be spread, so they expected it. What should they do? Could they just return empty-handed like this? One had to know that the Dragon Prince was injured. These dragons regarded the Dragon Prince as their god. They were willing to pay any price for the Dragon Prince's injury. An elder said, "We're willing to give anything except the Imperial Scripture." Does he want our Imperial Scripture? A young expert snorted, "I think Spirit Realm is tired of living. Why don't we just take action and take his divine tree of life?" Yes, we only wanted the divine fruit of life, but they don't know what's good for them. They can't blame us for taking his divine tree of life. At this time, the leading elder spoke. Don't act rashly. Spirit Realm has developed for tens of thousands of years and has too many experts. Also, they are top alchemists, so there are many families and forces related to them. If we make a move here and fail, I'm afraid we'll instantly attract their attention. In the end, they will seal the mountain gate. It will be troublesome. So, let's calm them down first. I'll secretly summon experts. When the time comes, Spirit Realm will be doomed. When the other side brought them here, they had already used the ancient mirror to investigate. Before they came, they had also laid down the aura of the Tao of Dragon. So, they should be able to summon other experts of the dragons here. The dragons began to move. Some of them continued to negotiate with Spirit Realm to calm them down. They wanted Spirit Realm to think that they were still unwilling to give up. Meanwhile, some of them began to secretly summon the 10,000 Dragons Court. After the 10,000 Dragons Court received the news, they also held an emergency meeting. Inside the main hall, countless experts and saints stood there. Their expressions were solemn. Then, the dragons with crutches also came out. Countless people bowed. What about the old ancestor? The people of Spirit Realm refused to give us the divine fruit of life. The eyes of the dragon's old ancestor erupted with a cold radiance. They had already discussed the terms and conditions, but they still didn't agree. Then, don't blame us for being rude. For the Dragon Prince, we are willing to pay any price. The other dragons also placed their palms in their hearts. They were willing to give up everything for the Dragon Prince. Dragon Creation, Dragon Dusk, Dragon Court. The old ancestor's voice rang out, and the 3 dragons' elders walked out. Their auras were terrifying. They had reached the peak of the great sage. The old ancestor of the dragons looked at the 3 of them and said, "This time, the 3 of you will lead the group and bring the 10,000 dragons diagram." He had to bring the sacred tree of life back. Yes. Dragon Sovereign asked. Old ancestor, how will Spirit Realm handle this? The eyes of the dragons flickered. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Either submit or be destroyed. I understand. Dragon Sovereign and the other 2 nodded. It seemed that the 10,000 Dragons Court had been silent for a long time, so much so that no one knew of their power. This time, they would use Spirit Realm to show the other worlds what a true Emperor race was. The 3-peak Great Sage led the group with the 10,000 dragons diagram. Then, they summoned the other Great Sage. This time, they didn't bring many people, only 100, and they were all elites of the dragons. The 100 people brought countless resource formations to provide power to the 10,000 dragons diagram. This time, it was the 10,000 dragons diagram's power. The group set off. They sensed the aura of the Tao of Dragons. Dragon Sovereign sneered. Spirit Realm had always been mysterious. No one knew where their spatial entrance was. But this time, they had solved it. Spirit Realm still didn't know that danger had arrived. On one hand, they rejected the dragon's people. On the other hand, they sent people to find Lin Xian to ask about the mysterious spirit herb. Lin Xian thought about it. He probably couldn't care about the dragons, so he had to think of a way himself. He also said that if Spirit Realm was willing to give him a divine fruit of life, he was willing to take those people there personally. He made up his mind. If they really gave it to him, he would just take them to a random place. Then, he would take out 2 mysterious spirit herbs from Sword World and give them to them. The people of Spirit Realm frowned. They didn't expect Lin Xian's goal to be the divine fruit of life. On the way back, the various parties gathered and frowned. What was going on? The dragons wanted the divine fruit of life, so did this kid. And the 2 little fellows from Medicine Star also wanted the divine fruit of life. An elder of Spirit Realm sneered. He overestimated himself. The divine fruit of life is Spirit Realm's secret. It can't be spread. So what if they're dragons? Spirit Realm's foundation is not bad. Indeed, in the eyes of the experts of Spirit Realm, they didn't have a great emperor. Everything else was about the same as the emperor races. They were far stronger than ordinary remote antiquity families. And there was one thing that the other remote antiquity families couldn't do. In the past, Spirit Realm had an immortal divine medicine that was obtained by a great emperor. From then on, Spirit Realm and that great emperor formed a good relationship. Although that great emperor didn't leave behind a powerful family, this bloodline was still passed down. They had been living in seclusion. If Spirit Realm was in danger, that bloodline would not sit idly by. In other words, they had the great emperor's bloodline behind them. This was why they dared to refuse the dragons. But this time, they didn't expect that the dragon prince would be poisoned by the great Tao for only a year. So the 10,000 dragons court went completely crazy. And among the dragons, only the top elders knew about this. Ordinary dragons didn't know about this situation. Therefore, it was even more impossible for the people of Spirit Realm to know. If they knew, Spirit Realm wouldn't have dared to be so careless. They might even have given away the divine fruit of life. Spirit Realm. On a mountain peak, there was a palace. The people of the dragons lived here. They returned with cold expressions. Spirit Realm, these people really don't know what's good for them. They dared to refuse us. Elder Zhang, the leader, smiled. Don't worry, our people are already here. They'll arrive in a few days. When that time comes, Spirit Realm will die. Lin Xian frowned as well. It seemed that this method wouldn't work. He had to think of a way himself. He was going to secretly investigate the Tree of Life situation. Are you going to the core area? Xueqi also became nervous. The Spirit Realm's foundation is terrifying. There are many experts here. If you're not careful, you might be discovered by them. At that time, you'll really be in danger. She was very worried. Lin Xian was different from the dragons. The dragons had the 10,000 dragon court behind them. However, what was behind Lin Xian, the heavenly court was still recovering, and the Dao sect supported the dragon prince. Therefore, if Lin Xian was really suppressed by the Spirit Realm, it would be troublesome. Lin Xian said that it's fine. I'll give it a try. Moreover, I won't go personally. I'll just investigate the situation first. He went to the mountain peak. A formation appeared around him, isolating him from everything. Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he activated his Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes to the extreme. In the next instant, Lin Xian's gaze seemed to cross thousands of miles. He could clearly see the scene in the distance. He was like a god looking down on the mortals. However, before he reached the core area, Lin Xian felt that there was an extremely powerful force here that could suppress soul power. His gaze seemed to enter a swamp. Although it was slow, he could still continue investigating. If other people knew about this, they would be shocked. One had to know that the Spirit Realm had set up many defenses to prevent outsiders from investigating. No one knew how many defenses had been set up. It could be said that even a top expert wouldn't be able to detect anything here. However, the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes were too mysterious and terrifying. Lin Xian could still detect it with his full strength. However, it wasn't enough. Lin Xian's eyes shone with an even more terrifying aura. At the same time, he opened the sword world. The power of the four-spirit valley surged into his eyes. At this moment, the mysterious patterns of the heavenly secret divine eyes quickly formed. The power of reincarnation appeared as if it was going to cross space. Lin Xian's gaze entered the core area. In the core area, the spiritual energy here was really too terrifying. There were quite a few 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. One had to know that 10,000-year spirit herbs were very precious outside, but here, they seemed to be very casual. It could be seen that there were even spirit herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. He hadn't found the tree of life yet. Lin Xian made a shocking discovery. He discovered that the core area of spirit realm was completely different from other places. In the core region, there was a spring in every area. Spring water gushed out and covered an area. There were a total of 81 of these springs. The 81 springs covered the entire core area. The water in these springs was even more mysterious, which shocked Lin Xian. What kind of spring water was this? What did it have to do with the tree of life? Lin Xian continued his investigation. He saw a towering divine tree in front of him, with luxuriant leaves and branches. It was hard to tell how long it had been there, but the aura it carried seemed to be able to restore a skeleton in an instant. Was this the tree of life? Lin Xian was shocked. The fruits on top were not ready yet. Lin Xian knew that the last fruit had been plucked 1,500 years ago. It was carefully kept by Spirit Realm, and it wasn't ready yet. However, Lin Xian didn't care. It would be good if he could get a leaf of life or a branch. He carefully investigated. But at this time, the tree of life swayed its leaves and pierced through heaven and earth. A terrifying aura swept out. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Not good, he was discovered. There was a pear tree in the core area. He instantly rushed out. He shouted angrily. Who was it? Accompanied by this voice, Lin Xian felt as if his soul was about to split open. Not good, the spiritual herbs in the core area had all cultivated into demons and become incomparably powerful. He quickly retracted his gaze. In the sky, thousands of pear blossoms bloomed and poured down like snow. At the same time, in the entire core area, countless terrifying demons revived. There were sunflowers that bloomed with terrifying flames. There were peach trees that formed 3,000 peach with divine swords that pierced through heaven and earth. There were purple vines that turned into thousands of purple. Thunder. In short, at this moment, it seemed as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Lin Xian's face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had retreated, his soul was still affected. At the same time, the people of Spirit Realm were alarmed. The expressions of the experts of Spirit Realm changed drastically. Not good, someone trespassed into the core area. Who was it? They rushed out. Someone wanted to steal the divine fruit of life. Damn it, is it the people of the dragons? Roars rang out, and countless arrays in Spirit Realm lit up. Husband, are you okay? Seeing Lin Xian's pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, Xueqi was extremely nervous. Lin Xian retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, and helped me in. His soul was injured, but fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, so it was only a minor injury. Lin Xian hurried back to heal his injuries. On the other side, the medicine sect and Yao Qinggu were alarmed. The people of the dragons were also alarmed. Their gazes pierced through heaven and earth. Were there people here? But soon, they realized that it wasn't the case. It wasn't the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Someone had sneaked into the core area and alarmed the supreme existence there. Not good, damn it, who was it? Did they want to ruin our plan? The expressions of the experts of the dragons became extremely ugly. They had come here to catch Spirit Realm off guard. When the time came, Spirit Realm would be defenseless, and they would be able to take it down easily. But now, someone had trespassed into Spirit Realm's core area, and Spirit Realm had to be on guard. They were afraid that they would be in trouble. Their expressions were gloomy, and they wanted to slap the person who had sneaked in. Ancestors, what's going on? The elders of the spirit race came to the core area, and they were extremely respectful to the spirit herbs and spirit fruits. An elder asked, did someone come in? Who was it? Let's go and catch them. Li Shu said coldly, no, I felt a soul. Someone is using their soul to check the core area. What? Someone can enter the core area? It's too unbelievable. Although it was only a soul, it was enough to shock the experts of spirit realm. They had set up so many defenses, but someone was still able to enter. Could it be the people of the dragons? They knew that the old man leading the dragons this time was a top expert. Damn it, the dragons still haven't given up. We've already rejected them. Are they trying to steal the divine life fruit? Ancestors, don't worry. We will investigate this matter. The peach tree said, that person's soul has been injured. Go and see which outsider's soul has been injured. Whoever it was, they had to suppress it. These terrifying spirit herbs were all enraged. To be honest, they were also shocked. It was the divine life tree that had discovered the soul this time. If the divine life tree hadn't warned them, they wouldn't have known at all. Whose soul was this? How could it be so terrifying? Soon, the elders and experts of the spirit realm began to move. They came to a mountain in the distance and said, "Friends, someone used their soul to check the core of the spirit realm. Since someone didn't follow the rules, don't blame the spirit realm for being impolite." Hearing this, the people outside sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of them were stunned. Yao Qingguo and Yao Qingyu were also surprised. Someone was checking the core? Who was so daring? The first thing they thought of was the dragons. The people of the medicine sect also looked at the dragons with strange expressions. The people of the dragons had dark expressions. One of them shouted coldly, "Why are you looking at us?" Although they didn't do it, they felt guilty. After all, they had summoned experts. If they were discovered now, the spirit realm would suppress them instantly. The elders of the spirit realm also looked at the dragons. They felt that other than the dragons, there was no one else who had the strength and courage to do so. So they said, "Friends of the dragons, sorry, we have to check the condition of your soul." Sorry. As they spoke, they walked over. The people of the dragons shouted angrily, "Do you think we did it?" The spirit realm was too arrogant. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of the dragons? The people of the dragons were so arrogant. They usually dominated, but now they were being questioned. How could they be convinced? However, the spirit realm was also very unyielding. Do you feel guilty? Then don't blame us. More experts walked over from afar. There was even a terrifying array flickering. Those spirit herbs had also turned into peerless experts. Do you think we're afraid of you? The people of the dragons shouted angrily. The leading elder snorted coldly and retreated. He transmitted a warning, "Have you forgotten what time it is? Don't do anything. Think of the big picture." The experts of the dragons gritted their teeth. Damn it, they had to endure this. However, when their experts arrived, they would let the spirit realm know the consequences of offending them. The leading elder of the dragons walked out and said, "We didn't do it. We are willing to accept the investigation. Release your soul power and let the friends of the spirit realm investigate." The people from the dragons all used their soul power. The elders of the spirit realm didn't hold back either. They inspected the bodies one by one and frowned. They were not from the dragons. The souls of the dragons were intact and unharmed. Who was that? Could it be that aside from the dragon clan, there were other hidden experts here? Their expressions were grave as they continued to investigate. The medicine sect, Yao Qianwu, and the others were also in an uproar. If it wasn't someone from the dragons, then who was it? They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. Following that, the other people also accepted the inspection. Xueqi's face was somewhat pale. She couldn't help but feel nervous. It was obvious that these people were examining her soul. Lin Xian's soul was injured. If it was detected, wouldn't he be suppressed in an instant? She didn't know what to do now. Although she was strong and could take on 10 great sage together with Lin Xian, she still had no problem. However, there were more than 10 great sage in the spirit realm. It was impossible for the two of them to fight against so many of them. She hoped that the people of the spirit realm would forget about Lin Xian's existence. Very soon, she was also tested and passed. The people of the spirit realm frowned deeply. Everyone's soul was intact? Who was it? The people from the dragons sneered. How was it? You didn't catch the culprit, right? I think it was someone from the spirit realm who sneaked in. Yes, I think so too. Let's investigate your people first. The people from the dragons sneered. The people of the spirit realm also frowned. Was it someone from the spirit realm? Who would be so daring? It shouldn't be. The people of the spirit realm knew how dangerous the core area was. They shouldn't have attacked. At this time, the elder who led the way said, "No, there's another person." "Where's that young Master Lin? Where is he?" As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look. They all looked at Xianxia. How could they not pay attention to such a peerless beauty? They naturally knew that there was a handsome young man beside her. But where was he now? Yao Qingguo and the elder's eyelids twitched. Could it be that lad? They were shocked. One had to know that they had already seen how daring Lin Xian was. Maybe this lad really dared to inspect the core area. However, they quickly rejected this idea. It was impossible. No matter how strong that lad was, he didn't have the strength to inspect the core area. The people of the spirit realm didn't believe it either. But now, the only person they suspected was Lin Xian. They said, "Please ask young Master Lin to come out." Xianxia said that young Master Lin was in seclusion and couldn't come out. She naturally couldn't let these people see Lin Xian. The people from the dragons sneered. "I think it might be him. Maybe there's an expert behind this lad who sneaked in." Although they didn't believe it, they hoped that the spirit realm would change their target. This way, the dragons would be able to act in secret. The elders of the spirit realm said, "No matter what, we must see young Master Lin." As they spoke, they flew toward the mountain peak in the distance. Not good. When Xianxia saw this, she quickly followed them. She said, "What if you disturb his cultivation and cause him to go crazy?" Her body emitted a terrifying ice-cold aura. The elders of the spirit realm said, "Is it possible that he's injured and can't come out? If that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Attack." They walked over, and their bodies erupted with power. Xianxia snorted coldly and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a voice transmitted from the palace on the mountain peak. "Stop." When Xianxia heard this voice, she was taken aback. Then, she took a deep breath and retreated to the side of the palace. She transmitted her voice to him and said, "Don't come out. They will discover you." The other people also raised their heads and looked toward the mountain peak. "Is that lad going to come out?" The gate of the palace on the mountain peak opened, and a person walked out. Lin Xian said, "I'm in the middle of cultivating. May I know why you have come to look for me?" As he spoke, he winked at Xianxia and gave her a reassuring look. "Young Master Lin, some people secretly inspected the core area of the spirit race, and their souls were injured. So, we have to inspect you outsiders. The other people have already inspected you, and their souls are unharmed. You are the only one left. Young Master Lin, you won't make things difficult for us, right?" When Lin Xian heard this, he chuckled. Of course, he wouldn't. He released his soul and said, "Everyone, go ahead and inspect them." The experts of the spirit realm nodded and looked forward. In the next moment, they were taken aback. How is this possible? The people in the surroundings were also taken aback, and they all inspected them. Soon after, their eyes also widened. The spirit realm's people were stunned, and even Xianxia was surprised. She couldn't believe it. However, she quickly heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. He wasn't injured. The spirit realm's experts said in a low voice. The elders were also surprised, and they carefully examined Lin Xian's soul. They discovered that his soul wasn't injured. Lin Xian said, "What? You still don't believe me?" The elders withdrew their gazes and said with a smile, "Young Master Lin, please forgive us for disturbing you." As they spoke, they left. The souls of the outsiders were all intact, and none of them were injured. This meant that it wasn't them. Perhaps other people had secretly followed them, so the spirit realm's people had to carry out other investigations. I know that it isn't this lad. No matter how arrogant he is, he wouldn't be so daring. Yao Qingguo and Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian greeted them and went into seclusion. After he went in, Xianxia asked, "How did you do it?" She was really too kind. Lin Xian also smiled. After he came back, he felt that those people would investigate, so he quickly took out a spirit herb from the sword world and swallowed it. The spirit herbs he had planted were precious spirit herbs that were around 20,000 years old, and they were provided by the mysterious power of the sword world. The effects of these spirit herbs were really heaven-defying. After he ate half of them, Lin Xian's soul was instantly healed. His injuries weren't serious, as he had just cast his gaze over. If his soul had come here directly, he would have been seriously injured. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any danger. Xueqi heaved a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. They were fine, but the dragon's people were frowning. This was because they realized that the spirit realm's people hadn't given up, and they had increased the scope of their search. This meant that the dragon's aura they had planted before would be discovered. Why don't I go out and take back the dragon's aura? An elder asked. The leading elder shook his head. No, we can't act rashly now. They are watching us. Moreover, judging by the time, our people should be here soon. A day later, the spirit realm's people were shocked. They had discovered an incredible piece of news. Elder, at the entrance of the spirit realm's barrier, we found the aura of a dragon hidden under the ground. What? The expressions of the people of spirit realm changed drastically. The people of the dragons were secretly plotting something. It really was them. With the aura of the Tao of Dragons, they arrived at the mountain peak. Dragons. Why did you lay down your Tao of Dragon aura at the spirit formation entrance? There was a roar. The people from the dragons frowned. The others were also shocked. The outsiders poked their heads out again, their faces filled with surprise. Could it be that the dragons were behind this? Even Lin Xian walked out. He stood on the mountain peak, gazing off into the distance, his eyes glittering. Finally, the dragons were targeted once again. What would the dragons do? Elder Zhang, what should we do now that we've been discovered? The members of the dragon clan were also anxious. The old man in the lead sneered and said, Be quiet. I'll handle this. He walked out with a smile. Fellow Taoist from the spirit realm, what's the matter? The elder of the spirit realm said, How do you explain the aura of the Tao of Dragons? Isn't it simple? The elder in the lead laughed. This is our first time in the spirit realm, and we've seen the power of the world here. Naturally, we were excited and accidentally released the aura of the Tao of Dragons. This one was accidentally released. He said it casually. However, the people of spirit realm frowned deeply. Accidentally? What kind of joke was this? The dragon-shaped aura was hidden deep under the ground. If they hadn't carefully searched, they wouldn't have found it. Was this an accident? It seems that you don't want to tell the truth. Then don't blame us. The experts of spirit realm walked out. The people of the dragons also rushed out of the hall and said, What, do you dare to attack us? Do you want to become enemies with the dragons? We don't want to become enemies with the dragons, but we're not afraid of trouble. You dragons first buried the aura of the Tao of Dragons, then investigated the secrets of our core area. Aren't you looking down on spirit realm too much? For a moment, the expressions of the experts of spirit realm turned cold, and a terrifying aura erupted. The people of the dragons were also nervous. Although they had experts on their side, this was the other side's territory. If a fight really broke out, none of them would be able to escape. The medicine sect and the others also exclaimed. Was there going to be a big battle? It was really surprising. They didn't dare to interfere. After all, no one dared to offend spirit realm here. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Oh, it'd be best if there was a big battle. This way, he would have another chance to enter the core area. The battle in front of them was about to break out. However, at this time a voice rang out. What, is spirit realm so arrogant that you dare to attack the dragons? At first, the voice was very soft and seemed to come from afar. However, it soon arrived nearby and thunder rumbled. Many people were so shocked that their blood boiled. Were the people of the dragons here? The medicine sect and the others all turned to look. Even Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? Didn't the dragons only send these people? Moreover, the person who came was also an extremely terrifying existence in the Great Sage. At the front, the people of the dragons revealed a smile. Great, the person they were waiting for was finally here. However, the people of Spirit Realm had a change in expression. Not good. Who was it? How dare you trespass into Spirit Realm? An angry roar. Then, countless terrifying laws rushed out, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. In the sky, with a wave of a hand, the void was torn apart. A figure walked out slowly in the air. What, are you guys going to attack me? The person who came was an old man. His aura was extremely powerful, reaching the peak of the great sage. So terrifying. Many people were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Draconic Lord. He didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance. Of course, the other party didn't know him. When he first met the other party, he used the identity of Mad God in the Heavenly Court. However, Draconic Lord was here. How did he come? Lin Xian was puzzled. The people of Spirit Realm were even more puzzled. How did you find this place? Only they knew the spatial coordinates of Spirit Realm. No one else knew. If outsiders wanted to enter, they would have to pay a high price for the right to enter. Then, they would be let in. But now, the other party came alone. I think I can go anywhere in the world. What, I can't come to Spirit Realm? Draconic Lord sneered and walked down. The faces of the people from Spirit Realm turned ugly. Some of the elders furrowed their brows tightly. Could it be because of the aura of the Tao of Dragon? The members of the dragon race were far more sensitive to the aura of the dragon race than other people. Draconic Lord could really find it. At the same time, they shouted coldly, and all the outsiders left. It seemed that they wanted to chase everyone away. The dragon sovereign ignored them completely. He stared at the dragons and asked, "Haven't you gotten it yet?" The dragon's elders shook their heads. No, they were stubborn. Was that so? The dragon sovereign snorted. He turned his head and stared at the people of Spirit Realm. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the divine fruit of life. You're really here for the divine fruit of life? The people of Spirit Realm's expression changed drastically, then they gritted their teeth. Don't even think about it. The divine fruit of life belongs to Spirit Realm. We will never give it to an outsider. Even you dragons can't give it to me. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? The dragon sovereign sneered. It seems that the 10,000 Dragons Court hasn't made a move for a long time. So much so that everyone in the world has forgotten the power of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Well, I'll show my power today and let everyone know that the Emperor race is not to be challenged. His aura became more and more terrifying, and the world kept shaking. Endless cracks appeared in the void, and everyone felt that the end of the world was coming. They kept retreating. The experts and elders of Spirit Realm couldn't resist at all. One had to know that the Dragon Sovereign was at the peak of the Great Sage. It was difficult for others to fight against him. Stop. At this time, angry shouts came from afar. Then, countless figures flew over from all directions of Spirit Realm. A few of them flew to the front and landed in an instant. These people were also at the peak of the Great Sage. The leader was dressed in white, and his black hair was like a waterfall. He looked young, and his face was solemn. I'm the master of Spirit Realm, a member of the dragons. Are you really going to attack? Yao Qingguo and the others exclaimed. The master of Spirit Realm was the patriarch of the clan of the ancients. His status was even more terrifying. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was a little confused. It was different from what he thought. Did the 10,000 Dragons Court send a dragon sovereign? Although he was very powerful, he couldn't do as he pleased in Spirit Realm. Could it be that he had some trump card? Long Zhao, although you are at the peak of the Great Sage, my Spirit Realm is not a pushover. It is not realistic for you to behave atrociously here. I advise you dragons to leave obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for suppressing you. Another old man walked out, his eyes bursting with an extremely sharp divine light, like a divine sword, piercing through heaven and earth. He was the great elder of Spirit Realm. There was another person who looked young, but his aura was just as terrifying. He said that the dragons should retreat. Otherwise, even though you all are Emperor clans, we can still suppress you all, throw you all out. If that happens, you will lose all your face. This was the second elder of Spirit Realm. Ha 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 ha, Dragon Radiance Master looked up to the sky and laughed. Spirit Region, you are so stubborn. Don't blame the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court for being impolite. Everyone, come out. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and it expanded in the wind, becoming 10,000 li long, as if it covered the heavens and earth. From inside, one figure after another flew out, accompanied by a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons. The spirit realm doesn't know what's good for them. They dared to challenge my Emperor clan, so they deserve death. A roar shook the heavens and the earth. Another person shouted, those who obey me will prosper, those who resist me will die. Spirit Region, kneel and hand over the Tree of Life. In an instant, the sky was filled with experts of the dragons. Not good. The expressions of the others changed drastically. The people of Spirit Region were also stunned. The Spirit Region Master's pupils shrank. You dare to bring people here? Do you want to start a war between Spirit Region and the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court? Their expressions became very ugly. Other than Dragon Radiance Master, there were 2 peak Great Sage experts. Other than that, there were 100 Great Sage experts. None of them were weak. These people appearing together was no longer a personal grudge. This was a conflict between 2 forces. If it was not handled well, it would become a world-ending war. In the distance, 2 more peak Great Sage experts arrived. The 5 peak Great Sage experts were the strength of Spirit Realm. The experts of Spirit Realm retreated. They looked like they were facing a great enemy. The formations around them were already flickering. The medicine sect and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were outsiders. At this moment, they quickly retreated. However, without someone to lead the way, they could not leave. Lin Xian, Xueqi, and the others also retreated with furrowed brows. Xueqi said, it seems like our previous guess was right. The 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court has gone crazy. Lin Xian took a deep breath. I'm afraid it's more troublesome than you think. They only wanted the Tree of Life. After Dragon Radiance Master and the others arrived, they directly asked for the Tree of Life. They want Spirit Region's life. I think there will be a world-ending war later. Let's hide further away. Lin Xian sighed. Although he had hoped that the 2 sides would fight, he thought that the war would at most be a dozen Great Sage experts fighting there. It would cause a commotion. He could take the opportunity to run to the core area and investigate. Now, it was completely out of his expectations. The 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court had sent 100 people, and there were 3 peak Great Sage experts. If they fought, no one knew what the consequences would be. What, 5 peak Great Sage experts? Do they think they can fight against us? Dragon Radiance Master sneered. You don't understand our strength. Without further ado, some people from Spirit Realm were already enraged and immediately attacked. The green sword shadow blotted out the sky as it slashed forward. Humph. The 3 peak Great Sage experts of the dragons attacked together with the other 5. They exploded in an instant. With one attack, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared in the void. Then, both sides retreated. The Spirit Region Master's expression was ugly. The 5 of them could not take down the 3 of them. Their advantage in numbers was useless. As expected of the monarch race. The ancient scriptures and bloodlines they cultivated were far superior to ordinary remote antiquity families. No matter what, the other party had underestimated Spirit Realm too much. Their inheritances were not weak either. Everyone, please attack. The Spirit Region Master turned around and said. They gathered in the core area. A cold snort came. The dragons were too presumptuous. No matter how arrogant the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court is, they can't come here and do whatever they want. You actually want the Tree of Life. A few voices sounded. Then, everyone saw a few black figures flash across the ground and arrive nearby. They were ancient trees. There were pear trees, peach trees, sunflowers, and purple vines. After they arrived, the array around them kept flashing. The spirit herbs all bloomed and shone with a piercing light. In an instant, the entire spirit region seemed to have turned into a world cage. Everyone felt a huge pressure. Of course, the ones who felt the pressure were the outsiders, such as the dragons, the medicine sect, Yao Qianwu, Lin Xian, and the others. They felt like they were being crushed by 100,000 mountains. The people of Spirit Region were all covered in green armor. This was the life armor. Fighting in their territory, they had unlimited vitality. Do you still think you're a match for us? The Spirit Region master sneered. In the distance, the people of the medicine sect felt their scalps tingle. It seemed that the 10,000 dragons imperial court was going to suffer this time. I'll use my dragon blood to summon the dragon diagram, an ice-cold voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. Soon after, a terrifying dragon aura rose from the bodies of the dragon radiance master and the other two people. An even more terrifying might appeared. When this aura appeared, shock appeared on the faces of the dragon's clan's members. Soon after, they became overjoyed. This is great, they prostrated themselves on the ground and started worshipping it. As for the Spirit Zone's members, their faces were filled with fright. What is this aura? Some of the weaker members were forced to kneel on the ground by this power. The medicine sect's members also bent their bodies and wanted to kneel down. Some of them tried their best to stand up, but their bodies were shattered. No. The medicine sect's members roared crazily. Some elders shouted angrily, "Hurry up and submit." They didn't dare to resist, and they all knelt down on the ground. Yao Qingguo and the other two people's bodies shivered, and they also submitted. Xueqi's pupils contracted. This aura. Could it be? She was too shocked. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It was just as he had expected. These people had brought that thing here. Qi, hurry up and go inside. Lin Xian waved his hand and opened a crack, sending Xueqi into the sword world. Xueqi was his woman, so Lin Xian wouldn't hide anything from her. After Xueqi entered this world, she cried out in alarm. Where is this place? She felt that the terrifying aura had disappeared, and a mysterious power was revolving around it. This is my world. You should stay here for now. It's too dangerous outside. Lin Xian's voice transmitted into her ears. Xueqi was shocked. Lin Xian possessed a world. This was too inconceivable. However, she didn't expect that this was a unique world. In her eyes, this was just an ordinary world that had been refined by Lin Xian. After all, someone at Lin Xian's level had several world cores. Although she was shocked, she could still understand it. However, she didn't expect that this wasn't an ordinary world. She only found out about this later. She asked, "Husband, what about you? You should also come inside." Lin Xian had such a trump card, so he shouldn't be afraid of that terrifying aura. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry about me. I'll take a look first." He hadn't come in, but he had the great dragon sword spirit in his body and had destroyed that terrifying energy. It was hidden in the distance. He wondered what Spirit Realm's fate would be like. Lin Xian shook his head. Most of the people on Spirit Realm's side were forced to kneel on the ground, unable to resist. At the front, the faces of the peak great sage experts turned ugly. For example, pear trees and peach trees were about to crack. The Lord of Spirit Realm's pupil shrank. He kept retreating, his face pale. Extreme Dao Might. You brought the myriad dragon's portrait here, are you guys crazy? He couldn't believe it. Were they going to destroy Spirit Realm? The master of Long Zhao, the ancestor of Long Shi, and the master of the dragon court stood in the sky like gods and demons. They looked down at the common people and said in a clear voice, "Those who obey me will prosper and those who resist me will perish. I'll give you one last chance. Either you submit and hand over the tree of life, or you die." A cold voice rang out, causing everyone in Spirit Realm to despair. Was this the legendary Extreme Dao weapon? The weapon of a great emperor was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, just the aura that descended was enough to make them unable to resist. If it attacked, who could block it? The pear tree roared, "Damn it, you dare to threaten us." The others also gritted their teeth, their eyes red. They wouldn't hand over the tree of life even if they died. Humph, reckless. The master of Long Zhao waved his hand, and an extreme Dao power descended, sending the pear tree flying. Its body was torn into pieces, and it was charred black. "Damn it, I'll fight it out with you." Seeing this scene, the peach tree roared. The 3,000 peachwood swords swept across the world, cutting through the void. One had to know that these spirit herbs were very terrifying when they cultivated to the saint level. Previously, Lin Xian couldn't fight against them even with the heavenly secret divine eye. The ones that were chased directly withdrew their souls. But now, under the extreme Tao power, the peach tree was also sent flying as if it had been struck by lightning. Its branches withered, and its aura dropped. It was on the verge of death. Damn it. The people of Spirit Realm gritted their teeth and roared. At this time, a few mountains of Spirit Realm cracked open, and a few old people walked out. At the same time, they shouted angrily and took out their sacred weapons. Voices sounded one after another. Clearly, Spirit Realm's foundation had been activated. Another 5 old people walked out. These 5 old people were even paler. They were living fossils. Their blood and chi were withered, but as they walked, countless spirit herbs surged into their bodies, causing their vitality to quickly recover. In an instant, their white hair turned black, and their eyes were sharp. There was an old man who had turned into a young war god. At the same time, a terrifying tremor came from the ground, and a war hammer appeared. One person held it. On the other side, a ruler was summoned by a woman. It was jade and emitted a biting cold light. There was also a furnace controlled by an old man in the palm of his hand. These 3 weapons emitted an extremely terrifying aura, and they quickly charged forward to block the extreme Tao power. The people of Spirit Realm felt the pressure on them lessen. They all heaved a sigh of relief, and then they became hopeful. The 5 old ancestors had awakened, and the 3 sacred weapons were unsealed. They still had the power to fight. The Master of Spirit Realm, the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the other spirit herbs in the core area were all gathered together. They controlled the 3 legendary sacred weapons and the peerless formations in the surroundings to fight a great battle against it. Terrifying power turned into lightning that swept through the sky. The formation gathered killing intent, and the 3 sacred weapons swept through the world. Sacred weapons were the top of the sacred weapons, and they were second only to extreme Tao weapons. The 3 sacred weapons attacked with all their power, and their power was earth-shattering. Today, a legendary battle was going to happen. Was there anyone who could rely on eternal Tao weapons? In the distance, the medicine sect and other outsiders who were prostrating on the ground felt their scalps tingle. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He knew the power of an extreme Tao weapon. And this time, the 10,000 Dragon Court came prepared. They might have fully awakened their extreme Tao weapons. That attack was probably, Lin Xian didn't think about it anymore because the battle had already begun. The people of Spirit Realm gathered their strength and launched an apocalyptic attack into the sky. They attacked the 10,000 Dragon Diagram. The space around the 10,000 Dragon Diagram shattered. The sky map formed by countless dragons also shook a little. Great, the people of Spirit Realm were happy. The 10,000 Dragon Diagram was not invincible. But soon, they despaired. Their full-powered attacks caused the 10,000 Dragons Diagram to shake. Then, the 10,000 Dragons Diagram suppressed the heavens and earth. How was this possible? The people of Spirit Realm went crazy. The Master of Spirit Realm, the living fossil, and the spirit herbs in the core area were also filled with despair. Their full-power attack couldn't even shake it? Was this an extreme weapon? The rest of the people were also horrified. There was nothing in the world that could stop an extreme weapon. Unless it was another extreme weapon. Lin Xian's expression was just as serious. It looked like Spirit Realm was truly finished this time. The other side wanted the Tree of Life, so he acted in advance. Summoning the Void Beast, Lin Xian quickly traveled through space. He wanted to enter the core area. At this moment, all the sleeping demonic beasts in the core area had awakened. Stalks of spiritual herbs rose into the air and charged forward. This time, Lin Xian easily entered the core area. However, he didn't act rashly because he knew that the Tree of Life was probably an even more terrifying existence. Spirit Realm's experts were all mobilized, but they still couldn't stop it. Another attack. The ground of Spirit Realm cracked, and the sky shattered. It was a scene of destruction. This time, the Great Sage died. Dozens of Great Sage died, and their sacred blood dyed the sky red. The Lord of Spirit Realm and the others also retreated. Their bodies were broken, and they vomited blood. Their eyes were filled with despair. At this time, the tree of life moved. Its branches and leaves covered the sky and began to sweep in all directions. Powerful vitality poured into the people of spirit realm. Their broken bodies quickly healed, and even some bones were restored. Countless people were shocked. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This was the power of the tree of life. It was terrifying. This vitality was stronger than anything. The ancient voice sounded. The tree of life spoke. I am willing to give you the divine fruit of life. Can you stop the battle? The people of spirit realm stopped. The tree of life had spoken. To be honest, they were very regretful now. Who knew that the other side would bring an extreme weapon? Hearing this, the Lord of Dragon Reflection snorted. We gave you a chance before, but you didn't accept it. Now, the extreme weapon has been activated. Do you know how many resources we have used? It's impossible to stop now. A mere divine fruit of life can't satisfy us. If you want to stop the battle, come back with us personally. In the sky, Cold Eyes looked at the tree of life. The tree of life fell silent. The people of spirit realm were also shocked. The Lord of spirit realm roared. Impossible, the divine tree of life was too important to spirit realm. Once the divine tree of life left, spirit realm would probably decline instantly. Moreover, the divine tree of life had protected them for so many years. If they left with the dragons, they would definitely become prisoners, so they wouldn't allow it. Old ancestor, there's no need to tell them. Let's fight. They swore to protect the ancestor with their lives. The people of spirit realm roared madly. The eyes of the peak experts of the great sage shone with a terrifying light. They stood in a row, absolutely not allowing the dragons to touch their ancestor. Kill the young people of the other spirit realms. They were not strong enough to fight, but they poured all their power into the formation. The peerless formation was activated. The 10,000 dragons diagram struck down here. 10,000 dragons roared, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. However, this time, the Lord of Spiritual Region and the others retreated, but there was an energy that blocked them, causing countless people to be shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. What kind of array was this? It was too scary. In the sky, Lord Longzhao's expression was gloomy. Extreme Dao Formation. It was an array set up by a great emperor. The voice of the divine tree of life sounded again, and its life energy enveloped the world. Back then, the immortal divine herb appeared in spirit realm, and it was obtained by a great emperor. That great emperor had a relationship with spirit realm. He set up an emperor-level array to protect spirit realm from destruction. Unless it was a moment of life and death, the array would not appear. Now that it had appeared, spirit realm had no worries. Great. The people of spirit realm laughed and heaved a sigh of relief. After this, they would definitely take revenge. Let's see if your emperor-level array is stronger or our extreme Dao weapon is stronger. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty didn't plan to stop at all. They had to get the divine tree of life. At this moment, endless resources gathered, and the 10,000 Dragons diagram released an extremely terrifying light. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, directly tearing the 9 heavens. Spirit realm was broken. The beasts of the everlasting mountain range also felt this light. They looked up at the sky. What happened? There seemed to be someone fighting there. But before they could go over, an aura swept out, and everyone knelt on the ground. Those who were close were directly turned into ashes. More people fled. It was too terrifying. Not only the mountain range, but the people of Everlasting City also prostrated on the ground. So much so that the entire Yuanguang continent was almost alarmed. The might of the extreme Dao was fully recovered. Near Mount Eternal, the eyes of the people of the Gu family burst out with an extremely cold light. In their family's land, the void mirror kept shaking. It seemed to be emitting a warning aura. And the pupils of the sect masters of the Longevity Hall and Fire Cloud Hall shrank. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, they still felt fear. This was not just intimidation. Someone was going to fully recover the extreme Dao weapon. Who was it? In Taiching Ancient City, the ancient families and peerless sects were also facing a great enemy. The people of the Purple Mansion and some ancient existences looked up at the sky. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty had made their move. The people of the Yi family were the same. The Yi family's heaven and earth cauldron bloomed, enveloping the Yi family and blocking the extreme Dao weapon. However, everyone's expression was grave. When the extreme Dao weapon attacked with full force, one side would definitely be turned into ashes. They didn't know which force had offended the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. Holy Abyss Ancient City. The people of the three great orthodoxies were also alarmed. Countless discussions sounded. After all, the Dragon Prince had just been injured. Now that the 10,000 Dragons dynasty had activated the extreme Dao weapon, it was obvious that it was because of the Dragon Prince. But no one knew the specific reason. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty were excited. They knew that the battle was about to end. No one could resist the fully recovered extreme Dao weapon. In the distant universe, endless stars flickered. Some stars had no living beings, while some stars had transformed into worlds. There were billions of living beings living on them. But at this moment, the 13 worlds in the universe instantly withered and turned into ashes. And the power of the 13 worlds instantly surged into the buried Emperor star. The extreme Dao weapon's full force attack consumed the power of 13 worlds. This attack caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. It was too terrifying. The void let out an uneasy roar. It couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian summoned the sky-devouring jar and hid in it. In the next moment, he felt a huge force bombarding the sky-devouring jar and was sent flying. However, it didn't shatter. The sky-devouring jar was also a half-grade weapon. It released a terrifying devouring aura to resist. Lin Xian couldn't fully activate the sky-devouring jar, but he had no problem protecting himself. The others weren't so lucky. Yao Qingguo and Lin Xian spat out large mouthfuls of blood as their bodies shattered. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sighed. These two people had saved him before, so he had to save them. Fortunately, he left a bell on them. At this moment, he activated the array formation inside the bell to teleport them. The people from the medicine sect tried their best to resist, but they were instantly turned into ashes. Apart from them, there were also some outsiders who had vanished into thin air. It was too powerful. It was as if the great emperor had revived and swept through everything. Nothing could stop him. Not good. The Lord of Spirit Realm's expression changed drastically. He roared angrily and activated all his power to revive the emperor-level formation. This peerless formation was a protective formation. At this moment, it was blooming with light, turning into the strongest defense. However, it was unintentional. The full revival of the extreme weapon used too much power. Moreover, the extreme weapon was different from the formation. Although they were both created by the Great Emperor, their power was still different. If it was fully revived, the extreme weapon would be even more powerful. At this moment, the 10,000 dragons diagram rotated and pressed down, turning into tens of thousands of giant dragons that roared between heaven and earth, bombarding the emperor-level formation. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The formation instantly dimmed, and the people inside the formation were nervous. They wondered if they could withstand it. With a cracking sound, their expressions became unsightly. Cracks appeared on the formation. Damn it, could it be that they couldn't withstand it? They were thinking of retreating now, but it was too late. Ancestor. They all looked at the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was silent. Then, it roared and quickly went to find the descendants of the Great Emperor. Their peerless formation was left behind by the Great Emperor. Although the Great Emperor didn't leave behind a family, there were descendants. Now, they could only hope that the descendants of the Great Emperor would appear and stop this battle. The Tree of Life personally made a move. It had lived for too long, and its strength had reached an unfathomable level. However, it still couldn't stop the extreme weapon. It waved its branches, and the formation flickered. A terrifying spatial vortex appeared in the emperor-level formation. The signal for help had been sent out. In the distant continent, a mountain stood tall like an ancient demon mountain. Demonic energy filled the air here. It was terrifying. Obviously. It was an overlord-level force. At this moment, in a mountain stream, a white-robed figure suddenly opened her eyes. There was a mysterious rune flickering between her brows. A set of green lotuses appeared behind her, swaying non-stop. At the same time, a vortex appeared in front of her. An emperor-level formation and a signal for help. Could it be the spirit realm? The white-robed woman's expression changed drastically. She seemed to have thought of something. She stood up and stepped into the green vortex. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. In spirit realm, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the emperor-level formation. It looked like it would not be able to hold on for much longer. Extreme auras poured in from the cracks in the formation. The disciples of spirit realm died in droves and turned to dust. Even the pinnacle great sage couldn't stop vomiting blood. If not for the powerful energy provided by the tree of life, all of them would have died. But even so, he couldn't hold on for long. When the emperor-level array formation was completely broken, it would be the time of everyone's death. The master of spirit realm, the great sage, and the tree of life were all staring at the blue whirlpool. Was he not here yet? At this moment, a figure stepped out of the green vortex. In the next moment, her expression turned grave. Yan Ryu was shocked. This was an extreme Dao weapon. 10,000 Dragons diagram. Her body was surrounded by a green light, but she still recognized the 10,000 Dragons diagram at a glance. The 10,000 Dragons court was attacking spirit realm and had fully awakened their extreme Dao weapon. Damn it. She had also felt the extreme Dao power before, but she didn't expect the target to be spirit realm. The master of spirit realm and the others quickly bowed when they saw it. The tree of life said, "Descendant of the Azure Emperor, please help spirit realm through this crisis." Yan Ryu said, "I understand." The green lotus behind her shook non-stop. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, and 3 became all things. The green lotus blocked the extreme Dao power between heaven and earth. At the same time, Yan Ryu's cold voice sounded, "Fellow Daoist of the 10,000 Dragons court, please stop." "Who are you?" Ancestor Long and the others frowned. At the most crucial moment, another mysterious figure appeared. Furthermore, the green lotus behind the figure made them feel a sense of apprehension. Why was there an extreme Dao power aura emitting from it? "I am the descendant of the Azure Emperor. My ancestor, the Azure Emperor, was indebted to spirit realm and obtained the immortal divine medicine. My ancestor, the Azure Emperor, once said that if spirit realm was in danger of being destroyed, the descendant of the Azure Emperor would do his best to repay the favor of the divine medicine." A loud and clear voice rang out. The people of the 10,000 Dragons court frowned. The descendant of the Azure Emperor, if the matter with the Dragon Prince had not happened, they might have really stopped for the sake of the other party. But now, they had to get the tree of life. The 10,000 Dragons court said coldly, "I can spare spirit realm, but give me the tree of life and we will leave." "No." The master of spirit realm and the others roared. The tree of life was silent. Then, it said, "I will go with you." There was no other way. This was probably the only way. "After I leave, seal the space of spirit realm. Don't come out for 10,000 years." With that, it soared into the sky like a sacred tree and rushed into the clouds. The array cracked open and it rushed out. "All right, take me away. Let the people of spirit realm go." The master of dragon radiance and the others waved their hands. The 10,000 Dragons diagram released an endless aura that enveloped the tree of life. The tree of life's body cracked open, and divine life liquid dripped down. It roared in pain. Below, the master of spirit realm and the others' pupils shrank. "No, don't attack the ancestor." Yan Ryu also shouted angrily, "Please treat the tree of life well." However, the master of dragon radiance and the others sneered. "It has lived for countless years. Do you think it will submit to the 10,000 Dragons court? We don't need a hostile tree of life. We just need its seed to take root and sprout. As for it, let it become history." With that, the 10,000 Dragons diagram turned into chains and sealed the tree of life. At the same time, they activated their extreme weapons again. "Spirit realm, you dared to challenge the 10,000 Dragons court. You must die. Emperor races cannot be challenged. Spirit realm will die without a doubt. Attack." With an angry shout, the 10,000 Dragons diagram pressed down again. the emperor-level array was shattered. The people of Spirit Realm despaired. The Tree of Life also roared crazily, "You went back on your word." It was angry. The huge trunk kept shaking and turned into a divine sword, wanting to escape. However, the power of the 10,000 dragons diagram was not something it could resist. "Descendant of the Azure Emperor, please take the people of Spirit Realm away." The Tree of Life's desperate voice sounded. "Ancestor." The people of Spirit Realm knelt on the ground. They knew that the Tree of Life was about to launch its final attack. It would definitely be a life and death struggle. After kowtowing 3 times to the void, the Master of Spirit Realm stood up and said, "Although I have an extreme weapon, I can't fully revive and fight against the 10,000 dragons diagram. Also, with my current strength, I can only take 30 people away." It couldn't be helped. Things had happened too suddenly. The 10,000 dragons court had carefully prepared, and Yan Ryu had been summoned in an instant. She was completely unprepared. 30 people, the Lord of Spirit Realm's expression was solemn, but he knew that this was the best result. They didn't expect that an extreme weapon would participate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this if they had made a decision earlier. In the end, they were still too confident. They thought that the only difference between them and the Emperor clans was extreme weapons. However, an extreme weapon was enough to destroy them, the Lord of Spirit Realm said. 20 young geniuses, 10 seniors, and 100 spirit herbs in the core area. Emperor Qing's descendant, I'll leave it to you. Soon, these people were chosen. Yan Ryu led 30 people. As for the 100 spirit herbs, she put them all into her space. In the next moment, the green lotus behind her shattered the void and disappeared. Her voice sounded. "Don't worry, Spirit Realm. I didn't help you this time, but I will take revenge on the 10,000 dragon court in the future. I will use the blood of the dragons to take revenge for you." "Thank you, Emperor Qing's descendant." They knew that Spirit Realm was destroyed, but they hoped that the fire seed would not be destroyed. These people would grow up in the future and rebuild Spirit Realm. And they would live and die together with Spirit Realm. After Yan Ryu disappeared, the Lord of Spirit Realm and all the remaining people of Spirit Realm stood up. They began to burn their laws and life. "Everyone, fight with me. Kill, protect Spirit Realm, protect our home, save the ancestor." These people went crazy. Their bodies turned into flames and burned fiercely. Their power surged into the Emperor-level formation. The formation released a terrifying light and struck the surface of the 10,000 dragon diagram with its ultimate attack. With this attack, the 10,000 dragon diagram shook and the shackles on it shattered. The Tree of Life was able to escape. After he came out, he also roared at the sky. His life force also burned as he pounced forward. The expressions of the people of the 10,000 dragon court became ugly. Damn it, they didn't expect Emperor Qing's descendant to escape and take away a portion of him. The remaining people were fighting with their lives on the line. Although they could revive the 10,000 dragon diagram with their power, they couldn't hold on for too long. After all, they weren't true emperors. Quick, end the battle quickly. They attacked with all their strength again. These peak great sage were also pale, and cracks appeared on their bodies. Obviously, controlling the 10,000 dragon diagram for a long time was a huge burden on them. The roars of 10,000 dragons seemed to have come to life as they scattered down. The Emperor-level formation shattered. Inside the formation, the Master of Spirit Realm, the Great Sage, and the genius disciples of the Spirit Race were all dead. 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, you all bullied others. One day, your 10,000 Dragon Dynasty will end up worse than our Spirit Realm. The Lord of Spirit Realm cursed at the end. However, it was destroyed by the 10,000 Dragons diagram. Dragon Reflection Master and the others sneered. "Humph, you don't understand the monarch race at all. With the extreme weapons, we will always stand at the peak." That's right, as long as the extreme Dao weapon wasn't destroyed, their emperor clans would be able to remain unmatched overlords for countless years. No one could destroy them. The Tree of Life was also in despair. Its body was shattered, and the entire spirit realm was torn apart. The earth was shattered, and the sky was split open. There were flames of war everywhere, and not a single place was left intact. The Tree of Life's power was being devoured by the 10,000 dragons diagram. The 10,000 dragons diagram formed a barrier, and the endless divine life elixir merged into it. However, the divine tree of life wasn't dead yet. It had lived for too long, and it was a divine tree. His vitality was too strong. If it wasn't for the extreme Tao weapon, it could really escape. But now, it was in despair. The place it had lived in for generations no longer existed, and those people from before were also gone. However, it wanted revenge. It stared at a place and used the last of its soul to rush over. In the shattered world, everything no longer existed. A sea of blood filled the sky, but there was a black jar. It was extremely inconspicuous, but it was completely preserved. This was the heaven-swallowing jar. After Lin Xian entered, he sealed everything. There was no other way. He wanted to investigate, but his soul gaze was shattered as soon as it appeared. He also stopped probing. However, at this moment, a voice passed through the vortex and directly entered. "Kid, I know it was you who used your gaze to investigate the core area. My spirit realm is now destroyed. I will also disappear soon, but I am not willing. Promise me that in the future, kill the 10,000 dragon dynasty and take revenge for my spirit realm. I will give you a great fortune." Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. This was the soul of the Tree of Life. Had the battle outside already ended? Needless to say, once an extreme Tao weapon appeared, Spirit Realm couldn't resist at all. He replied with his soul. "Senior, I only want the sacred fruit of life. As for the 10,000 dragon dynasty, I will definitely take action in the future." Without the Tree of Life, only one of Lin Xian and the Dragon Prince could stand at the peak. Then, the Dragon Prince, and the 10,000 dragon dynasty would definitely fight. Besides, Lin Xian had promised the dark red divine dragon that he would kill the Dragon Prince. "Young man, I believe you." The soul of the Tree of Life remembered. How could he not believe it? Lin Xian's strength was at the top of the young geniuses, and this black jar was clearly an extreme Tao weapon. That was why he said, "Everyone knows that I am the core of Spirit Realm. They don't know that I am not the true core. The core is the divine spring of life. The divine spring of life has existed for countless years. Not only did it create me, but I also created the immortal divine medicine. Everything we have was created by the divine spring of life." Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. Could it be those 81 springs? At that time, he felt that the springs were very mysterious. He didn't expect there to be such a secret. The Tree of Life said, "Only I and the previous masters of Spirit Realm know this secret. Others don't know. The 10,000 dragon dynasty doesn't know either. They will take me away, but I will leave the divine spring of life to you. You must take revenge in the future." Lin Xian said, "I swear on my Tao heart that I will take revenge." Then, he said, "Senior, can you leave behind some branches or remnant souls? I might have a way to bring you back to life. Let's see what happens." The Tree of Life's voice disappeared. Lin Xian activated the heaven-devouring jar with all his strength, and the power of the world surged out, turning into a ray of light. He passed through the shattered land. He came to the core area. At this moment, the core area was full of vicissitudes. Not a single place was intact. The 81 spring mouths were no longer there, but Lin Xian could sense that there was still a spirit spring beneath the ground. That was the true divine spring of life. Lin Xian activated the heaven-devouring jar with all his strength and sent out a soul voice. "Come with me. I will take revenge for you in the future." "I got it." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He originally wanted to ask for the divine fruit of life, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. He turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, the divine tree of life in the sky let out its final wail. Lin Xian's face was pale. He knew that the divine tree of life had completely shattered. The divine tree of life had completely withered, and his life force had been stripped away. The withered branches scattered in all directions as if it was raining. Moreover, two light figures descended from the withered trees and leaves that filled the sky. One of them was a seed. The other was a withered tree trunk with a mysterious talisman on it. Lin Xian used the power of the heaven-swallowing jar again. The 4 spirit veins in the sword world couldn't take it anymore. "Kid, what are you doing?" They felt that their endless power was disappearing. Lin Xian didn't answer. He instantly created a vortex and swallowed the two things. Then, he tore open the void and flew into the distance. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram shook and suddenly released a terrifying extreme Dao aura that charged into the void. The owner of the dragon reflection was confused. What was going on? He looked carefully. However, he found that there was chaos there. There seemed to be nothing there. Lord 10,000 Dragons diagram, what happened? The three-peak great sage were extremely respectful. The 10,000 Dragons diagram let out a puzzled voice. I seem to have sensed a few other auras. As he spoke, he released the extreme Dao dragon again and tore open the void to chase after them. After Lin Xian left the spirit realm, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he felt his hair stand on end. There was the aura of a dragon, and it was the might of the extreme Dao. Was the 10,000 dragons diagram here? He didn't expect the 10,000 dragons diagram to discover him. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, he brought the heaven-swallowing jar into the sword world. In the next moment, all of his aura disappeared. Several dragon shadows circled in the sky, and the endless everlasting mountain range shattered. The entire mountain range was torn apart, and all the beasts inside disappeared into thin air. The people of the Pulsatilla race were facing a great enemy. The Pulsatilla race's ancestor, the Pulsatilla immortal elder, also spat out large mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. Greetings, Lord Extreme Dao, I am willing to submit to the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. He knelt on the ground. The dragon shadow in the sky didn't pay any attention to it at all. After circling around and finding nothing, it disappeared. After a few streams of dragon chi returned. Only then did the myriad dragons diagram dispel its doubts. He began to envelop the entire spirit domain. When he discovered that no one was still alive, the light disappeared and he returned to Ancestor Long and the rest. Let's go. Forefather Long and the others sneered. Now that Spirit Realm was destroyed, they had obtained the power of the Divine Tree of Life. The Dragon Prince's injuries could be healed very quickly. They left. After a long time, some demonic beasts in the mountain range stood up and gazed into the distance. They saw a shattered space in the distant void. Inside, there was a sea of blood and a murderous aura. What was that place? Some people were terrified. Xianweng stood up and took a look. His scalp went numb. Spirit Realm was destroyed. The news quickly spread. At the same time, countless experts from all directions came to investigate. These were the clans of the ancients, the great sects, and even the monarch clans. It was the aura of an extreme weapon. It seemed like the 10,000 dragons diagram had attacked Spirit Realm. Had the 10,000 dragons imperial court gone mad? Why would they attack Spirit Realm? Some of the clans and sects frowned. They had a close relationship with Spirit Realm and were even allies. Now that Spirit Realm was destroyed, they were very nervous. Would the 10,000 dragons court attack them? The people of the Kuanping clan also came. They frowned. It seemed that the Dragon Prince's injuries could not be delayed. The 10,000 dragons court must have gone crazy, so they started this war. Let's go back and report to the Kuanping Z. The Dragon Prince will recover soon. In an instant, the news spread everywhere. Everyone on the continent knew. Even the other continents were in an uproar. After all, the power of an extreme weapon was too terrifying. Fortunately, it was only targeted at Spirit Realm. Moreover, Spirit Realm had an Emperor-level array that blocked a portion of the power. Otherwise, not only would Spirit Realm have been destroyed, the Brilliance continent would have been pierced through. Some of the powerful clans of the ancients kept a low profile. They had no choice. They had not seen the power of an extreme weapon for many years. They had thought that after recuperating, they would be able to fight against the monarch clans. But now, they realized that they were too naive. After provoking the monarch clans, no one could block the attack of an extreme weapon. In the vast mountains, there was an ancient demon mountain. The void cracked open. A white-robed figure appeared behind him, followed by 30 figures. After these people came out, they cried to the sky. They were Yan Ruyu and the 30 experts of Spirit Realm he had saved. What was going on? A few terrifying greater demons walked over. Their auras were extremely terrifying. And they were very old. They looked at these people and frowned. Yan Ryu said that spirit realm was destroyed. I only brought back 30 people and 100 stalks of spirit herbs. Sigh. The monsters sighed. They were the descendants of the Azure Emperor's followers and served the Azure Emperor's descendants. At this moment, they also shook their heads. Even Emperor Qingzare back then could not block it. Young master, do they know your identity? Yan Ryu shook his head. I used my extreme aura to cover my face. They don't know who I am. But let's close the sect for now. Let them settle down. This is the last hope of Spirit Realm. The monsters started to move. On the other side, in the vast void, a dragon boat was flying quickly. It was Black Earth. A beautiful figure was sitting there. It was Xueqi. She was controlling Black Earth while Lin Xian entered Sword World. The power in Sword World had decreased by a lot. The 4 spirit veins were very dissatisfied. However, Lin Xian did not have time to care about these 4 people. He looked around. Now that he had the divine spring of life, where to put it was very important. He had thought of putting it in the 4 Spirit Valley, but he quickly rejected that idea. The 4 Spirit Valley was just a place he created for experiment. It was not a very important place in Sword World. Therefore, it was too wasteful to put it in the divine spring of life. Every world had a core, and there were even some peak-grade spirit veins and dragon veins where they intersected. True Spirit World was like that. Buried Emperor Star was like that. Even this mysterious Sword World was like that. However, Sword World was mysterious and vast. Lin Xian could only walk a limited area. That was why he could not find the core. However, he still came back after circling around. He looked at the withered tree in front of him. Back then, Wine Lord had drunk wine under the tree. Moreover, Sword World was already so desolate and withered. Everything was no longer growing. It was reasonable for this tree to wither, but it did not die. It was shocking. Lin Xian took out the divine spring of life and placed it beside the withered tree. In the future, you can stay here. The divine spring of life seemed to understand. It directly merged with the ground. In the next moment, it began to spread out, forming 6 springs. At the same time, the ground shook. Even the withered tree seemed to flicker for a moment. However, it quickly disappeared. Lin Xian thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He took a deep breath. The 4 spirit veins in the distance started to roar when they sensed the power of the divine spring. Kid, what is that? Why do I feel such a strong life force? Kid, that must be a divine spring. Hurry up and put it beside us. All 4 of their eyes turned red. Lin Xian smiled as he looked into the distance. The 4 of you are really obedient. Stay here and perform well. In the future, I will put a spring in your valley. The 4 spirit veins were so excited that they were about to cry. Kid, don't worry. Take care of the spirit herbs in the valley for us. He would guarantee that all of them would grow into divine herbs. They were extremely excited. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out 2 more items. One was a seed and the other was a withered tree. These were the 2 items left behind by the sacred tree of life after it died. Lin Xian thought about it and placed the seed in one of the 6 springs. He would let it grow again. As for the withered tree, there was a mysterious talisman on it. Lin Xian put it away. He was prepared to give it to the North Demon. The bloodline of the North Demon could condense and form a divine tree. Perhaps this withered tree could increase the North Demon's strength. Perhaps it could even merge with the image of the divine tree. When the time came, there might be some divine changes. At this thought, Lin Xian took a deep breath and prepared to return to the Tao sect. After returning, he prepared to return. He already had the sacred life spring in the quintessential world. He could go back and extend Xia Jirio's life. After Lin Xian came out, he started cultivating with Xueqi again. After returning to the Holy Abyss City, Xueqi left. She also had her own opportunities to search for. Lin Xian did not try to keep her. He believed that they would meet again in the future. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian returned to the Tao sect. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Tao sect was completely different from before. It could be said that the Tao sect's atmosphere had been extremely heavy. Now, there was laughter everywhere. Even the people from the Dragon Palace who had been in seclusion had come out to be arrogant. The Divine Union and the Dragon Palace had clashed again. A few battles had even broken out between the two sides, causing both sides to suffer losses. The people from the Dream Alliance were gnashing their teeth and preparing to counterattack. However, Lin Xian returned. "Great! Brat, you're back." The dark red divine dragon and the others were overjoyed. "Let's go and get rid of the Dragon Palace together." Lin Xian had said that he would return first. He had something important to tell the people of the Divine Union to hurry back. "What's wrong, kid?" They asked about the dark red divine dragon. The toad also said that the Dragon Palace had been too arrogant recently. Bai Susu frowned. "Where have you been? Do you know that the 10,000 dragons diagram has been revived?" Lin Xian gathered the core members of the Divine Union as he looked at them. "Of course, I know. I even saw it with my own eyes." "What?" Fu Hongye and the others exclaimed. "Senior uncle, you went to Spirit Realm, are you hurt?" "I'm not hurt, but..." The Spirit Realm was completely destroyed, and it wouldn't take long for the Dragon Prince to recover from his injuries. He could even go one level higher. This was also the reason why the Dragon Palace had chased them out. "How hateful!" The dark red divine dragon roared. "Even this couldn't kill the Dragon Prince?" Lin Xian said that if we want to kill him, we have to rely on our own strength. "Get ready. I will return to Quintessential World soon. Who will follow me? I want to go back." The dark red divine dragon was shocked. "What's going on?" Bai Susu was happy. "I will go too." He had long heard that Quintessential World was the origin star, the place where all things began. It was as mysterious as the buried Emperor star. He had never been there before. "We will go too." Hong Yi and the others nodded as well. Lin Xian agreed. Then, he went to look for the North Demon. "I have something for you." Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a piece of dead wood. The Northern Demon's pupils shrank when he saw it. He could feel the powerful aura of this dead wood, as well as anger and despair. Lin Xian said. "This was left behind by the Spirit Realm's life god tree. I will give it to you and see if it can increase your strength. Or merge with the heavenly tree behind you. I won't thank you. This time I will go back with you." "No, you can sit here and go into seclusion. If anything happens, you are the only one who can contact Black Mountain." However, the Northern Demon still wanted to say something. Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry, I will bring your sister over." "All right." The Northern Demon nodded and sat there. The others, such as the dark red divine dragon, Toad, Bai Susu, Lu Yuan, and the others, were ready to go. Besides these people, there were also some who had joined in recent years, such as No Flower. There were also people from Peerless City, such as Gao Jianfei, Leng Aojuan, Guan Shaoxian, and even Li Hongxiu. These people were originally from all over the world. It was Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan who used the power of the Divine Union to summon them. In the end, these people were all here. Fu Hongye said that besides eldest senior brother, there was also master. Otherwise, the people of Peerless City could all gather together. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Indeed, the whereabouts of his master, Peerless Sage King, were unknown. Apart from that, there was also Ling Hu Chuishue. However, he believed that the two of them were blessed by the heavens and would meet sooner or later. Besides these people, there were also 50 Divine Union experts who were ready to follow. After all, this was just a return trip and there wasn't much danger. Everyone wanted to experience it. All right. Lin Xian nodded. They would set off in 10 days. Everyone went to make preparations while he started to cultivate in seclusion. He entered the awakened sword's realm and sat at the mouth of a spring. In an instant, he felt a strong vitality revolving around his body. The speed of his recovery would probably shock everyone. Even the Emperor's son would be dumbfounded. After all, the sacred life spring had created the immortal sacred medicine and the sacred life tree. Lin Xian felt that if he fought in the future, he would be able to recover instantly no matter how serious his injuries were. Furthermore, the sacred life spring could greatly improve his immortality art. It would increase his cultivation speed. The current Lin Xian wouldn't die unless he was killed in one move. Of course, he didn't dare be careless. After all, there were still things in this world that could kill him instantly. For example, Emperor-grade array formations and extreme-grade weapons. Even the great sage at his peak could do that. After all, those people had to take him by surprise. Lin Xian wouldn't be able to use the extreme-grade weapon or the great dragon sword soul in time and would die. Of course, given Lin Xian's vigilance and carefulness, such a thing shouldn't happen. 10 days passed quickly, and the group of people gathered together. About 70 people were ready to set off. They immediately used the super transportation array. Now that they were on the Dao, they were a very powerful force and naturally qualified to use it. The array flickered and the light disappeared. The group of people also disappeared. In the vast mountains. Bai Susu and the rest looked around and asked, "Where are we?" Lin Xian said, "Xiantian Pavilion." Lin Xian came here to repay Xiantian Pavilion for saving his life. Also, he needed to meet the pavilion master of Xiantian Pavilion. He was also Xiangtian. This person had a close relationship with Xia Jiuyou. Hence, he didn't know if Xiangtian would return this time. "Let's go." They retracted their auras and descended. After flying for about 5 days, they finally saw a mountain gate in front of them. "How was this Xiantian Pavilion?" "Stop, who are you?" The Xiantian Pavilion's array was activated. The guards stood in the array and roared. They looked like they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian and the rest stopped and said, "It's me." "Who are you?" The guards obviously didn't recognize Lin Xian. "Newcomers?" Lin Xian sighed and looked behind him. "You guys have been here for a long time. Go." At this moment, Guan Shaoxian, Gao Jianli, and the rest walked out. "It's us, we're back." The guards looked carefully and then exclaimed, "It's you guys." They didn't expect these people to come back. "Great, come in." They opened the array and let Lin Xian and the rest in. Then, they quickly closed it. Guan Shaoxian asked, "Why are you guys so nervous?" "It's good that you guys are back. The situation in Xiantian Pavilion hasn't been good recently. Come, I'll bring you in." The guards brought Lin Xian and the rest into Xiantian Pavilion. The atmosphere in Xiantian Pavilion was very strange. The guards had already informed Jian Wek and the other elders. They also hurried out and looked at Guan Shaoxian, Fu Hongya, and Lin Xian in shock. "You guys are finally back." Especially when they saw Lin Xian, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Great, little guy." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Greetings, seniors. I wonder what happened." The Golden Body elder sighed and didn't know what to say. In this area, Milky Way Sect, Hail Palace, and Zhan Wang Feng all joined forces to suppress Xiantian Pavilion. We had to seal the mountain gate. We suffered heavy losses during this period. Some of the minds and spirit veins were taken away by the other party. Even the disciples and elders who went out were injured, and many of them were killed. Guan Shaoxian and the others sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Their faces turned ugly. Why did they join forces? Lin Xian's face was even more gloomy. Xiantian Pavilion had done him a favor, and he knew how to repay it. He asked, "What was going on with Senior?" "They are people from Sixth Sect and Misty? The two of them are secretly supporting each other and integrating the other 3 forces to suppress our Profound Heaven Pavilion. If not for Lord Xiangtian having some strength, the Profound Heaven Pavilion would probably have already been destroyed. Since you are here, this place is already a place." Lin Xian said, "Senior Wushuang, I am indebted to all of you. Moreover, whether it is the Misty Peak or the Six Dao School, it is all because of me. In order to capture me, they suppressed the Profound Heaven Pavilion. I can't just ignore this matter. Don't worry, I will make them pay a painful price." The Golden Body Elder and the rest shook their heads and sighed. "So many of us can't do anything. Can Lin Xian do anything?" "Although you are a genius, you are still too young." Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I brought a lot of people with me this time." He was facing the remote antiquity families and even the monarch families directly. Therefore, he didn't care about these forces. Elder Zhang, this is bad. At this moment, a warrior flew in with a letter of challenge in his hand. His face was pale. After he arrived, he told the elders that the situation was not good. The Ice and Snow Palace had sent over a letter of challenge. Jian Wushuang took it and glanced at it. Then, he threw it on the ground. They are going too far. The Golden Body Elder's face darkened after reading it. Lin Xian took it and glanced at it. He frowned. The letter of challenge said that the 3 spirit veins, 1 dragon vein, and 1 ore vein that originally belonged to Shantian Pavilion were now occupied by the Northern Ice Palace. They said that they wanted to come back for a fair duel. They even invited all the families and sects in the area to watch the duel. Obviously, they didn't just want more resources. They also wanted to slap Shantian Pavilion in the face. They wanted to topple Shantian Pavilion from their position as the overlord of the area. If they lost this duel, Shantian Pavilion's momentum would drop to a freezing point. They might not be able to make a comeback. At that time, the 3 overlords would swallow Shantian Pavilion. Fight them. Some of the Shantian Pavilion's geniuses walked over and gritted their teeth. Jian Wushuang, the Golden Body Elder, and the rest also had ugly expressions. We must gather all our forces. We can't lose this duel. Lin Xian said, looks like there are still 5 days before the duel. Let's do it. You? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The people from Shantian Pavilion also looked over. They were all puzzled. Bai Susu said, it's a small matter. Leave it to us. That's right. Nailan Liang and the rest nodded. These people actually dared to attack our boss's benefactor. They are courting death. We will make them pay a painful price. The Golden Body Elder and Jian Wuk were stunned. Where did this group of youngsters get their confidence from? Could it be that they were all top experts, especially the geniuses from Shantian Pavilion? They were even more puzzled. They were all top geniuses, but they couldn't handle it at all. Lin Xian said, Seniors, don't you believe in my strength? The Golden Body Elder asked, Kid, tell me, what realm are you at now? Can you fight against a peak sage king? In their opinion, no matter how talented Lin Xian and the rest were, they should be at this level. However, Lin Xian laughed. The toad said, Peak sage king? Old man, let's make a bold guess. We don't even care about the great sage. If he comes, we'll kill him with a slap. Nailan Liang also said, no problem. Not to mention one great sage, even if a few great sage came, we'll make sure they don't return. They were right. With such a strong lineup, they really weren't afraid. The people from Shantian Pavilion were stunned. Wuk and the other elders also frowned. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem real. Lin Xian said, leave it to us. Seniors are tired. Originally, he wanted to meet Xianxia first. But now, it seemed that he had to solve the crisis of Shantian Pavilion first. 5 days passed quickly. Purple Water Lake. This was a very famous lake in this area. At this moment, there were many people around Purple Water Lake. Because this was the time for the battle between the 4 giants. Everyone in the area already knew that Shantian Pavilion was finished. After this battle, there would probably be no more Shantian Pavilion. There would only be 3 overlords in the future. And the other families could also divide it. It was even possible that a new overlord would be born from these families. The most famous ones were the 3 forces, Long River Sect, Ice Palace, and War King Peak. The 3 forces had joined forces with Misty Peak and Six Dao Gate behind them. They were not afraid of anything. As long as they could devour the Shantian Pavilion this time, the strength of all 3 parties would be greatly improved. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel excited. The 3 forces were already in position, waiting for the Profound Heaven Pavilion's people to arrive. Why aren't they here yet? Are they afraid? The people of Long River Sect frowned. The people of Ice Palace sneered. It's useless to be afraid. If they don't come, then we'll kill them. We'll destroy Shantian Pavilion then. The 3 forces were high and mighty, like supreme overlords. On the other side of the lake were the other families and sections. When they heard this, they sucked in a cold breath. It seemed that Xiantian Pavilion was really unlucky. At noon, the spiritual state and war chariots finally flew over. They're here. Everyone looked up at the sky. The three overlords sneered. Are they here to die? The people of Xiantian Pavilion were here. They stood on the war chariots in the sky and looked down at the people below, frowning. The golden body elder said coldly. Damn it, are they trying to embarrass us? They actually invited all the families and sects in this area. We can't lose this battle. Jian Wuk clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. But did they really have a chance to win? Xiantian Pavilion might be powerful, but the other three forces weren't any weaker than them. Lin Xian looked down and said loudly. Don't worry, they'll regret it this time. Toad and the others also said that. Is that so? It's not enough. Even if they double, we can still win easily. The people of Xiantian Pavilion were already numb to the words of Toad and the others. In their opinion, it might be Lin Xian and the others who were enlightening them. But no matter what, they were still grateful. Lin Xian came to help at the crucial moment. You're finally here. The people of Long River stood up, their eyes shining with a terrifying light. They landed. Jian Wuk and the others landed and walked over with large strides. We are here to accept the challenge, haha, Brother Xiantian, today is your last day of existence. From today onwards, there will be no more Brother Xiantian in this world. In the distance, Boss Zhang of Changhe laughed. Tell me, what do you want? Jian Wuk walked out and gritted his teeth. A woman from the Ice and Snow Palace sneered. Were they in such a hurry to die? Alright, it's very simple. Your Profound Heaven Pavilion and our three great sects will take turns to compete, and the winner will be 2 out of 3. As long as you can win, 2 of our 3 great sects will win this battle. We won't do anything to you again. Damn it, they had gone too far. The other party had a compassionate look on his face, but the conditions were too harsh. How could the Xiantian Pavilion withstand the combined might of the 3 great sects, going too far? An expert from the Battle King Peak also walked over. The Sword Elder was no longer the same as before. We've already been very courteous to you. If we push you too far, we'll lead our army and kill our way to your Profound Heaven Pavilion. At that time, your Profound Heaven Pavilion will disappear. We have been very merciful in that case. These people were really arrogant. Bai Susu and the others frowned. Guan Shaoxian, Fu Hongya, and the others were also gnashing their teeth. Lin Xian's face darkened. He walked out and said, since we're going to fight, then let's play it big. Who are you? Many people stared at Lin Xian with their brows tightly knitted together. Lin Xian ignored them and said, how about this, our Profound Heaven Pavilion and the 3 great sects will fight 10 times each. If we lose one battle, our Profound Heaven Pavilion will admit defeat. When these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. The people from the 3 great sects were shocked. Was this kid tired of living? Was he too slow? Jian Wuk and the others were also in an uproar. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, don't worry, seniors, we won't lose. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. That was a look of confidence. All right. Jian Wuk and the others nodded. They had no choice. Whether it was Lin Xian's idea or the other party's rules, their chances of winning were slim. Since that was the case, they might as well fight it out. Long River Sect's great elder sneered, Jian Wuk, has your Profound Heaven Pavilion fallen to such a state, you actually let a young man be so arrogant? Do you think this is possible? Don't play any tricks. Hurry up and fight. The people of the Ice and Snow Hall also frowned. Jian Wuk said, young Master Lin's words are our Profound Heaven Pavilion's intentions. Alright, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. The experts from War King Peak snorted. The 3 great sects discussed and felt that Lin Xian was in despair because he knew he was going to die. They would not give him a chance. They quickly selected 10 people from their side. Lin Xian said, 10 battles, regardless of life or death. No objections, right? Naturally, no objections. The Long River Sect's great elder snorted. They would definitely kill him. Both sides fought on Ziling Lake. The other clans also walked over and discussed spiritedly. They all felt that the Profound Heaven Pavilion was doomed. The people from the Profound Heaven Pavilion also had expressions of despair. Was Lin Xian really here to help them? Why did it feel like he was trying to harm them? Lin Xian looked at Jian Wuk. Jian Wuk said, "The people I brought with me will fight in the next round. Just watch." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the people from the Divine Union he brought. "I owe the Profound Heaven Pavilion a favor. Now that the three great sects want to destroy the Profound Heaven Pavilion, you don't have to hold back when you fight. Boss, don't worry. We can kill such trash in one move." The people from the Divine Union laughed. They did not have people like Lin Xian and the Dragon Prince in the Dao sect. However, those who could enter the Dao sect were not weak. Furthermore, they could enter the Divine Gate Alliance. It could be said that these people were much stronger than the young geniuses of the three great sections. They were from a completely different world. Bai Susu and the other core members did not even bother to fight. "Come on, I can't wait to send you to hell." The people from Long River stepped forward first. The 10 young geniuses fought on the opposite side of the lake. One of them flashed and directly arrived at the lake. The surrounding spiritual lake bloomed and an endless radiance turned into 9 huge dragons that roared between heaven and earth. Not good. The expressions of the people watching from afar changed. Long River was originally a water element. Now that they were fighting on Ziling Lake, they had a huge advantage. The people from the Ice Palace sneered. They believed that even the mysterious Sky Pavilion couldn't gather 30 geniuses. Previously, they had ambushed and assassinated the mysterious Sky Pavilion. Many of their geniuses had been seriously injured and weren't a match for them. As for the arrogant young man from before, they didn't care about him at all. How strong could a young man be? Could he overturn the heavens? Up ahead, the man from Long River stood by the purple spirit lake and sneered. A disciple from the Divine Union walked over to Lin Xian's side. This person had short hair and carried a battle blade on his back. His expression was cold, and he looked ordinary. However, there was no fear on his face. In a flash, he arrived by the purple spirit lake. Opposite him, the Long River genius sneered. "My name is Zhen Yu." "Tell me your name." The short-haired man shook his head. "I don't need to know your name. You don't have the right to know mine. Come on, it's a matter of one move." Zhen Yu's face darkened. This guy was too arrogant. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. Even the people from the mysterious Sky Pavilion were stunned. Lin Xian wasn't the only one who didn't care. Why did the people he had brought with him have the same expression? Could it be that these people really had some kind of trump card? The people from Long River all laughed. A few geniuses crossed their arms and snorted coldly. How dare this guy look down on Zhen Yu? He must be courting death. He had already angered Zhen Yu. Once Zhen Yu's Lotus Lake Divine Sword was unleashed, that guy wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves. Zhen Yu's face darkened. He pulled out a purple sword and said coldly, "No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of me. In that case, I'll let you experience my ultimate technique, the continuous call Divine Sword." As the sword slashed out, the countless lakes in the world surged and turned into a terrifying sword shadow. The expressions of the people watching from afar changed. It was said that this sword had killed 3 geniuses of the same level. It was extremely terrifying. The people from the mysterious Sky Pavilion closed their eyes. They couldn't watch anymore. The short-haired man looked at the sword shadows that covered the sky expressionlessly. When the sword shadows neared him, he pulled out the battle blade on his back. He slashed out with his blade. Boom, boom. A resplendent radiance turned into the only thing in the world. At this moment, everyone was blinded by the radiance. They could only hear a loud rumbling sound. After a long time, they opened their eyes. The short-haired youth turned around, sheathed his saber and left. Was the battle over? They looked carefully. The sneer on Zhen Yu's face turned into terror. His body was split in half, and his blood dyed the purple spirit lake red. He was dead. Countless people cried out in surprise. He had been killed in one strike. The people of Long River abruptly stood up. The geniuses were dumbstruck, and the elders' faces were gloomy. What's going on? They looked at each other. Did you see that saber strike clearly? Which sex absolute art was it? An elder shook his head. He didn't know and didn't pay attention. That blade was too fast, like lightning. Damn, that short-haired youth was actually an expert. This was definitely not the martial arts of the Profound Heaven Pavilion. The people from the Ice Palace and the Battle King Peak were also frowning. They didn't expect that the Profound Sky Pavilion would ask for help. The people from the Xianxia Pavilion were also stunned. Looking at the short-haired man walking back, those young geniuses were shocked. The elders also sucked in a breath of cold air. 1/kill, the other party really did it. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually bring back an expert. This was a peerless bladesman. However, Jian Wuk still frowned. Even so, the other party had joined forces and had too many geniuses. Winning one round wasn't a big deal. Toad smiled. Old man, don't worry. This is just the most ordinary person in the Divine Union. If the others went, they wouldn't be worse than him. Jian Wuk and the others from the Xiantian Pavilion were shocked. They looked at the short-haired youth. This was the most ordinary person. What a joke. This short-haired youth would definitely be furious. However, the short-haired youth just smiled. Boss Toad is right. I am indeed very ordinary. The Golden Body Elder, Jian Wuk, and the others couldn't stand properly. They were about to fall. This was called ordinary? Heavens, who exactly were these people? The people from the other three sects were also discussing. Soon, they came to a conclusion. Perhaps the other party just wanted to send a peerless bladesman to intimidate them in the first round. However, the other party definitely didn't have any geniuses left. In the next 9 rounds, Long River would definitely not lose. Don't be careless anymore. Do you hear me? Great Elder Long River said. Don't be careless anymore. The other 9 geniuses also had solemn expressions. Don't worry, Great Elder. We will let them know what despair is. The second genius walked forward. He held a treasure bottle in his hand. It was also a water-type nomological item. Who dares to fight with me? After arriving, the youth from Long River shouted coldly. He had a head of golden hair and emitted a mysterious aura. Let me do it. Another figure walked out from the Divine Union. This person had a head of blue hair and was very handsome. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked very confident. His appearance attracted the attention of many female cultivators. He was so handsome. However, the male cultivators sneered. So what if he was handsome? He would go to hell sooner or later. I'm the third elder of Changhe, Lin Fei, a disciple under his command. My name is Lin Fei. Die. The green precious bottle blossomed with terrifying radiance, releasing exceptional radiance. Clear River Sky Seal, countless people exclaimed in admiration. They did not expect Lin Fei's talent to be so high that he was able to learn such an ultimate skill. Long River's elder laughed heartily. A gray-haired old man looked very pleased. This was his disciple. Just wait and see. His disciple was going to shine in this round. Damn it. The people from Mysterious Sky Pavilion tensed up again. It was obvious that Long River was going to kill him. They were all absolute arts, leaving no room for negotiation. Wang, a terrifying blue radiance shattered the void in front of him and completely enveloped the blue-haired man. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Just as he was about to turn around, a figure appeared behind him. Too weak. Your movements are too slow. You are full of loopholes. How is this possible? Lin Fei's hair stood on end. When had the other party appeared behind him, he was about to turn around when his head was chopped off. Then, his body was torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. Snow and rain danced in the air. Wherever the blue-haired man passed, everything retreated, forming a spatial zone. He returned without a speck of dust on him. After returning, he said, Boss, I didn't challenge you. You are too weak. I want to make a move on his elder. Lin Xian smiled. There would be a chance. The blue-haired man returned to his team. The people from Mysterious Sky Pavilion opened their eyes wide. Elder Jian Wuk and the others were dumbfounded. Was it another instant kill? What was going on? The people from Long River went crazy. Why? Are you not convinced? Lin Xian said coldly. The great elder of Long River stood up and shouted angrily. He was not from Xiantian Pavilion. You guys are despicable. The dark red divine dragon was furious. We are despicable? The three great sects joined forces to deal with us. Isn't that despicable? Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? If you are not convinced, come and fight me. I can kill you with one slap. You. The great elder was so angry that he vomited blood. Jian Wuk walked over and said. The rules were agreed upon by both sides. Are you going back on your words now? He could see that the group of people that Lin Xian had brought back were not ordinary. They were probably all heaven-defying geniuses. Hence, they saw hope. Damn it! The great elder shouted. Then, he said, the competition will continue. I don't believe that all of them are so powerful. The competition continued. Soon, they were in despair. After the second battle, the third, fourth and even the 10th battle were all one-hit kills. Every single person from the Divine Union could kill the people from Long River easily. The 10 battles ended. Long River was completely defeated. The purple spiritual lake had turned into a sea of blood. The elders of Long River looked ferocious. Their hearts were bleeding. They had prepared the 10 great geniuses carefully. They had wanted to make a name for themselves, but now, they were all dead. Damn it, I want you dead. The third elder rushed over in an instant. He stretched out his hand. It was like the palm of a demon god, covering the sky. How dare you? The golden body elder shouted angrily and punched out. His fist and the opponent's palm collided. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The golden body elder and the third elder both took a step back. Their blood was boiling. The dark red divine dragon walked over and shouted coldly. I have given you face. You really dare to come over? He waved his dragon claw like a god descending to the mortal world. The third elder was enveloped by his attack. The third elder shouted angrily. How dare a mere snake fight with me? He wanted to fight back. However, when the attack came, he was frightened. His body was torn apart and his soul was shattered. He was dead. An elder was killed by a palm strike. Many people were stunned. When the golden body elder looked at the dark red divine dragon, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Even with his full strength, he could only fight to a draw with his opponent. But now, his opponent's gentle wave of his claw was enough to destroy the world. These people were too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The great elder was also roaring crazily. Damn it, those elders were gnashing their teeth. However, he didn't dare to act rashly because his opponent's origins were too mysterious. Back in the Ice and Snow Palace, those from the Battle King Peak had a drastic change in expression. They knew that this battle could no longer continue. They called back the 10 geniuses one after another. The Xiantian Pavilion was too strange. If they fought again in the future, these people wanted to leave. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a stomp of his foot, the surrounding area collapsed. Countless arrays flickered, enveloping the entire space. You want to leave now? It was too late. Sai continued. When these people joined forces to heavily injure Xiantian Pavilion and suppress Xiantian Pavilion, did they not think of stopping? Now that you can't win, you want to leave? There was no such thing in the world. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Do you dare to stop us? The expert from the Battle King Peak roared and punched the sky. This punch was like a god of war. The array didn't shake at all and didn't have any effect at all. How could this be? The expert from the Battle King Peak was dumbfounded. What kind of array was this? The people from the Ice and Snow Palace and Long River also attacked, but they were all blocked. Damn it. If you don't let us go, we'll destroy you. The 3 sects discussed and joined forces to kill the people from the Xiantian Pavilion. Countless people retreated in fear. They had originally come to watch the battle, but the situation was completely out of their expectations. At this moment, they were all hiding far away. Why? You don't want to follow the rules? Since you're courting death, don't blame us. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the people from the Divine Union walked out. They were emitting a terrifying aura. The battle erupted in an instant. The people from the Shantian pavilion shouted angrily. They were unafraid of death and thought that this would be an intense battle. Who would have thought that they wouldn't even need to do anything? The people from the Divine Union were like wolves in a flock of sheep, sweeping through all directions. On the side of the three sects, people fell one after another. Soon, there weren't many young disciples left. So powerful. The people from the Shantian pavilion exclaimed. The faces of the people from the three sects also changed. What kind of power was this? They stared fixedly at these people. When they saw Lin Xian, their faces were filled with doubt. They carefully recalled what had happened and gasped. It's you. Isn't it that brat? They recognized Lin Xian. Back then, Lin Xian had exchanged blows with the geniuses of the three sections. However, a long time had passed and he hadn't appeared. Therefore, they couldn't recognize him now. However, after carefully recalling, they understood. Where had the other party found these experts? All of you, stop. At this moment, an angry shout was heard. Three figures walked over from afar. When they joined forces, the sky and earth froze. Countless people felt their scalps go numb. The Great Sage. They hadn't expected the Great Sage to come. Old Ancestor, please avenge us. Old Ancestor, kill him and tear him to pieces, search their souls and collect their cultivation techniques and abilities. When the people from the three sects saw the three Great Sage, they cried. Their losses were too heavy. The young disciples had all fallen. Only the elders were left. Shantian Pavilion, you guys are too much. You actually have such cruel methods. The Great Sage of Xianxia strode over. Under his feet, 10,000 rivers surged. Jian Wux's face was solemn. He hadn't expected the Great Sage to come. However, he wasn't afraid. Justice was in everyone's heart. Who was the despicable one? You don't have to pretend here. Let's fight it out. You? The Great Sage of Xianxia sneered. You are extraordinary and can exchange a few blows with the Great Sage. However, the Great Sage's true strength is not something you can imagine. Moreover, the three Great Sage are here. Do you think that the Shantian Pavilion doesn't have the Great Sage? The Golden Body Elder roared. The Great Sage of Xianxia laughed. The three of us joined forces because we have Misty Peak and Six Dao Gate behind us. Do you think they won't attack you? Your Great Sage has already been blocked by them. Not good. The expressions of Jian Wuk and the others changed. If what the other party said was true, then they were in too much danger. The battles before were all Saint Kings. But now, the Great Sage appeared. This was completely different. No matter how strong a Saint King was, he couldn't beat the Great Sage. Even with Lin Xian's help, he still couldn't do it. The people watching from afar shook their heads and sighed. There was nothing they could do. The Shantian Pavilion still couldn't beat the three leaders. This was for sure. The three of them had made sufficient preparations. It wasn't easy for the Shantian Pavilion to last until now. Everyone below the Great Sage was an ant. Those people would definitely die. Bai Susu sneered. Was the Great Sage very strong? Those from the Shantian Pavilion were shocked. Could it be that these people wanted to fight against the Great Sage? This was too heaven-defying. Those from the Divine Union laughed. Bai Susu was like their senior sister. Her father was an elder of the True Path sect. Her strength was unfathomable. She was much stronger than them. Lin Xian looked at her and asked, "Can you do it?" Bai Susu said, "You're underestimating me. You're not the only one who's improving. My strength has also improved over the years. Today, I'll show you my new ultimate technique." She walked over, facing the Great Sage of the Long River without fear. Those from the Xianxia Pavilion went crazy. The Great Sage's face also darkened. Was this little girl courting death? I'll fulfill your wish. He stretched out a finger and gently pointed forward. Boom, boom. 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 Those from the Shantian Pavilion were shocked. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Even those from the Divine Union looked solemn. Dozens of figures worked together to form an array to block the attack. However, Baisusu sneered. "You're really short-sighted. Haven't you heard that there's a top-notch genius who can kill the great sage, Lanrua Palm?" She extended her jade-like hand and waved it in the air. A mysterious palm print appeared. Her palm seemed to have turned into the hand of the fairy of the 9 heavens, passing through everything. The two of them collided. The Long River Supreme Sage's finger shattered instantly, and his entire arm disappeared without a trace. He screamed and retreated. Countless people were shocked. The great sage couldn't even block a single move from a young man. Who exactly was this young man? The great sage's eyes narrowed. He knew that he had been careless. His opponent was an iron plate. Retreat, he retreated. 4 incarnations appeared beside Baisusu, cutting off the sky. Each incarnation used Lanrua Palm. The great sage couldn't block it at all. His body was torn apart. Not good. The elders from the Xianxia pavilion went crazy. They looked at the other 2 great sage. They asked the 2 old ancestors to help. The great sage of ice and snow and the great sage of battle also had cold expressions on their faces. Do it. Although the 2 of them would normally feel disdain for the 2 of them to attack a member of the younger generation, they were unable to do so now. In times of crisis, they had to be decisive. An unimaginable power erupted from the ice mountain and enveloped Baisusu. On the other side, a battle sword tore through the 9 heavens, capable of killing gods and devils. With the 2 great sage attacking, Baisusu was in grave danger. Nail and Liang and the others were shocked. Baisusu was strong, but she was not strong enough to fight against 2 great sage. At this critical moment, Lin Xian made his move. He took a step forward and arrived beside Baisusu. He looked at the 2 great sage and struck out with his palms. Mark of the Lion. A double-headed golden lion rushed over and swept across the sky. Everyone looked up at the starry sky at this moment. They felt despair. What kind of power was this? The 2 great sage wanted to escape, but it was too late. After being enveloped by the golden lion, their souls were destroyed. Are they dead? Blood rained down from the sky. The elders from the Ice Palace and Xianxia Pavilion knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. The people on the Xiantian Pavilion's side were also stunned. Those were 2 great sages, and they were killed by Lin Xian with a single palm. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. The great sage of Xianxia Pavilion's broken body healed. He wanted to counterattack, but when he saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits. He said, "Little friend, please stop." Xianxia Pavilion admits defeat. The people from the 3 sects knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Too strong. Although they could not feel the terrifying aura of the other party, they had already experienced his methods. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and laughed coldly. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Too late. No. The people from the 3 sects raised their heads, their faces full of despair. The great sage of Xianxia Pavilion gritted his teeth and roared, "Don't be too arrogant." He waved his hand and took out a flying flame meteor hammer. "Do you believe that I can send you to hell with my life on the line? You?" Lin Xian laughed coldly. His body swayed and he used the 6-path fists. His fist swung out, creating 6 worlds and sending the flying flame meteor hammer flying. The great sage of Xianxia Pavilion, who had just condensed half of his body, was shattered again. He was trampled to the ground by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden radiance, enveloping the other party's soul. The great sage's soul burned, emitting black smoke. He screamed crazily, "No, immortal, please spare me." He was no different from an ant in the other party's hands. In the midst of his screams and despair, his soul burned and turned into ashes. Lin Xian collected the other party's soul. Then, he waved his hand and settled it. The people from the 3 great sects still wanted to escape, but they were all dealt with by the people from the Divine Union. A sea of blood surrounded the 9 heavens. The remaining people all knelt down. "Greetings, young master. In the future, we will respect young master and the Xiantian Pavilion." "Very good." Lin Xian nodded. He did not care about these families and sections. There was nothing to be afraid of. He wanted to continue attacking. He wanted to uproot the three great sections. Jian Wuck and the others' minds were blank. They had never expected Lin Xian to be so powerful. The Golden Body Elder frowned. Although they had destroyed them, the other party's foundation was still there. Moreover, they had the Six Paths sect and Misty Peak behind them. They could not be careless. No matter. Lin Xian said, "Let's go. I will bring you to destroy their sect and let the three great sects become history." Jian Wuck and the others sucked in a cold breath. However, he quickly said, "Before that, save our people first." Their great sage was stopped by the people from the Six Paths sect and Misty Peak. Lin Xian said, "This is simple. Ruffian Long, Susu, bring people to Long River and lay down a formation. I will go with Elder Wuck to save the other great sage." Jian Wuck was stunned. "Just the two of us?" Lin Xian smiled. "That's enough." The two of them rose into the air and flew into the distance. The space around Lin Xian shone brightly as the two of them sped through space. They disappeared. In the vast mountains, 5 people stood facing each other. The 3 of them had cold expressions. They were the great sage of the Xiantian pavilion. As for the other 2, one had an ethereal aura. He was the great sage of the Misty Peak. The other person had a terrifying aura that seemed like it could rip apart heaven and earth. He was the great sage of the Six Paths sect. He had a hexagonal mirror in his hand, and he was the one who had single-handedly stopped 2 great sages with the help of the mirror. Damn it. Six Paths sect, Misty Peak, don't you think that you are too much? This is not your territory. Hurry up and leave. One of the black-robed great sage of the Xiantian pavilion roared. The great sage of the Six Paths sect scoffed coldly. What Xiantian pavilion? You are just SOSO. You dare to protect that kid and spoil my Six Paths sect's plans. This time, I will destroy your Xiantian pavilion. The black-robed great sage roared. Damn it. If not for Lord Xiangtian not being able to come out due to some reasons, you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Legend has it that he is very strong? However, it is just a false reputation. If he dares to come out, I will suppress him with one hand. The great sage of the Six Paths sect was filled with disdain. Kill, the 2 of them charged over and an earth-shattering battle broke out. After 100 moves, the 2 great sage from Xiantian pavilion retreated. They were injured. Damn it. His mirror had the power of reincarnation. Damn it. They could fight against him, but that mirror was mysterious. They couldn't fight against the power of reincarnation. The great sage from Rebirth Realm stood out and laughed coldly. Everything was over. He exploded with energy as if he was about to use some kind of ultimate technique. The great sage from Xiantian pavilion was in despair. They were doomed. They were probably attacked when they went to meet Wuck and the others. Did the heavens want to destroy Xiantian pavilion? In the sky, the hexagonal mirror shone with a mysterious light. It was about to attack. However, a cold laugh rang out. You used the power of reincarnation to such an extent. What a joke. Is your 6th Tao Gate worthy of the power of reincarnation? Who is it? The great sage's expression changed. Who dares to challenge my 6th Tao Gate? Come out, it's me. The voice was still far away, but 2 figures appeared instantly. They tore open the void and stood in the sky. Wuck. The great sage from Xiantian pavilion was stunned. Is Jian Wuck back? If Wuck is back, does that mean the others are safe? If that's the case, they can retreat. However, other than Jian Wuck, they didn't see anyone else. They only saw a young man. Who is this young man? They were all stunned. The great sage from Misty Peak and 6 Tao Gate were stunned too. Especially the great sage from 6 Tao Gate. He looked around warily. Stop hiding and come out. Just the 2 of them. The 2 of them don't dare to challenge me. Jian Wuck's expression was weird. He wouldn't have believed it before, but after witnessing the battle, he believed it. He believed in Lin Xian's strength. Hence, he smiled coldly. Lin Xian walked out. No need to look. I was the one who said that your use of reincarnation is too trashy. It's you. The great sage from Six Dao Gate was stunned. Who are you to be so arrogant? Is your senior hiding at the side? Get him to come out. Otherwise, I'll slap you to death. Lin Xian didn't say anything and punched out. He was courting death. The great sage of the Six Dao Gate was furious, but when she felt the punch, her expression changed drastically. Damn it. How could you? He realized that his opponent was actually using the Six Dao fists, which was extremely terrifying. In an instant, his body was pierced through and blood splattered everywhere. The great sage of the ethereal peak was stunned, and so was the great sage of the Xianxia pavilion. Who was this young man? Could he be an extremely terrifying ancestor? Who are you? The great sage of the Six Paths Gate roared madly. Lin Xian coldly snorted and attacked again. The Six Dao fists continued to attack, sweeping through heaven and earth. Damn it, that great sage also used the Six Dao fists. The two of them fought it out. Soon, the great sage of the Six Paths Gate vomited blood and flew out, his fist shattered. He was terrified. His opponent's fist technique was more complete and stronger than his. It was as if his opponent was the real expert of the Six Paths Gate. And he was an imposter. How could this be? He had been cultivating for thousands of years and had never heard of anyone other than the Six Paths Gate who knew the Six Dao fists. Damn it. This is too strange. I have to go back and report this. I have to ask the people of the Six Paths Gate to investigate this. But how could Lin Xian let the other party leave? Fearless Lion Seal was used consecutively, and the beast of the Six Paths Gate was shattered into pieces before disappearing into thin air. Not good. The great sage of the ethereal peak was so scared that his scalp went numb. He quickly fled. Lin Xian threw out the great spear of destruction. Like a demonic god, he attacked forcefully and pierced through the other party's body. Heavenly secret god eyes appeared and burned the other party's soul fire. In the blink of an eye, two great sage had fallen. The three great sage of the Xianxia pavilion were stunned. What kind of method was this? Thank you for your help. May I know who you are? To them, the other party should be an old ancestor. Jianwuk said. Among the supreme elders, he was Lin Xian. Lin Xian. The old ancestors were stunned. Then, their pupils constricted. It's you. How could they forget this name? They just didn't expect him to become so terrifying. Lin Xian said, it's because of me that the Xiantian pavilion fell into such a dangerous situation. So, I'm here to destroy the three sections. I want the Xiantian sect to become the only overlord of this area. Let's go to Changhe. With that, Lin Xian turned around and flew into the air. The three great sage were shocked when they heard this. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Lin Xian was powerful, Long River and the other two sects also had a terrifying foundation. They weren't something that one or two people could shake. They flew forward, wanting to dissuade Lin Xian. However, Jianwuk said, old ancestors, let's just wait and see. Young Master Lin has shocked us far more than this. The three great sage sighed. It seemed like they could only follow him. If Lin Xian was defeated and was in danger, they would still persuade him to return. Changhe. One of the overlords of this area. Outside the sect, there were 81 heavenly rivers circling around. At this moment, Bai Susu, the dark red dragon, and the others had already arrived near the heavenly rivers. Looking at the surging rivers, they all sucked in a deep breath. After all, they couldn't let their guard down if they wanted to attack a sect. The dark red dragon started to set up a formation. He looked at the 81 heavenly rivers and laughed. Spirit gathering formation. Changhe was really courting death. Those rivers gathered the spirit veins of the earth. It could be said that Changhe had become a holy land for cultivation. However, it was also because of this that the dark red dragon sneered. As long as he made some changes, he could forcefully take away these powers. At that time, he would give them to Lin Xian. With Lin Xian's trump cards, they might not even need to do anything to attack Changhe. Indeed, that was what Lin Xian thought as well. By the time he arrived, the array formation of the dark red divine dragon was already half set up. Lin Xian made a move. The two of them worked together and were even faster. Finally, it was done. Old ancestors, you're here. When the Golden Body Elder and the others from Xiantian Pavilion saw that the three great sage had returned safely, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they said, young Master Lin wants to attack Changhe. Should we mobilize more experts? The three great sage nodded. Indeed, if they wanted to attack Changhe, Xiantian Pavilion would have to go all out. Therefore, they were prepared to mobilize the forces in the sect. However, Lin Xian said, no need. I can do it alone. Alone, the three great sages were stupefied. One person attacking an entire sect, so what if there were all these formations in the surroundings? As great sage, they could naturally tell. Once this formation was activated, it would take away the power of heaven and earth from Changhe. But what could this power do? This power was only for cultivation. It couldn't be used in battle. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. At the same time, the people of Long River also reacted. There were guards guarding the 81 rivers. They saw many people flashing in the distance. Their expressions changed drastically and they hurriedly reported. The people of Long River were shocked. Someone dared to behave atrociously outside their territory. Was he trying to destroy their sect? He was courting death. Who was it? Send him to hell. The 5 elders led the strong cultivators of Long River over. They stood at the 81st Great River and shouted coldly. Who dared to behave atrociously in our territory? Not good, we were discovered. Jian Wuck and the others were shocked. The three great sage frowned. It was you. The people on the other side frowned when they saw Jian Wuck and the others. Why were you still alive? Wasn't today the day of the final battle? With their combined strength, these people should have died. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Just as they were puzzled, a figure walked out. Lin Xian rose into the air. The great dragon sword soul surged in his body. A dragon shadow appeared in front of him. An extremely terrifying killing intent swept through the surroundings. Who are you? Sensing this terrifying aura, the expressions of the people of Long River changed. From today onwards, Long River would become history. Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow and activated the array beneath his feet. The power of the 81 rivers surged and condensed in his hand. You think you can do that? The elders of Long River sneered. In the next moment, they felt that their protective array was changing. They were even more shocked. How dare you destroy our array? Kill him! With a furious shout, the experts below attacked crazily. The other party was just a young man. With so many of them attacking together, he would definitely die. In the Xiantian sect, the expressions of the great sage changed. They wanted to save him, but in the next moment, they stopped and even became terrified. They realized that there was an extremely terrifying power erupting from where Lin Xian was. Then, a sword light transformed into a true dragon and roared. Slash! With a slash of the sword, the 81 surging rivers instantly evaporated and disappeared. However, this slash of the sword had become an eternity between heaven and earth. Boom! With a slash of the sword, Elder Changhe's divine power laws were all destroyed. The elders were alarmed and wanted to retreat. But it was too late. With a single slash of the sword, they turned into a bloody mist. It wasn't just them. The entire mountain gate was split in half. Moreover, the sword extended into the distance. The river began to shake violently. The warriors in the river prostrated themselves on the ground. The elders roared. Even the living fossils in seclusion opened their eyes. The sect master of Long River soared into the sky. Sensing all of this, he was stunned. What kind of power was this? It was not something he could withstand. Was it a sacred weapon? Or was it an extreme weapon? He didn't know that half of his body had disappeared under this sword. This was the result of him dodging with all his might. The others were not so lucky. A large number of martial artists and elders were turned into ashes. The palaces and towers that filled the sky vanished into thin air. With a single slash, the entire river was split into two. Outside, the people of the Xiantian Pavilion went crazy. The three great sages' eyes almost popped out. Was this really an attack from a young man? They looked at the sword shadow in the sky with their mouths agape. Was this an extreme weapon? Back then, the might of the myriad dragons' portrait swept out in all directions. At that moment, they also felt the fear of their world being destroyed. Now, Lin Xian's slash had split an overlord sect in half. They thought that it was an extreme weapon. Stop, don't fight, we'll submit. 2 living fossils walked out. The 2 of them were about the same age as zombies. At this moment, the 2 of them immediately begged for mercy. The sect master of Long River also flew over and said, "Who are you? We've never offended you, right?" As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears. Long River had been passed down for a long time and could be considered an overlord sect. However, at this moment, it was going to be destroyed in his hands. Even if he went to hell, how was he going to explain it to his ancestors? When Long River became enemies with the Xianxia Pavilion, did you think that you would end up like this? Did you secretly collude with the Ethereal Peak 6-Paths Gate? Also, who am I? I'm the person that Ethereal Peak and the 6-Paths Gate want to kill. I'm Lin Wudi. It's you. Long River's pupils constricted. He naturally wouldn't forget why the 6-Paths Gate secretly helped him. It was to let them search for a young man called Lin Xian. But this person in front of him was too terrifying. If they couldn't resolve it, then they would kill him. The 2 living fossils roared. The laws on their bodies burned, and their withered bodies instantly swelled. Their palms tore apart heaven and earth. Brat, so what if you have an extreme weapon? With your strength, you won't have any strength left after one move. The 2 of them charged over. Lin Xian sneered. No strength? You think too highly of yourself. Slash, another slash. Lin Xian used the power of Sword World and struck out with a peerless sword. How could he still strike out with 2 living fossils? This was completely out of their expectations. The 2 living fossils were destroyed by a single slash. I, Long River, am willing to submit. The sect master of Long River knelt on the ground and bowed his head. You're the sect master of a sect. I'll give you a quick death. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. The sect master was in despair. He burnt his life force and disappeared. As for the rest of the people in Long River, most of them were killed by that slash. Those who were still alive had no strength to resist. As for these people, Lin Xian didn't kill them. Instead, he left them to the Xianxia Pavilion. These people couldn't cause any trouble. Lin Xian landed on the ground. Ruffian dragon. He yelled. He wanted to gather the power of Long River again because there was still the Ice Palace and Battle King Peak. He couldn't use the power of Sword World without limit. Brat, there's no need for this sect to exist. Just swallow it. The dark red dragon looked around and suggested. Lin Xian nodded. Long River was destroyed, but the spirit veins controlled by Long River could be used by the Xianxia Pavilion in the future. As for the sect itself, there was no need for it to exist. I understand. Lin Xian took out the heaven-swallowing jar and swallowed the entire Long River. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared in front of him. The people of the Xianxia Pavilion were shocked. An overlord sect like them disappeared just like that. There was only an abyss left in front of him. Let's go to the Ice Palace. After swallowing Long River, Lin Xian had the power to continue to the Ice Palace. The people of the Ice Palace didn't know the situation. When they saw Lin Xian and the others arrive, their reaction was the same as that of the Long River sect. However, when Lin Xian struck out with a heaven-shaking slash and split the Ice Palace apart, those people went completely crazy. In the end, the Ice Palace was destroyed and Lin Xian swallowed it. 2 of the 3 overlords had been destroyed. The Battle King Peak had received the news long ago. They didn't think of running away. With such means, even if they ran to the ends of the earth, they would still die. Hence, the Battle King Peak sect leader led the entire Battle King Peak to submit. Lin Xian said calmly, "Great sage, I'll give you a chance to kill yourselves. The rest of you will become battle servants and serve Xianxia Pavilion forever. Agree and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll destroy your sect." The Battle King Peak sect leader closed his eyes. Okay, we agree. His body burned into ashes, and the other great saints also ended their own lives. As for the rest, they were all marked with the seal of life and death. They became battle servants. The three overlords would no longer exist. In this area, Xiantian Pavilion was the only overlord. The commotion here had already spread out. Countless people were shocked and terrified. There were no more four overlords, only Xiantian Pavilion. When they returned to Xiantian Pavilion, Jian Wuke and the rest were still in a daze. When the people of Xiantian Pavilion heard the news, they couldn't believe it. In just a few days, the other three sects had disappeared? What a joke! One must know that they were suppressed by the three sects and almost collapsed. But when they sent people to investigate, they realized that the three sects really didn't exist anymore. Was this really done by young Master Lin? They regained their senses and looked at Lin Xian. They were grateful. Thank you for saving us. Even the Grand Elders bowed. Thank you for saving Xiantian Pavilion. Lin Xian said, Seniors, you don't have to be so polite. After all, this happened because of me. I can't just sit and watch. But now, no one in this area dared to challenge Xiantian Pavilion's position as the overlord anymore. The Grand Elder walked out and bowed. Then, he said, Young Master Lin, how do you plan to distribute the resources left by the three overlords? Although they knew that Lin Xian couldn't stay here for too long and it might be theirs. However, they still had to ask for Lin Xian's opinion in advance. Although Lin Xian was a young man, his status was extraordinary. Even their pavilion master would not dare to be careless in front of him. They had to treat the other party as a godlike figure. What do you think? Lin Xian asked. The great sage began to communicate with each other. At this moment, Lin Xian once again said, How about this? The resources of the three great sects will be split in half. One half will be given to you, and the Xiantian Pavilion will allow you to develop. The other part will be left behind. I plan to build a temporary palace. Sure. These elders didn't dare to have any objections, but they were puzzled. What palace? Lin Xian said that before I came to the buried Emperor Star, I used to belong to Peerless City. Later on, Peerless City had a great battle and was forced to close its doors. Now, I want to bring it back to the world. Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, Guan Shaoxian, and the others' eyes reddened. That's great. Their Peerless City can finally reappear. I wonder if Master will be happy when he finds out. We naturally don't have any objections. The people of the Xiantian Pavilion laughed. Jian Wuke said, Let us help you build the temporary palace. This would be a huge project. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he said, Shaoxian, you stay here and take charge of the following matters. Yes, Martial Uncle. Guan Shaoxian also walked out happily. Next, Lin Xian told everyone to rest. He said, I want to see the pavilion master. Young Master Lin, this way please. The Grand Elder led Lin Xian into the depths of the Xiantian Pavilion. After arriving at the forbidden area, the Grand Elder reported. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, a low voice sounded. The Grand Elder said, That's enough. Lin Xian followed him. There was a cave in front of them. It was abnormally simple and unadorned. Inside was the legendary pavilion master Skyward. However, Lin Xian had never seen him before. After the Grand Elder left, only Lin Xian remained. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Skyward. You're here again. The low voice sounded. Could it be that there's news of prolonging life? Lin Xian said, That's right. I found a way to return to the quintessential world. Senior, would you like to go with me? Really? Xiantian was stunned. Then, he looked up and laughed. The 9 heavens were shaking. The heavens had eyes. Outside, the people of the Xiantian Pavilion were shocked. It was the pavilion master's laughter. They all thought that the pavilion master laughed because the 3 major sects were destroyed. Of course, only Lin Xian and Xiantian knew the truth. In the cave, Xiantian stopped laughing and said, Little guy, well done. However, I can't go to the quintessential world with you. I have to guard here. Say hello to Master for me. Xia Jiuyo was actually his master. Lin Xian was surprised. At the same time, he was even more shocked that Xia Jiuyo was guarding here. What was he guarding? Could it be the Shantian Pavilion, Senior? Are you worried about the three major sects? Senior, you can rest assured. The three major sects have long ceased to exist. After hearing this, Xianxia smiled and said, Did you make a move? That's good. If I wasn't suppressed here and couldn't go out, the three major sects wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Xianxia snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain. Lin Xian felt even better. It seemed that Xianxia didn't put the three major sects in his eyes at all. Could it be that he couldn't come out? Was there another reason? Thinking of this, a trace of golden light swept across his eyes as he looked ahead. In the next moment, he seemed to have forgotten to look through the ground. There, he saw a hazy figure sitting cross-legged. Below the figure, there was a crack that looked like a canyon. There seemed to be black chi flying out of the crack. However, it was suppressed by the figure. Roar. In a trance, Lin Xian seemed to hear a roar that made his blood boil. He suddenly retracted his gaze. In front, Xianxia also said, Little guy, this is not a place you can explore. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian left. He was even more confused. That figure was definitely Xianxia. However, what was in the canyon that he was suppressing? Why was it so terrifying? All of this was a mystery. After returning, Lin Xian took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he focused on cultivating. This time, he used the great dragon sword soul, and the situation was much better than before. After all, he was using external forces. He only needed to withstand a little pressure. Every time he used it, Lin Xian's body would become stronger and stronger. Now that he had been baptized by the divine spring of life, his body would become even stronger. With the baptism of life, his physique became even stronger. An ordinary great sage in the early stage couldn't break through his defense at all. However, he knew that it was not enough. After all, he had to compete with the imperial prince. He had seen the incarnation of the dragon prince before. Just the incarnation was already so terrifying. The real body would only be more terrifying. After resting for another 3 days, everyone was ready to set off. Shangguan Shaoxian stayed behind to build her palace, Wushuang City. As for the others, they followed Lin Xian to set off. Their target this time was Ethereal Peak. He wanted to return to Ethereal Peak and Thousand Mountain Paradise. Thinking of the paradise, Fu Hongya and the others gritted their teeth. When they arrived, they were suppressed and became battle slaves in the Sixth Paradise. If not for Lin Xian, they might not have been able to make a comeback. When they returned this time, they would definitely take revenge. Ethereal Peak, clouds surrounded it, making it look extremely mysterious. During this period of time, Ethereal Peak had been developing well. Some of the genius disciples in the sect had increased their strength greatly. More importantly, no one dared to challenge their position. At the same time, there were many genius disciples in the Sixth Paradise as well. After being taken in, Ethereal Peak became even stronger. Everything showed that Ethereal Peak was getting stronger. As for the young man who had challenged them back then, he was probably dead outside. How is the situation at Shantian Pavilion? Within Ethereal Peak, an elder of the star race asked in a deep voice. There hasn't been any news back after such a long time. Could something have happened? His subordinate shook his head. There hasn't been any news back yet. But soon, he smiled and said, Elder, don't worry. Once the 3 sects take action, Shantian Pavilion won't be able to do anything. Furthermore, Ethereal Peak and 6 Dao sect are behind this. Shantian Pavilion will definitely die. Another woman snorted coldly. He deserved it. Who asked him to help that kid with the surname Lin? It's a pity that I don't know where that kid is. If I see him, I'll personally tear him into pieces. The buried Emperor Star is so big and there are countless dangers. He came from another world. How could he have lived for so long? He probably died in some mountain range. The elder of the star race nodded his head and sighed. It's a pity that Xueqi is a good seedling. She could have entered Ethereal Peak. Is there no news about her? His 3 subordinates shook their heads. Old Zhang, these are the offerings from the 6th Paradise. Among them, Thousand Mountain Paradise has the most. Another young genius walked over and handed a scroll to the old man in front of him. The old man took a look at it and nodded slightly. The Thousand Mountains Grotto should be under the control of forefather Xianxia's branch now. That's right. Black Ice ancestors' people were related to that brat surnamed Lin. Not killing him was already a blessing. However, they were currently being suppressed so much that they had to use the resources of their bloodline to pay tribute. That was why Patriarch Heaven Conqueror was willing to part with them. The elder of the Star tribe nodded his head. After that, he did not pay any more attention to him. It was just 6 grotto heavens. He would not interfere in the fights between them. All he had to do was ensure that no one dared to challenge Ethereal Peak's position. The Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven was surrounded by endless mountains. At this moment, the Thousand Mountain Cave did not seem to have changed much, but everyone knew that the Heavenly Mountain Cave had changed. Black Ice Ancestor and her people had offended Misty Peak, which was equivalent to falling into the 18th level of hell and never being able to rise again. The people of this bloodline were suppressed every day. There were even many people who were mercilessly killed outside. Even the Dark Nether Ancestor had been poisoned. The poison of the Holy Heavens Ancestor definitely had something to do with Misty Peak. "Father, how are you today?" I asked someone to find another batch of healing pills. Xianxia walked over and asked anxiously. "Don't waste your energy. There is no cure for this poison." An old man shook his head. If others were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. This old man was extremely skinny, like a skeleton. His hair was snow white and his eyes were empty. There was a black mark on his body. It was this poison that had almost taken his life. The middle-aged man beside him was ashen. He said, "Father, don't be discouraged. There must be a way." But old man Xianxia shook his head. "It's useless. They are punishing me. I am warning everyone of the consequences of offending Misty Peak. If they wanted to kill me, they would have done so long ago." The skinny old man laughed bitterly. Xianxia gritted his teeth. "Damn it. It's all because of that brat." Thinking about that young man, he gritted his teeth. "If not for him, how would we end up like this?" Black Ice Ancestor sighed. "Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore." The only fortunate thing was that Chi'er had left long ago. This way, she would not be harmed by Ming Feng. She only hoped that she would never come back. Outside Thousand Mountain Grotto, a group of people flew over from afar. They stopped in the void. They were back again. Lin Xian stood on the spirit boat and looked ahead. He was filled with emotions. Back then, they had gone through a lot of hardships and lost many experts to break through the shackles of the true spirit world and come to the buried Emperor Star. They had thought that they were like carps leaping over the Dragon's Gate. From then on, the sky was high and the road was long. But who would have thought that as soon as they came to the buried Emperor Star, they would be hunted down by the Grotto Heavens? Many of them were even hunted down and became prisoners. As a result, their fellow disciples of Peerless City could only be displaced. Even now, Peerless Holy King and Linghu Chuishua's whereabouts were unknown. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, and the others were also gritting their teeth. They had all been suppressed before. But now, they were different. Previously, they were like ants. Facing the 6 great grotto heavens, they felt that they were invincible. But now? They had returned and stood at the peak. With a stomp of their feet, the entire 6 great grotto heavens would tremble. "Let's go and meet our old friends." Lin Xian's figure descended and the group followed closely behind. At the same time, in the territory of the grotto heavens, Xianxia roared angrily. "Damn it, did old ancestor Xingtian send people again? Yan Mo, don't go too far." In front of them, there was a middle-aged man with monstrous demonic chi. He sneered. "What can you do to me if I go too far? It's already a great blessing that you're alive. Let me see how Senior Black Ice's injuries are." Then, he waved his hand. The experts behind him walked over one after another. Xianxia roared and stopped him. The other party was not here to take care of him. He was here to use poison. Every month, the other party would come over and use poison. Then, Black Ice ancestor would fall to the ground and die. But then, the other party laughed and left. Now, the same day of the month had come again. How could Xianxia let them enter? Yan Mo shouted coldly. Do you really think you're still the same person? You could fight against me back then, but you can't now. Attack. The number of people he brought with him was 10 times more than the other party. In an instant, Xianxia and the others were severely injured. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, but they still guarded the entrance of the hall. If you want to enter, you'll have to step over my dead body. I didn't expect you to be so courageous. Yan Mo snorted. But do you think I won't dare to kill you? At the gate of Thousand Mountain Cave, the array flickered, indicating that it was under attack. Who dared to behave atrociously in Thousand Mountain Cave? Countless guards walked out, their killing intent soaring to the sky. It had been a long time since anyone dared to behave atrociously here. Was there someone who dared to behave atrociously here again? Seeing that there were so many people, the guard's expression changed. He asked, "Which sect are you from? Do you have a visiting card? Why? Does Thousand Mountain Cave not recognize me anymore?" Lin Xian sneered and walked over. The guards were confused, but one of them narrowed his eyes. "It's you. You didn't die. You're back." It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. This young man had caused a huge storm back then, but he had only entered Ethereal Peak. Now, he was back. One could imagine what kind of storm was about to happen. Who was he? The other guards were confused. Is this young man scary? The guard wanted to say something, but in the next moment, his scalp went numb. The others' eyes popped out. They saw the young man in front of them waving his hand, and their protective array was torn apart like a piece of paper. The entire process was smooth. There was no pause at all. What kind of power was that? Only their old ancestor could do that. Thinking of this, the guards sat down on the ground, their faces full of shock. Lin Xian ignored them. A golden light appeared in his eyes, then he squinted. His body flashed, and he flew in a direction. In the hall in front, there were many people around. Blood dyed the sky red, and the cries made one's scalp go numb. Yan Mo sneered and looked at Xianxia, who was kneeling on one knee, and said coldly, "Do you still dare to go against me now? Despicable." Xianxia's teeth were clenched so hard that they shattered. He was unwilling to accept this. "All right, what are your last words? You can go to hell now." Yan Mo pulled out a killing sword and walked over. "After so many years, I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state." At the critical moment, a calm voice rang out. Xianxia raised his head in shock. "Is someone here to save us?" Yan Mo's face darkened. "Who is it? Come out." With a cold shout, he swept his gaze in all directions. The guards around him also sent out their souls to search for him. "There's no need to search because I didn't plan to hide." The voice sounded again as a figure walked over. "Who are you?" The surrounding sages roared. Yan Mo was stunned. Xianxia's pupils shrank. It was him. How could he forget this person? It was precisely because of this person that her daughter had disappeared and her entire bloodline had become prisoners. "Despicable brat, you still dare to come back," he let out an animalistic roar. "Who's back? Was it Cheer?" An old voice came from the main hall. It was intermittent and filled with excitement. He could die at any moment. Lin Xian's brows furrowed even tighter when he heard this. His aura was too weak. Xianxia said that his father was Lin Xian. He had returned. What? Lin Xian? You're Lin Xian. The surrounding guards also roared crazily. Naturally, they knew that their Thousand Mountains grotto status was weaker than the other 5 grotto heavens. There were many reasons. It was because of a Lin Xian from their grotto heaven who dared to challenge the Misty Peak. Was it because of this kid in front of him? "Kid, you still dare to come back? I'll capture you and send you to the Misty Peak. Then, our Thousand Mountains grotto will have done a great deed. By then, our status will be restored." Yan Mo laughed. He was very happy. "You?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. At this moment, dozens of streams of light streaked across the distance and instantly arrived behind Lin Xian, forming a huge team. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to bring so many people back. Yan Mo laughed. Ha 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 ha, kid, do you think you can fight against me with just the people you brought? He could tell that the people around him were all young people. How strong could a group of young people be? Back then, Lin Xian could escape because of the help of the Shantian Pavilion. But what about the Shantian Pavilion now? He knew very well that the Shantian Pavilion probably didn't exist anymore. Without the Shantian Pavilion as a trump card, could Lin Xian fight against them? Young man, I don't know where you get your courage from. You probably didn't go to the Shantian Pavilion, right? You've lost your trump card. Kneel down obediently and I'll suppress you. Alright, let's see if you're qualified. Lin Xian walked over without taking any defensive measures. I'll give you 3 chances. Can you suppress me? I'll give you my head. Stupid ant, do you think you can be arrogant after training outside for a period of time? Do you know that my strength has also increased during this period of time? The face devil shouted angrily and sent a slap over. His killing intent was shocking. This attack was enough to destroy any young genius. Clang. A deafening sound rang out. The people around him were bleeding from their ears. A figure suddenly retreated. Damn it, what a strong physique. Yan Mo covered his palm with an ugly expression. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. You've improved over the years, right? You're pitifully weak. Ant. Toad sneered. The people from the Divine Union were also mocking him. How could someone like him fight against their boss? Stop joking. Damn it, you're underestimating me. Yan Mo shouted angrily and threw out 2 consecutive punches that were like peerless suns. Boom, boom. The sky fell and the earth cracked. He should be dead this time. The martial artists from the Shantian Pavilion snorted. Xianxia also frowned. This kid was courting death as usual. He had actually angered Yan Mo. Lin Xian's figure appeared from the crack in the void. There was not a speck of dust on his body, and he was not injured at all. The 3 punches were over. I gave you a chance, but you didn't have the strength to suppress me. Now, take one of my moves. After 1 palm, all grievances were resolved. Bang, Lin Xian slapped over. He didn't even use the fearless lion seal or the 6-path fists. He only relied on the strength of his divine body. No, Yan Mo was horrified. His 3 punches couldn't hurt the other party. What kind of physique was this? Could it be that this kid had encountered something in the outside world? Damn it, he had been too careless. Especially when he felt the power of that palm strike, he was even more alarmed. He was invincible. This made him feel like he was facing an old ancestor. He suddenly retreated. A mysterious talisman flashed under his feet and brought him away instantly. He dodged the palm strike by a hair's breadth. Only a few of them swept across his body. Ha 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 ha. Yan Mo was furious. Kid, I thought you were great. You can't hit me. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared in horror. No. It can't be like this. His body shattered like a piece of porcelain and then spread throughout his body. With a crack, he turned into a bloody mist. How could this be? His soul was also torn apart by a terrifying force. Dead, Xianxi's face was pale, and his body was trembling. Just a palm strike was enough to kill the Yan Mo. What kind of power was that? That was the power of the great sage. Could it be that this kid had already become the great sage? The Yan Mo was dead, and the surrounding guards were in an uproar. Kid, you're dead. The sagely old master will not let you off. Let's go and report this to the old master. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the golden light turned into a divine sword, piercing through the hundreds of guards. All of them fell on the ground. Xianxia was even more terrified. He had killed a group of experts with just a raise of his hand. That was too scary. That was no longer the person he knew. You're really pitiful. Lin Xian took a step and came before Xianxia. He looked down at him and said indifferently. Xianxia knelt on one knee, holding his wound and looking up. When he saw Lin Xian's eyes, he felt like an ant talking to a dragon. Seemingly unable to withstand the pressure from Lin Xian's body, Xianxia spat out blood and retreated. His body landed in the main hall. Lin Xian stepped into the main hall, and he frowned. He realized that there was a skeleton-like figure in front of him. Your old master Xianxia. He could not believe that the great sage could be in such a miserable state. Black Ice Old Master raised his head. When he saw Lin Xian, he was shocked. He wanted to stand up, but his bones were shaking, and he could not. Lin Xian looked at him and saw a black handprint on his body. Obviously, he was poisoned. You should kill the Yen Devil, Black Ice Ancestor said. You are in big trouble. Now, Thousand Mountain Grotto belongs to Ancestor Xiantian. They have Ethereal Peak behind them, and I heard that they have taken action against Xiantian Pavilion. You have no more trump cards, so leave quickly. At the same time, if you know where Qi is, tell her to never come back. Lin Xian listened expressionlessly, but the people behind him had weird expressions. Xiantian Pavilion no longer exists? Looks like the news hasn't arrived yet. As for the Thousand Mountain Grotto, they were even less afraid. This time, he was here for revenge. Lin Xian said that he was here for revenge, so he would not let any of the people who tried to kill him go. As for the two of you, Xueqi's father and grandfather, I will show you mercy and not harm you. However, it is impossible for me to help you. Patriarch Xianxia laughed bitterly. He did not believe the other parties' words. However, Xianxi's pupils shrank. He ran over and said, Young master, save my father. I know you have a way. Previously, he had been dismissive of Lin Xian. However, when he saw Lin Xian instantly kill the face devil with his palm wind, he was shocked. He knew that the young man in front of him was a completely different person from back then. The other party's methods might be able to save his father. Lin Xian remained unmoved. Xianxia knelt down and said, Please help us for Qiyer's sake. Lin Xian frowned slightly and sighed. After all, this was Xueqi's flesh and blood. However, he still had his principles. He said, If you want me to help, I can do it. However, I have to collect your souls first. I have to see whether you are related to the human world. If they were related to the human world, he would not harm them for Xueqi's sake, nor would he save them. He would let the two of them fend for themselves. However, if they were not related, he could help them. Qi everything is for your sake. Lin Xian thought to himself. Then, a golden radiance burst out of his eyes and enveloped the two people's souls. Xianxia wanted to resist, but Patriarch Xianming said, Don't resist. Xianxia knelt there and allowed Patriarch Xianming to read his soul. Lin Xian's expression was grave. After a while, he withdrew his gaze. The two of them were nervous. Lin Xian said, You are lucky. You don't have a close relationship with the human world. Black Ice Ancestor smiled bitterly. The human world's power originated from the Misty Peak and was then distributed to the 6 grotto heavens. Back then, it was obtained by Patriarch Xiantian's lineage. It was an extremely powerful assassination force. They had been jealous of it for a long time. They did not expect that they would be saved because of this reason. The affairs of the world were really unpredictable. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a terrifying sword will slashed at the black handprint. The great dragon sword soul was destroyed, and all or the black poison on the handprint disappeared quickly. Black Ice Ancestor felt that his power was recovering. Did he succeed? Was he cured? She was really shocked. Xianxia cried tears of joy. He had thought of many methods, but he could not make his father's situation better. Now, Lin Xian's sword energy had cured his father's poison. This method was too shocking. Black Ice Ancestor stood up. Although she was weak, she was fine. She said, Thank you for your help, young Master Lin. In the future, I will not refuse you. At the same time, we apologize for what happened in the past. We hope that you will let us go for Qiyer's sake. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said, It's not bad to be a wild crane and recover your body. Patriarch Xianxi's body trembled. Originally, he wanted to regroup and fight with Patriarch Xiantian. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian did not want him to care about anything anymore. Just as he was thinking, a crazy roar sounded in a hall of the 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven. Patriarch Xiantian looked at the soul jade token in his hand, his eyes red. His son's soul jade token was broken, indicating that he was killed. Who dared to attack the Yan-mo? Where did the Yan-mo go? He roared crazily. Reporting to the patriarch, he went to Black Ice Ancestor's residence. That old thing? How dare you attack my son? Go to hell, he was furious. Without caring about anything else, he slapped out with a huge palm that covered tens of thousands of miles. The void shattered, and countless people crawled. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Not good, the great sage had attacked. Black Ice Ancestor's pupils constricted. The patriarch Xianxia had attacked again. Retreat, he had just been detoxified and was no match for the other party. If he was hit, his soul might be destroyed. She and Xianxia retreated quickly. But when they left the hall, her pupils constricted. She saw Lin Xian standing there with a look of disdain. Lin Xian threw out a punch in the face of this frightening palm. The six Dao fist shattered the heavenly domain and directly shattered the gigantic hand. A pillar of light surged into the clouds, and countless laws danced in the sky. Was it broken? Black Ice Ancestor was stunned. She could not believe it. This was the great sage's attack. Previously, he could kill the Yan-mo because the Yan-mo was only a sage ruler. He was still far from the great sage. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian could fight the great sage so easily. This person's strength had exceeded his imagination. He took a deep breath and laughed bitterly. It was better not to try anything in front of the other party. He said to Xianxia, "From now on, we will be two rogue cultivators." Xianxia nodded silently. His confidence had been shattered. He wanted to escape from this place and live in the mountains. Damn it. Patriarch Xianxia roared crazily. Who could block his attack, other than Black Ice Ancestor? There was no one else. Maybe Black Ice Ancestor was injured? The holy heaven's old ancestor's face turned cold. He tore open the sky and descended quickly. At the next moment, he stood in the nine heavens and saw a figure. It's you. How dare you come back? Where are the people from the Xiantian pavilion? Get them out, the holy heaven's old ancestor frowned. In his opinion, the one who had attacked him wasn't the young man in front of him, but the Xiantian pavilion behind him. However, the Xiantian pavilion shouldn't have been destroyed at this time. Could it be that some of them had escaped? Lin Xian looked at the holy heaven's old ancestor and said coldly. After so many years, you still haven't made any progress. The people around felt their scalps go numb. Was this the attitude a young man should have toward the old ancestor? The holy heaven's old ancestor's face darkened. Since they won't come out, I'll suppress you personally. He waved his hand, and a terrifying long blade appeared in his hand. He slashed downward. The bright blade light was unimaginable. This blade seemed to be able to sweep through everything. Fortunately, it was only aimed at Lin Xian. If it had slashed anywhere else, the entire grotto heaven would have been split open. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the blade. Was he going to resist this peerless attack with his bare hands? Many people went crazy. The holy heaven's old ancestor was even more disdainful. Did this young man really think of himself as a god? Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The blade slashed down on the palm, and countless thunderous sounds rang out. Then, it was caught. How was this possible? The holy heaven's old ancestor couldn't believe it. Lin Xian let out a furious roar and shattered the blade light right away. He charged forward forcefully. Take one of my attacks too. Behind him, the shadow of a dragon flickered and turned into a sword dragon. Countless dragon scales condensed into a sword light. Lin Xian held it in his hand. The sword split the world. One of the holy heaven's old ancestor's arms was cut off. How did you become so strong? He roared crazily. His opponent was only a sage king, but he could compete with him and even suppress him. This kid was too strange. He wanted to retreat. Lin Xian struck out with his palm. The seal of the fearless lion flew out. Damn it, he's too arrogant. The sagely heaven's old ancestor was infuriated. He retreated not because he was afraid of the other party, but because he didn't want to suffer any losses. Since the other party wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. With a wave of his hands, a saintly heaven steel appeared. It's just the mark of a demonic beast. Suppress it, the sage Heaven Steel pressed down on the golden lion. The fearless lion roared in disdain. It danced and tore the sage Heaven Steel apart before pouncing towards the sage Heaven Old Ancestor. Oh no, what kind of lion is this? It was too scary. The sacred Heaven's Old Ancestor was scared out of his wits. He was enveloped by a golden light, and then his body was torn to pieces. His soul was slapped to the ground by the fearless lion. Was the patriarch defeated? The surrounding people from the Thousand Mountain Cave trembled when they saw this. Then, they all knelt on the ground. Damn it, let go of me. The holy Heaven's Old Ancestor's soul roared, but he couldn't resist the fearless lion. And this was after Lin Xian purposely spared his life. Otherwise, his body and soul would have long been obliterated. The sagely Heaven's Old Ancestor roared. I am not dead yet, inform Ethereal Peak and activate our trump card. He was furious. He didn't believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. Soon, some people retreated. Some of them soared into the sky to inform Ethereal Peak's experts. The other group activated their so-called trump card. Ruffian Dragon killed those who had escaped. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. The dark red dragon's body flashed, and the dragon scales on his back turned into a dragon blade that slashed towards the sky. Those who had escaped were all killed. As for those who activated their trump card, Lin Xian didn't stop them at all. Black Ice Ancestor was also shocked. Fortunately, she had already submitted and didn't dare to go against Lin Xian. Otherwise, she would probably end up in the same miserable state. She took a deep breath and said, Young Master Lin, your trump card is extraordinary. It's best not to activate it. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Lin Xian said, Is your trump card the power of the mortal world? Black Ice Ancestor nodded helplessly. Lin Xian was a killing god who could kill a great sage like cutting vegetables. That's even better. I'm here to deal with the mortal world. You, the sacred Heaven Ancestor soul sneered. You can't even block a finger. Soon, you will die. The earth trembled as a shocking killing intent emerged. Then, it was as if the god of death had descended. Even the Divine Union's people felt a chill down their spines. It seemed like an incredible assassin had awakened. 3 figures were hidden in black robes, holding 3 killing swords in their hands. They disappeared in an instant, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Wang, cold laughter rang out as sword light flashed and the fearless lion was split in half. The sacred Heaven Ancestor's soul was able to escape. He fled into the distance, roaring crazily. Kid, let's see how you will die. Lin Xian frowned. This was indeed an ancient assassin. He was indeed valiant. His body flashed as he took out the heaven-devouring jar and shook it gently. A boundless black vortex enveloped the dark red dragon and the Divine Union's people. He wasn't afraid, but he was afraid that these people would attack the Divine Union's people. A black vortex appeared beside Bai Susu and the others, swallowing everything. Indeed, as soon as this was done, a sword light slashed toward the dark red dragon and Bai Susu. Fortunately, the black vortex swallowed the sword light directly. What a strange devouring vortex. Let's get rid of this kid first. The 3 ancient assassins discussed for a while before charging toward Lin Xian. When these people attacked, the great sage felt his hair stand on end. The power of their attacks was extremely terrifying. At this moment, everyone was worried for Lin Xian. The space where Lin Xian was instantly shattered. Countless clanging sounds came from his body, and there were even sword scars appearing in some places. They were indeed ancient assassins. They were indeed strong enough to pose a threat to him. With a roar, his divine body completely erupted. Divine flame swept out, burning heaven and earth. The entire void shattered as 3 blurry figures appeared. They tore the void apart and retreated into the distance. Lin Xian threw out the 6-path fists and chased after one of them. That person swung his sword back like a dragon. The 2 of them collided and then retreated. Fresh blood dripped from the void. Lin Xian sneered. That was all there was to it. What a strong physique. You actually managed to hurt me. However, today is the day you die. The injured assassin said coldly. Then, he disappeared again. heaven and earth quietened down. Even the killing intent was gone. On the other hand, the dark red dragon and the others were nervous. This was the most dangerous situation. They could even hide their killing intent. Who could discover them? Lin Xian seemed to be at his wits' end. However, a golden radiance flickered in his eyes. His divine eyes looked at heaven and earth, burning the world. Lin Xian's heavenly secret god eyes swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His spirit flame floated out. In the void, a roar was heard. A figure was set ablaze, looking extremely ferocious. "Damn it, it's a soul attack, kill him," he let out a miserable cry. It was a sure kill sword. It seemed to have traveled through time and space, arriving in front of Lin Xian and slashing down on Lin Xian's body. The 2 swords slashed at the same spot and actually split open Lin Xian's body. The 10,000 dragon divine blood fell. However, Lin Xian also grabbed the 2 swords. "This time, you can't escape." Endless sword light exploded from his body. The sharpness of the sword energy was even more terrifying than the 2 swords. The 2 were instantly pierced and screamed as they retreated. They realized that their wounds couldn't heal. "Damn it, who are you? When did the 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven offend such a terrifying existence?" They looked at the Sacred Heavens Patriarch. The Sacred Heavens Patriarch's face was pale. He was originally smug and thought that the other party would definitely die after summoning the world of men. However, that wasn't the case at all. The 3 assassins couldn't do anything to the other party. Leave this place. This kid is too terrifying. He's not someone we can fight against. Super physique, terrifying eye techniques, and that black jar. It was very similar to the legendary heaven swallowing jar. In addition, his sword energy was extremely sharp. It was definitely a supreme treasure. How could such a person appear in this area? The other party should be in an even more terrifying ancient city and family. Why would he come to such a remote place, as expected of the world of men? You're really knowledgeable. You even recognize my body. Since that's the case, it's not up to you. Lin Xian attacked. They split up and fled. The 3 from the world of men flew in 3 different directions. He didn't believe that the other party could kill all 3 of them at the same time. Lin Xian sneered and threw out the heaven-swallowing jar and the dragon sword soul at one of them. Then, he attacked the 3rd person. How could those 2 be a match for the heaven-swallowing jar and the dragon sword soul? They were instantly killed. As for the 3rd person, he exchanged 30 moves with Lin Xian and was torn in half by Lin Xian. Was he dead? The 3 of them were about to die. The Sacred Heavens Patriarch turned pale and fled. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the other party's soul and pulled it in front of him. "Don't you think it's too late to leave now, young master? Spare me." It was all Misty Peak's idea. I was really helpless and had no choice. Now, in order to save his life, he poured all the dirty water on Misty Peak. "What a good, I can't help it." "You're really shameless." Lin Xian sneered, unmoved. He wouldn't let him live, so he directly ignited his soul. In the end, old ancestor Xianxia also died. At this moment, nearly half of the warriors in the 1,000 Mountain Grotto were kneeling on the ground. Had their ancestor died, Lin Xian turned around and looked down from above like a god overlooking the mortals. As these people passed by, the souls of a few of them burned and turned into ashes. These were all old ancestor Xianxia's trusted aides. As for the Holy Heaven's ancestors' people, they had all been killed by him. In an instant, the entire Grotto Heaven. The situation had changed drastically. Black Ice Ancestor and Xian Hai immediately bowed their heads. From now on, the 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven will be ruled by the young master. The others also bowed to Lin Xian and paid their respects to the young master. Lin Xian waved his hand. From now on, there would be no 1,000 Mountain Grotto, only Wushuang City. Not only the Heavenly Mountain Grotto, but the other 5 Grotto Heavens would also cease to exist. Even Misty Peak, I will overturn it. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Countless people were shocked. Would the Grotto Heaven cease to exist? To be honest, although 1,000 Mountain Grotto was inconspicuous in the entire Alcade continent, it was second only to Misty Peak in this area. Now that it no longer existed, it was really hard for these people to imagine. But the young man in front of them was like a god, and no one dared to resist. They could only accept this fact. Yuren, I'll leave this to you, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Yuren walked out. Young master, don't worry. Lin Xian looked at Black Ice Ancestor again. I will go to the other grotto heavens. During this time I don't want anything to happen to Thousand Mountain Grotto. Young master, don't worry. This old man understands. Black Ice Ancestor walked out and said loudly. Now that the sect was sealed, no news was allowed to spread out. Anyone who violated this rule would be punished according to the sect rules. As for the others, they naturally did not have any objections. After all, one of the two old masters was dead. Now that there was only one left, they naturally did not dare to resist. Lin Xian led the others and left quickly. Go, 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 take revenge. Previously, they had become battle servants. But now, it was just Thousand Mountain Grotto. The other grotto heavens would have to bear their wrath as well. Purple Spirit Grotto, Fu Hongya would never forget the torture he had gone through here. Therefore, he challenged them forcefully the moment he arrived. This was especially so for the young men under the Great Elder. All of them were crippled by Fu Hongya. The Great Elder roared but was killed by Lin Xian in a single slap. Not only that, the other grotto heavens were playing out the same scene. Everyone in the grotto heavens were in despair. They realized that the battle servants from back then had returned, and they had become so terrifying. These young geniuses were no match for them. In fact, they themselves were no match for these young men. Damn it! What had these people gone through? Awesome! Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, Gao Jianfei, and the others roared. They had finally gotten their revenge. However, this was not the end. They knew that Lin Xian was going to strike once more. He was going to destroy the 6 grotto heavens and build Matchless City. Naturally, a huge battle would break out in the process. Lin Xian could not possibly strike out at all 5 grotto heavens at the same time. Therefore, after destroying 3 grotto heavens, the remaining 3 reacted instantly. Knowing that they were no match for him, they fled immediately and reported to Ethereal Peak. After Ethereal Peak received the news, their faces changed. Someone had already destroyed 3 grotto heavens in a row. How could this be? Why did they not receive any news at all? Could it be that they were joking? Everyone from Ethereal Peak was dumbfounded. However, when they arrived at the 3 grotto heavens, they were all kneeling on the ground. They said that they were lucky that the other party did not attack them, and that they had escaped in advance. However, those 3 grotto heavens were indeed destroyed. Even the young geniuses of their families were crippled. Who was it? Ethereal Peak frowned. Was it a top sect from another region that had come to challenge them? No, it was Lin Xian. It was that lad from back then. He was back, Lin Xian. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was stunned. Then, their eyes shone with a sharp killing intent. This was a name that they naturally remembered. It was this young man who had once challenged them and caused them to lose so much face. To think that he would be back again. Impossible. The elder of the star race shook his head. How could a young man like him have such strength? Back then, he had the Xiantian sect behind him. However, the Xiantian sect should have long disappeared. We don't know. The people from the 3 grotto heavens shook their heads. These people had escaped, but the grotto heavens were still around. After the elites of the 3 grotto heavens had escaped, they were no match for Lin Xian and the others. Soon, they were conquered as well. Eventually, the 6 grotto heavens disappeared. Peerless City was established. It was announced to the world. The sects and clans in the area were in an uproar. Were the grotto heavens going to disappear and become history? Peerless City? What was that? Ethereal Peak. This time, they were the first to receive the news. Following which, their faces turned ugly. The 6 grotto heavens no longer existed. The other party had even established a new sect. This was going against Ethereal Peak. Lin Xian, an ant, how dare you challenge Ethereal Peak? I'll let you know that even if you have Xiantian Pavilion or other forces behind you, you're still no match for us. Ethereal Peak let out a cold killing intent. After Lin Xian conquered the 6 grotto heavens, he did not attack Ethereal Peak immediately. Instead, he rested and consolidated the 6 grotto heavens. The 6 grotto heavens were far apart from each other. Lin Xian devoured 5 of them directly. Only 1,000 grotto heavens were left. Furthermore, the grotto heavens were officially changed and Peerless City was established. The martial artists in the area were in a heated discussion. Heavens, was someone going to challenge Ethereal Peak's position as the overlord? Who knew what kind of background Peerless City had? He was too strong. The 6 grotto heavens were destroyed in the blink of an eye. What kind of strength was that? Countless discussions could be heard. These voices were transmitted to Ethereal Peak. The people of Ethereal Peak were furious. Damn it, how dare they look down on us? These stupid ants, do they want to die? There were also people who said that it seemed like Ethereal Peak had not shown its strength for a long time. To think that a young man would dare to behave so atrociously. Let's gather our strength and attack Peerless City. I'll let them destroy as quickly as they build. Ethereal Peak was enraged. They gathered their experts and moved out quickly. On this day, they set off. The sects and clans in the area went to Peerless City to congratulate them. At the same time, they wanted to befriend Peerless City. Therefore, Peerless City was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Xian did not even appear for such a matter. He let Nalan Liang and Yuren handle it. Old Ancestor Xianxia and the others looked at this scene in disbelief. They felt that Lin Xian was mysterious and terrifying. This young man had used thunder and thunder to overturn this situation in this area that had existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This was simply the means of a god. However, they were not at ease because they knew that the Misty Peak would not let this matter rest. If even the combined forces of the 6 paradise weren't a match for the Misty Peak, not to mention that they had been suppressed for thousands of years. One could only imagine how frightening the Misty Peak was. Could this Lin Xian really withstand it? Outside, there was a sea of people, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Voices of congratulations could be heard everywhere. However, at this moment, dark clouds covered the sky, and a terrifying aura pressed down. Everyone raised their heads with fear on their faces. Black Ice Ancestor's pupils shrank. Is it coming? I have an extremely bad feeling. Lin Xian, get out here and face your death. A terrifying voice rang out, shattering the 9 heavens. Terrifying laws fell down from the sky. The people from the clans and sects below quickly retreated in fear. Oh no, are the people from the Misty Peak here? Within the dark clouds, there were countless figures. The 8 figures were exceptionally terrifying. They were the 8 elders of the Ethereal Peak. The 8 of them were like gods and demons, standing tall in the 9 heavens. Not good. Black Ice Ancestor's pupils shrank. To think that the Misty Peak would be so generous. In an instant, they sent 8 great sage over, followed by countless experts. This strength was enough to sweep through everything. Those who came to congratulate felt their scalps go numb. They were in despair. They felt that they had made a decision that they regretted. It seemed a little too early to congratulate the countless cities. That's right. Even though the Misty Peak did not make a move all year round, their position as the overlord was something that no one dared to challenge. Yuren and the others looked grim. Bai Susu, the dark red divine dragon, and the others walked out as well. Are you guys from the Misty Peak? Bai Susu shouted coldly. In front, the 8 great sage of the Misty Peak frowned as well. All of them were young. How dare a bunch of young ants go against us? All of them knelt by the side obediently. How dare you attack the 6 paradise and challenge the Misty Peak? You guys are truly courting death. Kneel down and accept your death. We'll give you a quick death. As for that Lin Xian, we'll tear him into pieces and let him know what a fate worse than death is. The 8 great sage emitted a torrential aura. Countless people around them knelt down. Behind them were the people from the 3 paradises. They had arrived as well. Looking at this scene, they laughed coldly. What Lin Xian? He couldn't be compared to the Misty Peak at all. 8 great sage? Bai Susu's face was filled with disdain. The dark red divine dragon and the others laughed coldly as well. To be honest, this lineup was indeed scary in the eyes of others. But to them, it was nothing. One had to know that back in the Dao Sex event, the ones who came and went were all great sage. In fact, there were quite a number of great sage in the later stages and pinnacle stages. Bai Susu had seen plenty of such situations. 8 of them was not enough to intimidate her. Another 8 people arrived. Lin Xian walked out as well. He shook his head slightly. Too little. Did the Misty Peak send you guys here to die, lad? It's you indeed. When the people of the Misty Peak saw that it was Lin Xian, their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. One of the elders waved his hand, and a sharp beam of light slashed forward. He wanted to kill Lin Xian by surprise. But how could such a small trick hurt Lin Xian? Lin Xian smashed the attack with a single palm. He then activated his eye technique. The great sage shrieked. His soul was injured. His body swayed and his face was pale. You want to sneak up on me? I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. Countless people were shocked. The faces of the people of the Misty Peak were terrible. To think that this guy could hurt the great sage. This was unbelievable. Could it be that this young man had already become a great sage? What sort of cultivation speed was this? He remembered that when this guy left, he wasn't even a sage king. But now, he had become a great sage. They were going crazy. However, when they sensed carefully, they realized that there was no great sage aura on him. The elder of the Star tribe gritted his teeth. Everyone, don't hesitate anymore. This lad is strange. If we let him grow, he will be our nightmare in the future. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him now to prevent future troubles. That's right. The other great sage nodded. The 8 great sage walked forward together. Every step they took was earth-shattering. Countless people spat out blood and retreated. The people of the Divine Union sneered. Lin Xian was even more fearless. Now, the heaven-devouring jar. After devouring the 5 paradise, he had stored all of the refined energy for his current use. He took out the great dragon sword soul and slashed out. The 8 great sage joined hands with the confidence of being invincible. However, their confidence crumbled under this sword. For great saints were destroyed in body and soul with a single strike. The other 4 were severely injured and fled. Run! They fled back to the Misty Peak frantically. The others were also scared out of their wits and fled quickly. The people below were stunned. Was this really the Misty Peak? When they came, they were as mighty as gods. Now, they were like stray dogs. The confidence of the Misty Peak collapsed. How could they have known that the sword would be so terrifying? Ethereal Peak was also waiting, but they weren't worried. After sending out the 8 great sage, Wushuang City should have been destroyed long ago. But not long later, roars could be heard. Quick, save us. Activate the Supreme Array. That lad was here. The 4 great sage returned with blood. The people of Ethereal Peak were terrified. What was going on? Were you ambushed? The 4 great sage shook their heads. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was here. He was a demon. They had to stop him. Lin Xian. The people of Ethereal Peak frowned even more. A young man could make the great sage so terrified. Why were only the 4 of them back? Where were the others? What kind of expert did Lin Xian invite to help him? The 4 experts wanted to say something, but in the next moment, a figure flew over from afar. Lin Xian stood in the sky. Looking at the Ethereal Peak in front, he said coldly. Did you think that you could survive by escaping here? With that said, the heaven-swallowing jar surged with energy again. Lin Xian took out a dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed out. Retreat, the 4 injured great sage roared in fear. The others of Ethereal Peak were stunned. What was a young man afraid of? This was their territory. Don't be afraid. Let me do it. A few elders stood out. One of them held a long spear and shattered the world. The other person took out a shield to block the attack. The other 2 shrouded their holy regions and activated the array. With such a lineup, it was too easy to kill a young man. But these people were destined to be in despair. Under the sword, the array was shattered and the mountain collapsed. The great sage who attacked disappeared. Of the 4 who were severely injured, Two of them were swept into the sword light and turned into a blood mist. Countless mountains collapsed. The entire ethereal peak was shocked. This sword had almost split Misty Peak in half. Lin Xian was shocked. Ethereal Peak was indeed worthy of its name. It was completely above the grotto heavens. Its foundation was indeed extraordinary. However, he wasn't afraid. With a flash, he entered the Misty Peak. At this moment, the Peak Master of Ethereal Peak came out as well. He was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe, and his face was grim. He walked over with countless experts and confronted Lin Xian. "Young man, this is not a place where you can be so presumptuous." Lin Xian's answer was very simple. It was another sword strike. Piles of Misty Peak warriors had perished. Even the saints had perished. The Misty Peak was torn apart. Previously, Lin Xian had devoured 5 heavenly caves with the heaven-devouring jar, allowing him to execute 5 slashes. At this moment, he had already slashed 3 times, and only 2 more were left. The people of Misty Peak were shocked. What kind of attack was this? The Misty Peak's Peak Lord was even more furious. "Young man, don't go overboard. Although you are powerful, how many times can you use such an attack?" Even some of the Supreme Elders had awakened. They were brimming with killing intent, and there was even an extremely terrifying killing intent gathering in the dark. Obviously, the power of the mortal world had also been used. Heaven and earth. This lineup was 10 times stronger than the previous heavenly caves. Lin Xian stood in the void and did not retreat. He took out a token from his storage ring and said, "You should recognize this token." The people of Misty Peak looked over, puzzled. How could a token scare them? However, the Misty Peak's Peak Lord exclaimed. "Saint Origin Token. You have a Saint Origin Token. You are from the Sacred Abyss Tower." As the Peak Lord, he had traveled around when he was young. Naturally, he had been to the Sacred Abyss ancient city and even knew about the legend of the Sacred Abyss Tower. At that time, he stood outside and admired it for a long time. After he returned, he was very powerful, but he had never been to the Sacred Abyss ancient city again. However, he was very clear about the power and terror of the Sacred Abyss Tower. Now that Lin Xian had a Saint Origin token, it meant that he was from the Sacred Abyss Tower. "Good that you recognize him. Do you think your Misty Peak is qualified to fight against me? How dare you? Who do you think you are? Are you trying to scare us?" The people around him shouted angrily. "Shut up!" The Misty Peak's Peak Lord roared. "What do you know?" The surrounding people were all terrified. Could it be that this command medallion really possessed some sort of magical power that could make their peak leader so terrified? "Young man, I will let bygones be bygones. The 6 heavenly caves were destroyed and I acknowledge your position in Wushuang City. The grudges between us are written off." How about it? The people around him were dumbfounded. It was too unbelievable. Their Peak Lord actually backed down. But it was not enough. Lin Xian shook his head. The Misty Peak's Peak Lord's pupils shrank. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Then, what do you want? Hand over the assassins of the human world. As for the rest of the people of Misty Peak, they will go down the mountain and become independent cultivators. They will never be enemies with Wushuang City." "Impossible," the elders around him roared crazily. They would never agree to either of the 2 conditions. The human world and Misty Peak were too closely related. It was impossible to separate them. As for sealing the mountain gate, what a joke. Wouldn't Wushuang City be the overlord of this place? How could they give up? The assassins of the human world took the initiative to attack. The terrifying killing swords covered the sky. There were dozens of them. They were all at the level of the Great Sage. Usually, the assassins below the level of the Great Sage would not be able to break through Lin Xian's defense. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He combined the power of the last 2 heavenly caves and struck out a super strong sword. A sword that shocked the gods. With a single slash, the void shattered, and dozens of great saints were reduced to a bloody mist. Lin Xian stood in the sea of blood and asked coldly, "Do you still want to continue?" Although the power given to him by the heavenly caves was gone, he was still fearless. His eyes shone with confidence. The elders broke down. The people of the star race were also in despair. The other party must be using an extreme weapon. Otherwise, why would it be so terrifying? Stop, I am willing to accept your previous conditions. The Misty Peak Lord sighed. He seemed to have aged a few thousand years. Lin Xian sneered. It was too late to agree now. I will add one more condition. Hand over the resources of Misty Peak. The Misty Peak Lord was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he still agreed. He had no choice. Although he doubted if the other party could still strike out a super strong sword. Misty Peak would not gain anything if the fight continued. The other party took out the Saint Origin token. If anything happened to the other party here, the Divine General of the Saint Origin Tower would definitely come to investigate. At that time, no matter how strong they were, they would not be able to withstand the wrath of the Divine General. The great sage of the human world had all fallen under that sword. The remaining assassins of the human world were in despair. The Misty Peak Lord and the others took action personally. The people of the Star Race were in despair. Are you really going to take action? The members of the human world were basically from the Star Race. At this moment, the Star Race was wiped out. Young master, are you satisfied? Lin Xian looked around. When he could no longer feel the killing intent, he nodded. Then, he walked over. Your Misty Peak seems to have the power of reincarnation. He also exuded an extremely strong power of reincarnation. The Misty Peak Lord was stunned. His face was filled with shock. He had completely submitted to Lin Fan now. The person in front of him had completely surpassed him in terms of status and strength. As for the other party coming to find them, they had only themselves to blame. After all, they had hunted down the other party back then. Now, it was an eye for an eye. It was already fortunate that Ethereal Peak could be preserved. He naturally didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge. As for the reincarnation power that the other party mentioned, he couldn't hide it. Lin Xian followed the other party all the way into Ethereal Peak, passing through countless arrays. He wasn't afraid that the other party would play any tricks. He had enough trump cards to deal with everything. The Ethereal Peak Master didn't seem to want to play any tricks. He came to the depths of the mountains and opened an ancient mansion. There was a sacred platform inside, emitting the light of the Great Tao, and there was a bone on it. The bone emitted the power of reincarnation. Lin Xian was surprised. The Ethereal Peak Master said that this was the source of the reincarnation power of Ethereal Peak. Looking at the reincarnation bone in front of him, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His eyes also contained the terrifying power of reincarnation. The two types of reincarnation power intertwined between heaven and earth. The Ethereal Peak Master was shocked. To be honest, although they could also use the power of reincarnation, they couldn't get close to the reincarnation bone at all. Not to mention that Lin Xian could erupt such a terrifying power of reincarnation. The Ethereal Peak Master was too shocked. At this moment, the reincarnation bone in front of him suddenly flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned. The power of reincarnation intertwined, forming a gate of reincarnation and sucking it in. This wasn't his intention. This bone flew over of its own accord. Lin Xian naturally didn't stand on ceremony. If he absorbed the power of reincarnation, it might be able to evolve his heavenly secret divine eye. He now knew that after the heavenly secret divine eye evolved, it would be the legendary reincarnation eye. At a glance, it was the 6 paths of reincarnation. What? The Ethereal Peak Master was stunned. Why did he take away the supreme treasure of Ethereal Peak? What was she about to say? Lin Xian turned his head and looked over. The Misty Peak Lord felt his scalp turning numb. He could feel the gaze of Qin Wendian growing deeper and deeper. He laughed. Treasures could only be obtained by experts. Moreover, young master, you also possess the power of reincarnation. This originally belonged to you. His heart was bleeding, but he still had to smile. Lin Xian lightly snorted and said indifferently. Previously, in the true spirit world, the channel to the buried Emperor Star should be managed by you all. Open it, I want to return to quintessential world. The Misty Peak Lord was shocked. Young Master wanted to return. Naturally, he didn't dare to ask too much. He said, I'll go and prepare now. Actually, what he needed to do was very simple. He just needed to bring Lin Xian and the others to a specific location and then activate the power of reincarnation. Previously, they had borrowed the power of the reincarnation bone to control this passageway. But now, the reincarnation bone was gone. Without a source of reincarnation energy in their hands, they might not be able to control this passage in the future. Lin Xian and the rest returned from the Misty Peak. At this moment, the Misty Peak's momentum was greatly reduced. Furthermore, they were no longer the overlords and had fallen from their divine altar. From now on, this region belonged to Peerless City. When the clans and sects in this region heard about this, they were in an uproar. They had originally thought that the Misty Peak would completely crush Peerless City. But the situation was completely out of their expectations. Peerless City was actually so powerful that they had become the sole overlord of this region. Even the Misty Peak had to bow down to them. Moreover, it was said that there were countless sages' blood flying from the Misty Peak. It was like hell. Hong Yi, Gao Jianfei, the two of you stay here and take charge of things here. Yes, young martial uncle. The two of them nodded and walked out. Lin Xian took out a token. This was the Divine Union token. Anyone who dared to disobey would be killed without mercy. A cold voice resounded. The people of the Misty Peak lowered their heads and didn't dare to disobey. After resting for another 2 days, Lin Xian and the rest started moving. The Misty Peak's Peak Master personally led the way. He brought them to a primeval forest and pointed at a huge mountain in front of them. It's here. Using the power of reincarnation to open the door of reincarnation. All right. Lin Xian nodded. There was an extremely terrifying power of reincarnation intertwining in his eyes. The void in front of them shook and tore apart. Then, a door of reincarnation appeared, emitting a mysterious aura. At the same time, there seemed to be some kind of mysterious power connecting heaven and earth, which surprised Lin Xian. This was too unbelievable. He had a shocking thought, but he didn't have time to think about it now. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he led the dark red divine dragon and the rest into the door of reincarnation. After another round of space shuttling, they were already in the quintessential world when they reappeared. The members of the Divine Union, especially Bai Susu and the others, were looking left and right. Lin Xian, is this the quintessential world? It's also the origin star. It's really different. I can feel the aura here. It's very mysterious. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he was surprised. He could feel that the power of this world had increased a lot since he left. In other words, this world was recovering at an extremely fast speed. In that case, the cultivation of the people in this world should have undergone earth-shaking changes. He didn't know. What kind of connection was there between these two worlds? Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and the group boarded the spirit boat. They flew quickly. Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the rest heard some things about the quintessential world. It turned out that the desolate ancient families also existed in this world and Wan Longqiao had come from here. They were shocked. They even realized that those sacred grounds and peerless great sects existed here. The two worlds were exactly the same. Bai Susu exclaimed. The others were also surprised. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have grasped a key point, but he still felt that it was a little vague. Were the family inheritances the same in the two worlds? One was life and the other was death. Could it be the same as Tai Chi? He cultivated the Tai Chi art and naturally knew that Yin and Yang were fused together and couldn't be separated. The buried Emperor Star and the Origin Star were Yin and Yang respectively. Interesting. It was getting more and more mysterious. He probably couldn't figure it out with his current strength. If he wanted to know, he would have to become a great emperor. The group first went to the Shi Manor and saw Qing Wu, the North Demon's sister. Qing Wu's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, when she saw Lin Xian and the others, she was shocked. Lin Xian said, "I'm here to pick you up on behalf of your brother. Come with me." Qing Wu was so excited that she was about to cry. She had been separated from the North Demon for many years. She nodded and left with Lin Xian. Let's go to the shrine. The group once again headed to the shrine. In the shrine, Peacock, Xing Tian, and the others were excited when they saw Lin Xian return. They greeted the shrine master. Lin Xian laughed. Let's celebrate later. I want to see old Xia first. He went to the core area of the shrine and went to the ancient cave residence. After Lin Xian opened it, an old man was sealed in the god crystal. Inside the divine crystal, Xia Jiuyo opened his eyes and smiled kindly. You're back, Lin Xian said, I've kept you waiting. With that, he waved his hand and opened the sword world. It enveloped Xia Jiuyo as well. Now that I've found the divine spring of life, it has a strong vitality. He once created the immortal divine medicine and the divine tree of life. He should be able to cure you. Xia Jiuyo's eyes lit up. The divine spring of life? You actually obtained it as well. How could Spirit Realm be willing to give it to you? Lin Xian was even more surprised. He didn't expect Xia Jiuyo to know such a secret. Wasn't this something only the divine tree of life and the previous masters of Spirit Realm knew? Xia Jiuyo recalled and said, back then, I also went to Spirit Realm to look for the immortal herb. I saw the divine spring of life. However, Spirit Realm was related to a great emperor back then. I wasn't a great emperor back then, so I couldn't make a move. So, I left. How did you get it? It shouldn't be easy. How could Spirit Realm be willing to give it to you? Xia Jiuyo was also very confused. Lin Xian said that Spirit Realm was destroyed and no longer existed. Xia Jiuyo's pupils shrank. He looked up and asked, what's going on? Lin Xian said, I didn't do it. It was the Thousand Dragon Court. It was a long story. To put it simply, the Dragon Prince's life was in danger. The Thousand Dragon Court went crazy and wanted to snatch the divine tree of life. Xia Jiuyo exclaimed. It seemed that the battle for the great emperor was getting more and more intense. Lin Xian said, Old Xia, let's use the divine spring of life first. He felt that the other party was in a bad state. So, I'm not suitable to stay in this world in my current state. Let me out first. Take out the divine spring. Lin Xian also came back to his senses. He was too excited just now and didn't see that the divine crystal on Xia Jiuyo's body was about to disappear. Obviously, the sword world was absorbing the energy. He said, I was too reckless. He quickly brought Xia Jiuyo out of the sword world. At the same time, he took out 2 springs from the sword world. It was placed in Xia Jiuyo's cave. Xia Jiuyo sat on the mouth of the spring as the divine spring of life enveloped him. His withered body was gradually recovering. That's great. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it worked. Next, Lin Xian gave Xia Jiuyo a detailed account of his experiences on the buried Emperor Star. Xia Jiuyo felt gratified after hearing this. The student has surpassed the teacher. You will definitely walk further on the path of the great emperor than me. By the way, Elder Xia, what is going on in this world? Why did it wither? Lin Xian asked about the sword world. Elder Xia sighed. This world had withered away during the Great War back then. However, it did not shatter. It was just that its power had dried up. As long as there was a chance, he would be reborn. Now that he is in your hands, you must take good care of him. Perhaps you will be able to achieve that goal one day when you control this world. Xia Jiuyo's explanation was very vague, but Lin Xian knew that this world was very important. Furthermore, he had also experienced the wonders of this world. The growth rate of the spirit herbs inside was countless times faster than the growth rate outside. It was simply a paradise. It was really unknown what kind of great war back then had caused this world to wither away. Was it the peak of the great sage? Or was it a battle between great emperors above the great sage? Next, Lin Xian left. He had been maintaining the connection between the sacred spring of life and the spring eye. This would allow Xia Jiuyo to continue recovering. This time, he went out to meet with the people from the Divine Hall. The group was very happy. Bai Susu and the others from the Divine Union were already familiar with Peacock and the others. Therefore, they chatted happily with each other. Everyone was lively for more than 10 days before gradually calming down. On this day, Xia Jiuyo's pupils shrank. Lin Xian's expression changed. He could sense that the little bit of vitality that Xia Jiuyo had just recovered seemed to be rapidly declining. What was going on? Lin Xian's expression changed as he instantly arrived at the ancient cave. What happened? Xia Jiuyo's face was somewhat pale. His eyes were staring ahead as though he was confronting something. Lin Xian was puzzled. He couldn't sense anything. A moment later, he activated his heavenly secret god eye and his golden gaze swept over. The void was torn apart and a wind blew past. Who was it? Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed nothing. However, at that moment, he discovered that there were a few footprints on the ground. It was pitch black. Someone had come here and was confronting Xia Jiuyo. Who was it? Lin Xian took the lead to look at Xia Jiuyo. He had set up countless arrays in the surroundings. However, Xia Jiuyo said that it was useless. He hadn't expected it to be them. They were indeed still alive. Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Who exactly was it? One had to know that although Xia Jiuyo's vitality wasn't much now, he had been invincible when he was at his peak. Even on the buried Emperor Star, there probably weren't many who could contend with him. One could imagine how terrifying the existence that had shocked him was. They were from the underworld. The underworld? Lin Xian was stunned. Wasn't that an assassin organization? There were terrifying assassins. Lin Xian's face darkened. Xia Jiuyo said that assassins were one of the members of the underworld, but not all of them. For example, the Heavenly Court also had an assassin organization. However, that was only a part of it. Lin Xian was astonished. He asked, could it be that the underworld is in existence like the Heavenly Court? Xia Jiuyo nodded. It was more or less the same. Back when he was at his peak, he had contended against them. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he had never seen the Heavenly Court, he had heard of it. The Heavenly Court had the heaven-devouring jar, countless ancient cultivation techniques, and the 12 Tao palaces. It was truly an organization with countless experts and geniuses. He hadn't expected the underworld to be so terrifying. Xia Jiuyo continued to say shocking things. The Heavenly Court had a great emperor, and so did the underworld. The one who had created the Heavenly Court was called the Heavenly Emperor. The one who had created the underworld was called the Underworld Emperor. The Underworld Emperor's ultimate weapon was the Book of Life and Death. It could control the life and death of tens of thousands of worlds. Although the Underworld Emperor had died, the Book of Life and Death had been passed down. Xia Jiuyo's every word shocked Lin Xian even more. The Book of Life and Death could reap one's soul and take one's life? Were these people here to take Xia Jiuyo's life? Xia Jiuyo sighed. The heavenly Tao was heartless. No one could escape from the cycle of life and death. However, we cultivate to prolong our lives as much as possible. Therefore, there was the immortal divine medicine and the second life. Now that I have been nourished by the heavenly spring of life, my vitality has begun to recover. My reincarnation from the dead has naturally destroyed the will of the heavenly Tao. This also attracted the attention of the underworld. That was why they sent an emissary here. Was there no other way? Lin Xian frowned. It wasn't easy for him to obtain the heavenly spring of life. Xia Jiuyo said that there was still a way. They were called the underworld, but they were only some powerful saints. They weren't gods or immortals. Lin Xian understood and heaved a sigh of relief. What Xia Jiuyo had said about the Life and Death Book and the Underworld Emperor had frightened him. That was why he had imagined them to be existences that surpassed everything. Now, it seemed like these were just titles. They were people just like the Heavenly Court and the Purple Mansion. It was just that their cultivation techniques and abilities were a little strange. Since they were people, how could they be dealt with? They could be killed. I want to see if the Life and Death Book can bring them back to life when their bodies and souls are destroyed. Xia Jiuyo's eyes also emitted a biting cold radiance. Since there was hope, how could he give up? He said, give me 2 more springs and I'll recover faster. When I'm stronger, I'll be able to enter your world. By then, they won't be able to enter. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. However, his expression turned solemn in the next moment. Xia Jiuyo had said, before that, you have to be able to withstand 3 attacks. 3 attacks, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he took a deep breath. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I won't let anyone hurt you. He sat down cross-legged outside the cave. He didn't tell the Sacred Hall or the Divine Union. The Hell's emissary came and went without a trace. It was very mysterious and strange. The night turned dark. A chilly wind blew and Sucheng opened his eyes abruptly. He felt his hair stand on end. Golden flames danced in his eyes as he looked ahead. The entire world changed in his eyes. He could see even more clearly. He realized that there was indeed a blurry figure walking over. This person was wearing a black robe and emanating a deathly aura. He was shaking a chain in his hand. However, he couldn't hear him at all. Perhaps only Xiaojioyo could hear this voice. The Hell's emissary flew toward Xiaojioyo. He didn't pay attention to Lin Xian at all, as if he didn't exist. Lin Xian waved his hand and a sword aura cut through the sky, blocking the other party's path. The Hell's emissary stopped in front. When he saw the golden flames in Lin Xian's eyes, he said in a low voice, "Young man, can you see me?" "Of course. Not only can I see you, but I'll also stop you." "You? Ha 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 ha. Hell reaps your soul and Anitya Hellguard reaps your life. You can't stop that. How dare you interfere with the affairs of the underworld? I'll take your soul away and send it to hell for all eternity." His voice was filled with a terrifying power. That was the aura of death, sweeping towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. The law of death also condensed around him. When the two of them collided, it was like two mountains clashing. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Elder Xia was right. You guys are just humans who have cultivated special techniques and abilities. There's nothing to be surprised about. You've also cultivated the law of death? The underworld emissary was shocked. But soon, he sneered. You're too naive. Since we're both death laws, I'll let you know the difference between us. Since you dare to stand in the way of hell's business, I'll take your soul away. The chain in his hand flew forward. Lin Xian could feel a huge shackling force enveloping him. It was a force that suppressed his soul. Soul chains? In his eyes, golden radiance ignited heaven and earth, burning fiercely, blocking those chains. The entire chain shook violently. The underworld emissary's expression changed again. What a strong soul aura. Those eyes, he stared at Lin Xian's eyes and frowned. Young man, are you really not going to move aside? Lin Xian didn't say anything this time. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. Take a punch from me too. The golden fist punched out, shattering heaven and earth. The underworld emissary sneered. It's useless. You can't hurt me. But as soon as he finished speaking, his hair stood on end and he retreated in horror. Damn it, the power of reincarnation. Who are you? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said loudly. You don't need to know who I am. But today, you can forget about stepping into this cave. The underworld emissary was also angry. He roared like a ghost. Behind him, endless death aura appeared and condensed into an illusion. It was the deep and serene hell. Countless resentful spirits of hell rushed out from the 9 serenities hell. The terrifying aura made one's scalp tingle. The power of the 9 serenities hell came again with the 2 soul chains. Lin Xian's body rushed into the sky with a monster sword light. Slash. His sword was capable of destroying everything. With a slash of the sword, countless resentful spirits were all split apart. The 2 soul chains were also sent flying, and cracks appeared on them. The underworld emissary was shocked. Damn it, this kid is so strange. After Lin Xian slashed out, the 9 yang divine body bloomed beside him, surrounded by the illusion of 9 suns. The power of the purest yang swept in all directions. As soon as this power came out, the 9 serenities hell on the opposite side instantly shook. Black smoke rose from it, and countless resentful spirits screamed miserably. Damn it, the purest yang physique. The underworld emissary's expression changed. This physique was specially used to suppress them. Young man, good. Very good. You have completely offended us. Just wait for the anger of the underworld. This person didn't attack again. His body slowly disappeared and then disappeared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't care about this threat. Then, he sat down cross-legged again, took out a pill, and swallowed it to recover. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. He felt the second figure coming. That's right, the second underworld emissary had arrived. This person's appearance was similar to the previous one, but his weapon was different. Previously, the other party used the soul chains. This time, the other party was holding a death scythe. The pitch-black death scythe emitted a demonic aura that frightened people from the soul. He turned into smoke and rushed over, arriving in front of Lin Xian in an instant. The death scythe slashed down. Boom, a pitch-black crack was torn in the void, spreading in all directions and enveloping Lin Xian. An extremely terrifying death aura emerged from the other party's body. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid. He took out the Great Destruction and attacked the death scythe. With a clang, flames danced. However, at this moment, his pupils shrank. He found that there were 4 killing swords behind him, directly attacking him. Assassins and top assassins. Lin Xian's face darkened. This was the assassin of the underworld, not the weak of the mortal world. Poof, the 4 killing swords suddenly attacked and hit Lin Xian's back, sending Lin Xian flying. Lin Xian's blood boiled. His face turned pale, and his body fell forward. At this moment, the underworld emissary sneered. A black chain appeared in his hand, and directly tied Lin Xian's body, fixing him in midair. Ignorant ant, how dare you fight against the underworld? I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. The death scythe was raised high and fell down. Poof, blood splattered, and the body in front of him was split in half. It couldn't withstand a single blow. Looking at the broken body, the underworld emissary sneered and withdrew the death scythe. However, in the next moment, his body trembled, and he lowered his head in disbelief. Impossible, the Hell Messenger was shocked. Wasn't the kid in front of him cut in half? How could he still attack him? He abruptly turned around and discovered that Lin Xian was completely unharmed. Damn it, how could this be? Could it be a clone? No. It's an illusion. I was in an illusion just now. When the Hell Messenger saw those cold eyes, he instantly understood. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Damn it, this young man's eye technique was so powerful that even he fell for it. What made him even more frightened was that he couldn't move at all. His body was pierced by the spear of destruction, and an invincible sword intent poured into his body. It seemed to be able to destroy all the power in his body. You want to use such strength to suppress me? What a joke. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Hell Messenger roared crazily. Kid, don't be too proud. No matter how strong a person is, he can't compete with hell. Is that so? I don't know if I can compete with the entire hell, but killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. A terrifying killing intent surged from Lin Xian's body. The Hell Messenger's face changed drastically. You dare to kill me, if you kill me, you will become the enemy of hell. However, it was useless. No matter how he threatened, he couldn't change Lin Xian's mind. Just as Lin Xian was about to make his move, the sound of a gong rang out from afar. Following that, the entire void shattered. The emissary of hell was stunned. His body was also torn to pieces by the sound. He turned into black mist and quickly reformed in the distance. The Death Reaper, great, you're here. The Death Sickle was very excited. Lin Xian frowned. Someone else came, the first 2 took his soul, and the last one took his life. His face sank. A figure walked out from the front. It was an old man. His face was pale, without a trace of blood. He carried a black flag on his back and held a gong in his hand. The sound just now came from it. After the old man arrived, he looked at the Hell Messenger and frowned. What happened? Did he fail again? This kid is too strange. His soul eye technique is very powerful, and he even knows how to make terrifying sword intent. Humph, trash. The old man snorted. The Hell's emissary lowered his head and begged for forgiveness. Forget it, I'll do it myself. The old man walked forward, but he didn't enter the cave. He directly struck the gong. Clang. A deep voice rang out, making people feel as if their souls were about to leave their sheaths. Lin Xian also felt his soul shake. His eyes erupted with radiance as he forcefully suppressed it. At the same time, he roared angrily. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi shot out and slashed forward. "Useless brat, with your sword, you can't use my voice." The old man from hell was very confident, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. Under the sword chi, his voice quickly became softer and softer before disappearing completely. "What's going on?" The old man's face darkened. His opponent's sword chi was indeed very strange. "No wonder you failed the previous 2 times. You do have some strength. Looks like I have to use some tricks." The black flag on his back shone with a demonic radiance. Then, it transformed into 2 large black hands that reached out to grab him. Lin Xian's eyes also exploded with a cold-killing intent. Previously, Xia Jiuyo had said that he would block 3 attacks, which meant that the underworld would send 3 envoys. Now, it was already the 3rd. As long as he could block this person's attack, there wouldn't be any danger in the underworld for a short time. Lin Xian brandished Apocalypse and slashed forward with the dragon-shaped sword chi, colliding with the large black hands. The large flag suddenly transformed into a black snake and coiled around. "Seal," the old man roared angrily. The large black snake transformed into countless seals that covered the sky and earth, sealing everything. Then, the old man sneered and struck the gong again. Another clanging sound rang out. In his opinion, he had already sealed the other party. His large black flag was also an incredible weapon. It would definitely be difficult for the other party to escape. However, the sound still didn't reach him. Countless black vortexes appeared in the surroundings and directly swallowed the sound. Lin Xian's voice still sounded. "You want to seal me with a mere seal? You're too naive." Boom, the apocalypse spear shone brightly as if the black dragon had come to life and directly tore apart the seals in the sky. The sword chi in front of him continued to erupt and soared into the sky. Lin Xian swept out like a peerless sword god. Boom, he charged towards the large black flag. The old man's expression changed. He formed a seal with one hand and waved it behind him. The black flag flew out and danced in the sky, resisting the apocalypse spear. At the same time, the gong in his hand changed direction and charged towards Lin Xian. The soul shattered. The sound changed. Previously, it was the sound of summoning souls. Now, it was the sound of destroying souls. Lin Xian felt that his 7 orifices were about to bleed and his soul was about to shatter. He released the power of reincarnation and transformed it into a reincarnation millstone that crushed out. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palms. Seal of the Fearless Lion. The berserk lion roared angrily between heaven and earth. Lin Xian opened and closed, fighting a great battle with it. So powerful? The side-wielding emissary of the underworld was dumbfounded. It seemed that the other party could kill him effortlessly just now. The old man's expression was even colder. He was actually such a difficult opponent. Was he a top genius? When he thought of that, he was furious. No one has ever dared to stop us, not even the top geniuses. Hell descended. The old man roared angrily. Countless black talismans appeared around him and began to burn. The surroundings instantly darkened, and the 9th hell descended once again. The emissary of the underworld had used this method before, but its power was 10 times stronger than before. It seemed to have enveloped the entire world. The people of the Temple of the Gods felt that the sky had suddenly darkened. A chilly wind blew past, causing their bodies to tremble. The old man of hell seemed to have turned into the god of hell as he looked at Lin Xian. Suppress 18 levels of hell. Lin Xian felt the ground beneath his feet crack open. It was as if there was a force pulling him underground. He stomped his feet, and the terrifying power of his divine body transformed into a divine dragon that bombarded the crack. At the same time, he soared into the sky. So what if the underworld has descended? I'll split it open with my sword. The sword chi in Lin Xian's hand became more and more terrifying, and it let out a terrifying dragon roar. Then, he held the sword with both hands and slashed down. Boom, the descending 9th hell began to shake again, and cracks appeared on its surface. Then, it split in half from the middle. How could this be? The old man's pupils constricted. He fell to the ground on his back and vomited blood. What kind of sword technique was that? It could split the 9th hell apart. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian slashed again, and the old man's body was split in half. He realized that the power was preventing his body from healing. Lin Xian walked over in a domineering manner like a demonic god. All sorts of ultimate skills were unleashed continuously. Aren't you from the underworld? Don't you have the Book of Life and Death? Let's see if you can be resurrected after death. Dead. The Hell's emissary with the scythe was terrified. You're finished. How dare you kill someone from the underworld? You're dead meat. He roared in fear and even gradually dimmed, as if he was about to disappear. Lin Xian's eyes were emitting a terrifying radiance. After obtaining the reincarnation bone, his reincarnation power was even more terrifying. His eyes turned into two blades of reincarnation power. They directly pierced through the Hell's emissary's body. 6 paths of reincarnation. With a scream, the Hell's emissary disappeared. The two of them were dead. Blood mist danced and turned into 2 blood-red talismans, which quickly floated towards Lin Xian. This scene was very sudden. Lin Xian was startled. He quickly retreated and slapped forward at the same time. The 2 talismans were sent flying. Then, the 2 talismans were between heaven and earth, surrounded by black gas again. The ground cracked open, and a black eye suddenly opened. However, the eye seemed to have the light of a demon god, piercing through heaven and earth. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian was facing a great enemy. He roared and activated the heavenly secret god eyes to the extreme to resist. At the same time, he was shocked. What kind of eye was that? It was too terrifying. In the mansion, Xiaojiu was also alarmed and suddenly came out. When he saw the black eye, his face changed. Hell's evil eye, he quickly retreated and slapped forward. At the same time, the Hell's evil eye also emitted a terrifying gaze. It charged towards Lin Xian. Xiaojiu's palm covered the sky and earth. At this moment, he had recovered a little. The power was really terrifying. In an instant, the Hell's evil eye's gaze was shattered. At the same time, the Hell's evil eye was smashed into pieces and turned into black gas. Did it disappear? The Hell's evil eye heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian behind it roared. Damn it, he felt that something was wrong. His back was very painful, as if he had been stabbed by something. Xiaojiu hurriedly tore off his armor and gasped in shock. A black vertical eye appeared on Lin Xian's back, like a demonic rune. Why would the infernal evil eye appear on Lin Xian? Could it be that he was being watched? Xiaojiu's brows were tightly knitted together. Lin Xian could naturally sense it as well. His face darkened when he heard that, and he shouted coldly. The great dragon sword spirit in his body spun quickly, and he attacked the infernal evil eye on his back, trying to destroy it. The infernal evil eye released a terrifying black light to resist the attack. For a moment, it actually blocked the great dragon sword spirit. Lin Xian was even more shocked. What was this? It was so strange. Xiaojiu had said that the infernal evil eye was very strange and had existed in the archaic era. Furthermore, it was said that it existed when the underworld was first established, so it was very strange. What should he do? Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected hell to be so strange. Xiaojiu took a deep breath. It seemed like he had to make a trip there. Initially, he thought that he could make a trip there alone. I didn't expect to have to bring you along this time. Lin Xian was shocked. Where were they going? Xiaojiu said to go to the underworld. Hell. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Xiaojiu nodded. I wanted to go there to get something, but now you're being targeted by the infernal evil eye. It seems like you have to go there personally. Because only then can we break the eye on your back. Otherwise, once it acts up, it might take your life. It was so terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. Xiaojiu said it was very terrifying. 100,000 years ago, there were 2 people who fought for the throne. Both of them had hopes of becoming a great emperor. However, one of them was targeted by someone from the underworld and had the infernal evil eye. Later on, he died mysteriously. Therefore, you have to take it seriously. Lin Xian was silent. After a while, he said, I understand. Next, Lin Xian and Xia Jiuyo began to recover and prepare to head to the underworld. Lin Xian also told Bai Susu and the others to stay here for the time being. He had something to do. The dark red dragon asked, "Kid, do you need us to go with you?" Lin Xian thought about it and said, "No, I can handle it myself." This time, he didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter in the underworld. Therefore, he still hoped that fewer people would go. Xia Jiuyo's vitality recovered a lot. He formed a hand seal and began to build a huge spatial array in the void. Lin Xian could feel the terrifying spatial power from it. Needless to say, the teleportation distance this time should be very far. He asked Senior, "Where is the underworld?" Xia Jiuyo said, "In the universe, there is a dark galaxy. There are endless worlds in it." The underworld was there. The entire dark galaxy was controlled by the underworld. Lin Xian was astonished when he heard this. A galaxy? That was an endless world. The underworld's foundation was truly terrifying. However, he soon thought of another possibility. The heavenly court was no weaker than the underworld. That was to say. In other words, there must be another galaxy in the universe that belonged to the heavenly court. He originally thought that the resources he had obtained from a few worlds were already a lot, but now it seemed that he was still lacking a lot. However, according to Xia Jiuyo, his world seemed to be more important than all the time in the galaxy. This made Lin Xian even more determined to fully revive the sword world. After the spatial array was set up, Lin Xian and Xia Jiuyo walked over and started the teleportation. In an instant, endless spatial cracks appeared in the sky of the true spirit world. Countless people looked up. What was happening? Some people were shocked. Was someone going to teleport so far? Who was it? In that direction, they investigated, but all the phenomena had disappeared. Lin Xian and Xia Jiuyo had already left the true spirit world. The two of them shuttled through the spatial tunnel. Every time, the surrounding stars would change, but it was about the same every time. In the cold universe, darkness dominated. The light emitted by the surrounding stars was not enough to illuminate everything. Fortunately, Xia Jiuyo was too strong, so after a few shuttles, they had already left the true spirit world. However, at this moment, the sky shook and the earth shook. The spatial tunnel was about to shatter. Not good, Xia Jiuyo's face changed. Lin Xian said, "Is someone watching me?" Xia Jiuyo shook his head. "No, the possibility is very small. I think we must have encountered some special situation. Let's go." They tore through the void and fled quickly. The original spatial tunnel kept shattering. The two of them appeared in the universe and looked around. Xia Jiuyo's eyes flickered. They had not arrived yet. Then, he turned his head and looked into the distance. It turned out that they had destroyed the spatial tunnel. Lin Xian also looked into the distance. He activated the heavenly secret god eye and found that there was a battle in the distance. Moreover, it was very terrifying. On the other side, there were 5 war chariots. They were completely black and carried an extremely terrifying aura of death. The war chariots were being chased. Xia Jiuyo said that the beast was called the Earth Devil and liked to eat corpses. Needless to say, the 5 war chariots must have been obtained by the underworld. They carried a lot of corpses, which was why the Earth Devil attacked them. "Should we charge over or take a detour, or wait?" Lin Xian asked. Xia Jiuyo thought for a moment. "No, I changed my mind. I thought of a better idea." Then, Xia Jiuyo said this idea. It turned out that he was preparing to hide himself and then let Lin Xian change his identity and aura to get close to the 5 war chariots. Then, he would use the name of joining the underworld and entering the underworld. The underworld would recruit a batch of geniuses every once in a while to take the test. If they met the requirements, they would stay for training and become a member of the underworld. Lin Xian would not arouse suspicion if he used this name. Then? Lin Xian asked. After entering, how could he get rid of the evil eye of hell on his back? He could find something related to Xidagarba. Xidagarba. Lin Xian was puzzled, but then he understood that it was the existence that suppressed the 18 levels of hell. Legend has it that if I don't enter hell, who will? Could it be that he still had to go to the 18 levels of hell? Lin Xian frowned. Xia Jiuyo said that it was not certain. You might not find Xidagarba personally. You might find his statue or something he used. As for other methods, he was not sure for the time being. However, he could enter the underworld first and investigate. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Next, he brought Xiaojioyo into the sword world and let him continue to recover in the heavenly spring of life. As for him, he changed his appearance and aura and flew forward. He chose a very good route. He quickly approached one of the war chariots. Everyone, save me. He looked very anxious. The people on the war chariot also frowned. Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Xian said, I was going to teleport, but I didn't expect the space tunnel to shatter. I had no choice but to fall. The void land. Everyone, please help me. The monsters behind are too scary. Why should I help you? The people from the underworld snorted coldly and remained unmoved. They were all cold existences and would not casually help others. Lin Xian said, I know you're from the underworld, because this time I originally wanted to join the underworld and become their killer. I'm here for the assessment. Oh, you're here for the assessment. This time, one of the old men raised his eyebrows and looked carefully at Lin Xian. The cultivation of a Saint King. Lin Xian said, that's right. Senior, please let me go. Okay, you do it. There was only one person, and these people were not afraid that it was a trap, so they opened the chariot and allowed the other party to come. Thank you. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Great, I've finally succeeded. What's your name? Where did it come from? The old man began to ask. Lin Xian had already thought about it. He named a planet and a clan, and then said, my name is Lin. Alright, you should go and rest first. Someone will bring you to the assessment later. Lin Xian was brought into the chariot. The chariot was very big, and there was a special resting room inside. After entering, Lin Xian found that there were many people inside. These people's auras were not so cold, and it was obvious that they were also here for the assessment. When they found out that Lin Xian was also here for the assessment, their eyes were filled with hostility, and even a trace of killing intent. After all, every participant was a competitor. Finally, the 5 chariots escaped the pursuit of the Earth Devil and entered the Dark Star system. It was also the territory of the underworld. After entering, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, someone snorted coldly. The Earth Devil was too despicable. When they returned, they would report to the underworld and let the experts of the underworld kill it. Lin Xian remained silent at the side. He rarely spoke, but he had heard a lot of news and gained a better understanding of the underworld. There were countless experts in the underworld. The underworld was created by the underworld emperor, so the person with the highest position was the underworld emperor. Of course, this position was currently empty because no one had become the underworld emperor. Under the underworld emperor, there were many terrifying existences, and they were divided into different factions. For example, Yellow Springs, Limbo, Mangpa, the 18 levels of hell, and the 10 Yama kings. These were all peak experts. They all had huge forces behind them, and they represented different factions. Thus, the entire underworld was formed. After hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He secretly went against the Heavenly Court, and found out that the Heavenly Court had 12 Dao palaces, Southern Heaven Gate, and Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals. Other than these, there were definitely other factions. There was also the Purple Palace, which was also mysterious and terrifying. Lin Xian asked Xiaojioyo which faction to choose after entering. Xiaojioyo said that he could choose the 18 levels of hell or the 10 Yama kings. That's right. The underworld and the power of reincarnation are somewhat related. You can also borrow this power to cultivate your reincarnation power. If you succeed, when you return to the buried Emperor Star, you can directly go to the top of the Sacred Abyss Tower and participate in the coronation. After hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He didn't expect that he would have such a good opportunity on this trip to the underworld. If he really succeeded, he would be able to catch up to the Dragon Prince and Kuanpingzi in the shortest time possible. At that time, he would be able to compete with them. Of course, the most important thing now was to remove the infernal evil eye on his back. Lin Xian decided to go to the 18 levels of hell. After entering, an old man asked where Lin Xian and the others went. Lin Xian said that after the 18 levels of hell. The old man said, "Wait, someone will take you there very soon." The others also split into several groups according to their own wishes. Many people walked towards Lin Xian. Clearly, they also wanted to join the 18 levels of hell. These people's auras and strength were also very powerful. They looked at Lin Xian with disdain. They could tell that Lin Xian's cultivation was inferior to theirs. Moreover, they didn't feel any terrifying killing intent from Lin Xian. Such a person was no different from an ant coming here to seek his own death. Lin Xian and the others had a total of 40 people. After waiting for a while, they were taken away. They were brought to a world. These people had to pass the test first before they could join. 2 days later, someone came. A black-robed woman wearing a mask stared at Lin Xian and the others with flickering eyes. She smiled. "I have an extra opportunity here. If anyone wants, they can stay." An extra opportunity. The others' eyes lit up when they heard this. One must know that although they were geniuses from all over the universe, they also knew how difficult it was to join the underworld. It would be good if 10% of them could pass. In the end, only one person could pass. Now that there was an extra opportunity, how could they not be excited? What kind of opportunity is it? Someone asked. Even Lin Xian raised his head in surprise. The woman in front smiled. "I need 3 cauldrons." As soon as she said that, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. The cauldron top was not a good job. She would definitely absorb their strength and vitality. In the long run, they would die. Many people quickly shook their heads. Lin Xian also sighed. He would not consider it either. It seemed that he could only participate in the test. The woman in black sneered. "Looks like you guys are not willing. I'll choose myself. You, and you. The 3 of you come out and follow me." The expressions of the 2 people who were chosen changed. Even Lin Xian frowned because the woman also pointed at him. He did not stand up. Instead, he said calmly, "I advise you to choose someone else. Otherwise, you will regret it." "Kid, what did you say? Are you threatening me?" The woman in black turned around and smiled. The people around her also emitted cold killing intent. The surrounding people snorted. Among these people, they did not think highly of Lin Xian because Lin Xian's cultivation aura was the weakest. But now, the person they did not think highly of dared to resist. Did he want to die quickly? The other 2 people who were chosen also shook their heads and sighed. Even people as strong as them did not dare to resist. Where did this kid get his courage from? "I've chosen you today. What can you do to me? You're just a newcomer. It's not certain whether you can stay here or not. And I'm from the underworld. My words are orders. I can control your life. Do you understand? You want to control me?" Lin Xian sneered. "I'm afraid you don't have the right." "Humph. I haven't been here for a long time. Who will teach such a bad-tempered newcomer a lesson?" The woman in black looked at the people around her. This time, she did not come alone. Instead, she brought a group of experts with her. Clearly, her status was not ordinary. "Let me teach him a lesson." A withered old man walked out. Both of his arms were black as ink, and carried an extremely terrifying aura. Dark ghost hands. Many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this. They hadn't seen this before, but it was like thunder in their ears. This pair of hands was extremely difficult to master. Once it was mastered, a single claw could easily turn a Saint King into ashes. Now that the old man had mastered it, none of them were a match for him. Seeing that someone recognized him, the old man had a smug look on his face. He looked at Lin Xian and smiled. "Kid, are you regretting it now? If you regret it, obediently kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, then you can still live. Sigh, brother, just accept your fate." The other 2 people who had been chosen also said. Being a cultivation furnace might not necessarily lead to death, but it would cause one's cultivation to stagnate. however, it was still better to be killed. The people around them also shook their heads. In their opinion, Lin Xian could not resist at all. Regret? Lin Xian smiled. Why should I regret it? This kid was really stubborn. The surrounding examinees shook their heads and sighed. They knew that this kid's fate would be very miserable. The face of the old man in front of him also darkened. Did he refuse a toast? Then I'll make you regret it. He roared angrily and stretched out his black palm. The ghostly hand swept across heaven and earth. Around him, an extremely terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth appeared. Countless Tao patterns interweaved in the surroundings as if they could destroy everything. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people felt that their souls were about to be torn apart and retreated in horror. At this moment, an empty space appeared around them. Only Lin Xian was still sitting there. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was still not afraid. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He raised a finger and pointed forward. His movements were very light and slow. However, an extremely cold sword light flew out from his fingertip. Boom boom. The two collided. The ghostly hand was originally unstoppable, but at this moment, it was pierced through. Not only that, this sword light pierced through the palm and charged towards the old man in black. The old man in black's palm was pierced. He screamed and quickly retreated. However, he did not expect that the power this time was far beyond his imagination. In an instant, the sword light was in front of him and directly pierced through his forehead. Poof, he fell on his back and snowflakes appeared on his forehead. Until his death, he did not believe that he would be killed in one move. The surrounding people gasped. What was going on? Was he dead? The ghostly hand was broken. Not only that, but the old man was also killed in an instant. How could this be? At this moment, the candidates felt their bodies turn cold. They looked at Lin Xian with horror. This was the person they did not think highly of the most, but his power was completely above them. The woman in black was also stunned. She did not dare to believe that the people she brought were all experts, especially the old man who attacked. The ghostly hand of darkness had been trained for thousands of years. Its power was so terrifying, but now it was killed. You dare to kill him? The woman in black roared. She was very angry and felt like she had been slapped in the face. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Get lost or die. You, how dare you? The person who dares to go against the Ghost Eye clan has not been born yet. You will definitely die. Attack. Kill him for me. A few more people walked out from behind the woman in black. One of them was a woman with a black bell in her hand. There were a few ghost heads painted on it. They were ferocious and had green faces and fangs. The bell of the Ghost King. This bell could also steal one's vitality. When the four ghost heads shook, they could directly devour one's soul and blood. It would not take long for one to become a skeleton. After the woman took out the bell of the Ghost King, she began to activate it. An extremely terrifying sound and the four ghost heads charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, they enveloped him. The four ghost heads wanted to devour Lin Xian's body and soul. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. How dare you devour me? He secretly activated the sky-devouring jar. Four black vortexes appeared around him and directly swallowed the four ghost heads. The four ghost heads seemed to have discovered the most terrifying thing and wanted to escape. However, the black vortexes directly enveloped them. In an instant, the phenomenon and ghost heads between heaven and earth disappeared. Pfft, the woman in front of him vomited blood and her face turned pale. How was that possible? How could you break it? She was too shocked. Her sacred artifact was broken and she suffered a backlash. She was injured. At this moment, the ground behind Lin Xian split open and a white bone sword pierced towards his back. The one who attacked was also a skeleton. There were ghost flames dancing in its eyes. Hee hee, kid, go to hell. With his strength, this sword could completely pierce through the opponent. When the opponent was seriously injured, there would only be one outcome. That was death. Facing the fatal sword from behind, Lin Xian did not even turn his head. It was as if he did not see it at all. When the woman in black saw this, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. It was over. Facing the white bone sword, Lin Xian didn't move at all. He didn't even care. The sword collided with his body, emitting a deafening sound. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the white bone sword broke into countless pieces. That white skeleton was also directly shattered by the rebounding force, turning into powder. Countless people looked at this scene and gasped. They were all stunned. How strong was this person's physique? Lin Xian looked up at the black-clothed woman in front of him and smiled. Do you still want to continue? The black-clothed woman felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her expression became extremely frightened. This person's strength was far beyond her imagination. The people she brought were no match for him at all. She gritted her teeth. Damn brat, just you wait. The Ghost Eye clan won't let you go. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. The surrounding people also sighed. The Ghost Eye clan was an extremely terrifying clan in the underworld. Their ghost eyes were incomparably evil. Now that this young man had offended such a huge clan as soon as he arrived, he would probably end up in a miserable state. Lin Xian snorted coldly after hearing this. You really don't know what's good for you. If you had knelt on the ground and kowtowed to apologize, I could have considered sparing your life. However, you actually dared to threaten me. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? At the end of his words, a biting cold murderous intent appeared on Lin Xian's body. How dare you? The black-clothed woman roared crazily. However, in the next moment, she was terrified. Damn it, she saw a sword aura coming towards her. Puff, in an instant, the black-clothed woman was split in half. She let out a miserable cry. The surrounding people were terrified. Did this young man kill her just like that? Was he really not afraid of offending the Ghost Eye clan? No, I can't accept this. The black-clothed woman roared crazily. Her eyes turned gray as she used the last of her bloodline power. Grandpa, save me! An extremely terrifying gray cloud appeared in the void. In the next moment, an angry roar was heard. Who dares to hurt my granddaughter? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people's scalps went numb. Not good, retreat quickly. These people quickly retreated. The person who came had the aura of the great sage, and there was also a biting cold killing intent. If they really fought, it was very likely that they would be killed in an instant. All of them had fled. In the next instant, an old man appeared. He had a pair of ghostly eyes with green flames flickering in them. The surrounding sky and earth were collapsing. Fortunately, those people ran away quickly. Otherwise, they might have really died. Grandpa, save me. The woman in black became very weak. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. He displayed great confidence. With a wave of his hand, endless laws enveloped the black-robed woman. However, in the next moment, he was stunned because the black-clothed woman's soul suddenly split open, and the originally dim sword chi suddenly erupted. The woman in black was slashed into nothingness. At the same time, a faint voice rang out, "Can you stop the person I want to kill? Damn it, how dare you make a move in front of me?" The old man turned his head, and the killing intent in his eyes continued to erupt. Boundless ghost chi and death chi appeared on his body. That pair of eyes could burn everything. After he came, he said that his granddaughter was absolutely safe. However, the other party instantly slapped him in the face. His granddaughter was killed in front of him. That method was so strange that it shocked him. Young man, you have completely angered me. I will let you know the taste of living a life worse than death. Those who had fled into the distance retreated again. In front of them had become the holy land of the great sage. Whoever entered would be instantly turned into ashes. They were terrified. Do you think that kid can still be alive? How is that possible? He will definitely die. No matter how powerful the holy king was, he couldn't compete with the great sage. Not necessarily. If he had a heaven-defying treasure in his hands, he might be able to compete with the great sage. Some people shook their heads. That was an ordinary great sage. They underestimated the ghostly eyes race. Their eyes were extremely terrifying existences in this region. This kid was definitely dead. In front, Lin Xian also stood up and said indifferently, "Your granddaughter is courting death. She deserves to die. I advise you to leave quickly." Otherwise, you will also be buried with her in the 18 levels of hell. Aunt. You are just a holy king. How would you know the power of the great sage? Even if you are a genius, you are not my match. Today, I will let you see my ghostly eyes race's unique skill. That old man. The green flames in his eyes suddenly enlarged, and an extremely terrifying eye technique soul force swept forward. I will refine your soul into a ghost. I will make you unable to reincarnate. Technique? Lin Xian smiled. Coincidentally, I have also cultivated an eye technique. Why don't we compete? Hearing this, the old man's face darkened. You are courting death. I will send you on your way. The green light in his eyes completely exploded. It turned into 2 balls of ghost fire and flew over. Once a person's soul was enveloped, it would not disappear. Instead, it would be refined into a ghost. There would be no reincarnation. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The power of reincarnation appeared and turned into 2 reincarnation steels. They pressed forward. Boom. The green flame stopped 1 meter in front of Lin Xian. One of the reincarnation steels directly suppressed it. The green flames were instantly torn apart. How could this be? The ghostly eyes elder's pupils constricted. He took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul was injured. What was with the other party's golden eyes? How could they be so powerful? He knew that he had been careless. The young man in front of him was actually so terrifying. The other party's eye technique did not seem to be weaker than his. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and wanted to attack again, but it was already too late. The other reincarnation steels was still pressing down on him. Damn it. Block it for me. His ghost eye turned into a green flame that swept up into the sky. But in an instant, it was pierced through by the reincarnation steels. The ghostly eye's elder's body was sent flying while spitting out blood. He screamed crazily. His soul was severely injured. His eyes were also bleeding nonstop. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian shook his head. Your eye technique is really not that good. Damn it. The ghostly eye's elder roared crazily. He was actually injured, and his soul was severely injured. He was injured by a young man, he could not bear it. Who are you? What kind of eye technique did you cultivate? He roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Ignorant thing. You can't even recognize my eye technique. It seems that you are also an ant. Lin Xian's words completely infuriated the other party. Kid, just you wait. You are dead meat. I will dig out your eyes. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. As he spoke, the ghostly eye's elder fled into the distance. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You still want to leave? Reincarnation millstone, the heavenly secret divine eyes erupted once again. The gaze inside turned into a millstone that kept spinning. Every time it crushed, heaven and earth would shatter. An extremely strong soul storm swept in all directions. The ghostly eye's elder felt that his soul was cracking. The ghost eye elder was terrified. Was he, the great sage, going to die here? Damn it, how dare the other party kill him? Was he not afraid of the ghost eye clan's revenge? However, he had no way of knowing all of this. His soul had been scattered and he had completely fallen. However, before he died, he still roared crazily and let out a roar. Soul pursuit order. In the distance, the people who had escaped were still discussing when they suddenly realized that the sacred region in front of them was slowly disappearing. They knew that the battle was over and that kid was dead for sure. They wanted to wait a while before going over to investigate. However, at this moment, an unwilling roar came from the void. Kid, although I'm dead, the Ghost Eye clan will not let you off. Hearing this, their faces were filled with shock. What was going on? The great sage was dead. What a joke. Their faces were filled with madness. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He could already sense that there were countless powerful souls in the distance. They began to look over. The people of the Ghost Eye clan should have known. His body flashed and he decided to leave this place first. As expected, the people of the Ghost Eye clan one roared crazily. The fall of the great sage was also a big deal to them. After all, it was the great sage. It was not easy for him to cultivate to this level. Every great sage was extremely powerful. It was difficult to kill a great sage in a battle of the same level unless several great sages ganged up on him. Now that a great sage had fallen, how could they not be shocked? In an instant, countless experts came over. However, they were destined to be disappointed. When they came, Lin Xian had already left. Only the fallen great sage was left. Damn it. They gritted their teeth and roared. Suddenly, they turned their heads and looked into the distance. There were still people there. They shouted coldly, "Get over here, all of you." Those people's faces became incomparably pale. They were in despair, and some even wanted to escape. However, the ghost fire in the sky directly descended, and a few souls instantly screamed. "Don't do it, we won't run." They begged for mercy frantically. After all these people arrived, the strong cultivator of the Ghost Eye clan asked coldly, "Who was it that killed our people?" It was a young man who was also here to take the assessment to join the Hell Assassins. Someone said. What? A young man? What kind of joke was this? How could a young man kill the great sage? Do you think we're easy to fool? A middle-aged man shouted angrily and turned the person who spoke into a bloody mist. The others felt their scalps go numb. But it was really a young man who killed him. In the end, the people of the Ghost Eye clan also frowned. No matter how they threatened him, these people said that he was a young man. Could he really be a young man? They were extremely puzzled. Some experts said, "Collect the souls." They collected the souls of these people. His brows furrowed tightly. It was indeed a young man. Damn it, who was it? Now that she knew his face, he would definitely not let her leave. The Ghost Eye clan mobilized countless experts and began to search for this young man. On the other side, after Lin Xian left that place, he quickly discovered that someone was chasing after him. However, he had already changed his appearance and aura. Therefore, when those people investigated, they didn't find anything. Lin Xian sneered. The people of the Ghost Eye clan didn't find anything either. They gritted their teeth. Some people said, "Send some people to continue searching. Also, we'll send people to the testing ground." Didn't those people say that he was preparing to participate in the Hell Assassin test? When the time comes, he will definitely appear for the test. As long as we watch from the testing ground, we'll see which top experts appear. When the time comes, we'll be able to lock onto the target. Okay. The people of the Ghost Eye clan began to move. On the other side, it was time for the test to begin. One had to know that there were many people who wanted to join the Hell Assassin organization. Because once selected, they could learn the supreme killing techniques of the Hell Assassin organization. There were also extremely terrifying hidden techniques. These techniques couldn't be detected by ordinary souls at all. As for the killing techniques, they could kill with one strike. It could be said that both of them were supreme techniques. Because of this, there were many people participating. The dozens of people who were with Lin Xian were only a part of them. The test was even more cruel. The test was very simple. Win 0 consecutive battles. Those who came to participate would fight with each other. As long as they could win 0 consecutive battles, they could become a member of the Hell Assassin organization. Those who came to participate in the test were all top geniuses. Winning 0 consecutive battles was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In other words, the number of people who could successfully pass the test would be very few. Actually, this was very normal. For assassins, every time they moved out, they would definitely kill. To be able to kill people who were several realms higher than themselves, they would only fail to assassinate Lin Xian. In other situations, they would rarely fail. Many of the heads of the assassin temple were piled up by the great sage. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. The battle had already begun. There were no rules. After all, they were selecting assassins. They could use any secret techniques or martial arts. They could even use poison or kill. As long as they failed, they would be severely injured at best. It was very likely that they would die. Once the battle began, a bloody mist spread out. Soon, corpses were carried away. The other people watched with solemn expressions. They knew that they couldn't be careless. The people from the killer temple looked at this scene and smirked. This was the effect they were looking for. The place of the test was called Azura Valley. At this moment, the ground was red and there were countless mountains around the valley. Those mountains formed spectator stands. At this moment, there were some people sitting on the spectator stands. Among them were the people of the Ghost Eye clan. The people of the Ghost Eye clan frowned. So far, they hadn't found the person they wanted. It wasn't that there weren't any experts here. It was that these experts had been famous for a long time and were very famous in the underworld. Look at that person. He had won more than 280 consecutive battles with a dagger. He was very powerful. Furthermore, he wasn't famous. He was very unfamiliar and worth paying attention to. The people of the Ghost Eye clan stared into the distance. There was indeed a young figure there. His face was ordinary, but his methods were extremely neat. There was another person who had also won more than 280 battles. He was almost at 290 battles. This person wore a blood-red robe and held a blood-red sword in his hand. Every time he stabbed, he would be able to absorb the opponent's blood and soul. It could be said that he was very terrifying. This person was also invincible. Those who fell into his hands all died. None of them could leave alive. Not only did the people of the Ghost Eye clan notice this, but others also noticed. Outside the valley, on a mountain peak, a man was sitting there. He was wearing battle armor. His eyes were filled with a sea of blood. He was very terrifying. Beside him was a woman wearing blood-red battle armor. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were also filled with biting cold-killing intent. At this moment, she stretched out her white hand and pointed in front of her. Father, look. That person's strength is not bad. Furthermore, that sword of his should be a special saint weapon. They were pointing at the terrifying man with the blood-red sword. This person should be called Guiqi. Xianxia Sage's eyes flickered. Not bad. If he can achieve 300 consecutive victories and successfully break through, he can come to my blood slaughter camp. I will nurture him well. The lady in armor beside him was also laughing. 10 more battles and he should be able to break through and complete the test. The last 10 battles should not be a problem for him. They were waiting. Guiqi swept his blood sword in all directions. He was a little excited. There were only 10 battles left. Although he knew that it would be more troublesome at the end, he did not care. With his strength, it was not a problem for him to pass the test. Who dares to fight with me? Guiqi looked in all directions and shouted coldly. The surrounding people were silent. What a joke. If they fought with him, they would only end up dead. Moreover, he had already won 290 battles. Who would dare to fight with such a super expert? Even the great sage would not dare to fight with him. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the crowd. He came to the Azura battlefield. Who is it? It must be an expert. To be able to go up until now, he must be a terrifying person. When they looked carefully, they were stunned. They realized that the person who went up was only a sage king. Moreover, he did not seem very strong. Such a person dares to challenge? Did he want to throw his life away? At this moment, someone from Murdering Palace walked out. He seemed to be the judge. He said coldly, "You are too weak. We suspect that you are here to give away your battle record. Get lost." The person who went up looked at the judge and smiled. "Senior, if I lose, you don't have to do anything. I will jump down to the 18 levels of hell. I will not give away my battle record. I am here to take his battle record." This person was none other than Lin Xian. After Lin Xian killed the Ghost Eye's great sage, he changed his appearance and aura again and came to the Azura battlefield. After watching some battles, he understood the rules. Therefore, he felt that it was time for him to make a move. The elder from Murdering Palace said, "All right, you said it. If I see that you are not as strong as him, I will not let you go. I won't let you get away with this." The old man warned and retreated to the side. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. He couldn't believe that this man could fight Ghostweep. Ghostweep, on the other hand, didn't care at all. She said, "Go ahead, I'll send you to hell." As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword. The overflowing sword light turned into a river, descending between heaven and earth. This was the water of the river of blood, enough to envelop everything. Lin Xian laughed. If the other party dared to act so casually in front of him, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. The boundless law of death in his hand condensed into a law sword that he held in his hand. The black sword light cut through the air and slashed forward as well. Whoosh, clang, the two swords collided. Ghost Weep's smile froze. He felt that his opponent's sword chi was too strong. It swept towards him and enveloped his arm in an instant. In the next moment, the power of death burst out and took away all of the vitality on his arm. One of his arms was reduced to bones. Not only did it have the aura of death, but it also had an extremely strong power that directly cut off his arm. With a blood-curdling scream, he retreated non-stop. His blood splattered onto the azure battlefield. He was injured. The surrounding people were also stunned. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. Previously, they were speculating. Lin Xian might not even be able to block one sword and would definitely die. But now, the one who was injured was Ghost Weep. The referee squinted his eyes. Fighting above his level? He was a genius. In the distance, on the spectator stand, the Blood Kill Saint was also surprised. He didn't expect another genius to appear. His daughter Xuelinglong's beautiful eyes flashed. It was really exciting. This should be a fierce battle. Kid, you have completely angered me. Ghost Weep's arm was found again. This time, there were purple scales on it, as if it was the hand of hell. The strength of his arm was a few times stronger than before. At the same time, the blood sword in his hand released a demonic light as he slashed out. It was as if he had turned into a blood-colored shark, covering the sky and earth. This time, he didn't hold back at all. Lin Xian waved the law sword, which had an extremely sharp aura. There was also a low roar, which was the sound of a dragon. Clang, there was an intense collision sound. Then, Ghost Weep retreated again. His demonized arm was also trembling non-stop. The light on the blood sword dimmed. There were even cracks that appeared. This caused his pupils to contract fiercely. Damn it, what terrifying power, what sharp sword chi. Who are you? He spoke in a low voice. His opponent was so powerful, it was impossible for him to be unknown. If you want to know who I am, let's see if you are qualified. If you can make me take a step back, I will tell you my name. You are courting death. How dare you look down on me? Azure Dragon emerges from the sea. The blood-colored sword was waved non-stop, forming a sea of blood. Countless sword chi flew out from the sea of blood. It was as if countless azure dragons emerged from the sea. It was also an absolute art, and it was a sure kill move. This time, his opponent couldn't escape at all. He could only take it head-on. The others held their breaths in the face of such a terrifying sword. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? Lin Xian, on the other hand, burst into laughter. What kind of dragon is this? Let me tell you what a real dragon should be like. Behind Lin Xian, 10,000 dragons appeared and let out a terrifying dragon roar. Around him, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Then, each of the dragon silhouettes struck out a beam of sword light, also charging over in an overwhelming manner. The two killer moves collided again, and the entire azure battlefield was completely destroyed. Countless black holes floated between heaven and earth. How was the battle? Everyone was extremely nervous. Even the experts from Killer Temple, Saint Blood Kill, and the others were curious and looking forward to it. After the sword, the black holes between heaven and earth slowly disappeared. Then, everyone was shocked. In the next moment, they exclaimed. They realized that Lin Xian stood there without retreating or moving. On the other side, Ghost Weep had indeed retreated far away, and there were many sword wounds on his body. Saint blood dripped from his wounds. Ghost Weep was injured again? Everyone exclaimed. Ghost Weep's face became extremely ugly. This person was actually stronger than him. Right now, his entire body was trembling. The sword chi was extremely cold. He couldn't recover from his injuries, damn it. Was he going to lose today? Just as he was thinking, Lin Xian took a step forward. Take my sword. If I can survive, I will not attack again. The sword of law in Lin Xian's hand suddenly burst out with a terrifying light. It seemed to have turned into a real divine sword and flew forward. Not good. Ghost Weep's face changed. Even Ling Longshui stood up abruptly. The Blood Kill Saint also frowned. The power of this sword had shocked him. Father, aren't you going to stop it? Ling Longshui asked. She could tell that if Ghost Weep couldn't block this sword, he might die. It would be a pity for such a genius to die. The Blood Kill Saint had a solemn expression. He said that since the Azure battlefield opened, no saint item had been used to stop it. If Ghost Weep could block it, it meant that he was a genius. If he couldn't, then he deserved it. Hearing this, Ling Longshui sat down. Indeed, it wasn't as if there hadn't been top-notch geniuses falling in the past. Whether they could survive or not would depend on the other party's ability. But before they could say anything, the people from the Killer Temple roared, "Stop!" But it was too late. The sword was already in front of Ghost Weep. Ghost Weep roared and used his injured body to attack with all his might. Ghost God's hand, Heaven's wrath, a thunderous sword pierced through the 9 heavens. Tens of thousands of thunder bolts fell from the sky and swept across. In the sea of lightning, there was a roar. It made one's scalp go numb. Damn it, I can't accept this. Everyone was terrified. They could tell that it was Ghost Weep's voice. Could it be that Ghost Weep was defeated? When the sea of sword light and lightning disappeared, everyone was stunned. There was no longer Ghost Weep. There was only a purple arm holding a broken sword. The rest had disappeared. Is he dead? Ling Longshui exclaimed. The Blood Kill Saint sighed. What a pity. On the Killer Temple's side, a man stood up with a gloomy face. He stared at Lin Xian. I said stop. Can't you understand? Obviously, there was more than one person who thought highly of Ghost Weep. It was a pity that such a genius had died. Lin Xian said. Senior stop was a little too late. Moreover, when I participated in the test, no one told me that I couldn't kill anyone here. This Ghost Weep won more than 290 battles and killed 290 geniuses. I didn't see anyone telling me to stop. You. The expert's face turned green. What a sharp-tongued kid. I want to see how far you can go. Senior, you don't have to worry. Lin Xian smiled faintly. After killing Ghost Weep, all of Ghost Weep's achievements would be his. He looked around. There were still 10 battles left. Who was willing to fight with him? Following that, more and more people went. Lin Xian fought against them and won 5 rounds in a row. This shocked everyone. He was just too powerful. However, the Blood Overlord frowned slightly. This person seemed to be a little too arrogant. However, at this moment, someone in the distance said, I think it's normal. Geniuses were all prideful. He was clearly a genius who was stronger than Ghost Weep, so it was normal for him to have a bit of a temper and pride. Many people were shocked when they heard this. Who would dare to refute the Blood Fiend Saint? When they turned around, they were surprised to see that it was the Soul Sage. The Blood Fiend Saint squinted his eyes. Was an old friend here? He, the Blood Kill Saint, controlled the Blood Evil camp and had countless powerful assassins. The Soul Sage Monarch had the same status as him. Furthermore, the Soul Sage Monarch also controlled a faction called the Soul Sage Monarch, which also had countless killer saints. The two sides were in a competitive relationship, and they even had some conflicts because of a certain mission. He didn't expect to meet the Soul Sage Monarch here. The Blood Kill Saint said, Oh, Brother Soul, could it be that you think highly of this kid? After greeting the Soul Sage Monarch, Shui Ling Long also bowed. Although they had some conflicts, the Soul Sage Monarch was still a senior, and they had to be polite on the surface. The Soul Sage Monarch was a middle-aged man without a beard. No one outside would have thought that he was a terrifying killer saint. Beside him was a young man. It was his son, Soul Cliff. He sat down nearby and smiled. That's right, I do think highly of this young man. I feel that he hasn't used his full strength. Is that so? Since we have different opinions, why don't we have a bet to see who has better foresight? I feel that he will definitely lose the next 5 rounds. He won't be able to pass the test. Then I bet that he will win. The Soul Sage monarch smiled. I just got a piece of hellfire. If brother wins, I will give you the piece of hellfire. Alright. The Blood Kill Saint also smiled. I also got a spiritual pearl. It is very helpful for soul power. If brother wins, I will give you this soul pearl. The surrounding people were shocked. Two great sage monarchs had a conflict because of a young man. However, some people knew that it had nothing to do with Lin Xian. The two great sage monarchs had a conflict. This was just another conflict. Both wanted to suppress the other. It was just that no one knew who would win this time. Thinking of this, they all looked at Lin Xian. Everything depended on this kid. Xue Linglong smiled and stood out. She looked at the candidates in the distance and said, My Lord Father said. In the next 5 rounds, my Lord Father will take whoever wins him as a disciple. Once these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. They all knew this woman in red. She was Xue Linglong, the Blood Kill Saint's precious daughter. Her words were the Blood Kill Saint's words. Could it be that the Blood Kill Saint had a grudge with the kid below? Many people's eyes turned red. If they could defeat the kid on the stage, they could become the Blood Kill Saint's disciple. The Blood Kill Saint was at the late stage of the Great Sage. His strength was unparalleled. His assassination technique was even more elusive. It was said that he had never failed before. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly as he lifted his head and looked into the distance. There was a figure sitting there, surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was abnormally terrifying, as if he was a god of death. Had he seen this man before? Had he offended this person before? That didn't seem to be the case. Why would the other party target him? On the viewing platform of the mountain peak, Soul Sage Lord narrowed his eyes. Xianxia, who was standing at the side, said that Senior was being unscrupulous by doing this. Han Xingjun shouted angrily and shut his mouth. Is the sage someone that you can judge? The young man's expression changed, and he stood up. It's my father, I was wrong. Please forgive me, Saint Bloodkill. The Bloodkill Saint laughed. It was normal for young people to be angry. However, what you said about being unscrupulous is also very normal. Therefore, whether or not he could make it through the next 5 battles would depend on his fate. The Bloodkill Saint didn't avoid such methods. In his opinion, this was the most normal thing. In the past, when he wanted to assassinate his enemies, he had done even more unimaginable things. In his opinion, as long as he could succeed, it was fine. After Xue Linglong's words came out, the candidates started to discuss. Another figure walked out. Kid, I originally wanted to preserve my strength and didn't want to make a move on you. However, I didn't expect such a situation to happen. Alright, then I will show my true strength. It was Blood Spirit Child. Many people exclaimed when they saw the young man walking over. Obviously, he was a very famous person. His fame was even greater than the Weeping Ghostland. Who would have thought that even he would be alarmed this time? That guy had hidden his strength very well. No one knew his full strength. Exclamations of surprise sounded one after another. Are you here to die? Lin Xian laughed loudly. Others offer the best conditions, but do you think you can live to take them? Ignorant ant. Blood Spirit Child was furious. How could the other party know his strength? He snorted coldly, waved his bloody hands, and pounced forward. With a crack, the entire world was torn apart by him. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood surrounded him. Countless living beings had been killed by his hands. Lin Xian also struck out with his palm. His palm was simple and unadorned. It did not seem to emit any light. Lin Xian had deliberately used that move. After all, he was going to use the 9-yang body, which might alarm these people. There were not many self-strengthening physiques in the starry sky, so he did not want to attract any attention. Humph, do you know that an ant can compete with my physique? How many saints have I broken with my hands? You're next. Blood Spirit Child sneered and attacked even faster. With a clang, he struck the other party's palm. Break your hand. However, the other party's hand did not break. The other party's palm was like a peerless divine weapon that stopped him. You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Lin Xian exerted force with his palm, and with a crack, he broke the other party's bloody claws. Blood Spirit Child screamed and retreated. His bones were exposed from his wounds. Blood Spirit Child gritted his teeth and roared. Meanwhile, Lin Xian took a step forward. Take my claw too. He stretched out his hand. This time, it seemed to have turned into a dragon's claw that covered the sky. Dragon claw hand. Get lost. Blood Spirit Child's broken palm regenerated. He struck out with both palms, stirring up a sea of blood. Boom, he was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Countless people were in an uproar when they saw that. Blood Spirit Child was powerful, but he had been defeated in 2 moves. Who would dare to go? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, inadvertently glancing at the mountain peak in the distance. On the mountain peak, Ling Longshui was instantly enraged. She said, "This brat is challenging you, father. Why don't I teach him a lesson?" Blood Fiend Saint waved his hand. Ling Long, sit down quietly and watch patiently. He snorted coldly in his heart. What an interesting kid. Obviously, the other party seemed to have understood what was going on, but so what? He was merely using his opponent to fight against the Soul Sage Monarch. In the end, his only opponent was the Soul Sage Monarch. This kid in front of him was no different from an ant in his eyes. Blood Spirit Child left in a sorry state. He had come here arrogantly and left with his tail between his legs. It was truly embarrassing. However, everyone knew that it wasn't that Xuelingzi was weak. It was that the young man in front of them was too powerful. Who could suppress him? From what I can see, this guy already has the battle prowess of the great sage. Indeed, this young man was very powerful. Countless discussions could be heard. On another mountain peak, the people of the Ghost Eye clan also narrowed their eyes. An elder said, "Do you think he looks like this kid?" Another elder nodded, "He does look like him. An unfamiliar face, super strength, and ruthless means. If any of us from the Ghost Eye clan had any ideas about him, he might have killed all of us without mercy. Maybe he really did it. Test him. Send someone down. See if he has left any markings of our Ghost Eye clan." An elder instructed. Another elder said, "I think we should just kill him. It's better to kill by mistake than to let him go." Everyone nodded and looked at a man behind them. "You can go." That man said respectfully. "Yes, elder." His figure floated down. The surrounding people were silent. Just when they thought that no one would dare to challenge Lin Xian, someone else appeared. Many people looked over. When they saw the pair of gray eyes, they exclaimed, "The Ghost Eye clan." Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Someone from the Ghost Eye clan, how could he not know? Previously, he had killed the great sage of the Ghost Eye clan. What did the other party mean by appearing at this time? Was he here to test him, or was he here to suppress him? After Ghost Eye clan's Ghost Eye clan's Ghost Eye clan's Ghost Eye technique, he began to investigate. When Lin Xian saw this, he instantly understood. The other party was suspecting him, but so what? The other party couldn't find anything. As expected, Ghost Eye frowned slightly. He really couldn't find anything. However, the elder said that it was better to kill by mistake than to let him go. He wouldn't hold back. His eyes emitted a gray light like an abyss. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread forward. "Become my ghost servant." Ghost Eye revealed a sinister smile. His strength was definitely not something that this person in front of him could resist. The surrounding candidates also kept retreating. They felt as if their souls were being burned by a raging fire. It was too terrifying. This person was an expert in eye techniques. It's over. That kid is in danger. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Eye techniques against him, even the great sage of the Ghost Eye clan was defeated, let alone this person. A chilling radiance appeared in his eyes as he charged over. The power of the two souls clashed in the air, tearing everything apart. Although the two of them stood still, everyone knew that this kind of attack was even more dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause both the heart and soul to be destroyed. He actually knew soul power. It seemed even more suspicious. Ghost Eye snorted. Just as he was about to gather all his strength, the next moment, his eye technique was instantly torn apart. A terrifying aura poured into his mind. It caused his soul to sway. Damn it. He wanted to resist, but this energy directly strengthened and turned into a human figure. It was like a god looking down on him. Those golden eyes made him want to kneel down and submit. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. When the surrounding people saw this, they were in an uproar. The top expert of the Ghost Eye clan actually knelt down. What was going on? Some of the experts who were watching were shocked. Was the eye technique defeated? Ghost Eye clan was defeated. What kind of soul power did this kid use? When they wanted to investigate, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes had already disappeared. On the mountain peak, the elders of the Ghost Eye clan saw this scene and suddenly stood up. They were all shocked. Damn it! Ghost Eye! Quickly stand up! They shouted angrily. The other party knelt down. This was a disgrace to their clan. However, Ghost Eye had no respect at this moment. He was completely controlled and did not care about other voices. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and knelt over. Ghost Eye crawled on the ground and crawled to Lin Xian's feet. Lin Xian laughed loudly. The others were even more shocked. However, the two elders could not hold it in anymore. They released a terrifying aura, and their piercing eyes killed over. Kid, do you want to die? Boom, the killing intent of the two elders was shattered by the soul sword in midair. The soul sage said indifferently. Since when was the Azure battlefield allowed for outsiders to interfere? Are you guys trying to break the rules? The soul sage looked over, causing the two elders of the Ghost Eye race to tremble. Even though they were great sage as well, compared to the soul sage, they were far too weak. The two of them shook their heads. No, we dare not. One of them said, Soul sage, please calm down. I suspect that this lad has ambushed one of our geniuses and a great sage of our family. We would like to request for a soul search. The moment these words came out, countless people were in an uproar as they looked at Lin Xian. This lad had killed a great sage. Lin Xian stood there and laughed coldly. Why? Just because I defeated a genius of your family, you guys want to frame me? The Ghost Eye race was truly despicable. Was this how the underworld treated geniuses? What a disappointment. Enough. The soul sage snorted coldly. Ghost Eye race, don't let others see you as a joke. The candidates for this test were top-notch geniuses. You guys claimed that he had killed a great sage? Do you have any evidence? No? The two elders gritted their teeth and sat down with cold faces. One of them sent a voice transmission. Lad, do you think that you can be arrogant just because you have the protection of the soul sage? Just you wait. After the Azure battlefield, I'll see how you die. This was a warning to Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed coldly and sent a voice transmission as well. You two old fogies, I was the one who killed your great sage. Come and bite me if you're unhappy. The moment the two elders heard this, their eyes widened. They stood up once more and were filled with killing intent. Damn it, however, they did not dare to make a move. After all, Lin Xian had displayed great talent and was favored by the soul sage. If they were to make a move now, they would be courting death. However, they would definitely not let this lad off. Since this lad was the one who had done it, they would do whatever it took. Next, Lin Xian passed all the tests and successfully completed the test. Seems like I've won. The Soul Sage Lord chuckled when he saw this. The great sage of Blood Kill also said that it was an eye-opener for him. He did not expect the underworld to have such a genius. This time, I admit defeat wholeheartedly. It wasn't that he didn't have good foresight, but that Lin Xian was just too talented. Such a person was very rare. His appearance here really surprised him. However, he made up his mind that he would not let this genius go. He didn't want to kill the other party. Instead, he wanted to take the other party under his wing and make him a capable subordinate. At this moment, Soul Sage Lord stood up and said. Lin Xian turned around and looked. He knew that this great sage was at the late stage and was very strong. He took a deep breath. The infernal evil eye on his back was sealed by Xiaojiao. Even a saint shouldn't be able to detect it. Therefore, he felt much more at ease. With a faint smile, Lin Xian cupped his fists. What instructions does Senior have, young man? The reason why those people targeted you was all because of me. I made a bet with the Blood Fiend Saint. It was about whether or not you could win. Therefore, they targeted you. Now that you have won, I have obtained a soul bead from Brother Blood Fiend. I intend to give it to you. After all, you have just experienced a dangerous situation. When these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. So it was because of the two saints. At the same time, they were incomparably envious. The soul bead that a saint took out was definitely a top-notch soul bead. This thing was very rare. It was formed by the condensation of countless souls. This was the essence of soul energy. If one could obtain it, it would be of great help to the soul energy of a saint. After Lin Xian heard it, he was stunned. However, he knew how powerful the soul bead was. Therefore, he said that he would have to thank Senior. If he could obtain it, his soul energy would increase again. At that time, his soul energy wouldn't be weaker than the great sage's middle stage. In the underworld, his life-saving means would be stronger. Next, Lin Xian obtained a soul bead. It was the size of a fist and there were countless soul energy revolving around it. He took it and retreated to the side. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb it. The surrounding people were all envious. However, with the two saints here, no one dared to be presumptuous. They could only watch as the kid absorbed it. Lin Xian tried to absorb some and realized that it was indeed very pure soul energy. No need to worry. It was quickly devoured like this. On the other side, the competition continued. Very few people were able to complete a winning streak of 0-0 matches. However, there was still someone who did it. An extremely ordinary-looking person. So ordinary that if he was placed in a crowd, no one would notice him. The other party was holding a dagger and gently waving it. He could easily reap lives. This made countless experts shocked. The elder of the assassin temple was also satisfied. This person was simply born for assassination. That's right. The other party was too calm and decisive. One kill. Even if he didn't succeed, he would escape far away. This was different from Lin Xian. Lin Xian previously displayed powerful strength and talent, but those methods weren't for assassination. Therefore, even if one wanted to become an assassin, one had to be nurtured and specially trained. However, the person in front of them only needed to provide resources and some stronger martial arts. Therefore, many people had their eyes on him. Lin Xian was completely unaware. He felt that his soul energy was rapidly increasing. It was truly an unexpected surprise. He knew that the underworld was just a training experience for him. It was just like the other worlds. The cultivation speed here was even faster than in the Saint Origin Ancient City. It wasn't that the resources in the Saint Origin Ancient City were lacking. Instead, the ancient city had all kinds of protection. The underworld was a place that existed for assassination. Massacre was very common here. It could be said that every martial artist's life was on the verge of death. They might not be able to see the sun the next day. Under such circumstances, it was very easy to break through one's limit. When all the candidates were done, Lin Xian and the ordinary-looking youth were invited over. Lin Xian went to the mountain peak. After greeting the two seniors, Lin Xian looked at the two saints and bowed. The two saints nodded. "Young man, you don't have to be so polite. We still don't know how to address you. I am Lin Wudi." Lin Wudi. Such an arrogant name. The two saints were also greatly surprised. Even they didn't dare to call him invincible. Xue Linglong stared at him carefully. Even Hanya was doing the same. The two of them also introduced themselves. The three of them were familiar with each other. At this moment, Hanya said, "Young Master Lin, come join us. We will give you the best treatment and let you grow quickly." Xue Linglong also stood up and said, "What you have, our Blood Evil camp also has." It was clear that the two sides had begun to argue. Lin Xian's expression was calm as if it had nothing to do with him. The two saints were shocked when they saw this scene. Hanya said, "This matter isn't urgent. The winner still has a chance to train in the underworld fire. It won't be too late to talk about it after the training." Hearing this, Hanya's expression changed. Even Shui Linglong looked over and asked, "Young Master Lin, are you willing to join the training in the underworld fire?" What was the power of hellfire? Lin Xian asked in confusion. It was a test of willpower. Linglong Shui said that hellfire was a strange land of flames in hell. The flames there could burn the 9 heavens and melt everything. After entering, one would have to endure a heart-wrenching test. If one's physique was strong enough, they would be able to withstand it. However, no matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand it for a long time. All that was left was a test of willpower. To become a killer of hell, one had to have a strong willpower. One had to be able to deal with any situation calmly. Hellfire was specially prepared for the victors of the 0-0th match. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He did not care about the test of willpower. After all, he did not plan to truly become a killer saint. What he cared about was that Linglong Shui said that he could cultivate his physique. After cultivating the 9 yang divine body to this point, it was very difficult to find a magical flame. Hellfire was clearly unique to hell. Therefore, he did not plan to miss it. He nodded. Naturally, he was willing. Next, Lin Xian was invited to rest. 3 days later, he would undergo hellfire cultivation. Hellfire would open every once in a while. Only those who passed the test could enter. In addition, some of the original geniuses of hell could also enter. For example, Linglong Shui, Hanya, and the others were completely qualified. In addition to them, there were also some others. In short, there were quite a number of people. However, it was not certain who would be able to last until the end. 3 days later, Hanya and Linglong Shui both came to invite Lin Xian. The 3 of them walked towards Hell Canyon together. It was an extremely terrifying canyon that split the earth into 2 halves. There were extremely terrifying flames spreading within. It was hellfire. At this moment, there were already many people standing outside the canyon. Some of them were like Lin Xian. They were victors who had passed the test. There were also some local powerhouses like Linglong Shui, Hanya, and the others. These people were gathered together. In addition, there were a few older powerhouses who were in charge of guarding. When they saw Lin Xian and the others arrive, many people looked over, especially Lin Xian. Among them, there was a person with a venomous gaze. He stood out and said, "You're just an ant. What right do you have to stand with us geniuses? Get lost." Many people were in an uproar when they heard this. Ant, how could this Lin Xian be an ant? However, no one dared to get angry because the one who spoke was a genius from the Ghost Eye clan. The Ghost Eye clan was a top-notch clan, and no one dared to provoke them. Linglong Shui snorted coldly. Young Master Lin came in with a win streak of 0-0. If you call him an ant, then what are you? If you have the ability, go and get a 100 win streak first. Don't think that you can be arrogant here just because you're from a family. You, the genius of the Ghost Eye clan, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. On the other side, Ghostly, who was in the crowd, had an ugly expression on his face. Right now, the seal on his soul had been undone. However, when he found out about that day, he actually knelt. He had lost all his face. When he saw Lin Xian this time, he was filled with murderous intent, but he didn't dare to make a move. This was because Exquisite Blood and Soul Cliff were standing beside Lin Xian. These 2 people were very powerful, and their identities were very high. They were the descendants of sages. Who dared to provoke them? Therefore, the Ghost Eye clan had been slapped in the face in front of everyone, and they couldn't fight back. Humph, I want to see if you can withstand the burning of the hellfire. They gritted their teeth. Lin Xian walked out and said, "What? Are some of you not convinced by me? I'll stand here and give those who are not convinced a chance. If anyone can make me take a step back, I'll let them do whatever they want with me. If they lose, I'll destroy their soul. Do you dare?" A cold voice sounded, and everyone's scalps went numb. No one dared to gamble with their lives. Seeing that everyone was silent, Lin Xian snorted and walked back. "All right." At this moment, an elder said, "It's about to begin." Everyone took a deep breath. Was the hellfire finally going to be activated? "Let's go, young Master Lin." Exquisite Blood smiled. Lin Xian nodded. His figure flashed, and he walked toward the canyon ahead. In the next moment, exquisite blood and soul cliff also rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, they entered the canyon. After these people entered, another figure walked over from afar. This person was riding a war horse. The war horse was fiery red, and there were terrifying black flames burning on it. It was unusually mighty. On the war horse, there was a figure in armor, and he was even more handsome. The arrival of this man caused the guarding elders to walk up. They didn't expect the young master to come. The few of them bowed respectfully. The man smiled. "It's nothing. I heard that a few days ago, an interesting guy appeared during the assessment, so I came to take a look." Interesting guy. The elders were stunned, and then they remembered someone. Wasn't it that little guy? It was said that he was very powerful. He even made the Ghost Shadow clan kneel. Lin Xian didn't know about what happened above. After he entered, he felt an extremely terrifying force enveloping him. It was as if it wanted to burn him to ashes. What a terrifying hellfire. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. Instead, he was very happy. Only such a flame could make his physique stronger. Lin Xian was not the only one who felt it. The other people felt it as well, and their faces turned extremely grim. They had just entered, and it was already so terrifying. The flames below would probably be even more terrifying. What came next would be a torment. Exquisite Blood said with a smile, "I was about to cry when I saw them. Only you, young master, are happy. It's really surprising." Lin Xian said, "Aren't you here to gain experience? The stronger you are, the more you can improve." Mysterious runes flickered on his physique. He didn't stop them. Instead, he allowed the flames to burn. Soul Cliff said, "Young master, the hellfire is more terrifying as you go down. My father collected hellfire before, so I refined it in advance. It's suitable for you. If you feel that it's too much for you during the descent, stop immediately. Don't take the risk." Exquisite Blood nodded. "That's right, young master. We've all felt it before. It's your first time here, so you might not be able to withstand it. So, you can cultivate at a higher altitude." Although the two of them seemed to be concerned about Lin Xian, they still felt that although Lin Xian was strong, he was still a little weaker than the two of them. That was why they were able to speak such words. Lin Xian smiled. He didn't explain anything. He said, "All right, then I'll listen to the two of you. If I feel that I can't bear it during the descent, then I'll stop." Lin Xian's speed wasn't fast. Some of the stronger ones were very fast and reached the bottom directly. There were also some people who stopped above. However, most of them were descending at a speed faster than Lin Xian's. Some of them looked over and laughed coldly. Was it this brat who caused Gueli to suffer? I don't think he's much. He's descending so slowly. He's like a coward. Is such a person worthy of being with us? Some disdainful voices sounded. All of you shut up. Ling Longshui roared angrily and looked over with a terrifying gaze. Some people's scalps went numb and they didn't dare to say anything. However, there were also some powerful people who sneered. Was this kid going to hide behind a woman for the rest of his life? Ling Longshui frowned. "Young master, don't bother with them." Lin Xian smiled. "It's fine. I wanted to sense the hellfire before, but some people don't know what's good for them. Then, I'll let them have a good look." With that, mysterious runes flowed on Lin Xian's physique, and the power of the nine-yang divine body appeared. He was like a god of war. Suddenly, he absorbed the flames from all directions and descended at an extremely fast speed. This scene stunned countless people. "Did this brat want to die?" Ling Longshui and Ling Longshui exclaimed. "Young master, this is bad. If you can't hold on, you'll be burned to ashes in an instant." But very soon, they were stunned. Because Lin Xian's body wasn't damaged at all. Instead, it became even more mysterious. This kid actually withstood it. Countless people were shocked. Damn it, what's with his physique? Even the faces of the top geniuses who had been clamoring earlier turned extremely ugly. The distance that the other party had descended was far greater than theirs. Who was the ant here? They felt like they had been slapped in the face. Ling Longshui and Ling Longshui smiled bitterly. Hanya said, "It seems like we were worried for nothing." Ling Longshui agreed. They had underestimated young Master Lin. The two of them took a deep breath and a terrifying power erupted from their bodies. They descended quickly and chased after Lin Xian. That kid actually hid his strength. Damn it. His physique was actually so strong. When the others saw this scene, they began to discuss spiritedly. At that moment, they saw a figure descending from above at an even faster speed. Many people were astonished. Who was this? Had another super expert arrived? They saw a warhorse covered in black flames, with a figure sitting on it, quickly descending. When the surrounding people saw this, they all exclaimed in shock. Heavens, isn't he Yin Tianfeng? He actually came as well. Countless people cried out in alarm. They clearly recognized this man. Yin Tianfeng rode his warhorse over and shouted coldly, "Is the person you were talking about a newcomer?" "Yes, that's right, it was him." The people around him nodded. They no longer dared to speak ill of him. Because they didn't know why Yin Tianfeng was looking for him. Yin Tianfeng's lips curled into a smile. Where did he go? Bring me to him. On the other side, Lin Xian walked quickly through the hellfire, the surrounding flames burning on his body. However, he remained expressionless. Behind him, Ling Longshui and Hanya caught up. Their faces were pale. Hanya said, "Young Master Lin, slow down. We know your strength." Ling Longshui also smiled. "Young Master, your physique is too strong. This is the hellfire. The two of us can't take it anymore." Speaking of this, the two of them smiled bitterly. Previously, they had kindly reminded Lin Xian that he couldn't handle the hellfire. But now, it seemed that they might be the ones who couldn't handle it. Lin Xian smiled. He said, "I'm also a little tired. Let's cultivate here for a while." The surrounding flames weren't bad, so Lin Xian decided to stay for a while. Ling Longshui and Hanya were naturally willing. If they continued, they really couldn't take it anymore. Hence, the three of them sat there cross-legged. They allowed the hellfire to envelop their bodies and began to refine their physiques. To train their willpower. After a period of time, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked into the distance. He could feel a powerful aura surging towards him. Who is it? Soon, he saw a figure descending. There were many people, but the one at the front was a warhorse. The warhorse was surrounded by black flames. The figure sitting on the warhorse was equally majestic. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The hellfire here was already so terrifying. The others looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Their faces were pale. But this person looked calm. It was obvious that he didn't take it seriously. This person was very strong. He was secretly on guard. It seemed that the underworld had experts too. After all, the underworld occupied an entire galaxy. Moreover, it was a very ancient inheritance. It was an existence that had come out of the land. How could there not be any top geniuses? Would there be any emperor-like existences this time? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Ling Longshui and Hanya also sensed something. They turned around and exclaimed. "Yin Tianfeng, he's here too," Lin Xian said. "Is this person very famous?" "He's very famous. He's also a top genius. Previously, 5 sages chased after him. In the end, he killed 5 of the great sages people in a row and became famous. He's very powerful." Lin Xian was shocked too. His eyes lit up. That man didn't seem to be a great sage, but he had the ability to kill 5 great sages people in a row. He's indeed a top expert. Yin Tianfeng also saw Lin Xian and the rest. He stared at Lin Xian, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Is this the kind of person he is? Interesting. His physique is completely different. Yin Tianfeng naturally noticed that Lin Xian was different. Hence, the light in his eyes was also extremely bright. Lin Xian stood up and said, "Can the two of you continue?" Ling Longshui and the rest took a deep breath and said yes. Of course. How could they admit defeat so easily? Although they all wanted to rope in Lin Xian, they were all geniuses and had their own pride. If Lin Xian could leave, so could they. Alright, let's continue. Lin Xian continued to descend. When the people behind saw this scene, they felt their scalps go numb. Damn, this kid is really ruthless. Isn't he afraid that his body will split open? I want to see how far he can descend. He'll definitely come up obediently before long. However, after a long time, Lin Xian and the rest still didn't come up. Those people were shocked. Is this kid's physique really that strong? Yin Tianfeng sneered. He also rode on his warhorse and descended quickly. The others were hesitating whether to go or not. They couldn't take it anymore. Some took out Dharma treasures, while others swallowed pills. They walked over to take a look. They couldn't take it lying down. These people all used their own methods. However, their speed was 100 times slower than Lin Xian, Yin Tianfeng, and the rest. Lin Xian stopped again. Feeling the aura here, even he was shocked. The hellfire in the surroundings had already begun to transform into various kinds of demonic beasts that were crawling around. Some of them were charging towards them. Linglong and Hunya were facing a great enemy. They knew they couldn't continue. Lin Xian also said that they should stay here for a long time. Yin Tianfeng also came here. He stopped and started to comprehend too. The hellfire around him started to condense and burn. Soon, an illusion appeared. After the hellfire was refined, it formed 9 hellfire dragons behind him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, rushing towards the sky. A terrifying roar was heard, resounding in all directions. The people who had rushed over were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This was a vision of heaven and earth. This Yin Tianfeng was too powerful. He tamed the hellfire not long after arriving. To form such a vision of heaven and earth. They looked at the godlike existence with endless fear and envy in their eyes. Linglong and Hunya were shocked too. To be honest, they didn't have such skills. This Yin Tianfeng was too powerful. The two shook their heads and sighed. Not to mention them, no one here could surpass Yin Tianfeng. At this moment, Yin Tianfeng walked forward. He came to Linglong and Hunya's side. Linglong and Hunya felt as if they were facing a great enemy. The 9 hellfire dragons behind them gave them a lot of pressure. They said coldly, "What do you want? Do you want to fight here?" Yin Tianfeng looked at the two and shook his head. His gaze landed on Lin Xian. "You're the one who made the Ghost Eye clan kneel down, right? Looks like you're just SOSO. I thought you'd be a powerful guy. You've disappointed me." As soon as these words were spoken, many people cried out in surprise. Even Linglong and Linglong frowned. Was Yin Tianfeng here for Lin Xian? Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. He turned around and said, "Are you here for the Ghost Eye clan?" Yin Tianfeng smiled. "The Ghost Eye clan can't afford to hire me." Lin Xian frowned. "Then who are you? Do I know you?" With that, he closed his eyes and ignored the other party. He was just a guy who thought he was infallible. It can't be. How could this brat be so bold as to ignore Yin Tianfeng? Ha ha ha, he's dead meat. Who did he think he was? Just because he had a 300 win streak, he could behave atrociously in front of Yin Tianfeng peak. He was too naive. Yin Tianfeng was able to kill 5 people from the great sage. How powerful was he? If he wanted to kill the other party, he could probably do it with a wave of his hand. Linglong Shui and the other two frowned. Although they knew that Lin Xian was strong, he was still lacking compared to Yin Tianfeng. However, they believed that Lin Xian's future would be terrifying. Linglong Shui said, "Yin Tianfeng, what do you want? Young Master Lin is our guest." "So what if he was your guest?" "If he was your father, I would still be courteous to him." "But you?" "It was useless. The two of you combined won't even be enough for me to fight with one hand." Yin Tianfeng's face was full of arrogance. He did not give them any face at all. Linglong Shui clenched her teeth. "Damn it, how dare you look down on us?" Hunya said, "Stop, don't fight with him. We can't beat him." Linglong Shui and the other two were furious. However, they still stayed by Lin Xian's side. It seemed that if Yin Tianfeng really wanted to attack, they would also use some tricks. Yin Tianfeng's face was a little gloomy. Although he did not care about Ling Longshui and the other two, Lin Xian in front of him had really infuriated him. Did Lin Xian really ignore him? What a joke. When had he ever dared to be ignored? Brat, I heard that two great sages thought highly of you. You're very talented. Now, it seems that you're just SOSO. Can you be stronger than me? The 9 hellfire dragons behind him roared into the sky, releasing terrifying flames. Ling Longshui and the other two kept retreating. Their faces were pale. Damn it, this guy was too arrogant. The others were also shocked. He was too strong. Yin Tianfeng alone was enough to suppress the myriad of worlds and make all the geniuses lose their brilliance. Facing such a terrifying phenomenon, Lin Xian smiled faintly. It was just a little fire control technique. What was there to be proud of? He really did not understand. There was a tinge of disdain in his words. Yin Tianfeng was furious. A little trick? Do you know how hard it is to control the hellfire? How hard it is to subdue? Do you know that other than me, no one else can control the hellfire? You actually said it was just a little trick. Seems like your standards are too low. I am actually interested in trash like you. What a waste of my time. Yin Tianfeng's expression was extremely cold. To him, the person in front of him was just a rumor. He was not worthy of his attention. Lin Xian said. Why? Am I wrong? How hard is it to control the hellfire? The surrounding people were stunned. Was Lin Xian really going to continue challenging Yin Tianfeng? Yin Tianfeng's face darkened. You said it was not hard to control? You control it. Let me see. If you can condense a hellfire dragon, I will acknowledge you. Acknowledge me? Who do you think you are? Do I need your acknowledgement? Lin Xian smiled. Since your standards are low, I will show you what a real hellfire dragon is. Lin Xian turned around. His eyes were dazzling. You overestimate yourself. Yin Tianfeng sneered. The 9 hellfire dragons behind him made him look like the god of hell. The surrounding people sneered. This kid wants to condense a hellfire dragon too? What a joke. Hellfire was so hard to resist. Other than a few experts who could rely on their physiques, the others had already surpassed their limits. Hence, they took out their magic treasures to defend themselves. Some even swallowed secret pills to come here. But they felt that it was worth it to see Lin Xian suffer. Lin Xian stood there. He stomped his foot and the surrounding sea of fire shook violently. Countless flames rose into the sky. Then, they condensed quickly behind Lin Xian. The hellfire was extremely terrifying. Every time it rolled, it would shatter heaven and earth. Gradually, an illusion appeared. Many people widened their eyes. Hellfire dragon. Could it be that he really condensed it? Even Ling Longshui and Hanya were shocked. Young Master Lin was indeed talented. He could even subdue hellfire. Yin Tianfeng was also stunned. Did Lin Xian condense it too? To be honest, it was out of his expectations. Lin Xian had some ability. No wonder he was so arrogant. But that was it. He could condense 9 hellfire dragons while Lin Xian could only condense 1. Lin Xian was far from being his opponent. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer, but the sneer quickly froze. His eyes were filled with fear and his body started to tremble. The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. How was this just 1 hellfire dragon? Behind Lin Xian, the endless sea of fire condensed. 3,000 hellfire dragons roared into the sky, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, the entire hellfire sea was filled with the loud and clear sound of a dragon. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a dragon god, looking down on everyone. Lin Xian was surrounded by 3,000 hellfire dragons. He looked at Yin Tianfeng and smiled faintly. Do you still think you're high and mighty? Yin Tianfeng's face turned pale. His face was filled with fear. Impossible. The 9 fire dragons behind him began to crumble under the suppression of the 3,000 hellfire dragons. Damn it, what method did you use? You can't condense so many. He was really crazy. 3,009, how many times was that? Could it be that the opponent was a few hundred times stronger than him? What a joke, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Lin Xian didn't answer, but shook his head and said, I thought there were some top experts in the underworld, and I even thought you were not bad. But now, it seems that you've really disappointed me. So, with your little ability and vision, I actually paid attention to you. What a waste of my time. Yin Tianfeng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He was mocking him before, but he didn't expect him to return the favor in such a short time. He was humiliated. Linglong Shui and Hanya were both stunned. 3,000 hell-fire dragons, what kind of scene was that? It was a miracle. Looking at the 9 fire dragons beside Yin Tianfeng, they suddenly felt that the situation was a bit ridiculous. If Yin Tianfeng didn't come to cause trouble, perhaps nothing would have happened. But now, he had shot himself in the foot. In the distance, those people were even more terrified. This guy was so terrifying, don't provoke him. When he grew up in the future, Yin Tianfeng might be even more terrifying. In fact, he might even become a saint in the future. In an instant, countless people looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Humph, kid, you used some despicable method, right? Otherwise, how could you condense 3,000 hellfire dragons? If you have the ability, fight me. Yin Tianfeng stepped out, and a powerful aura shrouded in all directions. The surrounding sky kept shattering. The surrounding people were terrified. But there were also people who said, I also think that this kid might have used some tricks. He's definitely not as strong as Yin Tianfeng. Linglong Shui and Hanya roared, Yin Tianfeng, don't go overboard. Do you really think you can do whatever you want here, Linglong Shui? I'm giving face to your fathers, but it doesn't mean I can't suppress you. If I want to suppress the two of you, it will be easy for me to win. Yin Tianfeng said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a black pagoda floated above his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Linglong Shui and Linglong Shui's expressions turned extremely ugly. Damn it. The other party had gone too far. Lin Xian turned his head and said. If you want to fight with me, sure, but not now. I need to cultivate now. You can wait at the side. Lin Xian was indeed going to cultivate. He condensed 3,000 hellfire and prepared to envelop his 9-yang divine body. This allowed his 9-yang divine physique to take another step forward. Good lad, I'll wait for you. Yin Tianfeng stepped aside and sneered. Lin Xian waved his hand and the 3,000 hellfire dragons completely enveloped it. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying flame energy erupted, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Was this kid crazy? Even Yin Tianfeng's eyelids were twitching violently. Such a cultivation technique was simply courting death. Lin Xian's divine body also cracked at this moment. It couldn't be helped. Hellfire wasn't an ordinary flame. It was an extremely terrifying flame. Lin Xian's physique was unparalleled in the early stage of the Great Sage. In fact, he could even compete with the Great Sage. But it still cracked at this moment. One could imagine how terrifying hellfire was. However, this was the effect he wanted. Lin Xian quickly circulated his divine body and began cultivating. The surrounding people sneered and waited. They felt that the battle would begin soon. After all, such cultivation wouldn't last long. However, 1 day, 2 days, 10 days passed. The other party didn't seem to have stopped cultivating at all. This shocked them. Some people couldn't take it anymore. They took out their Dharma treasures and elixirs. They had to leave quickly. Go quickly. Otherwise, we'll be burned to ashes. These people left quickly. Another 10 days passed. Linglong Shui and Hanya couldn't take it anymore. They also flew in the opposite direction. A month later, Yin Tianfeng's face turned cold. Despicable kid, his physique was too terrifying. He could still hold on. Let's see how long you can last. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Heaven and earth quieted down. Only the endless hellfire was roaring crazily. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was quietly cultivating in the land of endless flames. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Everyone went crazy. Some people already thought that Lin Xian was dead. Haha, this kid is really an idiot. He's probably burned to ashes. I think so too. Who can stay in such a terrifying place for half a year? Even the great sage couldn't. Countless people sneered. They thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. Yin Tianfeng snorted coldly and turned to leave. Shui Linglong and Hanya were extremely anxious. They wanted to go down to investigate, but they found that the place was several times more terrifying than before. They couldn't go down even if they wanted to. "Young Master Lin, are you alright?" They shouted, but there was no reply. Damn it, how could this be? Could it be that he really died? If there weren't any changes here, they could still wait at ease. But now, the flames here were several times more terrifying than before. Such a strange change made them unsure. Naturally, Lin Xian also sensed the changes here. Lin Xian roared. His 9-yang divine body emitted a terrifying radiance as it reached another level. His physique was already comparable to the great sage. Now, he could compete with the great sage with just the strength of his physique. This made him pleasantly surprised. This was great. But soon, he felt an even more terrifying aura sweeping toward him. What's going on? He didn't continue to descend, but the aura here was several times more terrifying than before. What had happened? He frowned. His eyes had a golden light as he looked around. There was a sea of flames around him. There didn't seem to be any changes. There didn't even seem to be anyone. But at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly looked down. There was a black shadow circling below his feet. It was extremely terrifying. The black shadow also suddenly raised its head. 2 flaming eyes pierced through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian felt as if his body was about to melt. What was this? Lin Xian took a step back in fright. But he quickly calmed down. Was it a demonic beast? The land of hell's flames actually had such a terrifying demonic beast. He wanted to leave, but he found that the black shadow was already staring at him. Lin Xian's figure flashed. He soared into the air, wanting to leave. But the black shadow below roared and charged. An endless sea of flames rushed out. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, unleashing his divine body, sweeping in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, letting out a thunderous sound. But that black shadow was very scary. Lin Xian attacked, but it seemed to have passed through the opponent. Was it an illusion? He furrowed his brows tightly. But at this time, the light in his eyes became even scarier. He didn't attack, because he realized that the black shadow was actually a dragon. A hellfire dragon. Did the hellfire dragon really exist? Lin Xian was shocked. He stood there, the great dragon sword soul in his body covered his entire body, raising his head to confront the hellfire dragon. The giant dragon head swooped down, less than a meter away from Lin Xian. Lin Xian could feel the dragon flame of the opponent, it could easily spray on him, but he didn't take a step back. Lin Xian spoke, "So there are dragons resting here, sorry to disturb. Are you also one of the dragons?" The dragon head's voice was very low. As it spoke, the sea of fire in the sky swept in all directions. Without waiting for Lin Xian to reply, it shook its head. "No, you're not one of the dragons, you're a human." "But, why is the dragon aura on your body so scary? Speak," the hellfire dragon roared, and the flames in the entire Hell Canyon rose instantly. Those who were still cultivating all ran out crazily. Their faces were full of fear, so much so that the surrounding people all sensed it. Damn it, what's going on? What happened to the Hell Canyon? Heaven and earth anomaly. Could it be that a strong warrior came? Or was there a peerless treasure in the Hell Canyon that was about to appear? Countless people looked at this scene, extremely shocked. This was something that had never happened in thousands of years. Facing the opponents questioning and roaring, Lin Xian was very calm. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, endless dragon-shaped sword energy flew out, sweeping across the 9 heavens. The hellfire dragon's pupils shrank after seeing this. "This is the great dragon sword soul, you're the dragon sword inheritor?" "That's right, I'm the dragon sword inheritor." Lin Xian nodded, he didn't hide it at all. The hellfire dragon laughed loudly. "So that's how it is. No wonder I felt that as a human. How could your Tao of dragon aura be so powerful? So you're the dragon sword's successor." All this was explained clearly. "Senior, you should be able to relax now, right?" Lin Xian said, but he sighed inwardly. Although the other party's aura was terrifying, Lin Xian's eyes were terrifying. He could tell that this was just an illusion. In other words, the Hellfire Dragon had already fallen. "Senior, do you want me to avenge you?" Lin Xian said. The Hellfire Dragon was stunned, then said, "You saw through it?" Lin Xian nodded. He could tell that the senior had already fallen. The Hellfire Dragon said that he did not die, but he left behind a strand of his soul. "If you really want to help me, then go to the bottom of hell and destroy a stone tablet. My remnant soul can enter the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be stuck in this canyon forever, unable to leave." Lin Xian said, "The flames below are too terrifying. With my strength, I can't enter at all." The Hellfire Dragon said, "Don't worry, I'll help you, and I'll give you a sword. Use it to destroy the stone tablet." As he said that, a sword flew out from the Hellfire Dragon's head. It was a divine sword burning with flames, the Hellfire Dragon's sword. Lin Xian was shocked. This was made from the Hellfire Dragon's strongest dragon scales. It was an unparalleled divine weapon. Although Lin Xian had the great dragon sword spirit, it was only the sword spirit that circled around his body. The great dragon sword was long gone. Other than that, he had many sacred weapons in his hands, but he only used the great destruction spear. The peerless sword could not keep up with his improvement. Now that he saw the Hellfire Dragon sword, Lin Xian was extremely happy. With this sword, coupled with his peerless sword skills, the power would increase again. The Hellfire Dragon seemed to have seen through Lin Xian's thoughts. He said, "As long as you help me destroy the stone tablet and let me reincarnate, this Hellfire Dragon sword will be yours." As he said that, he removed the soul imprint on it. Lin Xian felt even more at ease now. "Thank you, Senior." He was too happy. This Hellfire Dragon's remnant soul was so terrifying. It made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. What kind of terrifying existence was it at its peak? It was probably not weaker than Senior Xiaojiu. The great sage was at its peak. It might have even surpassed the Saint Realm. So the Fire Dragon sword left behind by such a supreme existence really made him happy. Next, the Hellfire Dragon's phantom brought him deeper into the Hell Canyon. He didn't know how long they flew. The surrounding flames were enough to turn a saint into ashes. Fortunately, Lin Xian was wrapped up. Otherwise, he would have been turned into ashes. Was it this stone tablet? Lin Xian found a stone tablet in front of him. It was pitch black. He didn't know what kind of stone it was made of. But in the flames that could turn a saint into ashes, it was perfectly fine. There wasn't even a crack. And it had been here for countless years. This stone was too scary. Could he really break it? The Hellfire Dragon said, "You have the Hellfire Dragon sword now. You can mobilize the flames in the entire canyon. Let's begin." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He used the power of the great dragon sword soul and poured it into the Hellfire Dragon sword. The Hellfire Dragon sword seemed to come alive. The flames on it exploded. There was a dragon phantom surrounding it. Lin Xian slashed out. The power of the entire sea of fire around him flew towards his sword, causing the power of the sword to increase exponentially. Boom! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the entire Hell Canyon shook violently. Flaming sword lights shot into the sky. The people outside the canyon were all stunned. What had happened? Even the powerhouses of the underworld were alarmed by this. One by one, they looked over. Oh no, it's the Fire Canyon. Did an accident happen? What accident could there be? Many people were shocked and puzzled. They rushed over. With one slash, the black stone tablet shook violently. Lin Xian roared and used the great dragon sword soul again. With the power of the Hell Canyon, he never had to worry about wasting it. Another sword slash was unleashed. This time, the power of the great dragon sword soul was completely unleashed, together with the Hellfire Dragon sword. It was really terrifying. With a clang, the stone tablet was sent flying into the distance. The flames in the entire Hell Canyon had become much dimmer. Obviously, he used too much power in this slash. Lin Xian's hands were cracked. His face was pale. The art of immortality quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, he asked, "Senior, is it okay?" did he really break it? The Hellfire Dragon was stunned at first. Then, he laughed. Ha 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 ha, his voice spread to the 9 heavens. Thousands of worlds were collapsing. Young man, you really surprised me. No wonder you're the descendant of the great dragon. The Hellfire Dragon kept laughing. Lin Xian said, Senior, you're too kind. The Hellfire Dragon shook his head. No, you showed me the power of the great dragon sword soul. It's just that you're too weak. The great dragon sword can't unleash its true power in your hands. If you give it to me, I can become a great emperor. So, leave it to me. He suddenly lowered his head, a terrifying flame burst out from his eyes, as if it was a godly fire. It caused Lin Xian's body to split open. Lin Xian roared and raised his sword to block. The power of the dragon sword spirit turned into a sword shadow and slashed forward. His face darkened. Senior, I saved you. Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? Repay kindness with enmity? Ha 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 ha, the Hellfire Dragon laughed loudly. When I swept the world, a ball of fire could destroy a world. I fought with others, destroyed hundreds of worlds, countless lives turned into ashes. Even if you die, what does it have to do with me? I want the dragon sword spirit. Give it to me. He rushed over. Lin Xian's face darkened. He realized that he had been tricked. This was not a kind person, this was a hell dragon that had killed countless people. Pretending to be innocent and pitiful to deceive him. With a cold snort, Lin Xian roared and slashed out with his sword. You underestimate me too much, you might not be able to beat me here. You're just a remnant soul, he slashed out with his sword, cutting through the sky. However, it did not hit. The Hellfire Dragon instantly merged into his body. Don't worry, I won't let you die, I will let your body exist as another life. But your soul, just disappear like smoke. Possession, he roared crazily and rushed in. Lin Xian felt that his soul was about to split open, he felt the world spinning. Too strong, this was a supreme existence. Although it was just a remnant soul, it was still terrifying enough to make the world tremble. Such a strong soul, it could actually block it. The Hellfire Dragon was very happy. It seems that not only do you have the dragon sword spirit, your soul and body are far beyond the Holy King. Even in the Great Sage, it was extremely rare. That's great. With you, I can recover even faster. The Hellfire Dragon was very satisfied. He wanted to swallow Lin Xian's soul. But at this time, he was stunned, he realized that there was another aura in his body. It was even more terrifying. He rushed in. Lin Xian was shocked, he did not have time to counterattack, he realized that the Hellfire Dragon did not attack his soul, but rushed into the sword world. Not good, Lin Xian exclaimed. Xianxia was still cultivating in the sword world, it was a very mysterious world, if he was discovered, it would be dangerous. However, the Hellfire Dragon was too terrifying, it rushed in an instant. Lin Xian was still one step too. After the Hellfire Dragon went in, he realized that he had left Lin Xian's body and came to a mysterious world. This world was incomparably desolate and dilapidated, but there was a prehistoric aura that shocked him. He was stunned, a giant dragon, a dragon, a dragon, a dragon's head. He saw withered trees and even a valley full of vitality in the distance. Other than that, everything else was withered. This was that world. It was the world of legends. I'm finally here, ha 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 ha. Kid, I didn't expect you to give me so many surprises. With this world, who is my opponent, they have to listen to me. Lin Xian heard the roar the moment he entered the sword world, he was stunned. Could it be that the Hellfire Dragon knew about this world and recognized it? The Hellfire Dragon did not care about Lin Xian at all, he stared at the withered tree in an instant. The divine spring of life, that's great. With it, my soul will be able to recover. But an old thing has the right to use the divine spring of life? Go to hell. He roared, spat out a ball of flames, and attacked Xianxia. Not good, senior, dodge. Lin Xian exclaimed. Xianxia opened his eyes, he also slashed over, directly tearing the sea of flames. His body flashed, and he arrived in front of the Hellfire Dragon. A mere remnant soul dares to be arrogant in front of me, suppress. He roared. An immortal king appeared behind Xianxia, sweeping across the world, directly sending the hellfire dragon flying. The entire ground was shaking. In the Four-Spirit Valley, the four spirit beasts were also alarmed. Damn, what's going on? This old man is actually so terrifying. When Xiaojiu came in, they were still very jealous. Why could he sit on the divine spring of life? Now that he attacked, they were so scared that they were about to cry. This was simply a supreme existence that could sweep across the world. The spirit dragon exclaimed, "Heavens, the hellfire dragon, this was also a supreme existence, this was a fight between immortals." If this was not a mysterious world and they were strong enough, they would have run away long ago. The fight between these two immortals did not cause any cracks to appear in the mysterious world. One could imagine how terrifying this world was. The hellfire dragon roared, "Damn old thing, you dare to hurt me." He roared and rushed over. However, the immortal king punched him to the ground again. The hellfire dragon roared, "Damn it, who are you? Why are you in this world? How can you still be alive?" He was in disbelief. He realized that the other party was not weaker than him, although the other party was old and withered, he was still alive. And he was just a remnant soul. "Damn it, if I was in my peak state, how could you be my opponent?" Xiaojiu snorted, "with just you. If I was in my peak state, I could kill you in one move." The stars in his eyes flickered with extreme confidence. Lin Xian was stunned, these two people's attacks had such shocking power. Xiaojiu said, "What's wrong with this little guy?" Lin Xian said, "I was tricked by him," he explained briefly. Then he asked, "Senior, how would you deal with this hellfire dragon? If he wanted to go out, he could use a sea of fire, the other party could resist. Since he was here, he could forget about going out." "Damn it, do you still want to kill me? I am an immortal existence." The hellfire dragon roared. Xiaojiu sneered, "No one in this world can't die, it's just a matter of time, no matter how strong you are just a remnant soul now. I was tricked by someone back then, otherwise, I would still be an invincible existence." He roared crazily. Xiaojiu ignored him, he used his power and started to seal the other party's soul. The hellfire dragon roared crazily, but in this world, he could not use his power, he could only be beaten up by Xiaojiu. In the end, he said, "I submit." "If you submit, you can go and open up this world." "Damn old man, you dare to make me a laborer?" The hellfire dragon roared, his eyes red. Then he said, "What's wrong with this world? Isn't this the legendary place? Why is it so dilapidated? Could it be that it's not the world I know? You talk too much." Xiaojiu slapped the hellfire dragon away, slapping him to a chaotic place far away. Then he said, "Expand your territory." Lin Xian was stunned, "How strong is this Xiaojiu?" The hellfire dragon roared and charged back. Xiaojiu's seal almost cracked the other party's soul. "Damn old man, what did you do to me?" End of chapter. "You're so powerful, don't tell me you don't know this," Xiaojiu sneered. The hellfire dragon sensed it for a while, then let out a crazy roar. "How dare you plant a heaven-sealing seal on my soul?" Damn it, he was going crazy. Xiaojiu ignored it and said to Lin Xian, "I've already controlled him. Even if I'm not here, he won't be able to do anything." "That's good." Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaojiu said, "You said a black stone tablet was suppressing him? Let's go out and take a look." Xiaojiu's body shook and he wanted to go out. "Damn old man, fight me for 300 rounds if you dare." Suddenly, the hellfire dragon roared and wanted to kill him. Xiaojiu frowned. He still had some tricks up his sleeve. "Let's go." He instantly left the sword world. Lin Xian walked out too. After he went out, Xiaojiu waved his hand and tore the sky apart. He then grabbed half of the hellfire dragon's sword. He threw it on the ground and stepped on it. The hellfire dragon sword was roaring. "Damn it, take your foot away. How dare you step on me?" Lin Xian was stunned. The sword could talk. Xiaojiu said that this was the dragon scale of the hellfire dragon. It contained his blood, soul, and bloodline. It was like a part of his body. So if this thing ran away, it would be troublesome. Lin Xian's face changed. It was too troublesome to be with these old monsters. If he wasn't careful, he could fall into endless danger. Xiaojiu sealed the sword and gave it to Lin Xian. He said, "You can use this sword. Lin Xian said, "You don't have to worry about it running away," Xiaojiu said, "I've already set up 3 seals and completely sealed it. As for its power, it's definitely weaker. But it matches your strength. As your strength increases, the 3 seals will be released one after another. By then, you can completely control it." Lin Xian smiled. Old Xiao was so thoughtful. Lin Xian pointed at the stone in the distance and said, "It's that stone tablet. Back then, I only managed to send him flying. Now, it seems like he didn't shatter at all." Xiao Jiuyou also walked over, and Lin Xian hurriedly followed by his side. He couldn't withstand the surrounding flames at all. Fortunately, Xiao Jiuyou was here. Xiao Jiuyou looked at the stone tablet and took it with a wave of his hand. Lin Xian was shocked. There were no cracks at all. That sword strike just now was so terrifying, but it actually didn't cause any damage to the rock. "Elder Xia, what kind of stone is this?" "That was too scary. Dragon-suppressing stone." Xiao Jiuyou's lips curled into a smile. "What a good item. It was rare. With him, their chances of winning should be higher." Xiao Jiuyou looked at the stone carefully. When he saw the word Qing engraved on the back of the stone tablet, he narrowed his eyes. A descendant of Emperor Qing, the descendant of the Qing Emperor? Lin Xian was shocked. Did this stone tablet belong to the descendant of the Qing Emperor? Could it be that the descendant of the Qing Emperor had defeated the Hellfire Dragon and sealed its remnant soul here? "Alright, kid, don't think about this anymore. Go and do your thing. I'll bring you out, and then I'll leave for a while. You have to be careful." Then, Xiao Jiuyou brought Lin Xian out of the depths of the Hellfire Dragon and soared into the sky. He placed Lin Xian in the 9 heavens. Then, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Lin Xian, on the other hand, descended. The scene here had already caused a commotion. Hence, countless people were watching from the surroundings of the canyon. At this moment, the canyon descended from the sky, and a figure naturally attracted their attention. Who was it? They looked over. Another expert had arrived. However, they realized that it wasn't him. It was a young man. Who was this young man? Many people were puzzled. However, some people exclaimed, "It was that kid. He didn't die." Many people were shocked. Some of them had already recognized Lin Xian. Those who didn't know him soon found out. This was the genius who had made the Ghost Eyes clan suffer. Some of those who knew the inside story were even more shocked. Did this person come out alive? How terrifying was his strength? Or did he come out long ago and was just hiding? Many puzzled voices were heard. Some of the older generation's eyes were flickering. They all stared at Lin Xian. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. "Kid, you're still alive. Tell me, what happened in the Hellfire Dragon?" The voice was like an order. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a mighty man riding a war horse. His face was burning with black flames. Many people were shocked. It was Yin Tianfeng. Some people's eyes lit up. This kid had offended Yin Tianfeng before. Back then, Yin Tianfeng wanted to take action, but he didn't have the chance. Now, it seemed that he was going to take action. Haha, if that's the case, then this kid is dead for sure. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "You're ordering me? Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Get lost." The others were shocked. This guy didn't want to live anymore. How dare he challenge the top genius Yin Tianfeng? Yin Tianfeng also walked down from his war horse. He shouted coldly. "Do you want to die? How dare you disrespect me? Kneel down and kowtow." He took a step forward and his strength exploded. Lin Xian sneered. "I really don't know what right you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Back in the Hellfire Dragon, I was a few hundred times stronger than you. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" The surrounding people were shocked. What? This guy must be crazy. However, some people said that it was true. Back then, Yin Tianfeng condensed 9 Hellfire Dragons, but this guy condensed 3,000. He completely surpassed Yin Tianfeng. Why is this guy so strong? Many of the older generation narrowed their eyes. Yin Tianfeng sneered. "That wasn't your true strength. You just used a despicable method. You're no match for me in terms of true strength. He stretched out 3 fingers. As long as you can take 3 of my moves, I'll let you go. Lin Xian sneered. Do you want to die? I'll grant you your wish. I'll only use one hand. Arrogant enough. However, no one has ever dared to be arrogant in front of me. Yin Tianfeng was furious. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. There was a black flame on his body that kept jumping. Then, he slapped his palm over. The black palm covered the sky and covered the earth. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They retreated quickly. Too strong. Yin Tianfeng was very strong. This slap could even turn the great sage into a bloody mist. They all looked at Lin Xian. They didn't know if he could withstand it. Lin Xian sneered and sent out a palm strike as well. It was also a black palm. However, it wasn't a flame. It was a death aura. It was like a black sea of death. It swept across the sky and took away all life. Lin Xian's palm was fine, but on the other side, Yin Tianfeng's expression changed. He felt that he had already used up some of his vitality. After one move, you're going to suppress me like this? You've really disappointed me. Bring out all your strength. Lin Xian said emotionlessly. You've completely angered me. Yin Tianfeng's body emitted a biting cold storm. The surrounding black flames became even more terrifying as they swept through the 9 heavens. Just then, 2 voices came from afar. Assistants. It was Ling Longshui and Xianxia. They said, Yin Tianfeng, don't go overboard. We're going to ask Mr. to go back. They had been paying attention to the situation here. Now that Lin Xian had come out alive, they were naturally happy. Mr. Lin, come with us. What? Do you think I don't exist? Yin Tianfeng shouted angrily. Then, he struck out with both palms. One palm hit Ling Longshui, while the other hit Xianxia. He wanted to fight against 2 top geniuses alone. Damn it. How dare you underestimate us? Ling Longshui was furious too. 1 against 2. Was he looking down on them? Ling Longshui shouted angrily. She formed a seal with her palms. A red light appeared on her body, turning into a sea of blood. There was a figure inside who opened his eyes abruptly and dashed out. On the other side, Xianxia shouted angrily. His soul flew out and turned into a soul sword, slashing down quickly. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, and the 2 of them were sent flying backward, coughing up large amounts of blood. Damn it. The 2 were furious. Ling Longshui shouted angrily. Blood demon scripture, Xianxia also released his soul power. They were about to fight. However, Lin Xian stood out and said, You 2, let me do it. This battle belongs to me. 2 more punches, right? I'll let you know my strength. Lin Xian walked out with a cold expression. He didn't want to fight because the other party was too arrogant. They kept finding trouble with him. Since that was the case, he didn't mind showing off his strength. Previously, in Hell Canyon, his divine body had broken through. Now, his physique was equivalent to the Great Sage's middle stage. Even if Yin Tianfeng could kill 5 Great Sage in a row, he wouldn't be able to fight against a mid-stage Great Sage. Kid, show me what you've got. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Yin Tianfeng sneered. Lin Xian nodded. As you wish, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the other party. What a fast speed. Yin Tianfeng was shocked. Then, Lin Xian threw a punch. There was no light on it, nor was there any law. There was only a fist. This was the power of the divine body. Yin Tianfeng was disdainful at first, but when the punch landed on his body, his expression changed. He didn't want to retreat. But it was too late. With a loud boom, thunder rumbled in the sky. A figure was sent flying and smashed into pieces. The dozens of mountains in the distance disappeared. What was going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Originally, they wanted to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. But it wasn't like this. Lin Xian injured Yin Tianfeng with one blow. This power was too frightening. If it was Yin Tianfeng, he would have the power to kill the great sage. But now, he didn't seem to have the upper hand in Lin Xian's hands. What a fly. Lin Xian looked into the distance and shook his head. In the distance, the shattered mountains and countless rocks turned into powder. Yin Tianfeng walked out with a cold face. There were still cracks on his body, and fresh blood stained his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn kid, you actually hid your power. I won't let you go." He also charged over in a domineering manner. The black flame in his hand was extremely terrifying. It could melt everything. Lin Xian threw a second punch. This time, even though Yin Tianfeng gave it his all, his arm was still numb. It was as if the power in his body had been scattered. Damn it, how was this possible? This had already exceeded the power of the great sage. His opponent's cultivation was even lower than his. How could he be so powerful? Yin Tianfeng felt like he was going crazy. 3 moves had passed. Should he continue? Lin Xian smiled. Yin Tianfeng couldn't smile. Damn it, continue. He shouted angrily. Dark First Sword, with a wave of his arm, he unleashed a series of sword chi that swept through the surroundings. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed heartily. He unleashed a burst of sword chi with a single punch, shattering the entire sky. Yin Tianfeng retreated again. His arms were broken. Why? Still not convinced, Lin Xian threw out another punch. This time, the power was even stronger. It was like a real dragon attacking and piercing through Yin Tianfeng's body. A transparent hole appeared on Yin Tianfeng's body. He fell down and screamed in agony. No. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Yin Tianfeng felt like he was going to break down. When did such a terrifying genius come from the underworld? The others were dumbfounded too. Yin Tianfeng was the top genius of the underworld. He was actually beaten up. Lin Xian walked over and looked at Yin Tianfeng. He shook his head. You're too weak. You don't deserve to know my name. After that, he ignored Yin Tianfeng. He looked into the distance. Ling Longshui and Hanya flew over and invited Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshui and said, "Thank you, Blood Fury Saint. But I've decided to choose Soul Sage. I hope you and Blood Fury Saint can understand." After that, Lin Xian and Hanya left. Ling Longshui sighed. It was expected that Yin Tianfeng didn't choose them. After all, Soul Sage thought highly of him. They didn't think highly of him and had already lost. However, Ling Longshui took a deep breath. She had to go back and tell her father about this. That Lin Xian was still above her expectations. As for how to treat Lin Xian, that wasn't her concern. It was all up to her father. What happened here spread out quickly. Countless people were in an uproar. They didn't expect Yin Tianfeng to lose. It was unbelievable. One had to know who Yin Tianfeng was. He was a top-notch expert. Now, he was severely injured. Who did it? Countless people were investigating. On the other side, Soul Sage laughed. Young Master Lin, I welcome your choice. You won't be disappointed. He also knew about what happened. He was delighted. It seemed that this young man's strength was above his expectations. Yeah, bring young Master Lin to rest. Lin Xian nodded and left with Hanya. Since he had decided to join Soul, he wouldn't leave for the time being. After all, he still needed to enter the 18 levels of hell. On the other side, Ling Longshui also went back and reported to Blood Fury Saint. The Blood Kill Saint narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had made a mistake this time. Father, what should we do next? Ling Longshui knew that Blood Fury Saint had also missed out on some geniuses. However, those geniuses were all dealt with secretly. Should they make a move this time? Blood Fury Saint shook his head. No, I'll change my strategy this time. I misjudged this person twice. He's completely out of my expectations. So, don't be enemies with him. Even if he's not one of us, we can't be enemies. Understand? Ling Longshui was shocked. Was her father afraid of the other party? To be more precise, he was afraid of the other party's future. If the other party grew up in the future, he would be able to threaten a sage-level existence. That was too inconceivable. He nodded and said, "Yes, father. I understand." Several days later, Lin Xian met the Soul Sage Lord again. The Soul Sage Lord brought him into the distance. Then, they took a teleportation array and left. When they appeared, Lin Xian discovered that he had arrived in another world. He was still in the Dark Star system. The Soul Sage Lord said, "This is my world. Furthermore, it is one of my worlds. This is where my subordinates cultivate." The so-called Soul was an organization of assassins from Hell. The assassins from Hell were divided into many organizations. There was the Killing Temple, Soul, Blood Slaughter Camp, and so on. They were all very famous. The Soul Sage Lord brought Lin Xian here. Clearly, he wanted to focus on nurturing him. Of course, he still had to have some methods. He said, "Young Master Lin, are you sure you want to join Soul? If you do, you will receive a soul imprint. You will take a secret pill. This is to ensure that Soul's secret will not be leaked. It's not just us. All the assassins from Hell must do this. Even in my mind, there's a soul restriction as well." After Lin Xian heard this, he was silent for a moment. He said, "What's the difference between having a soul restriction and not having one? Without a soul restriction, you will only be an ordinary martial artist. You will not receive our core training. But if you have a soul restriction, we will do our best to nurture you. You will obtain supreme movement techniques and supreme sure kill manuals." In truth, Lin Xian was the least afraid of soul imprints, poisons, curses, and the like. He had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He could use the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul to destroy them. It was just that he had to assess whether these two cultivation methods were worth the effort he had put in. The Soul Sage Lord smiled mysteriously. From the looks of it, unless Lin Xian completely joined and had a soul imprint planted, he would not divulge any secrets. Lin Xian said, "All right, I am willing to join." Next, the Soul Sage Lord brought Lin Xian to an ancient hall. There was a divine statue there. That was an extremely terrifying figure, looking down on the world like an unparalleled god. When he saw the statue, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. It was terrifying. This is... The Soul Sage Lord became extremely respectful. This was the statue of Emperor Ming. After speaking, he bowed respectfully. "Lin, if you want to join us, then bow to the statue of Emperor Ming." Lin Xian walked over and bowed. In the next moment, he felt that the statue's eyes suddenly released a ball of light that turned into two mysterious runes. It flew into his glabella. Lin Xian felt that her soul had been imprinted. It seemed that as long as the other party was willing to give the order, his soul would be destroyed. This was not the first time he had experienced such a feeling. Previously, when he had just arrived, the people from the Heavenly Grotto had planted such a life and death imprint on him. Even he could do it himself. Therefore, Lin Xian did not resist. He took a deep breath. When the time came, he would use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to kill it without anyone knowing. At the side, the Soul Sage Lord was shocked. "You didn't faint? What a surprise." Lin Xian was stunned. Later on, he understood. It turned out that those people couldn't withstand the imprint and had fainted. They would need to rest for a few days to recover. Lin Xian stood there as though nothing had happened. However, the Soul Sage Lord did not suspect anything. This was the statue of the Emperor. It possessed supreme mystic skills. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he would not be able to break through the mystic skills of the Emperor. "Lin, come over here." The Soul Sage Lord brought Lin Xian out of this ancient hall and to the other side. Then, he said, "Now, you can ask any questions you have. I will tell you everything I know." Lin Xian asked, "Senior, what are the two supreme mystic skills you mentioned earlier? Were they created by Emperor Ming?" Lin Xian had this thought. The Soul Sage Monarch spoke. The Underworld Emperor had indeed created a supreme ultimate technique as well as an extremely powerful assassination technique. However, not everyone was able to cultivate it. Ordinary assassins would cultivate the mystic skills created by the ancient sages. But you? You have enough talent. In addition to the soul that has been planted, it will not betray you. Therefore, you are qualified to learn the two supreme mystic skills of Emperor Ming. Shadowless Heaven's Net. Azure Sword Art. One was a supreme movement technique. The other was a supreme assassination technique. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that he had learned the two mystic skills of the Emperor. The complete inheritance of the Emperor could not be given to him. However, it was enough. The mystic skills of the Emperor surpassed everything. Who would have thought that the underworld would go all out to let a top genius cultivate these two mystic skills? However, thinking about it, other than Lin Xian, who had the confidence to destroy the seal planted by the Emperor's statue, no one else would be able to. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? Lin Xian obtained the two mystic skills. He said, "Sage Lord, I need a place to cultivate." This was natural. The Soul Sage Lord quickly prepared a very good mountain range for Lin Xian. There were all sorts of resources here. It was enough for Lin Xian to cultivate quietly. After Lin Xian entered, he sucked in a deep breath and set up an array. Then, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul with all his might. He also used the power of the Sword World. Lin Xian wanted to destroy the soul imprint in his mind. At this moment, the Hell Sword flew out and said in the air, "Kid, you have a good idea. You want to gain something without risking anything. However, do you think the imprint of the Emperor is so easy to destroy? You are underestimating the Emperor." Lin Xian opened his eyes and snorted. He shut up. He slapped the Hellfire Dragon Sword away. The Fire Dragon Sword Soul gritted his teeth. Damn it. However, he did not attack Lin Xian. His life was in his opponent's hands. Therefore, at this moment, he could only sneer as he watched Lin Xian suffer. With the support of the Sword World's power, the Great Dragon Sword Soul transformed into an extremely terrifying attack power and began to attack the seals. It had to be said that the soul imprint was indeed very strong. Even if Lin Xian used all his strength, it still took him a month to completely destroy the soul imprint. One had to know that a month was not short. After all, the power of the Sword World was still very terrifying. Fortunately, the Great Dragon Sword Soul's power was unparalleled, and his soul imprint was not left behind by the real Great Emperor. It was just a statue of the Great Emperor. Now that he had nothing to worry about, Lin Xian finally began to cultivate these two ultimate techniques. Damn, it was dispelled so quickly? The Hellfire Dragon Sword could not believe it. Lin Xian looked at the other party and sneered. "How could you know my trump card? Go play by the side." He sent the other party flying again with a slap. The Hellfire Dragon Sword Soul's roar directly created a hole in the ground. Out of sight, out of mind. And inside the Sword World, the remnant soul of the Hellfire Dragon was opening up those savage areas every day. Lin Xian began to cultivate Shadowless Heaven's Net, an extremely terrifying movement technique. Lin Xian had come into contact with Hell's assassins before, and had even fought many battles with them. The opponent's movement technique was indeed strange. It was only because he had the heavenly secret god eyes that he could detect in advance. The others would probably be killed without even knowing when the other party arrived. Not only Hell, but even the heavenly court had top assassins. Moreover, those hidden techniques were extremely terrifying. Lin Xian guessed that they were most likely the divine abilities of the great emperors. After cultivating Shadowless Heaven's Net, it wasn't any weaker than spatial divine abilities. Even before Emperor Ming became a great emperor, he relied on this movement technique to compete with his enemies in the universe. One person against many people in the endless universe at the same time. As for the Azure Sword Art, it gathered killing intent into one. It was a sure kill sword. There weren't many sword techniques, only a total of 7 moves. However, each move was extremely decisive and could directly take the enemy's head. Moreover, after cultivating the Azure Sword Art, the killing intent that filled the sky was usually hidden like a normal person. However, once he attacked, the killing intent would be released in an instant, turning him into an Azura. It was truly terrifying. Lin Xian began to cultivate just like that. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Lin Xian didn't expect that he would stay in hell for so long, and even have to continue staying there. However, he didn't care at all now. The 2 great emperor divine abilities were the most terrifying divine abilities he had ever encountered. The difficulty of cultivating them was also far greater than before. It was even harder than the fearless lion's seal. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Lin Xian opened his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate anymore, but there was a piercing pain on his back. It was the infernal evil eye. Damn it, is it acting up? Lin Xian felt that the situation wasn't good. He had to go to the 18 levels of hell. In these 3 years, Lin Xian had also gained some benefits. He could already use the first move of the Azure Sword art. As for Shadowless Heaven's Net, he was only at the entry level. It couldn't be helped. The Great Emperor's divine ability was really too difficult to cultivate. This was the first time Lin Xian had improved so much in 3 years. It was already very terrifying. Especially the Azure Sword skill, Lin Xian was able to use it once every 3 years. If word got out, it would shock everyone. From the looks of it, an emperor-level mystique was not something that could be completely comprehended in a short period of time. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to look for the Soul Sage Monarch. However, when Lin Xian went out, he realized that something was wrong. The atmosphere of the entire world seemed to be tense. What happened? Lin Xian didn't find the Soul Sage Monarch, only Soul Cliff. Lin Xian asked what had happened. Xianxia said that someone had broken the rules of the underworld and was running for his life. Therefore, my father is already gathering people and preparing to capture him. Did he escape to hell? Lin Xian was astonished. Was it the 18th level of hell? Xianxia nodded. Lin Xian said, take me to see your father. I want to help. If it were anyone else, Xianxia would definitely refuse. However, Lin Xian was different. Although Lin Xian was young, Xianxia had seen his strength before. It was very terrifying. Therefore, he was completely qualified to go. Xianxia brought Lin Xian and flew quickly. Finally, they landed in a palace in the distance. There were many people inside. When they saw Lin Xian, the Soul Sage Monarch was also surprised. Lin, you're out? How was your cultivation, then? He said, I almost forgot. I should have given you some ancient sage cultivation inheritances first. After all, those 2 mystiques were too difficult. Hearing this, the others were also shocked. Could it be that this kid was cultivating them? They looked at Lin Xian with reddened eyes. They were envious. Lin Xian said, it's fine. I'll only cultivate these 2 mystiques. Indeed, if you give him anything else, Lin Xian might not necessarily cultivate them. Because he felt that it was a waste of time. Oh, if he's not here to exchange for mystiques, then what is he here for? The Soul Sage Monarch was surprised. He thought that Lin Xian felt that the Emperor mystiques were too difficult and wanted to learn ancient sage mystiques first. But now, it seemed that was not the case. Lin Xian said, I heard from Xianxia that something happened, so I want to help. Really? Okay. The Soul Sage Monarch nodded. Then, he waved his hand and gave Lin Xian a scroll. He wanted to let him understand the situation first. The Soul Sage Monarch continued to issue missions. Soon, he found 100 experts and prepared to set off for the first level of hell. The 99 people were ready to go. As for the Soul Sage, he looked at Lin Xian. He said, Lin, be careful. The 18th level of hell was very dangerous. Although it was only the first level, it was far more dangerous than anything else. Therefore, you must act according to your strength. Lin Xian said with a smile, don't worry, Sage Monarch. I'm just curious and want to see the 18th level of hell. If that's the case, I won't be worried. The Soul Sage Monarch also smiled. Next, Lin Xian and the 99 Soul Sage Monarch formed a team and prepared to set off. At the same time, they learned that they were not the only ones. The Slaughter Temple and the Blood Fiend Camp had all sent out teams. Whoever could capture the enemy would be rewarded. Their reputation, status, and resources would be greatly improved. Therefore, this was a hunt and also a competition, especially for the Soul Sage Monarch and the Blood Fiend Camp. The 18th level of hell was not located in any world. It seemed to be a world of its own with only an entrance. After entering, it would be an incomparably vast hell. The Soul Sage Monarch was right. This place was too dangerous and too terrifying. Ordinary sage monarchs would not dare to come here. In fact, if one wanted to enter the 18th level of hell, one had to be at least at the level of the great sage. This time, there were 5 enemies, all of them great sage, especially the last 2. They had reached the middle stage of the great sage and were very terrifying. They might even have mysterious sacred artifacts in their hands. They could not be underestimated. Therefore, the Soul Sage monarch sent 100 soul sages. Firstly, hell was very large and needed to be searched. Secondly, even if they really met, they could work together. Yu, a member of the Soul Sage monarch, was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. In fact, she had lived for 3,000 years. She wore a veil and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin, this is just a tour, right? You don't have to do anything. After all, you are a genius that the sage monarch thinks highly of. Nothing can happen to you. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and did not explain much. Anyway, it was fine as long as he could enter hell. Next, he could look for things related to Xidagarba. You led a group of people and set off. They left the world and came to the vast starry sky. In the boundless universe, they flew quickly in a chariot. Finally, they came to a space that was incomparably dark. However, the sound of chains could be heard in the darkness. You and the others grabbed the chains and swung them hard, making cracking sounds. Lin Xian saw something that looked like a lid being slowly opened. A fiery red light appeared from inside, and an extremely terrifying aura seemed to make people fall into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. An entrance appeared. This was the entrance to the 18 levels of hell. You and the others said, "Go in." The group of people turned into lightning and entered instantly. After entering, Lin Xian felt an extremely terrifying aura. Was this the 18 levels of hell? It was too terrifying. He felt his body tremble. It seemed that he had to at least have the physique of the great sage. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to enter here. It was only because he had a divine body that he could enter with the cultivation of a sage monarch. However, he was still shocked. Just the first level of the 18 levels of hell was so terrifying. He wondered how terrifying the 18 levels of hell were. End of chapter. The first layer of purgatory was extremely vast and boundless. There were all kinds of monsters, skeletons, and bones. They were all creatures of the darkness attribute. Even the sea demons were of the darkness attribute. As Lin Xian and the others were flying, a rotting sea demon flew past them. When it flapped its wings, the poison dripping down could pierce through everything. Fortunately, they had all cultivated top-notch movement techniques. Lin Xian used the shadowless heavens net, instantly vanishing and reappearing on the other side. What an exquisite movement technique. The others were startled. Even Yu was impressed. You've only joined for 3 years, right? What kind of movement technique are you cultivating? Lin Xian chuckled. He was just blindly practicing. If these people knew that he had cultivated the shadowless heavens net to this level in just 3 years, what would they think? As they flew, they dodged the dangers of purgatory. After flying for a few days, Yu said, "The Bloodkill Hall's people have definitely entered, so we have to hurry. How about this? We'll split into 5 groups of 20 and scout from different directions. As soon as we discover anything, we'll contact each other." 3 days later. Yu, Lin Xian, and the others stopped in their tracks and stared ahead with furrowed brows. Ahead of them was the scene of a huge battle. The blood-red ground was filled with all kinds of terrifying law auras. Yu frowned. What a terrifying killing aura. It seemed the Bloodkill camp's people had attacked. However, they should have failed. He sighed. This time, the target's power is even more terrifying than we imagined. We can't relax. Behind him, the Soul's people all nodded. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. A battle between experts? That was a bit interesting. At the same time, in the first layer of purgatory, there were 2 figures standing on top of a mountain. One was a man, and the other was a woman. There was a sword mark on her forehead that looked like a blood sword. It was extremely mysterious. She looked into the distance and sneered. The Bloodkill camp and the Soul's people have both come. There's also the Killing Hall. However, it won't be so easy for them to kill me. Luosha, our people have already started fighting with them. The man at the side said in a low voice. This man's face was pale. He was wearing a black robe and looked extremely demonic. The two of them were the targets that Lin Xian and the others were looking for. However, other than these two, there were 3 other targets. It seemed that these people were not together. All of a sudden, the bell on his waist rang. He said. The black disc had sent him a message, and it seemed like the two of them were about to make a move. The mysterious woman narrowed her eyes. Fine, then let them attack. Leave no one alive. The bewitching man nodded with a smile and began to transmit his voice. At the same time, in another mountain stream, there were also 2 figures. One of them was fat while the other was thin. It was skinny and its skin was black. It was called Black Butterfly. That fatty was called Trapped Dragon. There were many arrays flashing around the two of them. It seemed like they were preparing for something. The black disc said coldly. Soul had given them a big gift this time. Beside the trapped dragon were 4 pillars. The pillars had hideous human faces on them as they let out miserable roars. If there were other people here, they would definitely notice it. Because these hideous human faces were none other than the experts of the Blood Evil camp. They had all been killed and sealed inside the pillar. Trapped Dragon said. With these 4 pillars, the assassins of Soulless would definitely die. As he spoke, his huge body rose into the air. Although he was fat, he was a top-notch expert. His body was extremely agile as he brought the 4 pillars to the 9 heavens. Then, he struck the pillars into the 4 corners of the ground. Soon, the pillars sank into the ground and disappeared. A mysterious area was formed. Alright, we are ready. Let's go and meet those people. The 2 of them rose into the air and flew into the distance. On the other side, Moon, Lin Xian and the others were on their way again. Suddenly, they stopped. Moon said, "Be careful. This place seems unusual." They felt that the aura around them changed instantly. It became eerie and terrifying. It made their hair stand on end. Moon turned to look at Lin Xian and said, "Stay here and don't move. We will go and take a look." Lin Xian wanted to say something, but he realized that those people had already walked into the distance. Forget it. He sighed and looked around. Suddenly, he frowned. His eyes shone brightly. What is this? He was too shocked. He saw an unbelievable scene. Is it a barrier? Fog gradually appeared around them. It seemed to be able to block even the souls. The figures of you and the others had completely disappeared. However, 2 figures were laughing coldly in the misty land. Humph, they are dead this time. I will make them wish they were dead. Trapped Dragon snorted. Wait, there is still one person who hasn't moved. And where he is standing. Damn it, why is he standing there? We have to get rid of him. Otherwise, he will destroy our dragon trapping array. That will be bad. Black Disc said, I will go. Maybe he is too scared to come. Besides, I can kill a person in a second. Fatty, you have to control the array well and play with these people. Trapped Dragon said, don't worry, leave it to me. The 2 of them split up. Not long after, an extremely terrifying aura came from Moon and the others. Immediately after, the assassins around him let out miserable cries. 2 of the killers were strangled by a mysterious force and turned into a bloody mist. The others were facing a great enemy. Moon roared, who is it? Get out here. The surroundings were silent. There was a sneer, but no one was there. At this time, the ground around them cracked. Many white bones crawled out from it and rushed toward Moon and the others. Counterattack, Moon let out a roar. Soul's murderous aura was also unleashed. No one who could come here was weak. However, the enemies were even more mysterious and strange. Moreover, this dragon trapping array had extremely strong suppression, sealing, and even illusory effects. These killers were destined to be miserable after coming in. Not long after, screams were heard. Another powerful killer saint died. The others were also frightened. Lin Xian had been standing there. Suddenly, he heard screams in front of him. There was even blood. He frowned. Were they attacked? His eyes shone with golden light. He wanted to save them. However, at this time, a cold wind blew behind him. Lin Xian abruptly turned around and discovered a figure standing behind him. It was pitch black and abnormally strange. There was a black butterfly in the other party's hand that kept dancing. Die, young man. Black butterfly sneered. The black butterfly in his hand flew over. It carried a strange poison and pounced on Lin Xian. The pollen of these butterflies would instantly turn a Saint King into a pool of blood. Lin Xian frowned. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flame flew out and directly enveloped the black butterfly. The poisonous powder in the sky instantly burned. The butterfly was also burned by the flames and let out a miserable cry. Damn it, how dare you, Black Butterfly roared. He did not expect the other party to have such a terrifying flame. Come back. With a roar, he waved his hand. The black butterfly flew back from the flames. At this moment, it was already on the verge of death. Damn brat, how dare you hurt my butterfly? You're dead meat. Black Butterfly gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. I've decided not to kill you. I'll torture you to death. I'll let you live a life worse than death for 3,000 years. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. That means you're my target this time. Kneel on the ground obediently and surrender. Hearing this, Black Butterfly was stunned. What did you say? You want me to surrender? He looked up to the sky and laughed. Brat, you must be new. You don't know how terrifying I am. Assassin Temple, how many experts have died at my hands? You're just a young man? Lin Xian smiled as well. Was this another idiot who only knew how to judge one's strength based on one's cultivation level? Looks like you're worse than I thought. To be honest, I'm not interested in dealing with you. Then let's end this quickly. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, show me what you've got. You won't have a chance when I make my move. What an arrogant brat. Looks like you really want to die. Then I'll send you to hell. Black Butterfly was cold. Countless black demonic runes appeared on his body. A black demonic sword also appeared in his hand. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his expression was ferocious. Kill, with a roar, he instantly charged over. With a slap of his palm, poison filled the sky. The entire void shattered, unable to withstand this terrifying aura. Go to hell. This slap directly enveloped Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha, you're too slow. You can't even dodge my slap. I'll see how you die this time. Black Butterfly retracted his hand and sneered. However, a dragon's roar came from the shattered void in front of him. You're really stupid. You want to break through my defense with this little bit of poison? Ridiculous. A beam of golden light streaked past, tearing the entire world apart. Lin Xian walked out, not a single wound on his body. Is this all you've got? Looks like you've really disappointed me. Forget it, let's end this quickly. Lin Xian took out a sword burning with hellfire. Kill him. Lin Xian said indifferently. The sword cursed. Damn, who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? The hellfire sword roared crazily as soon as it appeared. In the end, Lin Xian slapped it to the ground. You're not convinced? Today, I'll let you know what it means to submit. He grabbed the sword, and the power of the great dragon sword spirit surged into it. An extremely terrifying aura destroyed everything. The hellfire tornado roared crazily. It hurts. Stop it. I'll listen to you, okay, then. It shone brightly. However, the hellfire turned into the shadow of a dragon and stared ahead. Damn it. You're the enemy. Go to hell. With a roar, he charged forward, turning into an extremely terrifying sword shadow as he charged forward. Black Butterfly was originally disdainful. However, his expression suddenly turned into fear. This was because he realized that this sword strike was truly too terrifying. Not good. Run. He wanted to retreat. With a single slash, his body was torn into two halves. The pain caused him to scream in agony. Buzz, damn it. I was too careless. I thought this kid was the weakest among the assassins. Who would have thought that it would be so strange? Especially the sword in his hand. Heidai did not plan to fight anymore. He was ready to meet up with Kunlong. Then, they would join forces to deal with this brat. His shattered body turned into countless black butterflies that fluttered in all directions. There were millions of butterflies, and no one would know which one was the real him. Brat, just you wait. I won't let you off. A cold voice rang out between heaven and earth. Millions of butterflies flew in all directions. With so many butterflies. Kid, it's not that I don't want to help you. Hellfire Dragon Sword said quickly. The power of the great dragon sword spirit terrified him. Hence, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. Golden light flashed in his eyes. Then, he smirked. You dare to use such petty tricks in front of me? He waved his hand and grabbed one of the butterflies. Then, he enveloped it. The butterfly screamed in fear. No, damn it. Why? How did you know about my real body? He was going crazy. Was he just lucky? But this was too heaven-defying. There were so many butterflies. He didn't hesitate to kill him. Obviously, it wasn't luck. He had a trump card that he didn't know about. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. The sword aura in Lin Xian's hand pierced right through him, cutting his soul open. Search. Lin Xian's Tianji god eyes started to search his soul. Soon, the black butterfly was crushed by him and turned into a bloody mist. The phantoms of butterflies that filled the sky also disappeared. The whole world quieted down again. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to find out about Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. These people were being hunted because they stole a portrait of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. This portrait was said to be very precious. It was drawn by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva himself. However, it was stolen by these people. Now, it was in the hands of the leader of these 5 people. As for the leader's name, he naturally got it from her soul. Rakshasa, a very scary woman. No matter how scary you are, since you have something of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, I won't let you go. Intense light burst from Lin Xian's eyes. His body then flashed and he charged forward. His soul knew that this black disk had a companion called the Sleeping Dragon. He was using the dragon trapping formation. It was an extremely scary formation. After it was sealed, the great sage would definitely die. In front, the soul-slaying saints were in despair. 19 of them went together. Now, only 7 of them were left. Yu's face became extremely pale. Damn it. Who was he? He was really in despair. The strength of these people was terrifying. However, until now, they couldn't even find the shadow of the other party. Could it be that they were going to be completely wiped out? At this moment of despair, a pitch-black figure descended from the sky. Was it an enemy? They roared. Countless terrifying auras came. However, they were destroyed by a sword. The Hell Flame Sword released a terrifying aura. Who are you? Yu asked coldly. According to the intelligence, there was no such enemy. This figure was Lin Xian. However, he couldn't meet these people with his real face. After all, he still had to look for the portrait of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Therefore, he changed his face and aura. At this moment, he said, "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that you are in danger. This is the battle of the sleeping dragon. There are 4 dragon binding pillars below. If you don't break these pillars, you won't be able to leave. I'll tell you the location of the 4 pillars." As he said that, he waved his hand and turned into countless demonic dragons, roaring in all directions. The 4 demonic dragons flew in 4 directions and then circled in the sky. Although the dragon-binding pillars were mysterious, Lin Xian had already locked onto their location with his heavenly secret god eyes. At this moment, he gave it to you and the others. How do I know if this is a trap? Yu gritted his teeth and said. Lin Xian said, "Do I need a trap if I want to attack?" He slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword chi made Yu and the others' faces turn extremely ugly. It was too terrifying. This person really didn't need to play any tricks. Alright, you guys can act on your own now. Lin Xian was about to leave. Yuan, who are you? Why are you helping me? Leave your name. However, Lin Xian didn't answer at all. At this moment, a resentful voice sounded in the void. How dare you break my dragon binding array? Do you want to die? He shot out a finger and slapped over. The sleeping dragon was furious. He didn't expect his dragon binding pillar to be discovered. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already dodged. Moon exclaimed. Shadowless Heaven's Net. He was too shocked. That was the top movement technique of the Assassin Palace. How did he know it? Could it be that he was one of them? However, he had never heard of such a mysterious person in the Assassin Palace. After Lin Xian dodged, he shouted coldly. I didn't want to attack you, but you don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that I can't find where you are? As he spoke, Lin Xian held the Hellfire Dragon sword in his hand and stabbed it out. Azura sword skill, first sword. Buzz, Lin Xian's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in another place in the void. He slashed out. It was a sure kill move. When he performed it, it was extremely powerful. At that place, a fat figure appeared. He looked terrified. Damn it, his body was constantly transforming, becoming a giant that could support the heavens and the earth. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. There was a terrifying seal on it that could seal a dragon. At that moment, it was used to seal the sword. Countless seals formed between heaven and earth and directly shrouded Lin Xian. The corner of trapped dragon's mouth curled up into a smile. However, in an instant, his smile disappeared. The sword directly tore the seal and cut him in half. Ah, he screamed crazily. His entire soul was split open. Moreover, the wound could not be healed. Lin Xian soared into the air and didn't stop there. Instead, he struck out with a backhand palm. Instead, he slapped trapped dragon's broken body onto the ground. Attack, Moon shouted angrily and took the lead to attack. At the same time, he ordered 4 people to destroy the 4 dragon binding pillars. Soon, these people began to divide the work. Trapped dragon was killed not long after. One was taken care of. Moon heaved a sigh of relief. Although his face was bloody and his body was injured, his eyes were extremely bright. He had taken care of one of the 5 people. Although they had suffered heavy losses. Master, who was that mysterious person just now? Someone else asked. Yu shook his head and walked back. Moon and the others returned to their original location, only to discover that Lin Xian had long since disappeared. His expression changed. He couldn't have been assassinated, right? He knew that the young man was a genius that the Soul Sage Monarch thought highly of. If he died, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Another assassin said that maybe he was timid and ran away. There were also some who said that only 7 out of the 19 of us were left, and that our losses were even more disastrous. Perhaps the sage will forgive us. And the moon said, all right, let's go. They thought that Lin Xian was either dead or had escaped, so they couldn't find him. Furthermore, the first layer of hell was incomparably vast. They could only hope that Lin Xian's luck would be good. Lin Xian wasn't dead. He had left. Right now, he wanted to be in front of Soul, Sand Sacred Hall, and Blood Fiend Camp. Find Rakshasa in advance and obtain the painting scroll in his hands. He had a bell in his hand, which he had obtained from Black Butterfly. In his opinion, this should be a voice transmission bell. Relying on this, he found an aura and flew towards that place. On a mountain peak among the mountains, the demonic man frowned. He said that Trapped Dragon and Black Butterfly were dead. His voice was filled with disbelief. Who could kill these 2 people so easily? Rakshasa frowned. It seemed that another powerful expert had entered. Leave this place immediately. I guess they should be heading towards this place. As he spoke, countless clouds gathered under his feet, and he instantly flew into the distance. A day later, a demon-like figure descended on the mountain peak. He looked around with a piercingly cold gaze. His brows furrowed. Had he left, this figure was naturally Lin Xian. He had followed the aura of the bell all the way here. He didn't expect that the other party would still leave. Shaking his head, Lin Xian was also prepared to leave. But just as he turned around, the entire mountain peak suddenly split open. An extremely terrifying array formation appeared around him, forming an intense killing aura. A killing array slashed towards him. A mere killing array dares to compete with me. Lin Xian waved the Hellfire Dragon sword and directly split the array formation apart. But at this moment, a rotting giant hand covered him. This palm was too terrifying. Even with Lin Xian's strong physique, he was still affected. He spat out blood and flew backwards, his face filled with shock. The Hellfire Dragon in his hand roared. Damn, how could the first level have such a terrifying palm? No, kid, leave quickly. The Hellfire Dragon had been suppressed in hell for many years, so it knew a lot. At this moment, her expression became extremely anxious. Lin Xian used all his strength to activate the Great Dragon Sword's soul, tearing apart heaven and earth. After escaping, the mountain peak was completely destroyed. He discovered that the entire mountain range had completely sunk into oblivion. That rotting hand had smashed everything into chaos. What was that? Lin Xian frowned. The Hellfire Dragon Sword said, it's a terrifying thing sealed in the 18 levels of hell. But it should be at least below the 5th level. How could it appear in the 1st level? Kid, do you have something on you? You lured this thing out. Lin Xian frowned. Could it be the Hellfire Evil Eye behind him? But it shouldn't be. The Hellfire Evil Eye was also sealed, so he shook his head. The Hellfire Dragon Sword said, that's strange. There's only one other possibility. The person who set up the array had something terrifying on him that lured this palm over. The person who set up the array formation? Could it be that Rakshasa? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed like this person was more terrifying than he imagined. He must have a powerful trump card. But you can't run away. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. His figure flashed again and he chased after him. He went to chase after Rakshasa, and the 3 groups of assassins came in. Not only did they want to chase after Rakshasa, they also wanted to chase after the other targets. During this period, Soul and the Blood Evil camp even fought a battle because of the targets. Both sides suffered injuries and separated in the end. The assassins gathered here. Moon frowned and said, we've already killed 1 target. And from the looks of it, we've also gotten another target. As for the Blood Slaughter camp, we haven't gotten one yet. That's why they're so anxious and don't hesitate to clash with us. If we get one more, we'll definitely win this time. Soul's assassins attacked again. The strange-looking man beside the Rakshasa frowned heavily. Another person had fallen. Damn it, there's only the 2 of us left. What should we do? He looked at Rakshasa. Rakshasa said and attacked. The 2 of them didn't hide but took the initiative to attack. Soon, they met a team. A team of 20 people from the Blood Evil camp. The Blood Evil camp was so excited that they were about to cry. They finally found their target. And there were 2 of them. Humph, you 2 should obediently submit and follow us. This time, the leader of the Blood Evil camp was called Blood Demon. At this moment, Blood Demon's eyes shone with a cold light. If they could take down these 2 people, they could complete their mission. The devilish man sneered, not knowing the difference between life and death. He flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Blood Demon and the others. Blood Demon roared and attacked. As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword. The Saint Slayers behind him also launched their attacks. They used all kinds of killing moves to surround the demonic man and Luo Sha. The demonic man was like a flickering shadow. His figure was also extremely strange. Furthermore, his hands were pale and lifeless. He abruptly turned his head and grabbed at the air. He grabbed one of the assassins and broke his neck. He then started to suck the assassin's blood. This strange scene made everyone's scalp go numb. As for Luo Sha, she was surrounded by 10 people and was not afraid. She smiled and formed a seal with her palms. A ball of green flame was shot out. It charged into the void. Suddenly, 3 assassins screamed and their bodies turned into ashes. The other 7 people were also frightened and quickly retreated. Luo Sha and the demonic man attacked. The 2 of them easily crippled the team of 20 people. In the end, only 5 people were left. These 5 people were frightened and quickly retreated. Run. They ran frantically. Luosha sneered and chased after them. The demonic man said, "Let's just kill them." Luosha shook her head. "No, let them meet up. We will kill them all." "Good idea." The demonic man smiled. Therefore, the 2 of them did not chase fast. Instead, they seemed to be pressuring the other party. They were just letting the other party meet up. The people in front were running very fast. Finally, they saw the team. "Save us." However, they were not Xue Xiaoying's people. They were people from the slaughter temple. There were a lot of them. There were 50 of them. "Save us." Blood Demon did not care about anything else. He could only think about it if he could escape. The people from the slaughter temple frowned at first. Then, they laughed when they saw Luosha and Luosha. "Ha ha ha ha, I finally found you." A handsome man rode out on a war horse. He looked at Blood Demon and the others and said, "Don't worry. With us here, your lives will not be in danger." Then, the man on the war horse looked to the front. "2 people, are you 2 going to kneel down or do you want us to do it?" This man was none other than Yin Tianfeng. He was a member of the Sand Sacred Hall. At this moment, he was also one of the leaders, leading the people from Sand Sacred Hall in. "Are they here to die again?" The demonic man sneered. "You people are not enough to kill." Yin Tianfeng was enraged. "Stupid thing, do you dare to contend against me?" Previously, he had been challenged by Lin Xian time and time again, causing him to lose face. Now that he had 50 top-notch assassins with him, how could he not be able to deal with 2 people? With a wave of his hand, he tore them into 1,000 pieces. 50 sand. Yin Tianfeng, who was sitting on his warhorse, smiled. In his opinion, this battle was definitely one-sided. No matter how strong the other party was, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Blood Devil and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. This was great. This battle was over, and their lives were saved. But what shocked him was that Yin Tianfeng was really despicable. He needed 50 experts to deal with 2 people. He did not hold back at all. Facing the 50 people, the demonic man's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Luosha stopped him. Then, he walked out. The demonic man was stunned. Then, fear appeared in his eyes. Was he going to use that thing? Luosha was not afraid of the 50 assassins. Instead, the blood sword on his forehead shone with a demonic light. Then, a black shadow floated out. It was a piece of cloth. It was very old and there were many holes on it. There was also a strange aura. It was as if it was a corpse. As soon as this piece of cloth appeared, it expanded in the wind and enveloped the 50 people in it. The 50 slaughter saints sneered. How could such an ugly piece of trash be a saint artifact? Kill. 50 slaughter swords pierced through the sky. But this time, they were terrified. The cloth was not damaged at all. Instead, it was closing up quickly. In the end, it covered them completely. No, in the next moment, they screamed in fear. They realized that there was a terrifying aura on the cloth, causing their bodies to rot quickly. Then, they turned into blood water and fell from the sky. The 50 screams disappeared one after another. Blood Demon and the others were shocked. Yin Tianfeng's face changed. He quickly rushed out. He gave the order, but no one came out. He was so scared that he fell off the counselor's horse. What was going on? 50 top assassins died in an instant. What a joke. What kind of weapon was that? He was terrified for the first time. Run. Blood Demon and the other 4 quickly ran far away. Yin Tianfeng also turned around and ran. The war horse's flame burned and turned into a bolt of lightning. There was nowhere to run. Luosha took the cloth and dashed far away. Blood Demon roared and a sea of blood filled the sky. His body shone with a terrifying light, forming an endless sea that swept across the sky. But it was useless. Under the cloth, the sea of blood quickly evaporated. Blood Demon and the others were covered. They screamed in pain and turned into blood water, scattering in the sky. Yin Tianfeng's war horse was also torn into pieces. Yin Tianfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of fear. He took out a tortoise shell and covered his body. The tortoise shell shone brightly and tore open the ground. He fled underground. Ants. Luosha was disdainful and wanted to attack again. But at this moment, she suddenly turned around and a cold light appeared in her eyes. The bewitching man was also stunned as he turned his head around. In the next moment, he saw a demonic aura in the distance. A figure charged over. He appeared in front of him. Lin Xian looked at the two figures below and the sea of blood around them. He frowned. He said coldly, "I finally found you." Then, Lin Xian stared at the woman below. "You are Luosha." The demonic man felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He shouted coldly, "Who are you?" Luosha said, "You can actually escape from the array I set up. You are quite capable. That array was indeed set up by you." Lin Xian's eyes were also cold. This woman was very scheming. She knew that he would go to that mountain, so she set it up in advance. And there was also a rotten hand. If he didn't have a powerful trump card, he might have been killed by that rotten hand. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said loudly, "I don't care about you and those killing saints. I want something from you." Luosha frowned when she heard Lin Xian's words. The demonic man sneered. "Kid, you're too arrogant. There are many people who want to attack us, but they've already gone to hell. We've already killed 50 top-notch assassins from the murdering hall. Do you think you can fight us?" The demonic man walked out. "Let me finish you." He flashed and appeared behind Lin Xian. He was so fast that even Lin Xian was shocked. The next moment, he felt a hand clasping his head, and the other party bit his neck. There was a loud crack, followed by a scream. The demonic man was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His teeth were broken. He roared in pain. "Damn it, why is your body so strong?" Previously, he would break his enemy's neck before sucking their blood. However, this time, he did not manage to break through his opponent's defense. Lin Xian snorted. "So he's a vampire." With a backhand, he threw out a punch. The punch was so fast that the demonic man could not dodge it at all. He could only fight back with all his might. Blood nerves. He slapped his palm forward. A blood-red seal descended from the sky and collided with Lin Xian. A loud sound was heard. Then, the two of them exchanged 3 blows. However, there was a loud crack and the blood-red seal shattered. Lin Xian's punch shattered one of his opponent's arms. "Ah!" The demonic man screamed and flew backward. He roared crazily. "Damn kid, I'm going to tear you into pieces." He was furious. To be honest, he had never been at a disadvantage before, especially when he was at the hands of a young man. "You're no match for me." Lin Xian shook his head and looked at Luosha. "You should do it." "Damn it, are you underestimating me?" The demonic man shouted angrily. He stood up. "I'll make you regret this. You'll pay a painful price for underestimating me." As he spoke, he took out a blood-red pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. In the next moment, endless blood-red light appeared on his body. Her broken arm instantly recovered. Not only that, her eyes also became blood-red. A red spear condensed in his hand, as if it was condensed from a sea of blood. The spear pierced out, piercing through heaven and earth. Lin Xian waved his Hellfire Fire Dragon sword and slashed out. A dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. Then, hellfire filled the sky and swept across the 9 heavens. When the two collided, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into the god of hell. Another fierce collision sound rang out as the blood-red spear was completely shattered. Lin Xian's sword pierced towards his opponent's forehead. The demonic man's eyes were filled with terror as the sword enveloped him. Hellfire roared madly between heaven and earth. Sword chi danced in the air and a figure fell from the sky. It was the bewitching man. His body had been completely pierced through like a shattered painting. It was extremely miserable. Lin Xian sneered. "Like I said, you're not my match." He wanted to attack again, but at this moment, a jade white hand stopped him. "Everything." He even caught the terrifying sword chi. "Your opponent is me." Luoxia's cold voice rang out. Lin Xian was surprised and narrowed his eyes. This woman was not ordinary. She could actually catch his sword chi with her bare hands. Kid, you're dead. The demonic man carried his injured body and walked into the distance. He had unlimited confidence in Luoxia. The shroud in Luoxia's hand was enough to sweep through everything. Lin Xian retracted his sword chi and said coldly. Let me see what your trump card is. As he spoke, he slapped out with his palm. A terrifying demonic aura surged as if it had turned into the palm of a demon god, descending from the sky. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it charged forward. Luoxia naturally knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. The fact that he could easily defeat the demonic man was enough to show his strength. Therefore, he did not intend to hold back. In an instant, he took out the shroud and directly shrouded the area in front of him. The black demonic hand was shrouded by the shroud and made a rumbling sound. In the next moment, it quickly melted and disappeared. What was this? Lin Xian was surprised. The shroud swept towards him. He was fine, but the Hellfire Dragon sword in his hand was roaring crazily. Kid, run if you don't want to die. As he spoke, the Hellfire Dragon's sword wanted to escape. Lin Xian's body swayed as he used Shadowless Heaven's net and instantly disappeared. He arrived at another space, and his brows were tightly furrowed. The place where he was originally standing had long melted and formed a black hole. He could also feel a chill down his spine. A drop of blood dripped from the shroud and burned a crack on his nine-yang divine body. Could it threaten the existence of his divine body? It was unbelievable. Shroud, this was a shroud, how did he have this thing? The Hellfire Dragon's sword roared crazily. Lin Xian frowned and said, what was a shroud? Was it powerful? It was more than powerful. The Hellfire Dragon's sword said that there was a very terrifying thing in hell called the Infernal Corpse. No one knew its origin. Some guessed that it was a nameless great emperor that dropped it when he died. And this shroud had once saved the Infernal Corpse. Think about it, this was something that wrapped the corpse of a great emperor. How terrifying was it? An ordinary great sage would instantly turn into a pool of blood if they were shrouded. Even if I were shrouded, I would also rot. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. Something related to the great emperor? It was unbelievable. No wonder the other party was so confident. Rakshasa snorted and stared at the Hellfire Dragon sword. You know quite a lot. That's right, this was a shroud. So, you're no match for me. Be obedient and surrender. He waved his hand and the shroud covered the sky again, shrouding Lin Xian. He could see that Lin Xian's movement technique was extremely exquisite. So this time, the shroud covered the sky and covered the entire sky. No matter how good his movement technique was, he couldn't escape. It was over. The Hellfire Dragon sword was in despair. Could it be that I, a divine weapon, was going to fall to such a state? Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry, you can't threaten me. The Hellfire Dragon sword said, Kid, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? If it was that old man, it would be fine. But he seemed to have left. The old man he was talking about was naturally Xiao. In his opinion, only such a person could withstand it. The kid in front of him was not enough. Facing the shroud that covered the sky, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. This time, he took out the heaven-devouring jar. The black jar shone brightly and created a terrifying vortex to meet the attack. In an instant, it collided with the shroud. The two collided and the entire sky shook violently. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone in the first level of hell felt it. Countless people looked up at the sky, their faces full of fear. What was that? A violent rumble resounded between heaven and earth as the hellfire tornado roared. Wow, you blocked it. How did you do that? He stared fixedly at the black jar. On the other side, the demonic man's face was filled with fear and disbelief. How could I block it? He knew the power of the shroud the best. Even Rakshasa frowned. He also stared at the black jar. Is it an extreme weapon of the great emperor? In his opinion, the shroud was related to the great emperor. The only thing that could block his attack was a weapon related to the great emperor. That was an extreme weapon. His opponent was from an extreme weapon family. Who are you? Rakshasa asked coldly. Who am I? You don't need to know. Hand over the portrait of Ksitigarbha. Lin Xian held the heaven-swallowing jar and said coldly. Rakshasa also snorted coldly. Humph, so what if you have an extreme weapon? With your strength, the power you can unleash is at most on par with mine. Is that so? Then let's see who will be in despair. Lin Xian roared, and the heaven-swallowing jar emitted a terrifying light. A black whirlpool covered the sky and swallowed the shroud, trying to swallow it. The shroud actually emitted a chaotic aura to block it. The two super weapons clashed, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. The demonic man was sent flying, and his face was filled with fear. This place was completely shattered. The Hellfire Dragon sword also roared crazily. Damn, extreme weapon. You actually have an extreme weapon? He felt like he was going crazy. Rakshasa's face was cold. He said, it's useless. We'll draw at most. In his opinion, the fact that the other party could take out an extreme-grade weapon was already his strongest trump card. However, Lin Xian said, draw? Are you sure? His body swayed, and he directly charged over. Rakshasa waved his hand, and a shield appeared in his hand. It's useless. I can still block your sword. The Hellfire Dragon sword hit the jade shield, and a deafening sound was heard. However, the shield did not shatter. His opponent blocked it. However, Lin Xian's trump card was not the Hellfire Dragon sword. He summoned the Great Dragon Sword Soul and slashed out, causing the jade shield to shake violently. The light dimmed, and cracks appeared on the surface. How could this be? This time, Rakshasa's expression changed. He stared at the sword shadow. Damn it, how could you have such a weapon? He was really crazy. Could it be that the other party possessed two extreme weapons? He had never heard of anyone who was so heaven-defying. He swung his sword again. This time, one of Luo Sha's arms was chopped off, and half of his body was shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards, his expression extremely ugly. The bewitching man in the distance was in despair. Was Luo Sha going to be defeated? Moreover, it was very likely that failure would result in death. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. The next sword strike would take his opponent's life. However, at that moment, the Rakshasa roared. The shroud in the sky, which was fighting against the heaven-devouring jar, instantly rushed back. They surrounded him. He gritted his teeth and said, Brat, I didn't expect you to be able to make me reach this step. However, I won't let you succeed. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palms, and countless mysterious talismans appeared around him. Then, the shroud firmly enveloped him. No. When the bewitching man in the distance saw this, he roared crazily. His eyes were filled with despair. It was obvious that the Rakshasa had to pay a huge price to use this kind of ultimate technique. Lin Xian also frowned. A cold wind blew between heaven and earth. He wanted to make a move, but the other party appeared with a very terrifying barrier, which directly blocked him. In the next moment, the shroud Rakshasa raised his head. Lin Xian could no longer see him. He could only see a pair of eyes. At a glance, his scalp went numb and his body turned cold. What kind of eyes were those? They were emotionless. Lin Xian now suspected that this was not Luo Sha at all. The other party was already dead. He did not know what kind of existence it was now. The shroud had an extremely strange power. Whoosh, the figure covered by the shroud directly rushed over, and then reached out a hand. He charged over. Lin Xian was shocked. Previously, Rakshasa's hand was also as white as jade, but now it was rotten, and white bones appeared in many places. However, that power was comparable to divine iron. It directly tore through the void and grabbed towards his throat and heart. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The fire dragon sword slashed in front of him, emitting a series of flames. However, it was not cut off. At the critical moment, he used the shadowless heavenly net movement technique to quickly dodge. Only then did he manage to dodge the attack. Then, her face darkened. It seemed that she could only use her full strength. After all, to use the great dragon sword spirit with all her strength would consume too much energy. However, there was no other way now. Fortunately, since then, the sword world had recovered a bit of strength. It was enough for Lin Xian to use 2 swords. He had to get rid of the other party within 2 swords. Thinking of this, Lin Xian held the great dragon sword spirit and slashed down with both hands. Roar, between heaven and earth, the sound of a dragon resounded. The power of this sword was too strong. Even though Rakshasa had become an unknown existence, he was still sent flying. One of his hands was broken, but he still stood up. With the shroud, he seemed to have become an immortal existence. It was useless. A cold voice came out. I am now immortal and indestructible. Immortal and indestructible? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Even the great emperor was unable to escape this fate, let alone you. Pretending to be a ghost, watch me kill you. This second sword was even more terrifying. When this sword slashed down, heaven and earth continued to shatter. The entire hell seemed to have been split into 2 halves. This time, Rakshasa's injuries were even more severe. The shroud almost flew out from his body. Half of his body was broken, and the shroud actually became dim. Rakshasa let out a frantic and uneasy cry. Lin Xian frowned. 2 swords did not kill the other party? This shroud was too strange. If he used his strength again, it would be very difficult for him to hold on. Furthermore, hell was so dangerous. Could it be that he had to return empty-handed today? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. The Rakshasa on the other side seemed to be even more terrified. He let out a beast-like howl, then threw out a scroll from his storage ring. As for him, he fled to the other side. He ran away. Lin Xian was stunned, then understood. His great dragon sword soul was an existence comparable to an extreme Dao weapon. These 2 swords were not easy for the other party. He was even afraid that he would use the 3rd sword, so he ran away. Ignoring the shroud, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he grabbed the scroll. The next moment, it opened, and a golden light spilled out. It was as if hell had turned into heaven. The Hellfire Dragon sword flew out crazily. Hang on, don't let this light near me. At this moment, the bones of the dead around hell melted quickly. It was as if the golden light could purify heaven and earth. It was indeed the work of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Lin Xian knew that only Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had such power. Great. He felt the infernal evil eye on his back twitching uneasily. It was obviously afraid of this power. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian put away the scroll and landed. This battle could be said to be very difficult. Lin Xian used the power of the great dragon sword, causing his body to feel pain. It seemed that he had to go back and rest well. The Rakshasa had run away. The demonic man was already dead. In the battle between the great dragon sword soul and the shroud, the power that was released had already torn him to pieces. The demonic aura on Lin Xian's body also slowly disappeared. There was no one left. He did not have to hide anymore. It's you, however, at this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Lin Xian's face darkened. Who is it? Come out. He stomped his foot, and a force directly shattered the ground. Then, a figure flew out from the ground. This person was holding a tortoise shell, and her face was pale. She looked at Lin Xian with a face full of shock. It's you, kid, hand it over. Lin Xian also smiled. He realized that the person hiding under the ground was not someone else, but Yin Tianfeng. You saw what happened before? Lin Xian asked coldly. On the phone. That's right, kid, hand over the scroll obediently. Also, hand over all your treasures and I won't tell anyone. Otherwise, when I report to San Saint Hall, you are dead. Yin Tianfeng shouted coldly. Lin Xian laughed. You are really an idiot. If you said that you didn't see it, you might be able to live. Now, do you think I will let you go? Yin Tianfeng scoffed. Why? Don't tell me you dare to make a move on me. Don't forget that you are from Seoul and I am from San Saint Hall. My grandfather is the 5th elder of Killing Hall. He said that the power that he can control is not something that you can imagine. If you offend me, there will be no place for you in hell. Do you want to be chased by countless assassins like those people before? If you don't want to, kneel down and hand over your treasures. Then, you can live. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. What are you laughing at? Lin Xian said, I am laughing at your ignorance. Who told you that I have to survive in hell? I came here for the scroll. Now that I have the scroll, I can leave hell at any time. So, what you said before can't threaten me. Damn it. Yin Tianfeng's pupils dilated. Was he wrong? He thought that Lin Fan came for the Supreme Emperor's inheritance. After all, with Lin Fan's talent, he could stay here and get the Supreme Emperor's technique. This was something that every expert wanted. However, Lin Fan didn't seem to care at all. Acting, he must be acting. He scoffed. I don't believe that you can bear to leave. However, Lin Xian didn't reply and attacked. He slashed and Yin Tianfeng was sent flying. His arms were chopped off and he fell into a pool of blood. He roared crazily. You dare to hurt me, why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian broke the man's legs with a single stomp. Aren't you high and mighty? Don't you want to fight with me? Come, I will give you a chance. Previously in the Hell Canyon, the other party was so overbearing. Lin Xian was too lazy to pay attention to it because he wanted to cultivate his physique. Now, he would let the other party know who was the true expert. Damned brat, if you have the ability, then don't use your weapon and fight me fairly. Yin Tianfeng roared crazily. To him, the opponent was only relying on the strength of his weapon. In terms of true strength, he did not fear the other party at all. Alright, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian nodded and kept the Hellfire Dragon sword. Come on. Yin Tianfeng stood up. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Then, he continuously struck out with his palms. Heavenly Wind 10 strikes. He struck out 10 palms in a row, sweeping across the world. This was his most powerful technique. The other party didn't have any weapons, so how could he fight him? Lin Xian didn't use any weapons. Instead, he swung his fists. Six Dao fist, it pressed forward and collided with the other party's palm. Boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The palm shadows that the other party sent out were quickly shattered. After shattering 7 fists, Lin Xian's fists finally slowed down. On the other hand, Yin Tianfeng was completely dumbfounded. He was continuously pushed back by this force. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How was that possible? He was crazy. The other party didn't use any weapons, but he was still so strong. Could it be that the other party's strength had surpassed his? What kind of joke was this? He was someone who had killed 5 great sages all by himself, I don't believe it. Yin Tianfeng roared in rage. Shadow God Claw. His 5 fingers formed a claw and tore the sky apart. At that moment, he seemed to have turned into an ancient beast. A terrifying aura shook the sky. Boom, Lin Xian formed seals with his palms and unleashed the seal of the fearless lion. A golden lion covered the sky and shattered the divine claw of his opponent. Not only that, it even tore the other party's body apart. Yin Tianfeng was torn into pieces. Do you want to continue? Lin Xian asked calmly. Damn it, I am not convinced. Yin Tianfeng roared in retaliation. However, he realized that Lin Xian was already in front of him. Such quick speed. What technique was that? Shadowless Heaven's Net. Damn, you actually cultivated Shadowless Heaven's Net. Yin Tianfeng was stunned. He wanted to retreat, but a hand grabbed his shoulder and tore it apart. His body was ripped apart. His internal organs were shattered, and he was terrified. At that moment, Lin Xian pointed with his finger. Using his finger as a sword. Sure, a sword technique. With a finger on his forehead, Yin Tianfeng's head cracked open. His soul was also shaking non-stop. Lin Xian said coldly. Now do you know the gap between the two of us? Yin Tianfeng was in despair. He was badly injured while Lin Xian was unharmed. Was there a need to mention the gap? He lost. He wasn't Lin Xian's opponent at all. I lost. Yin Tianfeng gritted his teeth. However, he was shouting in his heart. Wait for me. When I return, I will bring all of San Saint Hall's strength to kill you. I will take back everything that belongs to you. He swore that he wouldn't let Lin Xian off. However, on the surface, he lowered his head and admitted defeat. Lin Xian looked ahead with a cold smirk on his face. I told you that if you fight me, you will die if you lose. As he said that, he waved his hand and used Shura sword technique to slice Yin Tianfeng's soul apart. Pooey, Yin Tianfeng's soul slowly disappeared. He didn't dare to believe it. Even when he died, he didn't believe that Lin Xian killed him just like that. How dare he? Wasn't he afraid of his grandfather's revenge? Wasn't he afraid of being hunted down by murdering Hall? Suddenly, he regretted it. What kind of person did he offend? He was simply a demon king who was fearless. Lin Xian waved his hand and took Yin Tianfeng's storage ring as he looked at Yin Tianfeng's destroyed body and soul. Based on what Yin Tianfeng said, Yin Tianfeng had a special status. Who knew if he could learn the emperor's technique? After getting the storage ring, his body shook and he left the place. He found a mountain range, built an immortal cave, and went in. After entering, Lin Xian checked Yin Tianfeng's storage ring. Then, he frowned. There was indeed an emperor's technique, but it was also shadowless heaven's net. He didn't even learn the Shura sword technique. It seemed that there were only two types of techniques that were commonly circulated. As for the others, there were probably other conditions. Perhaps it was battle achievements or a higher cultivation level. Moreover, there were some changes at this moment. A blood-red token suddenly shone brightly. Then, it condensed into an old man's face. Who dared to kill my grandson? The face seemed to be about to rush out, but it was smashed by Lin Xian with a slap. The token shattered into pieces, and the figure slowly disappeared. However, a venomous voice was still heard. No matter who you are, I won't let you go. Lin Xian snorted at such a threat. He scanned the area with his Tianji god eyes and heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't find anything threatening. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a scroll. The portrait of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was very divine. His face shone brightly and had the power to purify everything. After Lin Xian unfolded it, he felt that he was enveloped by thousands of golden lights. In the next moment, he turned into a divine being, and the infernal evil eye behind him roared incessantly. It was as if it was going to jump out and tear the world apart. Lin Xian turned his back to the portrait of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He felt as if thousands of sharp swords had stabbed him. He was in pain, but the pain from the infernal evil eye was 10 times more intense. Black smoke rose from his body. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. In the end, the infernal evil eye behind him slowly dissipated. He let out an unwilling roar. There was no more. That was great. Lin Xian checked around and found that the infernal evil eye had really disappeared. He heaved a sigh of relief. He finally didn't have to be threatened by this thing anymore. After tidying up, Lin Xian felt that it was about time to go out. After he went out, he found that Yu and the others were still looking for him. He quickly met up with them. Yu asked, "Where did you go?" Lin Xian said, "I was chased by someone and escaped." Naturally, he wouldn't tell them the truth. He just made up a story. This made Yu and the others frown. In their opinion, Lin Xian should have left because he was timid. It seemed that this genius wasn't much. He was a little timid. They shook their heads and didn't say anything. They brought Lin Xian back to the first level of hell. After they went out, they returned to Soul Sage Lord's territory and handed in the mission. Soul Sage Lord was naturally very happy. Although they had suffered heavy losses this time, the Blood Evil camp was even heavier. Moreover, the Blood Evil camp seemed to have returned empty-handed. Lin Xian naturally knew what had happened. And he knew that the most miserable was not the Blood Slaughter camp, but the people of the Slaughter Temple. The 50 Slaughter Saints of the Slaughter Temple had all been killed. Even Yin Tianfeng had died. Sure enough, not long after, the people of the Slaughter Temple walked over angrily and asked about the situation. Yu and the others frowned. Yin Tianfeng had died? They naturally knew about this genius. This was a genius that Sand Sacred Hall had nurtured with all their might. The other party was also the 5th elder of the Killer Temple. It could be said that his status was extremely noble. Who would have thought that he would fall here? Yu said, "We have never seen a cloudy day before, but you should know how terrifying hell is." Even the first layer of hell was extremely dangerous. He might have been killed by some mysterious existence. The people from the killing temple gritted their teeth in anger. They would not give up. They had to find out who dared to kill Lin Tianfeng. They wanted to tear him to shreds. When Lin Xian faced these people, his face was expressionless. If these people knew that it was him, how would they react? Of course, this secret would probably never be revealed. After that, Moon and the others returned to cultivate and recover. Lin Xian once again went to look for the Soul Sage Lord. He said what he thought. When the Soul Sage Monarch heard this, he was shocked. You still want to go to the 18 levels of hell? Moreover, you want to go to the second level this time. He was too shocked. One had to know that there was a cloudy wind on the first level. Even such a genius had fallen, let alone the second and third levels. It would be even more dangerous. Lin Xian said, "Please help me. I must break through." Lin Xian was no longer threatened by the infernal evil eye, but he did not plan to give up. He planned to find the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation again to increase his reincarnation power. It would be best if he could turn the Tianji divine eye into the Rinnegan. This way, his strength would be greatly improved. Only then would he be qualified to compete with the Dragon Emperor faction. Have you really decided? The Soul Sage Lord asked in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded. He had made up his mind. The Soul Sage Lord said, "Well, a genius like you is indeed worth the risk. But you have to wait. Wait 3 months. The second layer of hell will not open easily." Then, Lin Xian began to wait. During this period, he had been cultivating Shadowless Sky River and Ashura Sword technique. These 2 top divine abilities were very difficult to cultivate. Every time there was a breakthrough, there would be an earth-shaking change in power. 3 months later, Lin Xian was even more proficient in cultivating the 2 divine abilities. On this day, Moon came again. "I am under the orders of the Sage Lord to bring you to hell." To be honest, Moon was very good. Wasn't this guy a coward? Why did he still dare to go in? Lin Xian said, "Thank you." He followed Moon and soared into the sky. You gave him a storage ring that contained some resources for recovery and cultivation. At the same time, there were some maps that contained information about hell. Soon, they entered the first layer of hell. However, Moon did not leave. Instead, he continued to bring Lin Xian forward. There was a passage between each layer. This passage could only be opened at a specific time. Therefore, those who wanted to go to the second layer were waiting near the passage. Sure enough, when Lin Xian and Moon arrived, there were already many people gathered around. These people's eyes flickered, and their auras were powerful. None of the people here were weaklings. They were all great sages. Therefore, when they saw that Lin Xian was only a sage king, they frowned. Who was this person? Was he so reckless? Humph, some people sneered. There were always self-righteous geniuses who thought that their strength was outstanding. They wanted to enter the second layer of hell, but they were killed instantly after entering. This person was probably no exception. No one was optimistic about Lin Xian. Lin Xian was too lazy to care. How could these people know about his strength? Finally, after waiting for another 3 days, the passage ahead appeared. The surrounding people said that it was okay. They could go in. However, no one went in. They were all waiting. It seemed that not only could they go in, but the people inside could also come out. A few figures flew out from inside. Those people were very powerful. As soon as they appeared, they looked around vigilantly and then quickly fled. These people came from all corners of the underworld, and some of them were top-notch experts. Some of the hidden geniuses could not be underestimated. Also, you must be careful after entering. The old people inside might bully the newcomers. You have to know that although everyone belongs to the underworld, the rule of the underworld is killing. It is even more so inside. No one will protect you, even if you are a person of the Soul Sage Lord. In there, identity is not the most important. Strength is the most important. Therefore, don't be careless. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. Taking a deep breath, he walked forward. I wish you good luck. Moon sighed. To be honest, he was not optimistic about Lin Xian. Looking at the disappearing figure in front, he shook his head and also left. It would take at least half a year for the other party to come out of the second layer. Therefore, there was no need for him to stay here. He had to go back and report. Lin Xian's figure flashed and walked inside. After entering, he felt that the second layer was even more eerie and terrifying. After Lin Xian came in, he walked forward. Suddenly, the ground split open. A terrifying blood-red spear shot towards him. The terrifying aura was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. At the critical moment, Lin Xian's body swayed. He used Shadowless Heaven's net and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. At the same time, the infernal sword flew out and slashed. With a clang, the spear was knocked away. At the same time, a figure retreated. When Lin Xian saw the figure, his face completely darkened. It was a blood-red zombie, holding a blood-red spear in his hand. It was extremely terrifying. He stared at Lin Xian and revealed a sinister smile. A mere Saint King was actually able to avoid my assassination. Interesting. It seemed like someone who came in this time was quite impressive. After that, he tore open the ground and disappeared. Lin Xian did not chase after him. He did not know who else was here other than the blood zombie. He did not know much about the second level, so he had to be careful. Looking around, his face darkened. He shouted coldly, "Come out." With that, he charged into the distance. In the void far away, two figures appeared, holding blood-red sabers in their hands. Their faces were cold. "Good kid, you can actually detect our presence. Then go to hell." The two sabers emitted a bright light, enveloping Lin Xian and clashing with the Hellfire Dragon's sword. With a clang, the two were forced back. Damn it, the sword in this guy's hand is not ordinary. So what? Attack! The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, began to charge towards Lin Xian quickly. These two were great sage, and their strength was extremely terrifying. However, how could they be a match for Lin Xian? Lin Xian waved the Hellfire Dragon's sword and split open their heads. Blood dyed the sky red. The headless corpses fell. The two great sage widened their eyes in disbelief. They really did not expect that the other party could kill them in one strike. The two of them even realized that the other party was using the legendary Shura sword technique. Could a young man use the Shura sword technique to such an extent? It was too unbelievable. Lin Xian was shocked as well. No wonder it was a great emperor's ability. If the first sword of the Azura sword skill was already so terrifying, how much more terrifying would the remaining 6 sword moves be? However, with his current strength, he was still unable to use it. Next, Lin Xian continued on his journey. He discovered many battles. There were some who came in like him, but they didn't even live for half a day before they were assassinated. There were also some experts who were fighting with each other. The fighting was earth-shattering. Lin Xian saw 2 more. One of them was a blood-colored bat. Its wings were slashed open, covering the heaven and earth. He was fighting with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was no ordinary man either. He waved his scythe like a god of death. The two of them struck the ground from the sky, and one of them even reached the blood sea. In short, it was extremely terrifying. In the end, their energy was about to envelop Lin Xian. Lin Xian hurriedly used Shadowless Heaven's net and quickly left. It was too terrifying. These two people were extremely terrifying existences in the middle stage of the Great Sage. He didn't know if there were any sage-level existences here. And, you actually dared to come to my territory. When Lin Xian came to a black land again, a crack appeared on the ground. A black chariot appeared. There was a group of figures on it. They were wearing black armor and holding black swords. They were incomparably terrifying. Countless skeletons appeared around him. These weren't ordinary skeletons. They were formed after the death of the Great Sage. The long sword in the middle-aged man's hand carried an extremely terrifying power. It controlled the skeletons and charged forward. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. It was too terrifying. This power wasn't something he could resist. Damn it. No matter how strong he was, it was a one-on-one battle. The other party had brought along an army of skeletons. How could he fight? However, what made him even more shocked was that he discovered that the other party was controlling the skeletons with that sword. That sword had the power of reincarnation. Of course, it wasn't the reincarnation sword. However, the power of reincarnation shocked him. He didn't expect to discover the power of reincarnation as soon as he arrived. "Young man, you won't be able to escape," the man in black armor said coldly. He enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Senior, I just came here. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm willing to give you a top-grade treasure sword. Please let me go." As he spoke, Lin Xian took out the Hellfire Dragon sword. The Hellfire Dragon sword immediately scolded, "Damn it. Kid, you dare to trick me?" Lin Xian warned him. Then, he transmitted his voice, "I'll beat you at your own game. When you kill him, he has the power of reincarnation on his sword. I can give you some. You can control the power of reincarnation. Give it to me?" The Hellfire Dragon sword was shocked. Lin Xian didn't reply. Instead, he winked at him. Alright, since the Hellfire Dragon said so, he would believe him this time. He became quiet. The man in black armor in front of him shouted coldly, "What treasure? You're just a sage king?" His eyes were filled with disdain. However, when he saw the Hellfire Dragon sword, his eyes lit up. This sword seemed unusual. The Hellfire Dragon sword was proud. "Of course, it was my treasure sword. Present it." The man in black armor in front of him shouted coldly. Two skeletons walked up and took the Hellfire Dragon sword away. Lin Xian became extremely respectful. He lowered his head. However, there was a shocking light in his eyes. "Senior, are you satisfied?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. The man in black armor held the Hellfire Dragon sword in his left hand. He waved it gently and tore a crack of tens of thousands of meters in the sky. He laughed loudly. "I'm satisfied. Kid, although you're an ant and trespassed into my territory, I can show you mercy and spare your life. Let's go." He waved his hand and the skeletons opened up a path. Lin Xian clasped his fists. "Thank you, Senior." He turned and left. When Lin Xian left the skeletons, the Hellfire Dragon sword suddenly emitted a terrifying light. "You think you're worthy of me?" He slashed at the man in black armor. The man in black's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the Hellfire Dragon sword to be able to attack. Furthermore, he had caught him off guard and was charging straight at him. "You're courting death." He roared and wanted to block with his sword. However, the Hellfire Dragon sword was very fast and cut off his entire right hand. At the same time, it carried the Black Demon sword and soared into the sky, tearing the 9 heavens apart. Damn it. The man in black armor was angry. This sword couldn't kill him, but it took away his black sword. This was unbearable. "Go after him. Kill him for me. Tear that sword and that kid into pieces." He roared at the sky. The Whitebone army around him split into 2 groups, and charged forward, covering the sky and covering the earth. One went for the Hellfire Dragon sword. The other went for Lin Xian. At this moment, countless people in the 2nd level of hell were alarmed. God, the Black Devil Lord is angry. Who made him so angry? Countless people were shocked. Some plants in hell sent news. It was a young man who just came in. No way? Who is so daring? Could it be that some of the top young geniuses of hell have entered? End of chapter. Those top geniuses were very terrifying. They were very close to the emperor. Therefore, only such a genius could be so daring. However, they didn't know that this person wasn't from the underworld. It was Lin Xian. The moment Lin Xian left the Bone Army, he used Shadowless Heaven's Net. He began to fight with the Hellfire Dragon sword. When the Hellfire Dragon sword first obtained the black sword, it laughed loudly. It felt the terrifying power of reincarnation on it and was very happy. Although it had an extraordinary background and was like a divine sword, it didn't have the power of reincarnation. If it had it, its grade and power could be increased again. But very quickly, he felt that something was wrong. That was because he discovered that endless white bones were rushing towards him. One by one, the bone swords and bone weapons kept attacking its body. It made its body shake. Damn it, it hurts so much. The Hellfire Dragon eyes kept roaring. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sent a voice transmission to the other party and told him to go. Then, he used his movement technique and quickly disappeared. Because he was also being chased by many bone armies. Lin Xian's movement technique became more and more proficient in this pursuit. Soon, he shook off the bone army and arrived at a mountain peak. He began to wait. After waiting for about 2 days, the Hellfire Dragon sword returned. Its body became dim, and it was about to go crazy. Damn it, it actually made me suffer such a loss. I will definitely kill it, it roared crazily. Lin Xian said. Where's the black sword? It's here. There was a black sword under the Hellfire Dragon sword. It was the sword that Lin Xian wanted. A sharp light appeared in his eyes. He directly swallowed it with the heaven-swallowing jar. The Hellfire Dragon sword said, Kid, I spent so much effort. You said that you would give me the power of reincarnation. Lin Xian said, Don't worry, I'll take a look first. He also entered the heaven-swallowing jar. Endless darkness enveloped her. A black whirlpool was bobbing up and down. The Fire Dragon sword waited at the side while Lin Xian went in. After that, he brought the black sword into the sword world. He sat down cross-legged, and the black sword wanted to resist. Lin Xian used the power of the sword world and transformed it into 2 heavenly monuments, directly suppressing it. Then, he activated his heavenly secret god eyes and started to absorb the reincarnation energy. The heavenly secret god eyes became stronger and stronger, but the black sword became dimmer and dimmer. Just like that, half a year passed. On this day, Lin Xian stood up with a smile on his face. The power of reincarnation on the black sword was completely absorbed by him. He could feel that his heavenly secret divine eyes had become even stronger than before. He could even construct a simple reincarnation passage. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He walked out. The Hellfire Dragon sword said, Brat, you took so long, give me the power of reincarnation. Lin Xian said, I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll give you the power of reincarnation. Second? I can reduce the time you have to work as a coolie. What do you mean? The Hellfire Dragon sword asked. Lin Xian said, Your remnant soul is still expanding your territory. Do you plan to expand your territory for the rest of your life? 10,000 years, 20,000 years? 100,000 years? You're a remnant soul, drifting outside of reincarnation. You won't die, but you won't be able to recover. If I'm willing, I can let you expand your territory forever. Of course, I'm a kind person, I won't do that. If you're willing to give up the power of reincarnation, I plan to reduce the time by 100 years. Only 100 years, if you can't, reduce it by 1,000 years. The Hellfire Dragon sword roared crazily. Lin Xian smiled, deal. Since the other party was already subdued by Xiaojiuyo, then the coolie would have unlimited time. Reducing 1,000 years from unlimited time was no different from not reducing it. The Hellfire Dragon sword fell for it, but Lin Xian wouldn't tell the other party. He nodded, alright, I'll reduce it by 1,000 years. If you can let me get more reincarnation energy, I'll reduce it by a few thousand years every time. How about it? Alright, it's a deal. The Hellfire Dragon sword seemed to see the hope of freedom. Aunt, I can feel your presence again. In a faraway valley, the man in black armor roared crazily. Surrounding him was an army of skeletons. After half a year, he finally felt the presence of that person from back then. How dare you snatch my black sword and lie to me, I won't let you go. He led the army of skeletons and charged towards Lin Xian. Not good, I've been discovered. The Hellfire Dragon sword saw the army of skeletons surrounding them. His face turned green. Kid, think of a way, these are the corpses of the great sage. Lin Xian's face turned cold, you dare to come? Aunt, return it to me, I'll tear you to pieces. The man in black armor roared crazily. He was fooled by a young man, he couldn't accept it. Moreover, this matter had spread, the experts and living beings in this area were all laughing at him. Lin Xian said, you want your sword, right? I'll return it to you. With a wave of his hand, a black sword flew out and flew forward. The man in black armor's eyes lit up, he grabbed it, then his face turned ugly. Damn it, the power of reincarnation is gone. You destroyed my reincarnation rune, I want you dead. He turned around and swung the sword. So that thing is called the reincarnation rune, tell me, where did you get it? I can spare your life, Lin Xian snorted. You dare to have designs on the reincarnation rune, the man in black armor roared crazily. He sneered, spare my life? I'm in the middle stage of the great sage? Why do I need you to spare my life? Go to hell. The sword energy shone brightly again, descending from the 9 heavens, it could cut through heaven and earth. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted, he didn't resist at all. Shadowless heaven's net. He came to a distance, but the army of skeletons around him still sealed the area. The man in black armor said, you can't escape, today is the day you die. Lin Xian smiled, you can control this army of skeletons because of the reincarnation rune. Now that the reincarnation rune is gone, you still want to control them? I can only say that you're too reckless. Oh no, the man in black armor's expression changed. He had a bad feeling about this. Indeed, he couldn't control them for too long. That was why he was so angry. However, it shouldn't be a problem to kill a young man. Lin Xian sneered, it seems that you won't give up until you see the coffin. Let me tell you, how should I use the power of reincarnation? His eyes shone with a golden light, and a pair of golden heavenly eyes enveloped the entire army of skeletons. Reincarnation defied the heavens. The light of reincarnation flew out and enveloped the army of skeletons. In the next moment, these skeletons roared crazily. The green light in their eyes kept flickering, as if it was about to be extinguished. Lin Xian's voice also sounded. You've already died in battle. Perhaps you were unlucky, or perhaps you were killed for revenge. But in any case, you're already dead, and your souls are about to enter the reincarnation cycle. Live again. But someone interfered with the power of the reincarnation cycle, leaving your remnant souls in the skeletons, unable to reincarnate. You can't be reborn. It's that person. Kill him, and you can enter the reincarnation cycle. Damn brat, what are you doing? The black-armored man roared crazily. He was very afraid, but he soon sneered. You want to control this army of skeletons? What a joke. You should cultivate for 10,000 years. In his opinion, Lin Xian could not do it at all. However, he still underestimated the heavenly secret divine eyes. Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes, and a pair of golden eyes looked down in all directions. The light of reincarnation enveloped the army of skeletons. The army of skeletons roared crazily, and the green light in their eyes kept flickering. Their souls seemed to be leaving. Seeing this scene, the black-armored man's expression finally changed. No. Damn it, he used the Dharma seal to suppress them. However, there were too many souls. Without the power of reincarnation, it was difficult for him to suppress them. Lin Xian pointed at the black-robed man and said loudly, kill him, and your souls can ascend to heaven. I'll let you enter reincarnation. Roar, the army of skeletons roared crazily. Then, they turned their heads and stared at the black-armored man before pouncing over. No. Damn it, how dare you? The black-armored man roared crazily, trying to escape. However, there were too many skeletons around him. In an instant, they enveloped him and tore him into pieces. It was not that the black-armored man was weak, but the skeletons around him were too powerful. They had obeyed the power of reincarnation before, and now they were angry. How could the black-armored man escape? He brought this upon himself. Lin Xian sneered and said, I'll help you enter reincarnation. He used the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme, forming a reincarnation vortex. Come in, your souls. The souls of the surrounding skeletons rose into the air and entered reincarnation. This way, they could be reincarnated. The skeletons fell one after another, piling up into a mountain of skeletons. Beads of sweat trickled down Lin Xian's forehead. To be honest, such a long time of continuous reincarnation had consumed a lot of his energy. However, he felt that it was worth it. This time, his heavenly secret divine eyes had become stronger. The 18 levels of hell was indeed a good place. Next, he had to continue searching for the power of reincarnation. At this moment, the sound of applause rang out. Good technique, I didn't expect you to be able to use the power of reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He turned around and shouted coldly. Who was it? Come out. A woman walked over from the front. She was dressed in a black robe and had a beautiful face. She smiled. Don't be afraid, I don't have any bad intentions. Then what do you want? Lin Xian's face was cold. Hell was a cruel place, and no one would hold back. Naturally, he would not be careless. The woman in front of him was so mysterious. She actually didn't leave after seeing his methods. This showed that the other party was very confident. Who are you? Lin Xian asked again. My name is Nai Luo, and I come from the Bridge of Helplessness. The Bridge of Helplessness? This was also one of the most powerful organizations in the underworld. But why was the other party looking for him? Nero laughed. It seems like you don't know anything. Well, for a sage king like you to be able to come here, you must have broken through some restrictions. The people here were all here to cultivate and improve their strength. Every level of hell was extremely mysterious, so it was also extremely dangerous. Not only did they have to face the dangers of hell, but they also had to face the dangers of the people around them. And fighting alone was not a wise choice. Therefore, some like-minded people gathered together to form small groups. I'm here to invite you to join the illusionary flowers, reflected moon. The illusionary flowers, reflected moon. Lin Xian frowned. Nero laughed. That's right, the illusionary flowers, reflected moon is the organization we're currently in. How about it, are you interested? Nero said that the man in black armor from before was not the only one. The others also have some special methods. You might even meet someone from an organization. When that time comes, no matter how strong you are, I'm afraid you can only escape. You might even be killed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he could still feel it. The woman in front of him really did not seem to have any ill intentions. So he nodded and said, okay, I'm interested. Nero laughed and waved her hand. Come with me. With that, she turned and flew into the distance. Lin Xian followed. He took out an elixir and swallowed it. He quickly circulated the immortality art to recover the energy he had consumed. The two of them flew for about half a day before slowly coming to a stop. Nero looked at the lake in front of her. With a wave of her hand, a passage appeared in the middle of the lake. She flew in. Lin Xian followed her in. Before entering, he had already used his heavenly secret god eyes to check. There was indeed a strong aura below. It should be the other members of the illusionary flowers, reflected moon. After entering, it was indeed a different world. There was an underground cave with many people inside. These people were all at the Great Sage Realm. There were even a few in the middle stage of the Great Sage Realm. One could imagine that Lin Xian, a sage king, was here. It was indeed very strange. Nero, you're back. The people inside smiled and greeted the woman in black. When they saw that Nero didn't come back alone, they were all puzzled. Someone else came back? Nero, is it someone new? They all looked at Lin Xian and then frowned. He was only a sage king. They were really stunned. Someone said, Nero, why is the person you found so weak this time? When this was said, the others laughed. Indeed, the weakest here was the Great Sage Realm. There were even people at the middle stage of the Great Sage Realm. A sage king was indeed not enough. Nero said, what do you people know? He is a top genius. Although he was only a sage king, his methods were very scary. He could use the power of reincarnation. Oh, really? When this was said, the others' expressions changed. The fact that he could come to the second level meant that he did have some tricks up his sleeve. As for the power of reincarnation, it shocked them even more. This power was a legendary power. It was very magical. Nero, is what you said true? Does he really know how to use the power of reincarnation? At this moment, another voice came from the front. Lin Xian also looked up. In the next moment, he was stunned. He realized that there was a throne in front of him. On the throne was not a person, but a floating mirror. There was a strange flower in the mirror that kept spinning. It was a black flower that was unusually strange. The illusionary flowers reflected moon. It seemed that the person who created this organization was related to this mirror. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. When he was looking at the other party, the mirror was also looking at him. "Young man, what's your name?" the mirror asked in a deep voice. Lin Xian said, "My name is Lin Wudi." Lin Wudi, the others were shocked. What an arrogant name. He actually dared to call himself invincible. The mirror kept shaking. He was indeed arrogant. "Lin Wudi, do you really know how to use the power of reincarnation? Can you show it to me?" Lin Xian's eyes shone with the light of reincarnation, forming a reincarnation vortex. When the surrounding people felt this power, they all exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed the power of reincarnation. They looked at Lin Xian enviously. The power of reincarnation was extremely mysterious. Very few people could control it. The mirror in front of him smiled. "That's great. Now, I'm inviting you on behalf of the illusionary flowers, water, and moon. Are you willing to join?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "I don't know much about you. Can you tell me more about it?" The mirror said, "That's true. It seems like you haven't been here for long. There are countless organizations in the 18th level of hell. These organizations are all formed by the people who came here to train. In this organization, we have some restrictions. For example, we can't betray. Of course, there are more restrictions. As long as the organization is in danger, you can come back. Other times, we won't restrict you. As long as you find the location of the treasure, you can use the organization's power to attack it. Even our organizations only exist in the 18th level of hell. As long as you leave here and go to other places in the underworld, there are no restrictions." Lin Xian understood. Actually, it was because the 18th level of hell was too dangerous. These people were temporarily formed in order to improve the safety of the people. They were also afraid of danger, so they formed some conditions. For example, they couldn't betray, etc. Although Lin Xian was very confident in himself, the 18th level of hell was also dangerous. He might come into contact with these people at any time. Moreover, he didn't know much about this place. It was good to have a group of people who could provide him with information. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'm willing to join." "Very good." The mirror stopped shaking, and a black flower flew out from it. It floated to Lin Xian's side. He said, "This is the symbol of the illusionary flowers, water and moon. It can prove your identity. We can even contact our teammates." Lin Xian put the black flower away. "Congratulations, you've become one of us." Nero walked over with a smile and said, "Next, I'm going to explore a place. Come with me." Lin Xian nodded. Nero turned around and looked at the people around him. "I still need 7 more helpers. This time I am preparing to explore the spirit refining territory. Who is willing to go?" Nero's voice sounded out. The others were astonished. The spirit refining territory was not an ordinary place. Immediately, a few figures walked over and said that they were willing to go. Soon, the 7 of them had gathered. Among them, there were actually 2 mid-stage great sage existences. It had to be said that it was truly shocking. One had to know that a great sage in the middle stage could already become an elder in the 3 major orthodoxies. Even in the clans of the ancients, they were still at the level of elders. His status was very high. Lin Xian had to look up to such a person before. But now, he could stand side by side with them. In fact, Lin Xian was confident that as long as he could form the true Rinnegan, he would be able to surpass them. "Let's go. Everyone is here." Including Lin Xian and Nero, there are a total of 9 people. Nero waved his hand and took out a black leaf. After everyone stood on it, they turned into a stream of light and flew quickly. Along the way, everyone was silent. Lin Xian looked around curiously. He had not been to many places on the 2nd level. So, he was amazed when he saw the various terrains. suddenly, the ground below them split open. Another palm covered the sky and covered the earth. It was a palm made of bones. The palm was red with blood-red runes on it. It grabbed at the void. Lin Xian exclaimed. The others were shocked too. They thought that it was going to attack them. Nero made a hand seal and the black leaf changed its direction. The blood-red palm did not attack them. Instead, it grabbed at the front. In the void, an angry roar could be heard. Then, the shadow of a blood mountain appeared in the sky. It was a blood-red bat. Each of them was as tall as a mountain. They were extremely huge. When they flapped their wings, the sky cracked and the earth cracked. Their fangs tore everything apart. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, as if two gods were fighting. Nero's face was cold. He knew that such existences were very scary. One of them was enough to threaten their lives. So, he was prepared to take a detour. He made a hand seal and the black leaf changed its direction, preparing to leave. However, at this moment, a cloud of blood-red mist rushed towards them. It turned out that a blood bat in the sky had targeted them and was attacking them. Not good. The black leaf flashed past quickly. It turned into a flash of lightning and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. But the blood bat spread its wings and flew away. Damn it. Are we being targeted? When the others saw this scene, their faces turned extremely ugly. At this moment, a great sage mid-stage expert snorted. It's just a blood bat. Although it's powerful, if the 9 of us attack together, we can definitely kill it. Nero, quickly pull away and take him away. We'll attack. Nero nodded and sped up. The black leaf was even faster and turned into a stream of light. That blood bat chased after them. When they were far away from the battle, they stopped. The two great sage middle stage powerhouses waved their hands, and terrifying laws rushed over in an overwhelming manner. Nero also looked at Lin Xian and said, "Use the power of reincarnation to help us." Lin Xian nodded and said that it was a robbery. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the void and looked down at the blood-red bat. The light of reincarnation turned into swords of reincarnation and attacked. The blood-red bat was challenged. He roared at the sky. With his strength and power, these people were like ants in his eyes. Now that an ant dared to challenge him, how could he tolerate it? In an instant, he let out a terrifying roar and fought against the swords of reincarnation in the sky. Those swords of reincarnation shattered and turned into a sea of reincarnation that swept between heaven and earth. It was used to affect the blood-red bat. This was a good opportunity. When Nero and the others saw this, they all attacked. These 8 experts were very powerful, especially the 2 great sage mid-stage experts. One of them formed countless blood-red mountains that pressed down from the sky. The other held a blood-red saber in his hand. With a sweep, he destroyed everything. Nero even summoned a bridge of helplessness that appeared under the blood-red bat. It was used to affect the opponent's soul. The blood-colored bat let out a crazy roar as it was surrounded by the group of people. He never thought that the ants in his eyes would be so terrifying. It roared and screamed for help. In the distance, another blood-colored bat rushed over. This made Nero and the rest change their expressions. Oh no, they could still fight against one blood-colored bat. But if another one came, they would not be able to fight against it. These things were far stronger than them. Leave quickly. Helplessness roared and they quickly moved away. Lin Xian also took a deep breath and was about to leave. But at this moment, the void split open and a huge metal rod flew through the air. With a clang, it hit one of the blood-colored bats and turned it into a bloody mist. This shocking scene caused Lin Xian and the others to be stunned. The other blood-colored bat was also stunned. Heaven and earth fell silent. The heavens were so scary. The people of the catoptric deflection were terrified. This was a peerless expert. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The blood-colored bat was so terrifying that it had surpassed the great sage intermediate stage. Even if he wanted to deal with it, he would have to use the power of the heaven-devouring jar or the great dragon sword soul. But now, someone killed such a terrifying blood-colored bat with a single strike. How powerful was this person? The other blood-colored bat was also terrified and wanted to escape. But at this moment, the metal rod swung again and pressed down. Like an ancient demonic mountain. It directly tore the second blood-colored bat into pieces. Heaven and earth were shattered and endless cracks appeared. 2 huge blood-colored bats fell. Their sage blood turned into a sea of blood that roared between heaven and earth. Helplessness was facing a powerful enemy. Was this person a friend or a foe? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. If it was a powerful enemy, he would have to use the power of the heaven-devouring jar. Thank you for your help. Helplessness cupped his fists and turned to leave. However, the iron rod in the air was like an iron chain crossing the river, blocking their path. What was the meaning of this? Helplessness frowned. Could it be that you want to attack me? Get lost, he stays. A cold voice was heard as the iron rod was pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The other party was coming for him. Jihe and the others also frowned and said coldly, we all belong to the Mirror's Flower, Mirror's Moon. Since we came together, we naturally have to leave together. Did he have a death wish? The huge iron cudgel in the sky came crashing down. Damn it! Hell roared, unleashing the bridge of helplessness to resist. With a clang, he was almost sent flying. The bridge of helplessness was split into 2 halves. The people behind also shouted angrily and attacked one after another. And they couldn't stop it. The laws and divine abilities of the heavenly palace were completely obliterated by this iron staff. A few of them were also injured. He was too powerful, so powerful that they found it hard to resist. Lin Wudi, hurry up and leave. Limbo roar, we can still block one of his attacks. However, Lin Xian shook his head. There was no need for that. He could see that the gap between them was too big. But there was no reason for them to die for him, so he didn't run. Instead, he looked at the iron cudgel in front of him and said coldly, I don't seem to know you. Why are you looking for me? Eat my cudgel first. The other party raised the iron cudgel and charged directly at Lin Xian. When the attack landed, the surrounding sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire void had turned into a state of chaos. Not good, Hell and the others' pupils shrank. They couldn't block such a powerful attack. Lin Xian definitely couldn't block it. Could it be that he was going to kill him in one blow? Their eyes were filled with despair. However, a black vortex appeared in the shattered void. It kept spinning. The vortex directly blocked the iron cudgel's attack. The two were in a stalemate in the air. Then, the iron cudgel pressed down with an even more terrifying force. The vortex was torn apart, but Lin Xian had already arrived on the other side. He actually blocked it? Hell and the others were shocked. They had personally experienced how terrifying the power of the iron cudgel was. They couldn't block a single attack together, but now, Lin Xian could block it alone. It was really unbelievable. It seemed that they had underestimated Lin Xian. It's useless. You can't kill me. Lin Xian said coldly, tell me your background. You're actually capable. You actually managed to dodge my attack. I can feel that you have an extremely strong reincarnation power, so I need you to help me do something. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. I'm not familiar with you, right? Indeed, we don't know each other. But since you saved me, I will naturally repay you. In the future, if you encounter any danger, I, old son, will help you deal with it. What arrogance! Lin Xian smiled. Then, if I ask you to kill the emperor's son, can you deal with it? Yes, the other party's voice was extremely confident. Moreover, I know that you should still need the power of reincarnation. I have it here. How about it? Are you interested? I, old son, won't lie to you. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that this person was very interesting, even though he was a bit short-tempered and his attacks were terrifying. Although his attacks were fierce, he didn't seem to be a bad person. He said, all right, I'll meet you. He was also very curious about such a person. All right, follow me. The iron cudgel led the way in the air. Lin Xian rose into the air. Behind him, Hell and the others asked, are we really going? This guy was very mysterious and seemed very evil. The others were also frowning. Lin Xian said, it's fine. If there's any danger, we can still escape. I have a way. Well, Nero and the others were also very curious about the origin of such a person. Hence, they all followed him. After flying for about 2 days, they finally arrived. This was already a very deep place in the second level of hell. The surroundings were very dangerous and there were very few people here. Hellfire appeared in front of them again. This flame was very terrifying. Hell and the others had to use all their strength to resist. The Hellfire Dragon Sword also said, feeling a familiar aura. It flew out. It circled around to absorb the hellfire. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was looking for that iron cudgel. I, old son, am here. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the mountains in front of him. Lin Xian's body shook and he increased his speed. In the next moment, he descended. There was a steep mountain in front of him. It had an extremely terrifying aura. Here, it seemed to destroy everything. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air after he finished looking. There was actually a person underneath the mountain. The entire mountain was carved with runes and there were even chains around it. This scene seemed a little familiar. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes because the Hellfire Dragon was suppressed previously. Back then, it was a black stone tablet. Now, it was a mountain. Could it be that this person was like the Hellfire Dragon, an extremely terrifying supreme existence? Young man, I'm here. A furry palm waved towards him. Lin Xian was surprised. He looked carefully and realized that the person being suppressed by the mountain was not a human, but a monkey. Demon beast? Lin Xian flew forward. Although the situation seemed strange and dangerous, Lin Xian was confident that he could handle it. Even if he released another Hellfire Dragon, he could still enter the sword world. He walked over and looked at the suppressed monkey. Who are you? Why are you suppressed here? My name is Sun Qitian. I'm not sure why I'm suppressed, because I've been suppressed here since I was born. If I, old son, knew who dared to suppress me, I would definitely beat him into a bloody mist. I would make him unable to reincarnate. I wonder who suppressed him. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not believe him. After so many years, how could he not know? Young man, I, old son, am only 2,000 years old. Do you think I'm old? Impossible. Nai Luo and the rest were all stunned. 2,000 years old, his strength was so terrifying, and he was being suppressed. How could he cultivate? Could it be that he was so terrifying since birth? Lin Xian was also shocked. One must know that the other party could easily kill the blood bat. This meant that his true strength would be even more powerful. This person was indeed strange. Don't try to lie to me, tell me the truth. Lin Xian snorted. Sun Qitian snorted. What, I, old son, am speaking the truth. Could it be that you guys were not powerful after birth? I feel that I didn't need to cultivate much to reach this stage. If I, old son, had been free for the past 2,000 years, I would have pierced through the sky. Lin Xian was even more shocked after hearing this. He suddenly had an idea. One must know that there were such people in the world, such as the Dragon Prince and Kuan Pengzi. Such people became saints at birth. They did not need to cultivate. After awakening their bloodline, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. But that was an emperor. Could it be that the monkey in front of him was also an emperor? If that was the case, it would be too inconceivable. No matter if it was Kuan Pengzi or the Dragon Prince, they were protected by countless people and had a great emperor family behind them. That was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the world. But now, if this monkey was the emperor's son, that would be way too tragic. He was directly suppressed by someone. Who was it? He dared to make a move against someone from the emperor clan. He didn't know about any of this. But at this moment, Whitey flew out and looked ahead. Her big eyes reddened instantly, and there were even tears falling down. He began to sob. Hey, little monkey, come here. Sun Qitian was shocked. With a wave of his hand, Little White flew over. Sun Qitian was extremely envious. You're quite free, little one. Little White jumped on Sun Qitian's head, its big eyes red. He seemed to feel pity for Sun Qitian. Then, he flew back and said to Lin Xian, save him, he's so pitiful. I could tell that he wasn't a bad person. Lin Xian was shocked. This was the first time Little White was in such a state. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, since you are all monkeys, I will save him." "Really? That's great." Little White smiled happily. Lin Xian walked over and said, "How can I help you? Could it be done just by lifting the mountain? If it was that easy, I would have shattered it long ago." Sun Qitian sighed. "All these years, I've only felt the power of reincarnation. It seems that the power of reincarnation is suppressing me. That's why I found you. You have the power of reincarnation, so absorb this power. Leave the rest to me." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect it to be so simple. He was originally hoping to find the power of reincarnation. Now that there was one for free, how could he not want it? Then, he sat there cross-legged and began to absorb the power of reincarnation. His heavenly secret divine eyes shone brightly and turned into a reincarnation vortex. The entire reincarnation mountain in front of him kept shaking, and the power of reincarnation quickly swept out. This was a very slow process. During this time, they also came over. Lin Xian said, "Sorry, everyone, I can't leave for a while. Why don't you go and complete your mission first?" "Okay, then we'll go first. If you're in any danger, just tell us. We'll come." Nero said a few words and then left. This place became quiet once again. This time, the absorption lasted for 5 years. Lin Xian felt that his eyes had an extremely strange change. Especially her right eye, it was even more terrifying and mysterious. It even formed a mountain with runes. It was very similar to the mountain in front of him. In the end, his right eye seemed to be saturated and could no longer absorb. Lin Xian sighed and stood up. With his current strength, this was probably the best he could do. "Is it enough?" Lin Xian stood up and looked forward. In the past 5 years, Little White had been with Sun Qitian. It even took out spirit fruits from time to time and shared them with Sun Qitian. At this moment, when it saw Lin Xian, it jumped happily on Lin Xian's shoulder and asked. Lin Xian said that it was about time. He looked at Sun Qitian. "What do you think?" Sun Qitian said, "I feel that the power of reincarnation has decreased a lot. I'll give it a try." His body emitted an incomparable light. Then, he wanted to stand up. The entire mountain shook non-stop, and the chains around it made a rumbling sound. His body was like a dragon, and he was about to leave. However, at this moment, the power of the mountain burst out again and pressed him to the ground. Endless pressure spread and the mountain shattered. Sun Qitian let out a crazy roar. "Still not enough?" Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw this scene. It seemed that the power of reincarnation was not the only thing here. The power of the entire mountain and the chains was definitely enough to make anyone despair. Only Sun Qitian was miraculous. If it were another great sage, they would have died hundreds of times. "Damn it, I can't accept this." Sun Qitian roared to the sky. It had been 2,000 years. Since he was born, he had been longing for freedom. However, for the past 2,000 years, he could only be suppressed here. Now that the power of reincarnation had weakened to this extent, he still couldn't leave. Lin Xian walked up and said, "Brother Monkey, it seems that I have to help you again." He took a deep breath and summoned the great dragon sword soul. Then, he crazily activated the power of the sword world. This slash took the fortune of heaven and earth and turned it into the eternity of time. Even Sun Qitian was shocked. He could not imagine that the human in front of him could unleash such a terrifying slash. But soon, he smiled. With this slash, he definitely had hope of escaping. Lin Xian's slash landed on the mountain peak. The heavens swayed and the earth swayed. The mountain peak collapsed, a great crack opened up. The chains around also shook uneasily, as if they were about to collapse. Sun Qitian roared to the sky, "Brother Lin, stay away. I want to go out." Boom. 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 Boom, boom. 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 The entire place changed as if it was the end of the world. Lin Xian quickly retreated with Whitey. He could feel that his body was about to split apart. The power in front was too terrifying. Lin Xian retreated far away. Sun Qitian said, "Not enough. Brother Lin, little brother, push further." Lin Xian retreated again. At the same time, she took out some elixirs to recover. This time, it should be enough. Sun Qitian did not say anything. Instead, he roared and thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky. The sky and earth in front of him shook, and the black mountain once again rose to the north, and the chains around it tightened. Sun Qitian's body shone brightly as if he was about to walk out of the suppressed mountain. The mountain and the chains formed a terrifying light to block him. However, the mountain had been through 5 years. Lin Xian had absorbed an endless amount of reincarnation energy. In addition, it was split apart by the great dragon sword spirit. It no longer had its previous power. Many of the mysterious runes on it were shattered. Hence, it could no longer be suppressed. Sun Qitian's roar shook the entire second level of hell. Those who were training in the second level all raised their heads and looked into the distance in fear. What was that? Whose roar was that? There were some powerful existences on the second level who had looks of horror on their faces. Could it be that that guy was about to come out? They knew that the second level suppressed an extremely terrifying being. However, that guy would never be able to come out. Now, something unexpected was happening. Damn. Was the seal really going to be broken? The Hellfire Dragon sword circled around Lin Xian in shock. He asked, "Kid, do you know what kind of being you released?" Lin Xian asked, "What do you know? Do you know Sun Qitian's true identity?" Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "If you know, tell me. I can reduce the years." The Hellfire Dragon sword's eyes lit up. However, he shook his head. "I really don't know." He only knew that he had been suppressed here for more than 2,000 years. In fact, he had been suppressed even earlier. However, at that time, it was still a stone. It could be said that it was just a stone without any signs of life. That was why he had no memories of it. 2,000 years ago, he jumped out of the stone and turned into a monkey. Only then did he have life. Lin Xian was shocked by Sun Qitian's extraordinary background. He asked, "Are you sure it's a rock and not a divine crystal?" He knew that the Dragon Prince had been sealed by the divine crystal. It was very likely that Sun Qitian had the same experience. Who was it? He dared to suppress an existence with such a heaven-defying bloodline. Even the Hellfire Dragon didn't know this, because this guy was also suppressed by someone. Boom, the intense rumbling sounds were still ringing out in front of him, and the entire sky was shattered. Sun Qitian's angry shouts could be heard from time to time. With a loud bang, a golden light tore through the 9 heavens and appeared in the 9 heavens. Sun Qitian looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, old Sun, am finally out. It's already 2,000 years. I, old Sun, will definitely kill my way up to the 9 heavens and tear that mastermind of yours into pieces." As he spoke, he took out a large iron staff and swept it in all directions, blasting the sky full of chains and the black mountain peak into flat ground. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Sun Qitian roared, his killing intent shocking. The living beings in the second level were so scared that they prostrated themselves on the ground. This aura was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt a shocking power that seemed to be suppressing him. This scene shocked Lin Xian, because at this moment, he felt like he was facing the Dragon Prince and Kuan Pengzi. Lin Xian felt that the other party was very likely to be an emperor. Of course, this was just his guess. He had to ask Sun Qitian for the details. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky, followed by a huge hand that covered the sky, descending from the sky. There was a mysterious rune on the palm, and from afar, it looked like a black lotus. "Suppress," a loud voice rang out, like the roar of a god. As soon as this huge palm appeared, the entire 18 levels of hell shook violently, so much so that those in the underworld were alarmed. What's going on? Is someone attacking the 18 levels of hell by force? This power seemed to have surpassed everything. Countless people were shocked, and those ancient beings all flew to the 9 heavens to take a look. It's not targeting us, but the 18 levels of hell. What's inside? Could it be that something happened to those who were sealed and suppressed? The 18 levels of hell were very mysterious and ancient. Many great emperors had appeared here before and set up some traps. There were some existences suppressed on each level of the 18 levels of hell. These people either had shocking origins or were extremely powerful, but they were all suppressed here. Some had been suppressed to death, while some were still alive and in a deep sleep. At this moment, a huge hand that covered the sky appeared in the 18 levels of hell. It was hard to imagine. Who was it targeting? Sun Qitan roared angrily. He roared into the sky, and the huge iron staff directly attacked the 9 heavens. It collided with the huge hand. With a loud bang, he flew back while vomiting blood. His body was shattered. He had no choice. Although he was powerful, the huge hand that covered the sky was too terrifying. It seemed to have surpassed everything, just like the palm of a great emperor. Not good, a supreme power. The Hellfire Dragon sword was so scared that its scalp went numb. Kid, you're looking for trouble. The monkey that you released probably has a powerful background and is being targeted. Hurry up and run. Little White was also very nervous. He was also a monkey, and so was Sun Qitan. He naturally hoped that Sun Qitan could be free. Lin Xian's eyes instantly turned red. He didn't recognize the huge hand, but how could he not recognize the black lotus in the palm? That was the red spider lily. It was the existence that sealed him. Damn it. This palm had the red spider lily. Who was it? Was it someone from the Purple Mansion? Someone from the Purple Mansion sealed Sun Qitan. Lin Xian wasn't sure, because he felt that the Purple Mansion didn't have such a terrifying existence. Otherwise, when he and Heishan attacked the Purple Mansion, they would have been slapped to death by such a huge tree. Damn it, he couldn't figure it out now, but it definitely had something to do with the red spider lily. Maybe the one who suppressed Sun Qitan and sealed him was the same person. Brother Monkey. Retreat quickly. Lin Xian roared. Sun Qitan roared. His eyes were red. Damn it, I'm already out. I won't be suppressed anymore. He swung his iron staff again and attacked, but he was quickly pushed back again. Lin Xian took a deep breath and used Shadowless Heaven's net to rush forward. Kid, are you crazy? The Hellfire Dragon sword's scalp went numb. Little White also cried out anxiously. At the same time, he was also worried about Lin Xian's safety. Lin Xian kept the two of them. His eyes were red, and he instantly came to Sun Qitan's side. He grabbed his shoulder. Brother Monkey, where there's life, there's hope. This palm is too terrifying. We can't fight against it now. Let's go. Run. He brought Sun Qitan and flew far away. Sun Qitan gritted his teeth. One day, I will kill my way to the 9 heavens and tear all of you into pieces. As he spoke, he turned and left. How could the huge hand let the two of them leave? After one strike, Sun Qitan's body split open again, and cracks also appeared on Lin Xian's body. Golden Saint Blood dyed the 9 heavens red. Follow me, he directly activated the sword world. He brought Sun Qitan in. At the same time, he used the heaven swallowing jar to devour everything. The huge hand that covered the sky descended and slapped the heaven swallowing jar, sending it flying. The entire second level of hell was torn apart, and endless cracks appeared. The people on the second level quickly fled, and some of them were directly smashed into a bloody mist. The palm did not disappear. It was raised again, as if it was unwilling to give up and was still searching. At this time, crazy roars came from the lower levels of the 18th level of hell. There was even a sigh of an old man. If I don't enter hell, who will? A ray of golden light flew out and turned into a golden lotus, clashing with the black lotus. It seemed to be able to purify everything. The huge hand that covered the sky slowly disappeared and disappeared. The entire second level of hell finally quieted down. The creatures on the second level of hell were also terrified, like Nero and the others, their bodies were trembling. What happened? Was it related to Lin Xian saving that monkey? They didn't know, it was safe. Inside the sword world, Lin Xian sensed the situation outside, and after realizing that the huge hand that covered the sky had left, he heaved a sigh of relief. The monkey also gritted his teeth. Damn it, he was almost suppressed again. He looked at Lin Xian and said, Brother Lin, if not for you, I would be in danger this time. I am willing to become sworn brothers with you, are you willing? Of course I am. Lin Xian nodded. Good. Sun Qitian also laughed. Lin Xian was very much to his liking, and he had even saved him before, so he naturally hoped to have such a brother. Next, the two of them became sworn brothers. Sun Qitian was older, so Lin Xian called him Brother Monkey. Brother Monkey, where did you come from? Don't you have any memories at all? And what kind of person is your father? What is your own bloodline like? Lin Xian asked a series of questions. He was very curious about all of them. Sun Qitian shook his head. I don't remember, because I have been sealed for too long, my soul is somewhat damaged, I can't remember many things. That's why I can't remember a lot of things. I only know that I have to take revenge. Lin Xian said, I also know a bit about your enemy. The hand that hit you just now had a black lotus on it. He had once sealed me as well. Later on, he learned that it was called the red spider lily. It was an extremely terrifying existence. The only sect that used the red spider lily as a totem was the Purple Mansion sect. As for whether there were other sects, it was unknown for the time being. But now that he thought about it, it definitely had something to do with the Purple Mansion. Red spider lily. Purple palace, Sun Qitian's eyes flickered. I know. After I leave hell, I won't let these people go. Brother Monkey, I know that you are eager to take revenge, but the Zifu realm is also a supreme existence, they are very mysterious. If you want to take revenge, you can't act rashly. It's best if you increase your strength first. Haha, Brother Lin, don't worry. Now that I'm free, I won't be added to them again. By the way, where do you plan to go next? Was he going to leave hell directly? Lin Xian asked. Sun Qitian replied, no, I'm going to the third level of the underworld. You want to go to the third level? Lin Xian was stunned. The second level was already so dangerous, so the third level should be even more terrifying. Sun Qitian said, Brother Lin, you have a lot of trump cards, you can even dodge the heaven-covering hand. Although the third level is a bit dangerous for you, it definitely won't take your life. Maybe it can help you increase your strength again. Alright, Lin Xian was also a bold person, so after thinking for a moment, he immediately agreed. The two of them walked out of the sword world. Lin Xian kept the heaven-swallowing jar and prepared to leave. At this time, someone flew over from afar. Lin Wudi, it's really you. You didn't die, that's great. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that it was Nai Luo and the others. Are you guys hurt? Lin Xian asked. Nai Luo said, the hand that covered the sky was very far away from us. We only received a little impact and were not injured. Right, what was that big hand? Also, did you save the person you wanted to save? You're talking about me, right? Sun Qitian walked out. Nai Luo and the others immediately held their breaths. They felt a huge pressure. It was as if the person standing in front of them was an extremely terrifying ancient demon god. You really managed to save it. They were too shocked. One must know that when Sun Qitian was suppressed, a single iron rod was enough to sweep across all directions. Now that he was rescued, how terrifying was his strength? Also, why did that heaven-covering hand suddenly appear? One must know that although the infernal realm was terrifying, such a thing had never happened before. Could it be that it had something to do with the monkey in front of them? All of this was a mystery to them. However, Lin Xian laughed. You don't have to worry, Brother Monkey is my brother, he won't hurt you. Brother? Nai Luo and the others were surprised. Didn't they not know each other before? How did they become good brothers in just a few years? Of course, Lin Xian did not explain. Instead, he said that Brother Monkey and I are going to the third level of hell. Do you want to go with us? With Brother He here, there shouldn't be a problem. The third level, Nai Luo and the others were shocked. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi, do you know that the second level is already very dangerous? The third level is probably even scarier. A great sage in the early stage would be in danger of dying there. Even a great sage in the middle stage wouldn't be able to sweep through everything. They would be on their guard there. Lin Xian nodded. He said, I know, but the second level has already been destroyed by that heaven-covering hand. It won't be able to recover in a short period of time, and we won't be able to find anything good here. So, I'm going to take a look at the third level. Second brother, a bunch of cowards, what are you talking to them about? Sun Qiqian said with a frown. Nai Luo was angry. He snorted. Who are you calling cowards? Although we're not as strong as you, it doesn't mean that we're cowards. The other members of the illusionary flowers, Water Moon, discussed and decided to go to the third level of hell. They had wanted to go for a long time, but they were not strong enough and hesitated. Now that they had Lin Xian and such a scary monkey to lead them, they decided to give it a try. Good, your courage is not bad. Sun Qiqian smiled. Then, he waved his hand and said, follow me. The group of people walked towards the passage to the third level. There were even fewer people here. There were even fewer people in the third level than the second level, but every one of them was a top expert. Moreover, the third level was a very special place. There were many tombs here. There were even some ancient and primordial experts buried here. Therefore, in theory, there were endless treasures here, which attracted a group of adventurers. The group passed through the passage and entered the third level of hell. It was even colder here. After arriving, Nero and the rest kept shivering. Even Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if his body was about to freeze. No wonder Nero and the rest didn't dare to come. The great sage was in the middle stage and could only survive here. If one wanted to dominate here, one would need more power. The only one who wasn't affected was Sun Qiqian. His body shone brightly, and the cold aura couldn't get close to him. This place was extremely unusual. There were some ancient tombs that shouldn't be approached easily. You might be killed by the array or the mysterious existence inside. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they heard this. Nero was puzzled. Weren't you suppressed before? How did you know about the third level? Even Lin Xian was surprised. Sun Qiqian said, I have the martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Although I'm suppressed, I can still see through everything. When I'm free, I'll use the martial Dao Heavenly Eye to look at the third level. Can't I? Lin Xian was even more shocked. Sun Qiqian's bloodline was too powerful. The martial Dao Heavenly Eye didn't sound weaker than the Tianji Divine Eyes. It was even more powerful. It could see through a level of hell. Sun Qiqian seemed to have guessed what Lin Xian was thinking. He smiled and said, Second brother, there's no need to be envious. If you can really cultivate the Rinnegan, you can take the entire 18 levels of hell. The Rinnegan? Nero and the rest were also shocked. That was the legendary Supreme Eye. At a glance, it was amazing. Could someone really cultivate the Rinnegan? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He was also looking forward to it. Moreover, his right eye had also changed. The eye condensed the power of reincarnation and could form a reincarnation mountain. He wondered what kind of power it would have. The group set off. They didn't dare to take some of the terrifying tombs. However, they wouldn't miss the ordinary tombs because these places were the source of treasures. After walking for about half a day, they found another group in front of them. There were about 10 people. His aura was incomparably powerful, much more powerful than the entire group. The team naturally saw Lin Xian as well, and they immediately stopped. The illusionary flower, reflected moon. Nero, you actually came as well. A surprised voice was heard. Nero turned around and said, So it's you. The man who stole was called Meng Yi. They belonged to Mengpa. Meng Yi said, Nai Luo, with your strength, you don't have the qualifications to come here. Nero rolled her eyes at him. It's none of your business. Can't I come with an expert? Meng Yi was taken aback. Then, he looked at the people beside Nero. When he saw Sun Qiqian, his pupils shrank. He felt a huge pressure from this person. This should be the expert that Meng Luo had mentioned. As for Lin Xian, he completely ignored him because Lin Xian's cultivation was the weakest among them. He was even weaker than the great sage. How could such a person dare to come here? Although you have experts, it's still too dangerous. Why don't you let them follow us? Meng Ye suggested. What do you think? Nero looked at Sun Qiqian and Lin Xian and asked for their opinions. Lin Xian said, all right. They had just arrived and weren't too sure. It was naturally better to have someone to lead the way. Sun Qiqian said, I don't have any objections if we join forces. But when it comes to snatching treasures, we'll have to rely on our own means. Don't expect me to go easy on you. His tone was cold. This made Meng Po's people frown slightly. Meng Yi said, "Oh, is that so? Then this condition couldn't be better." Although Sun Qitian was an expert, Meng Yi and the others weren't afraid of him. Even if there were treasures, they would probably have more to gain. Then, the two sides joined forces. This time, there were more than 20 people. In this place, they could be considered to be quite a big team. As they continued to walk deeper into the third level, they saw more people. Some people retreated when they saw more than 20 people together. They were afraid that they would be besieged. After all, not only were there treasure hunters here, there were also people who wanted to kill and steal. It seemed more convenient. After walking for half a day, a mountain peak appeared in front of them. The mountain peak was an independent existence. It was surrounded by plains. It just stood there like that, which was very strange. However, Sun Qitian's eyes lit up. This place was not ordinary. There might be a mausoleum. Meng Yi and the others also narrowed their eyes. That was indeed the case. Generally, what was buried here was the terrain. It was very strange. Only experts could see through the mystery. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Although there was only one mountain peak, its aura was incomparably majestic and spectacular. It was as if it was going to tear the world apart. "Let's go and take a look." The group walked forward. When they got closer, they found that there was already a battle around the mountain peak. Two groups of people were fighting. It turned out that there was a cave residence under the mountain peak. There were rays of light constantly flickering inside. Seeing this scene, Sun Qitian laughed loudly. "Second brother, let's go." As he said that, he rushed forward. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. However, he could imagine that after being suppressed for 2,000 years since he was born, he was now free. Seeing these battles, he was naturally happy. Meng Yi and the others were shocked. Was this monkey really so powerful? They did not think so. Because the battle in front was very terrifying. When the people in front felt that there was a third party coming, they also frowned. Suddenly, they were shocked to see a lightning-like figure rushing over and directly killing his way into the cave residence. Then, he stretched out a monkey's paw and directly grabbed one of the treasure boxes. Not only that, the monkey was unwilling to give up and grabbed another 2 treasure boxes. This made the eyes of both sides turn red. They fought with their lives but did not succeed. Now, someone came to share the fruits of their victory. Go to hell. Both sides stopped fighting and attacked Sun Qitian at the same time. Sigh, this guy is too reckless. Meng Po's people sighed. Even an expert could not be so arrogant. Which one of those who could come to the third level was weak? Let's see if you have the capital to be arrogant. Meng Yi also narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian was not worried at all. He was very clear about Sun Qitian's strength. He was an existence that dared to compete with the heavens. Nero and the others also had strange expressions. Sun Qitian could kill 2 blood-red bats with a single iron rod. Now that he was completely free, how terrifying was he? To be honest, they were very curious. At the same time, they were also worried for the people in front. Go to hell. Someone slapped out a blood-red seal that could shake heaven and earth. The people on the other side transformed into terrifying phantoms of demon gods, looking down at the sky. The terrifying aura seemed to be about to destroy the world as they charged towards Sun Qitian. Sun Qitian shouted angrily, "You want to fight against me? Go to hell." With a wave of his hand, an iron staff shone brightly and swept toward the front. It carried an eternal light. Boom, the iron staff fell, the sky shattered, and the blood sea surged. The phantoms of demon gods and the blood god seal were shattered. The people on both sides also vomited blood and flew backward. The 5 people at the front directly split open and turned into a blood mist. So powerful. Meng Yi and Meng Po's people behind were all stunned. This attack was so powerful. This monkey is a bit too powerful. The pupils of Nero and the others shrank. Sure enough, it was more powerful than they imagined. The people on both sides in front were angry. Kill. they rushed over again, wanting to take revenge. Sun Qitian shouted coldly, "You still don't know what's good for you? I'll fulfill your wishes." An even more terrifying light burst out from his body. He held the iron staff with both hands and swept everything away. The whole sky was split open, the earth was shattered, and everything in the world turned into chaos. The people who attacked him were all smashed into a blood mist. With a sweep of the iron staff, he was invincible. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 masters of the great sage had fallen. The rest of the people became extremely terrified. He's too powerful, and it's difficult to fight against him. What kind of existence is he? Run, 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 the remaining people all ran away. In the process, Sun Qitian killed another 3 masters. The rest of the people fled with serious injuries and no longer dared to fight. For a moment, only Sun Qitian was left in the cave. Sun Qitian shouted coldly, and the iron staff formation was directly torn open. "A group of ants, how dare you fight with me? It's too terrifying." Meng Yi and the others' scalps went numb, and Narrow and the others also turned pale. Lin Xian flew over and said, "Brother Monkey, well done." Little White also applauded, "Yeah, you're so powerful. You're indeed a member of the monkey clan. Little one, do you want to learn a peerless supernatural power? I'll teach you." Sun Qitian looked at Whitey and burst out laughing. When the others heard this, they were extremely envious. However, Little White thought about it seriously and said, "No, fighting and killing is too boring. You little brat, with your bloodline, even if you don't learn these divine abilities, no one can threaten you." Sun Qitian smiled. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Lin Xian nodded, and the 2 of them entered the cave. There was a profound coffin inside. Other than that, there were also some weapons, pills, and scrolls placed around the room. As for the weapons and scrolls, Sun Qitian directly ignored them. He didn't need them. His iron cudgel could sweep through everything, and peerless cultivation techniques were within his bloodline inheritance. Therefore, he was only interested in medicinal pills and natural treasures. Then, he put away all the pills. He stared at the blood coffin. "Second brother, quickly put away the other things. I want to open the coffin." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was also taken aback. With a wave of his hand, he kept everything else. His eyes flickered, and his heavenly secret divine eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He frowned, "Brother Monkey, be careful. I feel that the person inside is still breathing." "Don't worry." Sun Qitian waved his iron cudgel and opened the blood coffin. Outside, Meng Yi, Nai Luo, and the others were shocked. They had just arrived, and before they could say anything, they saw the coffin open. An extremely terrifying murderous aura flew out from the coffin. Meng Yi exclaimed, "Oh no, the person is still alive. Impossible, how many years has it been in this coffin? It should have turned into a zombie." In short, the other party was a great threat to them. A figure jumped out from the coffin. Its body was rotten, and it looked very ferocious. "How dare you disturb my cultivation? Go to hell." A pair of big hands grabbed at Lin Xian and Sun Qitian because they were the closest to it. "Second brother, be careful." Sun Qitian roared and smashed his iron cudgel over. It collided with the other party's claws, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Endless flames pierced through the 9 heavens. The pair of claws that were comparable to divine iron were broken in an instant. The bloody figure let out a painful roar and stared at Sun Qitian. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. "That iron cudgel is a divine weapon. It's mine." A shocking light burst out from his eyes. Sun Qitian snorted coldly, "How dare you covet my weapon? You're courting death." He attacked again, and the iron cudgel danced, shattering the heavens. The bloody zombie roared crazily and fought with him. At the same time, the other hand, which was like divine metal, grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian retreated and formed a seal with his palms. The seal of the lion. With a single strike, the golden lion blocked the palm of the other party with overwhelming might. He retreated and crushed the ground. So scary. Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of the 3rd floor, the people here were really terrifying. They were even more terrifying than the average mid-stage great sage. He was shocked, but the bloody zombie was even more shocked. It was fine if Sun Qitian was powerful. After all, he had a divine weapon in his hand and an extraordinary bloodline. He could feel a terrifying power. However, how could this kid in front of him compete with him? Although he was pushed back, the other party was not injured. This kid seemed to be just a sage king. He was not even a great sage. His physique is already so strong. What kind of monster is he? What kind of changes have happened in the outside world during the years I was cultivating and sleeping? It was hard for him to imagine that a sage king was so terrifying. Boom, his arm attacked again. Lin Xian used the seal of the lion and shadowless heavens net to resist it. Although he had been suppressed and was at a disadvantage, it was shocking enough. Oh no, Nero, who was outside, was stunned. Meng Yi and the others were even more shocked. To be honest, among these people, they ignored Lin Xian the most. In their opinion, Lin Xian should have just followed the monkey here. His strength was not worth mentioning at all. But now, they realized that they were wrong, and very wrong. This kid was a top genius. Lin Xian was the best explanation of what it meant to be a genius. He had the weakest cultivation, but he could exert the strongest power. This guy was comparable to a young great emperor. Countless people were shocked. The bloody zombie was even more furious. It was fine if it couldn't take down a monkey. But it couldn't even take down a human ant, damn it. An endless bloody vortex suddenly appeared on its bloody palm. It turned into a bloody dragon, roaring ferociously and charging over. Oh no, it's a fatal blow. Nero, Meng Yi, and the others were terrified. They were worried about Lin Xian again. Lin Xian was already very strong to be able to survive until now. But if he didn't have any other trump cards, it would be difficult to resist this move. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was still not afraid. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Especially his right eye, which condensed into a mountain peak. The Reincarnation Mountain. A mountain peak pressed down on the left front, instantly enveloping the opponent's palm. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. The iron-blooded palm was directly suppressed. The blood-colored zombie also fell to the ground, roaring crazily. There was a trace of horror in his eyes. What was going on? This sage king-like ant actually knew such a technique. He felt that half of his body was suppressed, and he could not exert any strength at all. The others were even more frightened. What a terrifying reincarnation aura. Nero and the others were even more surprised. Was this the result of Lin Xian's 5 years of cultivation? It was unbelievable. Sun Qitian also narrowed his eyes. He could see that this mountain peak was very similar to the one that suppressed him. Obviously, the mountain that suppressed him had become Lin Xian's ultimate technique. He smiled. His second brother was extremely top-notch in terms of talent and strength, so he did not have to worry at all. Thinking of this, he waved his iron staff again and charged over. Under his and Lin Xian's joint efforts, the blood-colored zombie was directly beaten into a bloody mist. There were still some treasures in the blood-colored coffin, which were also divided between him and Lin Xian. The surrounding people were incomparably shocked. Even such a powerful existence had been destroyed, it was too terrifying. However, people like Nero and the others were excited with such a powerhouse taking the lead. They would definitely be able to find treasures later. Next, they attacked again. This time, it was not only Lin Xian and Sun Qitian. Nero and the others also obtained some treasures. 10 days later, they came to a canyon, where there was also a cave residence. Obviously, there were endless treasures buried here. In addition to Lin Xian and the others, a group of people came from the opposite side of the canyon. There were about 40 people in this group, twice as many as Lin Xian's group. The aura on their bodies was extremely terrifying. These people were riding on a chariot. There was a blood-colored flag on the chariot. Was it the Blood God Alliance? Meng Yi and the others frowned. This was also an organization in hell, and it was stronger than catoptric deflection. Even if Meng Yi and the others saw him before, they would have to take a detour. He didn't expect to meet them at this moment. the members of the Blood God Alliance also looked over. Were there only 20 people? You are no match for us. If you scram now, we will spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you will die without a burial place. The other party's cold voice rang out, causing Nero and the others to furrow their brows. Sun Qiqian sneered. Threatening old Sun? Humph, I think you guys are the ones who don't know what's good for you. I'm not leaving today. I want to see what you can do to me, old Sun. Sun Qiqian snorted coldly and waved his iron staff, tearing the world apart. The faces of the Blood God Alliance's members sank. Did they not know what death was? The man in the lead waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the cave abode below to retrieve the treasure." Soon, 3 figures descended from the sky and went to the canyon. They worked together to bring a treasure box. However, halfway there, the treasure box disappeared into thin air. Damn it, what's going on? They were shocked. At the next moment, they saw a little monkey with a bowl on its head. Their treasure box was in the bowl. Damn monkey, how dare you? One of them slashed out a blood-red sword chi, while the other 2 reached out their hands to grab Little White. You're courting death. Sun Qiqian roared angrily when he saw that. He waved his iron staff and cut the world apart, turning the 2 people's hands into a bloody mist. The 2 of them screamed and retreated. As for the third person, Little White turned around and said while holding the purple gourd. Gourd, please turn around. The gourd cracked open and flew out. A sword light directly split the man's head. Little White flew back and opened the treasure box. There was a piece of jade inside. It was pure white and shone brightly. Little White took a bite, and its big eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. A 50,000-year-old jade was definitely a top-notch treasure. Seeing that, the members of the Blood God Alliance on the other side had extremely ugly expressions. That was an extremely important thing to them. But now, it was snatched away halfway. He even started eating right in front of them. Was he challenging them? Kill them. The leader waved his hand, and 10 people went down to the cave abode to continue snatching treasures. The other 30 people charged toward Lin Xian and the others. It seemed that they did not intend to let Lin Xian and the others survive. Sun Qiqian shouted coldly and jumped into the canyon as well. Get lost, the iron staff directly shattered the mountain gate of the cave abode. Then, he charged in. A great battle broke out below. Lin Xian was also facing a crisis. Everyone, fight with all your strength. Meng Yi took a deep breath. Nero and the others were also on guard. They had no choice. The other party had more people than them. Now that Sun Qiqian had gone to the cave abode to snatch treasures, they could only rely on themselves. But fortunately, Lin Xian was still here. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and cast a lion that swept across heaven and earth. The 2 people who flew over were immediately sent flying. At the same time, Nero cast the bridge of helplessness to affect their souls. Meng Yi picked up a bowl of soup and poured it into the world. Granny Meng's soup was said to be a mysterious existence that could forget everything. It was very strange. At this moment, the people of the Blood God Alliance were also constantly retreating. However, these people were not weak either. Someone cast out a terrifying blood-colored dragon that covered the sky and earth, sweeping across tens of thousands of miles. They charged forward. Someone formed 81 snow mountains and pressed down from the sky. Someone even activated the war chariot's law, and all kinds of attacks came at them. A great battle broke out. Nero and the others were pale and kept retreating. The other party had too many people. At this time, Lin Xian made his move. Lin Xian used the Hellfire Dragon Sword. Azura Sword Art. With a slash of the sword, 3 heads flew. At the same time, the seal of the Fearless Lion was opened and closed. With every strike, a terrifying golden lion appeared and suppressed all directions. At the same time, he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes and a mountain of reincarnation pressed down. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were killed, and the other 7 were injured and retreated. In an instant, the pressure on Nero, Meng Yi, and the others was reduced by a lot. Damn it, they had an expert on their side. The people of the Blood God Alliance stared at Lin Xian in an instant, feeling incredulous. They had been staring at Nero and Meng Yi. They could see that these two people were very powerful, and their divine abilities were also very terrifying. But who would have thought that the strongest one was a sage king? If they did not experience it personally, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. After killing this kid, the others were nothing to be afraid of. In an instant, these people all charged at Lin Xian. In the sky, 81 blood-colored mountains swept across heaven and earth, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian also felt the immense pressure. He pushed his body to the limit. He punched in all directions, making earth-shattering sounds, but he was still forced back. There was nothing he could do. The power represented by the 81 mountains was too powerful. The person who attacked was very terrifying, but it was impossible for him to kill Lin Xian. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used heaven's shadowless net. His body disappeared and reappeared on the other side. "Kid, you're quite good, but can you escape?" The four people charged over. The auras of the four people were equally terrifying. One of them actually knew heaven's shadowless net. Lin Xian was really shocked. It seemed that this person was a top-notch assassin. The person held a killing sword in his hand. Blood dripped from it. The surrounding mountains of corpses and seas of blood were extremely terrifying. Go to hell. He did not release any aura before, but at this moment, his killing intent was shocking. Azura sword skill. The sword slashed out. Lin Xian's glabella split open. He felt his hair stand on end. So terrifying. It seems that there are still experts in hell. He struck out with the lion imprint to defend himself. The golden lion imprint blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed over. It collided with the sword. The golden lion was torn apart, and Lin Xian's palm was pierced. However, his physique was extremely strong. In an instant, he caught the sword. Damn it! That person shouted angrily. Even a mid-stage great sage would be split open by that sword. However, the other party's physique was only injured and not split open. He wanted to withdraw his sword and attack again, but at that moment, Lin Xian made his move. He also used the first sword of Azura sword skill, a sure kill move. Buzz. Not good. The person quickly dodged. However, its body was cleaved into two halves by the sword. Ah! He screamed in horror and wanted to retreat. Lin Xian raised his sword and charged over. The hellfire on it burned fiercely. Save me! At that moment, he shouted angrily. Someone came up from the distance. He was riding on a war chariot, and he charged forward violently, blocking the hellfire that filled the sky. The chariot was an extremely powerful saint weapon. It had saved the Saint of Slaughter. Then, a terrifying light shot out from the chariot. Four blood-colored demonic beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hellfire dragon sword again. A long sword swept out in all directions. A dragon's roar rang out between heaven and earth, turning into a dragon's shadow that cut through the 9 heavens. The bodies of the 4 demonic beasts were being torn apart. Lin Xian let out a loud roar and punched out in all directions, directly tearing the entire world into 2 halves. The golden chariot was sent flying. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? The expert in the war chariot was injured, his expression ugly. Use the corpse poison we got, he roared madly. Someone took out a red gourd. After opening it, a terrifying red mist filled the air. This was an extremely potent poison that they had obtained from a cave abode. It was the poison of a top-tier great sage after his death. Lin Xian felt that his 9-yang divine body was about to rot. He was terrified and quickly retreated. A dragon sword aura appeared on his body and slashed across the land. At the same time, the heaven-devouring jar was thrown out, turning into countless vortexes. It swallowed all the poison. How was that possible? The people of the Blood God Alliance were stunned. The other party definitely couldn't resist this poison. They would wait until these people were seriously injured. At that time, they could easily get rid of these enemies. But now, their poison had disappeared before it could even take effect. Damn it, it's this kid again. They stared at Lin Xian and gritted their teeth. The other party had too many trump cards. They were endless. At this moment, a miserable cry came from the canyon. Then, someone escaped with injuries all over his body. The people of the Blood God Alliance were shocked. What was going on? Was there a problem with their treasure hunt too? They had sent out 4 people, but the other party only sent out 1 person. How could they not win? Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The corners of their mouths curled up. Great. It seemed that Sun Qitian's mission was going smoothly. However, not long after, Sun Qitian flew out. His body was shrouded in a terrifying light, forming auspicious clouds that rose into the sky. Let's go, it seems that something incredible has appeared. Sun Qitian said as he fled into the distance. Lin Xian and the others were also stunned. Sun Qitian was so terrifying. What kind of existence was it that even he was afraid of? Lin Xian and the others didn't know, but they quickly retreated. Even Nai Luo, Meng Yi, and the others retreated into the distance. The people of the Blood God Alliance didn't retreat. They were preparing to counterattack. However, at this moment, a coffin flew out from the bottom of the canyon. After it opened, a figure walked out. This figure was covered in a shroud. Only a pair of cold eyes appeared. Damn it, what is this thing? The people of the Blood God Alliance haven't left yet. The powerhouse driving the chariot shouted angrily and rushed over. The top assassin from before used the Shura sword again and attacked from behind. One from the front and one from the back. It was a fatal attack. However, the shroud enlarged and covered the 2 of them. In the next moment, the 2 of them screamed miserably as their bodies turned into blood mist and dripped from the sky. A strange laughter sounded, making people's scalps tingle. In a hurry, they only saw that it was a woman's face. Half of it was rotten. It was abnormally shocking. What is this thing? The people of the Blood God Alliance went crazy and wanted to escape. However, wherever the shroud passed, no one could escape. At the back, Nai Luo and the others saw this scene and their scalps tingled. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, Sun Qitian reminded them, otherwise, they would be in danger. They could see that the dozens of people of the Blood God Alliance were finished. None of them could survive. Sun Qitian quickly led them to retreat. They asked what was going on. Sun Qitian said, how would I know that there was a coffin inside when I opened it? After I opened it, I found this thing. That tattered cloth was too scary. It made my hair stand on end, so I turned around and ran. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Sun Qitian's decisiveness really surprised them. Lin Xian said, I know what that is. That is a shroud. It is something that wraps the corpse of a great emperor. What? It wraps the corpse of a great emperor. Nai Luo and the others felt their scalps tingle. Anything related to a great emperor was definitely terrifying. Not to mention the shroud that was exclusive to a great emperor. It was even more terrifying. Sun Qitian was also terrified in his heart. No wonder it was like this. Why did it make old Sun's hair stand on end? Although he was strong, he couldn't compete with a great emperor. Only a great emperor's item could compete with the shroud of a great emperor. For example, only a few extreme weapons or the great dragon sword soul could do it. The others couldn't withstand it at all. Therefore, Lin Xian knew that the people of the Blood God Alliance were doomed. However, what surprised him was that the shroud was not in Luosha's hands. The rotten person from before should be Luosha. She actually ran to the 3rd level and even ran into the coffin. It was really strange. Who was this woman? As for the identity of the shroud and Rakshasa, everything was a mystery. Lin Xian didn't think about it. They had completely left the area. Then, they walked in another direction. After walking for about 5 days, they stopped. There seemed to be a broken ruin in front of them. There was no sound around. Sun Qitian said, let's go and take a look. Maybe there are some treasures. However, Meng Yi shook his head. No, we can't go there. We can't go there. He seemed to be very frightened. Lin Xian asked, what's going on? Sun Qitian said, when did you become so timid? I'm here to protect you. Meng Yi shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with being timid. Nara was also puzzled. What do you know? She knew that Meng Yi and the others came to the 3rd level after a long time. So, they knew a lot about the third level. Meng Yi said, the ruin in front is very strange. It's very famous in the third level. I've only heard about it, but I don't dare to go near it. This is the closest I've come. What's so special about this place? Lin Xian was also surprised. Meng Yi said, this place is very strange. No one who went in can come out. Many people from Meng Po's lineage have gone in. The oldest one was a person from 5,000 years ago. He didn't come out after 5,000 years. We once suspected that he had died. But later, we found that his soul jade tablet was still there. You have to know that this thing is still there. But he never came out. Sometimes, when you stand in the distance, you can see some figures floating back and forth in the ruins in front of you. But they can't get out of this ancient ruin. Thus, as time passed, everyone came to know that this ruin was extremely strange. There was a mysterious power. Those who went in would get lost and never come out. There's such a thing. Lin Xian was also surprised. Those who could enter the third level of the underworld were definitely not weak. But no one could walk out successfully. It was needless to say how dangerous it was. Sun Qiqian frowned. Is it so powerful? I don't believe it. I have to experience it for myself. He carried the iron rod and strode inside. Meng Yi sighed. I've said my piece. We won't be going there again. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left with Meng Po's people. What do you plan to do? Lin Xian looked at Nero and the others. Nero said, we will not go in either. Since it was so dangerous, they would definitely not throw themselves into the trap. Lin Xian said, alright, then we'll split up for now. You guys have to be careful. You can team up with Meng Yi and the others. If you really can't do it, you can return to the second level. Nero was shocked. Could it be that you want to go in as well? Lin Xian nodded. I also want to see what kind of god there is. After saying that, he waved his hand and followed Sun Qiqian inside. Good brother, you won't be in any danger if you follow me, Sun Qiqian laughed. Lin Xian nodded, and the two of them entered the ancient ruins together. When they stepped onto the stone platform of the ancient ruins, a ball of energy enveloped them. The next moment, Lin Xian realized that Sun Qiqian had disappeared. Of course, Sun Qiqian also noticed this. He shouted angrily, Brother Lin, where are you? Light bloomed in his eyes. His martial Dao heavenly I wanted to see through everything. However, he realized that Lin Xian was nowhere to be seen. What was going on? He bombarded the void with his iron rod, creating countless cracks, but there was still nothing. Lin Xian also realized that he could not see Sun Qiqian with his heavenly secret divine eyes. It was indeed strange. Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder Meng Yi and the others did not dare to enter at all. He entered with Sun Qiqian, but he could not find any trace of him. Forget it, he was not too worried. After all, Sun Qiqian's bloodline and trump card were too powerful. He did not have to worry too much. Let's see what kind of god is in this place first. Lin Xian walked carefully. Suddenly, he realized that the scene around him seemed to have changed. A new world appeared in front of him, and many figures appeared. These figures all had powerful auras and terrifying figures. What is this? Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He wanted to hide, but he realized that those people did not seem to see him at all. He even tried to attack them, but he realized that he could not attack them. Are they illusions? Lin Xian was really surprised. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It's useless. You can't attack them. Because this was something that happened 100,000 years ago. Who is it? Lin Xian jumped in fright and turned around to look. He saw an old man looking at him coldly. This old man's body was withered, but his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Lin Xian was secretly vigilant. The old man said, Don't be afraid. We are the same. Welcome to this place of despair. Lin Xian frowned. A place of despair? What does that mean? The old man said, I have been here for 5,000 years, and I can't get out of this place. If this is not a place of despair, then what is? Lin Xian frowned. Why can't I get out? Isn't the way back? Lin Xian turned around and was stunned. He realized that there was no way back. There had been a change, forming a new world. The old man said, if you see it, you won't be able to get out for the rest of your life. Lin Xian's face was cold. He did not believe it. His eyes erupted with an intense light. He wanted to get out. However, he really could not find the way back. I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. It destroyed everything. He used the power of reincarnation, wanting to penetrate everything. However, it did not seem to be an illusion. He still could not find the way. He even summoned the void beast and used the power of space to tear open a space tunnel. He wanted to escape, but it was useless. The old man said, don't try. For 5,000 years, we have used all kinds of methods. If you could get out, you would have done so long ago. You are a young man. No matter how many methods you have, it will be difficult for you to get out. Lin Xian's face was cold. It was indeed strange. Could this old man be the one that Meng Yi had mentioned, the one from Meng Po's lineage from 50 years ago? The other party was indeed trapped here. He said, Senior, what is going on? Also, what are these illusions in front of us? What do they mean by 100,000 years ago? The old man sighed. This was the scene of the Azura clan 100,000 years ago. These ruins should also be the ruins of the Azura clan. It left behind the scenes of 100,000 years ago. Those who came in could see it, but there was no way out. We once guessed that the way out was in the scenes of 100,000 years ago. However, we could not find it. Lin Xian was surprised. We? Could it be that there were others besides this old man? That's right. The old man nodded. Other than you and me, there are many others. They are all top geniuses and unparalleled experts. They all think that they are unparalleled in the world and do not care about anything. That is why they dare to take the risk and come in. Let's go, I'll bring you there. The old man brought Lin Xian forward. Soon, Lin Xian found some people. There were quite a few of them. Some were gathered together, carefully observing the Azura clan's life. They seemed to want to study something. Some had already gone crazy. Their hair was messy and they were in a daze. Some of them had already given up on themselves, sitting there cross-legged in a daze. Some were trying to accumulate strength and cultivate silently. Some were even hallucinating. They felt like they were living 100,000 years ago. Lin Xian was silent. He felt a pressure. These people were the top group of people in the past few thousand years, but they had been reduced to such a state by the ruins. Could it be that he had to stay here in the future? He didn't want that. Lin Xian even used the power of the Dragon Sword Soul. The Dragon Sword Soul could destroy everything. He wanted to destroy these images and leave. But he found that the Dragon Sword Soul was not very useful. This mysterious power was too strange. It was not afraid of the Dragon Sword Soul's power. Then what was this? Damn, kid, why did you come here? When Lin Xian was alone, the Hellfire Dragon Sword flew out. He was stunned when he saw the scene. Where was this? Wasn't this the Azura clan? The Xiao clan should not be here anymore. Why was there still here? The Hellfire Dragon was stunned. Lin Xian told it what happened. The Hellfire Dragon was stunned. You knew it was dangerous and you still dared to come. Are you crazy? Lin Xian said, aren't people good? I came here to train and improve my strength. How could I not come to see such a place? Do you know anything about this place? Hearing this, the Hellfire Dragon Sword flew around and said, damn it. Could it be the power of time? The power of time? Lin Xian was shocked. The Hellfire Dragon Sword said, yes, the power of time. Among the thousands of laws, there was a saying that space was king and time was king. The space law was already shocking. The time law was even scarier. It could be said to be unparalleled. However, the time law was too rare. It was very rare to see it. He didn't expect that there would be the law of time in this ancient ruin. After Lin Xian heard this, he was also surprised. Are you saying that these scenes from 100,000 years ago were left behind because of the laws of time? That should be the case. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to still have it. You should have heard of the 5 swords of the world, right? The great dragon sword's attack was unparalleled, the devouring sword devoured all things, and the heavenly punishment sword possessed all kinds of heaven and earth anomalies. The 6 paths of reincarnation of the samsara sword. There was another one, which was the space-time space. It possessed the power of time and space, and was extremely mysterious. Kid, you better pray that this place has nothing to do with Sikong Jian. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving this place for the rest of your life. The more the Hellfire Dragon Sword spoke, the more depressed it became. How did I fall into your hands? He realized that every time Lin Xian did something, it was too shocking and shocking. Lin Xian was also surprised. The sword of spacetime. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible because this place did not fear his great dragon sword soul at all. Perhaps only the power of the spacetime sword, which was also one of the 5 swords of the world, possessed such power. But how was he going to leave? Or was there a chance to obtain the power of time here? Next, Lin Xian began to search for all kinds of possibilities. In the end, he found nothing. However, on this day, he was stunned. He realized that the Azura clan had encountered an apocalyptic disaster. The sun and moon of the entire world were in the same sky. A huge crack appeared in the sky, and countless terrifying energy poured down. The entire world was torn into pieces. The Azura clan fell in droves. What kind of power was this? The Hellfire Dragon Sword also saw it. He exclaimed. The power of heaven's punishment. Damn it, were the Azura clan killed by the heaven's punishment sword? This was an earth-shattering secret. Who would have thought that this scene would be completely recorded, and even appear here? However, it seemed that those who saw it would never be able to leave, so the secret couldn't be spread. The power of heaven's punishment sword? It actually destroyed an extremely terrifying ancient clan. Lin Xian looked at this scene and was extremely shocked. Who had the heaven's punishment sword? Why did they attack the Azura clan? The power of heaven's punishment sword disappeared, and the Azura clan was dying. At this moment, Lin Xian realized that a Azura clan girl had collapsed beside him. At this moment, the girl looked up at the sky with despair. Who can help me? Damn it, I want to help you, but how? The Hellfire Dragon Sword roared unhappily. The girl suddenly turned her head and stared at the Hellfire Dragon Sword. Do you really want to help me? The Hellfire Dragon Sword was shocked and flew away. Heavens, is he talking to me? He's been dead for 100,000 years. Is he talking to me? He's really crazy. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. It can't be a coincidence, can it? He asked the girl again, but found that the girl was already dead. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. The Hellfire Dragon Sword also flew over and looked at this scene. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Lin Xian said, maybe he's really talking to you. The Hellfire Dragon Sword's hair stood on end. Kid, don't scare me. Although I'm a sword, I can be scared too. Lin Xian frowned. How mysterious is the power of time, we can see what happened 100,000 years ago. Do you think the people from 100,000 years ago can sense our existence? This. The Hellfire Dragon Sword was stunned. He said, how would I know? I've never felt the power of time and I can't answer you. What did you find? At this moment, the elder from Meng Po's line walked over and asked with a frown. Lin Xian said, Senior, will this scene appear again? The elder looked at the destroyed world in front of him and said, it will appear every once in a while. This scene is repeated, and I'm tired of it. Lin Xian was shocked. Didn't you see anyone begging you for help? The elder said, beg me? Who? Were they from the Azura clan? How can I help with something that happened 100,000 years ago? After saying that, he shook his head. Young man, have you gone crazy? Lin Xian frowned. He even thought it was funny. Yes, something that happened 100,000 years ago. How could they help now? However, he still decided to try, so he didn't move. He continued to stand there and wait. He wanted to wait for this scene to appear again. He wanted to wait for the Azura clan girl to ask him for help again. Lin Xian waited for a year. After a year, the same scene appeared again. The heavenly punishment sword destroyed the world. The Azura clan was torn apart and destroyed. At the place where Lin Xian was, a girl fell down with blood all over her body. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian took a deep breath. It was the same scene from a year ago. This time, he would not miss it. He said, I am willing to help you. Is that true? The woman turned her head to look at the void. It seemed like she was looking at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly at this moment. He was in a daze. But he quickly regained his senses and said, It's true, I am willing to help you. Lin Xian actually wanted to say, what should he do, but he did not say it. He was afraid that the woman would reject him. The woman laughed bitterly, if only I did not send my brother to the Valley of Despair 3 years ago, that would be great. I could stop him, I could bring your brother back safely from the Valley of Despair. Lin Xian said this even though he didn't have much hope for it. But after he finished speaking, he felt his body being enveloped by a mysterious aura. The next moment, he disappeared. Damn, what's going on? The Hellfire Dragon saw this and roared crazily. But he realized that Lin Xian's figure seemed to have really disappeared. When Lin Xian regained his senses, he realized that his surroundings had changed. It was no longer a broken wall, nor was it a scene, but a real world. He realized that many eyes were staring at him with disdain and sneers. Lin Xian was shocked, the people of the Shura clan, he could really feel the aura of these people. What's going on? The Shura clan had been destroyed 100,000 years ago, how could he still feel it? Could it be that she had returned to 100,000 years ago? This was a very bold idea, but he could not help but doubt it. Because the woman of the Shura clan, her last desperate request, Lin Xian agreed. Then he was enveloped by a force, who knew if it was the power of time, bringing him back to 100,000 years ago. Why was it so dreamy? Lin Xian's mind was in a daze. And he realized that only he came, the Hellfire Dragon sword beside him did not seem to come. But the sword world was still there, Little White was still sleeping in the sword world, which made him heave a sigh of relief. He did not know, if he appeared 100,000 years ago, would the Hellfire Dragon's sword and the people trapped in the ruins be able to see him? If they saw him, they would be scared silly. Lin Xian thought of this and quickly changed his appearance. Then he calmed down. This happened because he promised the woman in despair, to save her brother, at least 3 years. Although he knew that it was possible, in the end, he would still be destroyed along with the Shura clan. But since he agreed to the other's request, he had to bring him back. The Shura clan, first, he had to find the woman. Then find out who her brother was? Only then could he help her brother. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly as he secretly used his Heavenly Secrets ability to search for that woman. Because the woman Shura that woman's identity was not simple, she was actually the princess of the Shura clan. Then her younger brother should be the prince of the Shura clan. No wonder the other party was able to talk to him after 100,000 years. It was obvious that the other party's identity was different. Shura princess. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the other party went out to play, Lin Xian immediately intercepted him halfway. Countless powerful Shura clan rankers appeared around the war chariot, holding onto their blades and swords as they stared at Lin Xian. Who are you? How dare you be rude to our princess? Angry shouts rang out one after another, and Lin Xian felt his blood boil. This was the Shura clan, too powerful. Hell Shura, you really live up to your reputation. Lin Xian said, don't misunderstand, I don't have any ill intentions. I'm here to find the Shura prince. I heard that he's the princess's younger brother, but I don't know where he is recently, so I came to disturb the princess. A beautiful figure walked down from the war chariot, looked at Lin Xian and said, my brother went to the Misty Rain Tower. If you want to find him, go to the Misty Rain Tower. Oh right, if you find him, tell him to come back quickly. Father and mother miss him very much, tell him to come back quickly. Don't worry, princess, I'll definitely tell him. Where is the Misty Rain Tower? The Shura princess threw a token over and said. Bring him to the Misty Rain Tower. Yes. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said, follow me. He brought Lin Xian into the distance and arrived at an ancient city. There was an altar and a teleportation array inside. He said, go up, I'll teleport you to the Misty Rain Tower. Lin Xian walked up and was teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already in the endless void. Lin Xian said, "Could it be wrong? Shouldn't the Misty Rain Tower be in some city?" But soon, he realized that wasn't the case. In the starry sky near him, there was an ancient tower floating in the universe. It was surrounded by misty rain and looked very dreamy. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. It was too unbelievable that such a thing could exist. Was this the Misty Rain Tower? Lin Xian walked forward. He realized that there were many war chariots and spirit boats passing by quickly and stopping in the starry sky. Then, powerful figures walked out one after another and entered the Misty Rain Tower. From the looks of it, this should be a place where top experts and geniuses gathered. Lin Xian also walked in. "Who are you?" It was very unfamiliar. Just as Lin Xian was about to enter, a man walked out and stared at him. He stared at Lin Xian in an instant. His eyes were like two balls of divine fire that could see through everything. Even Lin Xian's heart was pounding. Lin Xian said coldly, "Who are you? Do you know everyone here?" The man said, "I know everyone who frequents here. I can tell you their family and background. But I've never seen you before and I can't sense your aura. Which family are you from? Which family are you from?" Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect to be targeted the moment he arrived. Moreover, he was targeted by someone from 100,000 years ago. But so what? He came from the future. He wanted to see how these people would deal with him. The tall man's eyes were filled with arrogance. "I'm Xianxia, from the Z Mansion." Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The Z Mansion from 100,000 years ago hadn't been destroyed yet. Moreover, they had such an expert. "Tell me your background." Xianxia's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Lin Xian thought, should I tell him or pretend to be someone else? After thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "I'm not someone you can imagine." Deliberately mystifying, Xianxia was instantly enraged and his face darkened. Was he looking down on him? However, he didn't know that Lin Xian wasn't lying. Lin Xian was someone the other party couldn't imagine. When Warsky heard this, he was completely enraged. An extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. He was born to stand, as if he was a god of war. He took a step forward, causing the surrounding area to collapse. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me who you are. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell." Lin Xian sneered and did not answer. To be honest, he also wanted to fight with the powerhouse from 100,000 years ago. He wanted to see how strong he was. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Xianxia snorted coldly and pointed his finger forward. Finger of war. This finger pierced through the void like a golden divine sword, dazzling and eye-catching. It directly attacked Lin Xian's forehead. This power was really too strong. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could stop it. "Humph," Lin Xian snorted coldly and his body also erupted with endless light. He was like the sun god of war in a painting as he slapped out with his palm. The golden palm descended like the sun, and its terrifying power was extremely strong. The two collided, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Endless large cracks appeared, and the entire sky was completely turned into chaos. "You can actually block it?" Warsky was stunned. He originally thought that this finger would definitely kill Lin Xian. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to really block it. This was interesting. He stretched out his finger again, and the aura on it became even sharper. Obviously, he did not use all of his power previously. This time, he was going to use all of his strength. However, at this moment, a shocking aura came from afar. An endless storm swept out in all directions, followed by a cold snort. This voice was like thunder, and it charged towards Warsky. Warsky ignored Lin Xian and looked up at the sky. At the same time, the power in his body also erupted. The god of war appeared again and swept through the 9 heavens. The two collided. The power was even more terrifying. Lin Xian kept retreating. He used Shadowless Heaven's net and disappeared without a trace like smoke, dodging these attacks. He stood in the air, his brows furrowed tightly. So strong. This Worse guy was very powerful. At the same time, he was shocked. Another expert had arrived, and this time, he directly charged towards Worse guy. Who was it? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden light as he looked up into the sky. In the sky, a man wearing battle armor descended from the sky. This man's aura was extremely terrifying. He held a battle spear in his hand. His face was handsome, and there was a demonic mark between his eyebrows that looked like a closed eye. When he arrived, he first glanced at Lin Xian and revealed a trace of surprise. He then looked at Worse guy and said coldly, "You actually dare to appear here? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you, Xianxia? You think too highly of yourself. Who do you think you are? Your heavenly court simply can't compare to our Zifu palace." After Lin Xian heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. People from the heavenly court. This man in battle armor was actually an expert from the heavenly court. It was truly unbelievable. 100,000 years ago, the heavenly court and the purple palace still existed. It seemed that at this time, the two sides were sworn enemies. The two in front of him exchanged a few words and directly started fighting. Worse guy was very powerful. He was like a god of war, and every move he made contained the power of heaven and earth. Lin Xian was also shocked. However, the armored man, Xianxia, was still not afraid at all. He waved the battle spear in his hand, and with endless laws, he slashed forward. The two sides fought fiercely. The battle between the two had long alarmed everyone. In front, the people in the Misty Rain Tower also walked out. There were even people standing at the windows of the Misty Rain Tower and looking outside. A series of discussions sounded. It was actually the two of them. Were the Heavenly Court and the Purple Palace going to fight again? Both of them were top-notch experts. Who would be the stronger one in this exchange? Lin Xian was also surprised. As expected of a top expert, the laws of divine ability and battle experience were really too strong. Even if he went up, it would be difficult for him to suppress the other party. Lin Xian was watching from a close distance. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Because he found that the other party was pointing at him again. The golden finger turned into a giant sword and slashed at him. "Die, you ant!" Worse guy was very angry. He and Xianxia were both top experts who had been famous for a long time. They were fighting, and an ant was watching from a close distance. This was unbearable for him. Therefore, he was prepared to kill Lin Xian first. Lin Xian was also angry. His face darkened, and his figure swayed, instantly dodging. At the same time, he slashed out with the Azure sword art. The sword slashed out, and it turned into a fatal blow between heaven and earth, directly stabbing at the other party's throat. What a fast sword! The people in the distance exclaimed. Worse guy was also shocked. He formed a seal with both hands to resist the sword. With a clang, he shattered the long sword and then took a step back. His whole arm was numb. Damn it, his face became incomparably ugly. The surrounding people exclaimed. Who was this person? He could actually resist Worski's attack. It was too unbelievable. They didn't know him. Could it be that he was a new genius? A series of discussions took place. Even Xianxia turned around and glanced at Qin Nan. He looked at Lin Xian with a trace of doubt. Lin Xian showed a kind smile to the other party. The other party was from the Heavenly Court. And he also belonged to the Heavenly Court 100,000 years later. Both of them belonged to the same camp. Therefore, he was naturally kind to the other party. Why? You want to fight one-on-one? At this time, another person from the Purple Mansion walked out of the Misty Rain Tower and shouted coldly. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly. There was no need to fight 2-on-1. He wasn't qualified. His words caused an uproar in the Misty Rain Tower. Who was this young man? He was too arrogant. Yes, did he not put Worski in his eyes? Countless discussions sounded. Worski's face was gloomy. Kid, you're courting death. I'll deal with you first. He looked at Xianxia and said coldly. We'll fight later. Don't worry. You won't have to wait long. 3 moves. I only need 3 moves to kill this ant. At that time, we'll decide the winner. After saying that, Warsky looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, come on, kid. Brat, come at me. Show me your strongest strength. I'll let you know what despair is. Countless people exclaimed. This unfamiliar kid was dead for sure. Haha. He had thoroughly offended Warsky. There was no need for 3 moves. When Warsky got serious, 1 move would be enough to kill him. I want to see what qualifications he has to be so arrogant to Warsky. Discussions sounded one after another. Obviously, these people didn't think highly of Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. Finishing him off in 3 moves, it wasn't the first time he heard such arrogant words, but he was still alive. He walked out and said, okay, I'll see how you kill me in 3 moves. Lin Xian walked forward, waved his hand, and said loudly, let's go. Let's see what right you have to say such big words. He seemed to have a very disdainful expression. Countless people exclaimed. This young man was about to die, yet he still dared to be arrogant. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Heaven battling divine fist. He waved his hand and threw out a punch. Countless people exclaimed. Heavens, that was the ultimate technique that made heaven battling famous. That kid was really going to die. With 1 punch, the surrounding universe kept shattering. Nothing could stop it. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure. He also clenched his hand into a fist and threw it forward. The power of his divine body was unleashed to the extreme. 1 punch to split the sky. No way, this guy wants to fight heaven battling head-on? Where did his confidence come from? Did he know that heaven battling had the legendary physique of the god of war? That was one of the strongest physiques in the universe. Who could resist it, stupid thing? Some people looked at Lin Xian and sneered while shaking their heads. Heaven battling also said, I thought you had some strength, but now it seems that you are stupid. It was over, his fist swung over and collided with Lin Xian's fist. A thunderous sound was heard, and millions of thunderbolts flashed between heaven and earth. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as if the world was about to end. Fortunately, this was the starry sky of the universe. Otherwise, if they were to fight on a certain star, that star would have long been shattered into pieces. After the collision, the 2 figures retreated. How was that possible? Countless people were stunned. The situation they imagined did not happen. In their opinion, Lin Xian could not block that punch at all. He would be blasted into a bloody mist and destroyed in both body and soul. But now, that did not happen. The other party blocked it. Damn it, how did he do it? How terrifying was this kid's physique? Countless people were shocked. Heaven battling pupils also constricted. He could not believe that the other party could block his fist. Was the other party's strength already comparable to his? Even young Xianxia, who was watching the battle from the side, was also surprised and narrowed his eyes. He had always thought that Lin Xian was very mysterious, and now it seemed that he was indeed strong. However, this person had never appeared before. Could it be that he had been silently cultivating all this time? He was too good at enduring. Lin Xian's arm was also a little numb. He had to admit that the other party was a powerful enemy. However, he quickly circulated the art of immortality and restored his arm to its original state. He stretched out a finger and pointed to the front. 1 move has already passed, there are still 2 moves left. You'd better bring out your true abilities. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. How arrogant. Boundless arrogance. Countless people were in an uproar. How terrifying was Zhang Tian's name in this starry sky? Now, there was actually someone who didn't put him in their eyes. Brat, you've completely angered me. He waved his arm as if it had turned into a peerless divine sword, slashing downward. The endless stars became dim and lightless. This sword was called the heaven-cleaving sword, and it had once easily cleaved a world in half. It could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. Now that he had used it, it once again caused countless cries of surprise. This punch was even more terrifying than the previous one. Could this brat withstand it? Was he using his ultimate skill again? Lin Xian snorted coldly, still not afraid. 6-path fist. He threw out a punch with an indomitable will, carrying with it an aura that could destroy everything. Around his fist, there were phantoms of 6 worlds circling around, as if there were 6 paths of reincarnation. Boom, clang, an intense collision sounded, and the heaven-cleaving sword was blocked in midair. The phantoms of 6 worlds kept circling around, resisting the sword head-on. Countless people were shocked. What kind of fist technique is this? Why do I feel a trace of incomparably mysterious power? Xianxia frowned tightly. The power of reincarnation, could it be the 6-path fist of reincarnation? How did he use it? Was he related to the Heaven and Earth Emperor? Countless people were shocked. Naturally, some people in the Misty Rain Tower recognized it. This was the power of reincarnation. Exclamations sounded one after another. Among them, there were a few figures who were also shocked. Among them, a young man's eyes were shining. This person was so powerful. He had red hair and a handsome face, which was the symbol of the Azura race. His fiery red hair was unusually eye-catching, and there were many people beside him. One person said, "Your Highness, do you want to investigate his background, N?" Azura, you nodded. "I am very interested in this person, and I must know his identity. And I must try my best to rope him in. This way, our chances of success should be much higher." However, beside him, there were also people who frowned. Prince, could he really block Worski's third move? To be honest, they didn't dare to believe it. Worski was such a terrifying existence. Azura Yu's eyes were shining. He said, "Just wait and see, I believe he can do it. Even if he can't, I will do my best to protect him." Azura Yu had already decided that even if Lin Xian was defeated, he would reveal his identity and save him. The surrounding people were shocked because they found that the heaven-cleaving sword was also blocked by the other party. This was too unbelievable. This kid was really so powerful, Lin Xian said. "There is still a third move. Have you thought about what secret art you will use?" Zhang Tian's face was so dark that it was frightening. He had made a bold statement before. He had said that he would kill the other party in 3 moves, but he couldn't do it now. The third move must kill the other party. Thinking of this, he took a step forward, and the laws on his body kept spinning. It formed an illusory world. The world of battles. This was a world that he evolved with his bloodline and laws. It was his own world, and he was the master here. Everything could be over. The world of battle shrouded Lin Xian. The power inside was enough to shatter everything. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils also dilated. He just wanted to feel the horror of this move. In the next moment, he roared, and the blood seal in his palm condensed endless golden light, turning into a golden lion that charged forward. Fearless Lion Seal. The golden lion roared to the sky, tearing the 9 heavens. It waved its 2 techniques, turning the whole world upside down. Worski's body kept shaking, and his face was full of shock. Countless people were in an uproar. Yang Xianxing's pupils shrank. Fearless Lion Seal, how could it be? This was the Golden Lion King's secret art. How could he? He was really shocked. With a roar, he waved the war spear in his hand, turning it into a waterfall, and charged forward. The world of battles was already shaking, and with Yang Xianxing's full-strength attack, the world of battles directly tore a big crack. Worski vomited blood and flew backward. The people of Zifu rushed over and shouted, "Yang Xianxing, what are you doing? Are you trying to sneak attack? Damn it, my Zifu will not let you go." However, Yang Xianxing didn't care at all. He stared at Lin Xian and asked coldly, "How do you know Fearless Lion Seal? What is your relationship with the Golden Lion King? Tell me your origin." Lin Xian frowned. "Not good. I didn't expect the Golden Lion King to be from this era. Once he used it, there was a problem." Yang Xianxing suspected him. How was Lin Xian going to explain? Say that he knew the Golden Lion King? If he provoked the Golden Lion King, it would be even more troublesome. Lin Xian was still hesitating about how to explain. But from Yang Xianxing's point of view, he was obviously guilty. He shouted coldly, "If you don't say it, then I'll do it myself." He waved the war spear in his hand. Yang Xianxing's strength was not weaker than Worski's at all, so he attacked forcefully and destroyed the stars. Lin Xian's figure swayed. He used Shadowless Heaven's net and kept dodging. He said, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. He wanted to say something, but his figure suddenly disappeared. Want to leave? Xianxia shouted angrily and formed a seal with his palm. The demonic mark between his eyebrows released a terrifying aura. Then, it suddenly opened. It turned into a purple eye that pierced through the sky. Divine eye of prominence, many people were shocked. Their souls shook. Some people quickly retreated. They knew that Xianxia's third eye was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy everything. As expected, one of the stars in the distance instantly collapsed under the gaze of this gaze. The endless starry sky was drawn into darkness. This gaze was terrifying, but Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted together. Disappeared. He realized that the other party had really disappeared. Under his divine eye, he seemed to be unable to see the other party. Damn it, did he teleport away? But he didn't seem to feel the laws of space. Damn it, War Sky also gritted his teeth and roared, searching frantically. The other people were in an uproar. Shuryu frowned and went to check what was going on. The experts of the Shura clan beside him also checked, but in the end they got the same result. The other party had disappeared. It seemed that they could no longer find him. Where could he have gone? Everyone was very confused. Lin Xian was even more shocked. He seemed to have entered the torrent of time. He was shuttling back and forth quickly. Damn it, what's going on? Why did he have to go back? Could it be that he had to return to reality, but this time was too short? He didn't complete the Shura princess's request at all. Something must have happened during the process. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. The mark of the fearless lion should be this. Perhaps it was because he used the fearless lion seal in front of the heavenly quartz people. This triggered a series of suspicions. He knew that the world was all about cause and effect. What happened 100,000 years ago had already happened. His past had obviously changed the situation. That's why this happened. With a sigh, Lin Xian shook his head. The power of time was too mysterious. He didn't know what to do. However, at that moment, a badge in his storage ring shone brightly and enveloped him. What is this? Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that this token was given to him by the Shura princess. Could he actually stop time now? Lin Xian realized that his figure seemed to be returning to 100,000 years ago. He was too shocked. The Azura race definitely had something to do with the power of time. Perhaps the Shura princess had mastered the space-time sword, he wasn't sure. However, he seemed to know the reason behind the Azura clan's demise. If the Azura clan really did control the power of time, it was enough to make anyone fearful. Light flickered. Lin Xian realized that he had returned to the universe's starry sky. He returned to the Misty Rain Pavilion and found that those people had already left. Moreover, it was already a year later. It had been a year since his last battle with War Sky. The power of time was too strange. No, there were still 2 years. I wonder if the Azura Prince had entered the land of death? Lin Xian found someone in the Misty Rain Pavilion and asked about the situation in Death Valley. Then, he quickly set off. That person didn't react at first. However, he soon cried out in surprise. Heavens, isn't that the person who fought with War Sky a year ago? He actually came back again. What? Are you talking about that mysterious expert? Where is he? They all searched, but Lin Xian was too fast. By the time they came back to their senses, Lin Xian had already disappeared. He had asked about Death Valley before, and it seemed that he was heading there. Should we go and take a look? Hearing this, the others quickly shook their heads. Forget it. That's the land of death. The great sage will definitely die if he goes in. I don't want to die there. Death Valley, a place of despair. It was a very scary place in the universe. Legend has it that after entering, no one had ever come out alive. At this moment, Lin Xian came to the place based on the information he received. He found that there was a valley in front of him. It was abnormally scary. The aura of death made him frown. Such a scary place. Why did Azura you come here? However, from the looks of it, Azura you probably went in and never came out. Did he want to go in? If he was trapped here, it would be fun. He came from 100,000 years in the future. If he was trapped here, he probably wouldn't be able to get out. No one would even know that he died here. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and entered the sword world. He looked at the Hellfire Dragon who was still expanding his territory. Lin Xian said, "Old thing, come here." The Hellfire Dragon was very angry. He walked over and said, "Kid, what are you trying to do? Although I was sealed by that old man, it doesn't mean that you can order me around." Lin Xian smiled, "It's not good to be a coolie all the time. Do you want to go out and give you a chance? What chance?" The Hellfire Dragon's eyes lit up. Although he was just a remnant soul, he really wanted to go out. Lin Xian said, "Death Valley, a place of despair. I've never heard of it." The Hellfire Dragon was shocked. "Why would you go to such a place? Do you want to die? Why do you care so much?" "I'm just asking if you know. If you don't know, you won't have a chance." Lin Xian felt that the Hellfire Dragon had lived for countless years. Although he was suppressed, he was still a terrifying existence back then. So he wanted to ask if he knew. The Hellfire Dragon said, "You don't say, I do know this place. I've even been in there before." "You've been in there before?" Lin Xian was stunned and frowned. "Didn't they say that this was a place of death?" "No one who went in had ever come out alive," the Hellfire Dragon snorted. This was indeed a place of death. But no one came out. It was too exaggerated. Plus, what kind of existence am I? When I was at my peak, I was a supreme existence. It's not something you can imagine. I went in and came out normal. Seeing Lin Xian's confused gaze, the Hellfire Dragon was furious. He snorted. "I only went in for a short distance and came back." Lin Xian asked, "Why are you going in? What's the point of going to such a dangerous place?" This was also what he was very confused about. What was Azura Yu planning? Because there was a legend that there were two emperors who entered Death Valley in their later years and never came out. Some people speculated that the two of them died inside. Think about it, if the two emperors died inside, then their earth inheritance must be inside too. I went there because I heard this legend. Who doesn't want the inheritance of the emperors? Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. There was such a thing. He finally understood why Azura Yu wanted to go in. Azura Yu, no matter how talented he was, it was too difficult for him to become an emperor. He probably went in for the inheritance of the emperors. Thinking of this, he was also excited and curious and prepared to go in. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian entered Death Valley. After entering, a terrifying aura of death shrouded him. Lin Xian snorted and activated the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram rotated to block it. It blocked the aura of death. Then, he continued to walk in. The aura inside was very terrifying. There was no sound at all. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt someone patting him from behind. He turned around immediately but found no one. What was going on? Was it an illusion? Maybe he was too nervous. He looked carefully with the Tianji God eyes, but there was still no figure. He let out a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he was stunned and his body froze. This was because he found a claw mark on the back of his shoulder. It was obvious that something had hit him just now. Damn it, this Death Valley was too strange. He couldn't see through it even with the Tianji God child. What kind of existence was it? Lin Xian asked the Hellfire Dragon. The Hellfire Dragon said, "You saw that thing too." "I saw it too. A small thing, nothing to be afraid of." Lin Xian heard and rolled his eyes. Nothing to be afraid of? That was using the Hellfire Dragon's cultivation. The Hellfire Dragon was no weaker than Xiaojiuyo at his peak. Lin Xian couldn't compare at all. The Hellfire Dragon did not care, but that did not mean he did not care. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian used Shadowless Heaven's net and moved quickly. Fortunately, the mysterious existence did not slap him again. That was a relief to him. After walking for about half a day, a frightened voice suddenly came from the front. There seemed to be people roaring and fighting. Lin Xian frowned and rushed over. The next moment, he saw a shocking scene. There was a red storm ahead. Red claws emerged from the red storm and instantly enveloped the two great sage. Then, it was torn to pieces. Lin Xian was shocked. There was actually a saint here. But what was that red storm and claw? Was there a monster inside? The Hellfire Dragon said, "Kid, leave quickly, don't provoke the existence inside." Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. If even the Hellfire Dragon said so, it meant that it was extremely dangerous. He quickly retreated. The people in front also saw it. When they saw Lin Xian, they were stunned. Then, they said, "Friend, please save us. We are willing to give you a treasure." Lin Xian sneered. He was unmoved. What a joke. He didn't have the ability to save these people. He quickly dodged. The people in front screamed in despair. In the end, no one could escape. After the red storm disappeared, Lin Xian walked up. He realized that the people in front were all dead. These people recognized him. That meant that they must have seen him in the Misty Rain Tower. According to Zhang Tian, those who could enter the Misty Rain Tower were all top-notch in strength and identity. But even so, these people still died here. Lin Xian's face was extremely cold. This place was more dangerous than he thought. Fortunately, he had the Hellfire Dragon's reminder. He asked, "What should I do next?" The Hellfire Dragon said and walked forward. There was an underground river there. That river is dried up and is equivalent to a passageway. You can walk along that river. You should be able to go inside. This way, it would be less dangerous. Lin Xian nodded. He followed the Hellfire Dragon's instructions and started to look for the dry river. After walking for about 3 days, Lin Xian stopped. His brows were tightly knitted together. Because he did see a river. However, it wasn't a dry river. There was water. The blood-red river water was like blood vessels on the ground. Lin Xian frowned and said, "This is the dry river you mentioned?" The Hellfire Dragon took a look and was surprised. "That's not right. The last time I came here, it was dry. Why is there water now? And it doesn't seem to be water. It's blood. Kid, the last time I came here, I don't know how many tens of thousands of years ago it was. These years, there have been new changes here. It's something I don't know. So you have to be more careful." Lin Xian nodded. It was obvious that there were some changes here. Suddenly, he was stunned. He realized that there were a few figures floating over from the blood river. There were 3 of them. This surprised Lin Xian. When he took a closer look, his pupils shrank even more. He waved his hand and a golden hand appeared, grabbing towards the front. It instantly covered the 3 people and brought them out. These people were none other than Shou Luoyu and the other 2 from the Shura clan. Their eyes were closed and their faces were pale. There was no aura on them at all. This caused Lin Xian to frown. Could it be that he had already fallen? Was I too late? No, the 3 of them are not dead. The Hellfire Dragon said. Lin Xian was happy. Do you know what happened to them? Lin Xian had already checked. These people didn't seem to be injured, but they didn't have any aura. The Hellfire Dragon said that they had no souls. Their souls were taken away. This was why they couldn't wake up. No souls. Lin Xian frowned. The Hellfire Dragon said that humans had 3 souls and 7 spirits. They were all called souls. But there were still differences. One of their souls and one of their spirits were taken away. So, it could be said that their souls were not complete. Then where were they taken to? Hearing that the 3 of them were not dead and there was still hope, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. The Hellfire Dragon thought about it and said, "It should be related to this blood river." "Kid, are you sure you want to take the risk?" Lin Xian said, "Go try. At least bring Shou Luoyu back safely." He had no choice. He had already promised the Shura princess. This was the only way for him to get out of the Shura ruins. Or else, he might be trapped here forever and never be able to go back. Lin Xian walked towards the blood river and stepped into it. In the next moment, he felt an endless murderous aura surging towards him, as if it wanted to rot his body. At the same time, it affected his soul. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 9 yang divine body shone brightly, and endless sun runes appeared on his body. The heavenly secret divine eye in his eyes shone brightly, as if a god was looking down on the world. It was to resist the power of the blood river. Lin Xian walked towards the depths of the blood river, going against the current. After walking for about half a day, Lin Xian felt his soul shudder. He stopped. At this moment, there was an invisible force that wanted to take his soul away. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Perhaps it was this power that had caused Azuryu and the others to fall unconscious. What should he do? His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he investigated. He wanted to find the source of this force, but he found that it was impossible. It was too mysterious. It seemed that he could only beat them at their own game. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and took out the heaven-devouring jar. His body sat inside the heaven-devouring jar. With half an extreme-grade weapon protecting his physique, Lin Xian didn't have to worry about anything. Next, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body shone brightly and merged with his soul. Then, Lin Xian no longer blocked it. He followed the force and his soul left his body. Then, he quickly entered the depths of the blood river. In the depths of the blood river, there was a blood-colored pagoda. It was very small, only the size of a palm, and it shone with a demonic light. There were mysterious runes on it. The force that attracted the soul came from here. Lin Xian's soul looked at this scene and was shocked. In the next moment, he felt that he had entered the blood-colored pagoda. After entering, Lin Xian was surprised. The inside of the pagoda had its own space, and it was very strange. The inside of the pagoda also had a blood-colored aura, and there were blood-colored pillars one after another. On the pillars, there were numerous malevolent faces. They were all in extreme pain. Some were roaring crazily, while others were in despair and had lifeless eyes. Were these all souls? Lin Xian was shocked. The blood-red pagoda had actually collected so many souls. What was the other party trying to do? Who was the owner of the pagoda? Lin Xian didn't know any of this because Lin Xian was only a soul. At this moment, a brilliant light blossomed in all directions. On one of the blood-colored pillars, a blood-colored rune suddenly appeared. They joined together to form a blood-red chain that shot towards Lin Xian's soul. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian's soul and tried to pull him into the blood-colored pillar. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up as he snorted coldly. His soul blossomed, and a terrifying radiance blocked the blood-red chains. At the same time, he quickly used his soul to search. Soon, he discovered 3 ferocious faces in the stone pillar beside him. They were Shou Luoyu and the other 2. Found it. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. It should be enough to take away one of their souls and one of their souls. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickly flew to the front, wanting to awaken Shou Luoyu's soul. However, at this moment, the blood-colored pillar was enraged and it kept shaking. The blood-colored nomological laws on it condensed into chains and once again swept towards Lin Xian. Dozens of blood-colored chains enveloped Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian felt a great threat. He roared angrily and struck out a dragon-shaped sword qi, shattering the chains. With a clang, the dozens of chains around him were all shattered. Then, Lin Xian attacked again and attacked Azuryu's stone pillar, shattering the blood-colored stone pillar that Azuryu was on. With a rumbling sound, the stone pillar shook and thousands of souls flew out from it. Their eyes shone brightly as they roared crazily. "Wake up!" Lin Xian's soul roared and enveloped Shou Luoyu and the other 2. After a while, the 3 souls regained their consciousness. The next moment, they sucked in a breath of cold air. "Where are we? We're being attacked." They remembered what happened before and saw Lin Xian's soul. "It's you." The 3 of them were shocked. "Are you trapped here too?" Their eyes were filled with despair. In their opinion, Lin Xian could only be suppressed here. However, Lin Xian said, "I'm here to save you. Come with me." With that, he waved his hand and retreated. Shou Luoyu and the other 2 were stunned, but they quickly recovered and quickly followed. At this moment, a mournful roar sounded between heaven and earth. Then, the endless chains rushed over at high speed. Those souls wanted to resist, but they couldn't resist at all and were instantly suppressed. The shattered stone pillar condensed again, and the escaping souls were once again swallowed, turning into ferocious faces. The chains that filled the sky rushed towards Shou Luoyu and the other two. Shou Luoyu and the other two were filled with despair. Were they going to be suppressed again? They couldn't accept it. 36 chains enveloped them, wanting to take them away completely. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. The great dragon sword chi flew out and slashed in all directions, shattering all 36 chains. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand again. Shou Luoyu and the other two were stunned. Those terrifying chains of law were directly shattered. Heavens, how did he do it? These people looked at Lin Xian with their mouths agape. It seemed that Lin Xian wasn't captured at all. He was here to save them. Thinking of this, hope returned to their eyes. Let's go. Shou Luoyu and the other two quickly followed. The blood-red pagoda was completely enraged and wanted to suppress Lin Xian and the others. Especially Lin Xian. They attacked wildly. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. Although he had the great dragon sword spirit to protect his main soul, he couldn't fully activate it. He could only passively defend. Lin Xian looked at the three of them and said, "Your souls, don't resist." He struck out the dragon-shaped sword chi and enveloped their souls, bringing them to his side. Then, he became one with his sword and flew quickly. In an instant, he tore open the void and arrived outside the blood-red pagoda. The pagoda was completely enraged. 2 blood-red claws stretched out from the inside, covering the sky and covering the earth as they rushed over. These were skeletal claws. The red skeletal claws were abnormally strange. They easily pierced through the void. Lin Xian felt that his soul was about to split open. It was too terrifying. He used Shadowless Heaven's net and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was near the heaven-devouring jar. His soul and body merged. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The 2 red skeletal claws had already arrived in front of him and mercilessly slapped down. Clang, the 2 skeletal claws slapped the heaven-devouring jar, making an earth-shattering sound. The heaven-devouring jar was sent flying, and Lin Xian's blood was boiling. In the next moment, he shouted coldly. The heaven-devouring jar created a terrifying devouring vortex that swept in all directions. The skeletal claws attacked in all directions, but they were instantly devoured. End of chapter. The blood-colored skull shattered, emitting an earth-shattering sound. At the same time, the blood river in front of them surged crazily, and a low roar came from within. It seemed to be very angry. Lin Xian sneered and activated the heaven-devouring jar to the extreme. A boundless whirlpool swept forward, as if to envelop the entire blood river. The blood river gradually calmed down, and no longer attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and quickly left with the heaven-devouring jar. He came to a safe place, and with a wave of his hand, merged the 3 souls into Shou Luoyu and the other 2. After a while, Shou Luoyu and the other 2 opened their eyes. They were confused. Where was this place? Soon, they came back to their senses and sat up one by one. Weren't we under attack? Who saved us? When they saw Lin Xian, their faces were filled with joy. It was you saved us. They naturally recognized Lin Xian, especially Shou Luoyu, who had looked for Lin Xian before. He wanted Lin Xian to help him. However, the other party had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Lin Xian asked, "Are you all right?" Shou Luoyu and the other 2 shook their heads. There was no need for words to thank him. "If you need help in the future, just let me know." Lin Xian said, "You're too polite. Actually, it was your sister who asked me to look for you." With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a token. When he saw the token, Shou Luoyu was stunned. It was indeed his sister's token. He now trusted Lin Xian completely. Lin Xian asked, "What did you encounter before?" He was also very curious. Shou Luoyu and the other 2 said. When they came to the blood river, they were about to cross it. At this time an invisible force enveloped them, and then they were suppressed in the blood-colored pagoda. Lin Xian said, "This place is very strange. I'll take you away." "All right." Shou Luoyu's face was a little pale, but he did not refuse. After the previous experience, he knew that he could not come to this place for the time being. This time, if not for Lin Xian, he would have been dead for sure. Therefore, he didn't want to stay here any longer. The group returned. However, the process was not so smooth because this place was really too strange. When they returned, they encountered the red storm again. Lin Xian had seen the danger of the red storm before. Shou Luoyu and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Previously, they had not come in as a group. Instead, dozens of people came in. Other than the three of them, everyone else was enveloped by the bloody storm. And then it was torn to shreds. Therefore, when they saw this red storm, Shou Luoyu and the other two were terrified and kept retreating. Lin Xian's face was also cold. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and he saw some figures inside. He knew that with their current strength, it would be very difficult for them to pass through. Even if they could, they would have to pay a price. The Hellfire Dragon also said, "Kid, change your path." Lin Xian nodded and led Azuriyu and the others in another direction. That path was peaceful, but after walking for half a day, Lin Xian and the others stopped again. There was a figure in front of them, standing there with a saber on his back. He had 6 purple eyes on his body, and they were extremely strange, causing people's scalps to go numb. Everyone felt as if their souls were being torn apart, and even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. What a terrifying soul power, this person was definitely extremely powerful. Those 6 eyes looked towards Lin Xian and the others. Shou Luoyu and the other two's souls were about to shatter. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a terrifying light, but he could only protect himself. Was he going to risk his life? Lin Xian grabbed the heaven-swallowing jar and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a cold laugh sounded, causing people's hair to stand on end. The man with 6 eyes in front of them also flashed and quickly dodged. He escaped. Shou Luoyu and the others were shocked, to be able to escape from such a powerful soul. How terrifying was the other party, even Lin Xian's hair stood on end. In the next moment, they saw an old man walk over. This old man had red hair, and his face was withered, like a zombie. However, Shou Luoyu was instantly stunned, and his eyes turned red. "Ancestor!" he shouted. Although he did not know this person, that red hair was the symbol of the Azura clan. This old man was from the Azura clan. Shou Luoyu and the others knelt on one knee, and their expressions were extremely respectful. The eyes of the old man in front of them flashed. He whispered to himself, "Become a god? Become an immortal? Become dust." Then, he laughed strangely, turned around, and flew away. "Ancestor!" Shou Luoyu and the others exclaimed. It seemed that their ancestor's condition was very strange. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. What did the old man mean by that? It seemed that the old man was in despair, but the ancestor's strength was already very high, and even he was in despair. What was going on? He did not know the answer now, because the old man had already left. Lin Xian and the others continued on their way, and along the way, they met a few more figures. They were all extremely old figures, and their origins and strength were shocking. However, at this moment, they were all in Death Valley, and what were they looking for? In the end, an extremely terrifying power was emitted from within. Those ancient figures all rushed over. Lin Xian and the others were shocked, and they also followed, wanting to see what was going on. They saw a large hall in front of them, and there was a black sun above the hall, burning continuously. It carried an extremely terrifying demonic aura. And an extremely terrifying light burst out from the eyes of those ancient figures. "Attack!" With a low shout, these people all attacked in front of them. Their target was that black sun. A great battle broke out in an instant, and it was very terrifying. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated in fear, because a battle of this level was not something they could fight against. They could only watch from afar. The black sun kept spinning, and there were black flames burning and sweeping in all directions. It was really unbelievable that he could block the attacks of so many ancient figures alone. The black sun suddenly rushed down, directly blasting these ancient figures away. Those ancient figures spat out blood, their bodies were broken, and some were burning. For a moment, no one could stand. Was it that terrifying? Shou Luoyu and the others were shocked. At this moment, a cold laugh came from the black sun. "Become a god? Become an immortal? Why not become a demon?" A terrifying voice echoed in the 9 heavens, and then it charged towards Lin Xian and the others. Xiao Luoyu and the others went crazy. Lin Xian's pupils dilated, and he instantly threw out the heaven-devouring jar. However, the black sun was even faster, and it instantly enveloped him. Lin Xian was also facing a great enemy. He felt a huge sense of danger. The other party was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react at all. Would his divine body be able to withstand such terrifying flames at the moment? He didn't know. He was even prepared to use the great dragon sword spirit and the power of the sword world. He wanted to split the black sun apart at all costs. But in the next moment, he was stunned. He didn't make a move. Because he realized that the black flames didn't burn him at all. And this time, he came to a strange space, surrounded by demonic aura. There was a black palace in front of him. The ancient great desolate Inn was extremely extraordinary. In front of the palace, there was a figure that looked like a demon god. He was staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. There was actually a space inside the black sun, and there was such a terrifying figure. Was he the one who defeated those ancient existences? You're here, the demon god-like figure said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. What did that mean? The other party knew him? This was too unbelievable. How could the other party know him? He said. Senior, please forgive me. I didn't mean to disturb Senior, I'll leave now. Young man, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. The demon god-like figure spoke again. Lin Xian's face became extremely ugly. Was the other party really waiting for him? But this was too unbelievable. You know me? Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. I'm the Demon Emperor. The demon god-like figure in front of him said in a deep voice. Hearing this title, Lin Xian was even more shocked. Demon Emperor, could this be a great emperor? He couldn't believe it. He wanted to ask the Hellfire Dragon, but he realized that his soul and body were suppressed here. The other party's gaze made him unable to move at all. He couldn't even use his weapon. The sword world couldn't ask either. Damn it, too strong. Was he really a great emperor? Lin Xian guessed that other than the great emperor, no one else could make him feel such despair with just a gaze. I've deduced the secrets of heaven and found out that there's a guest from the sky today, so I'm waiting here. Was the visitor from outer space referring to him? Lin Xian truly did not belong to the present. Instead, it came from 100,000 years later. If the other party could even deduce such a thing, Lin Xian now believed that the other party might really be a great emperor. However, why was the other party waiting for him? He voiced out his doubts. The demon emperor smiled. I have the Imperial Sutra. Are you willing to learn? Lin Xian was stupefied. The other party wanted to impart an imperial scripture to him. Why? The devil emperor didn't reply. Instead, he asked again, are you willing to learn? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. In the current situation, the other party could kill him with a single glance. However, he didn't do so. This meant that he shouldn't be in any danger. In other words, the other party really wanted to impart the imperial scripture to him. Since that was the case, why not learn it? Lin Xian nodded and said, Junior is willing. Very good. The demon emperor laughed heartily. My imperial scripture is called the Illusion Demon Scripture, and I will impart it to you now. An extremely terrifying black light appeared in his eyes and surged into Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian felt his soul tremble. His heavenly secret divine eyes were about to resist. However, the other party's voice sounded. Don't resist. You can't resist it, and I won't harm you. Lin Xian controlled the power of the heavenly secret divine child and didn't resist. He felt that his soul was about to split open. There was indeed an extremely terrifying information that surged into his mind. Lin Xian felt that he was about to turn into a demon at this moment. After an unknown period of time, Lin Xian came back to his senses. His face was a little pale, but he was incomparably excited. There was an additional piece of information in his mind. It was the demon transformation scripture. Was it really an imperial scripture? He had learned 2 types of great emperor's ultimate techniques. He knew that this kind of ultimate technique surpassed everything. It was really too terrifying. If he had the complete Great Emperor's ancient scripture, then he would no longer be afraid of the Emperor. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian cupped his fists and looked forward, extremely grateful. All right, young man, it's time for you to leave. You and I are not fated yet. There will be a time when we meet again. The Demon Emperor waved his hand, and a force sent Lin Xian out. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt the world spin. When he reappeared, he was already in the main hall outside. The ancient figures outside had already left. Only Shou Luoyu and the other two were still waiting. Their faces were pale. Could it be that young Master Lin had already died? They couldn't imagine that their benefactor who had saved them had died like this. As for them, it was very likely that they would also die here. But in the next moment, they saw the black sun appear again. Then, a figure flew out. Who was it? They were on guard. However, when they were talking about Lin Xian, they were all happy. Young Master Lin, you're fine. That's great. Shou Luoyu and the other two walked for a while, their faces full of excitement. Young Master Lin, what did you experience? What kind of magic was this black sun? Lin Xian shook his head and said, I don't know. I fainted. Lin Xian wouldn't tell them about something as important as the Imperial Sutra. He said, let's go. Shou Luoyu and the other two nodded. At this moment, the black sun in the sky shot out a ball of black flames, which swept into the distance. Everywhere it passed, the terrifying aura disappeared. The ancient figures, the red storm, and the strange laughter were all gone. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He knew that this was the Demon Emperor opening a path for him. He said, let's go quickly. There's only one chance. The few of them turned into streaks of light and flew quickly. Along the way, they didn't encounter any obstacles or dangers. Finally, they left the Valley of Death. After they came out, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Shou Luoyu and the other two felt as if a lifetime had passed. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, they probably wouldn't have been able to come out in this lifetime. Young Master Lin, please come back to the Azura clan with me. I will definitely thank you. Lin Xian nodded. I can also explain to your sister. The group returned to the Azura clan. When they came back, the Azura princess was beaming with joy. Brother, you're back. This is great. She revealed a beautiful smile. Shou Luoyu said, it's all thanks to young Master Lin's help. Young Master Lin. The Azura princess looked at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. Thank you. Lin Xian said, you can return the token to the princess. The princess took the token, then took out 3 treasure boxes and gave them to Lin Xian. She said, thank you for bringing my brother out of the Valley of Death. Young master, please accept these gifts. Lin Xian was puzzled. He took them and opened them. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Damn, it's this thing. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This was the Hellfire Dragon's voice. He asked telepathically. You're too excited. I'm going dizzy. Kid, do you know what this is? This is the hourglass of time. It can let you travel through time. This is a heaven-defying thing. Lin Xian gasped after hearing this. The hourglass of time. Does it have the power of time? Doesn't that mean he has the chance to go back to the past, or even the future? Lin Xian was delighted to know the use of the hourglass. He carefully put it away. Then he said, thank you, princess. Mr. Lin, I want to thank you properly. I want to set up a grand banquet. Shou Luoyu also smiled and invited Lin Xian in. Lin Xian didn't refuse. He stayed for a few days and then left. Mr. Lin, if you have time, you must come and find me. Shou Luoyu waved. Lin Xian nodded but sighed in his heart. Because he already knew the fate of these people. In a few more years, these people would probably suffer a devastating blow. And he couldn't do anything because it couldn't be changed. With a sigh, Lin Xian turned and left. When his figure disappeared, the torrent of time appeared under his feet. The next moment, he left again and returned to reality. In a flash, Lin Xian appeared in the ruins and the Hellfire Dragon sword flew over. He said, damn, kid, you're finally back. Where did you go? I thought you died. A series of questions stunned Lin Xian. Did he really come back? Did he really experience what happened 100,000 years ago? Or was it just a dream? He quickly checked. He found that the 3 hourglasses were still there. At the same time, there was a black ancient scripture in his mind. Demon summoning scripture. All of this meant that he really went back 100,000 years ago, and it wasn't a dream. It wasn't an illusion either. Coming back to his senses, Lin Xian looked at the Hellfire Dragon's sword and put it away. Then he said, "We'll talk about this later." Lin Xian had already fulfilled Princess Shura's wish. Then he should be able to walk out of the ruins. Closing his eyes, Lin Xian followed his senses and walked forward. This time, the fog in front of him disappeared. Lin Xian walked for a day and finally walked out. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was already outside the ruins. Did he come out? Lin Xian was delighted. The Hellfire Dragon's sword flew out again with a face full of shock. What the F***ck, kid, you really came out? Lin Xian scanned his surroundings, but there was no one around. He frowned. He wondered if Monkey King had come out. One had to know that he had gone in together with Sun Qitian. Now that he had come out, it could only mean one thing. Is he still inside? He had searched for them before, but he couldn't find any trace of them. Because it contained the power of time. He and Sun Qitian might have entered different streams of time. That was probably why they couldn't find him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian decided to use the hourglass of time to find Sun Qitian. At this moment, the Hellfire Dragon advised. Kid, don't waste such a precious thing. That monkey had an extraordinary background. It was very likely that he was a descendant of the great emperor. Therefore, he definitely had the ability to come out. Lin Xian was stunned. The Hellfire Dragon knew about the hourglass of time. He wanted to ask the Hellfire Dragon. At this moment, the Fire Dragon sword spoke again. There was no need to ask. This sword was a part of my body. The sword was me, and I was the sword. If you have any questions, just ask the Fire Dragon sword. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. There was indeed something wrong with the Hellfire Dragon. It didn't say these things before, and only said it now. It seemed like it believed him a little. Well, he would let the Hellfire Dragon stay inside. With the sword outside, it would be easier for him to control it. Therefore, he asked again. Let me ask you, have you heard of the Demon Emperor? Since the Hellfire Dragon said that Sun Qitian wasn't in danger, Lin Xian was relieved. He also believed that with Sun Qitian's strength, it was only a matter of time before he came out. Therefore, he quickly asked the other question in his heart. The Hellfire Dragon's sword was shocked after hearing it. Demon Emperor. Indeed, it had. Heard of him. An expert from the demon world. He had also become a great emperor. He was invincible, but he had fallen long ago. Was he really a great emperor? Lin Xian was shocked. A great emperor from 100,000 years ago couldn't have survived until now. Even with the elixir of immortality, it wouldn't have worked. That meant that the illusion demon scripture in his mind. It was the great emperor's ancient scripture. He was overjoyed. Next, he could finally cultivate the real emperor's scripture. Thinking of this, his figure flashed and he walked into the distance. At this time, a killing sword swept towards him. Lin Xian snorted and punched the killing sword away. His face was gloomy. Get out. 4 figures walked out from the surroundings and said, That's right. Brat, when did you appear? We have been guarding this place for a long time. No one can enter, only people can leave. That means you didn't even come in. You walked out from the ruins in front. That was the Shura ruins, a land of death. No one could come out alive after entering. But you came out. How did you do it? They were so shocked that their eyes turned red. The Shura clan was a powerful ancient clan in the legends. It was destroyed later on. But there were definitely endless secrets left behind in the ruins. It was just that no one who went in could come out, so these secret treasures couldn't be brought out. But now, someone had actually managed to walk out of it. Then, what did he get? The Shura clan's treasures, techniques, or inheritance. These were all supreme treasures, and they all wanted to obtain them. Lin Xian sneered. Are you threatening me? I'll give you a chance. Get lost, or I'll send you to hell. You're courting death. The man shouted angrily. His ice-killing sword bloomed with billions of rays of light and charged over again. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian and cut Lin Xian in half. You're just an ant. You must have a special way to come out. However, in terms of true strength, even 10,000 of you combined are no match for me. The middle-aged man snorted with a disdainful expression. In the next moment, he was stunned. That was because the figure he had hacked apart had turned into green smoke and disappeared. That meant that the other party was just an illusion. Where was the other party's real body? He wanted to turn around. In the next moment, a beam of sword light sent his head flying. Lin Xian had used Shadowless Heaven's net to dodge that sword. Now that he attacked, he instantly killed a powerhouse. Ants? I think you're the ants. Lin Xian sneered. The middle-aged man didn't die. His head flew over and roared crazily. Damn it. Kill him. With a roar, his body quickly reassembled. The other 3 people also charged over. The bodies of these 4 people turned into soul-like existences, covering all directions. A terrifying aura swept over, making even sages want to crawl. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian also frowned. What kind of secret technique is this? At this moment, the Hellfire Dragon Sword said that they were from the undead clan. The terrifying primordial clan, Lin Xian snorted. So what if you're from the undead clan? He held the Hellfire Dragon Sword and used Shura Sword technique. A sword flew out. In an instant, 4 heads flew up again. Ultimate kill. Their eyes were filled with despair. Had they been killed by a single sword strike, but the other party was too strong. They recognized that the other party had used the Great Emperor's mystique, the Azura Sword technique. This person was a top-notch assassin. They had been careless. But they were not satisfied. Kid, if you kill us, you will definitely die. Even if you cultivate the Azura Sword technique, you are no match for the undead tribe. Death Soul Melody. The 4 powerhouses of the undead spirit clan activated their forbidden technique at the last moment. A hellish sound rang between heaven and earth. It was extremely strange and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and slashed with his sword. But these sounds were invisible and could not be destroyed. Just as he was about to use the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul to destroy them, he realized that the sounds had strangely disappeared. Playing tricks. Lin Xian snorted. Hellfire Dragon Sword. Speaking of which, kid, you have been targeted by them. Once the Death Soul Melody is used, it is a kill order. The undead tribe will find you according to the Death Soul Melody. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, they can still kill you. Something like this had happened before. Someone had provoked the undead tribe and was used the Death Soul Melody. This person had left this starry sky and went to other worlds. In the end, he was still found by the undead tribe. In the end, his soul was destroyed and his ending was very tragic. I advise you to be careful. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against an ancient tribe member. Moreover, the undead tribe is a very terrifying existence in the underworld. After hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He was surprised that there was such a method. Around the period it took an incense stick to burn, a figure appeared in the distance. This figure was without a trace and suddenly appeared behind Lin Xian. At the same time, a gray flag enveloped him. Ant, you dare to kill the undead tribe. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The gray flag released an extremely terrifying aura of death that could take away one's life. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Were the dead spirit clan still lingering around? Then don't blame me. He struck out with his palm, turning into a fearless lion that tore through the 9 heavens. The gray flag was torn apart and shattered on the spot. Then, Lin Xian swung his sword, the Hellfire Dragon Sword turning into an afterimage, piercing towards his opponent. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the surrounding void started to shatter continuously. It was as though the world was about to be destroyed. The 2 figures retreated. Lin Xian's arm felt a little numb, and he frowned. On the other side, the expert from the undead spirit clan had an extremely ugly expression on his face. They had just exchanged blows, and one of his treasures had already been shattered. If he hadn't taken out his trump card, he would have been dead for sure. It was a large red cauldron that had blocked the attack just now. However, at this moment, there was actually a sword mark on it, causing his heart to bleed. "Damn it, I want you dead," he roared crazily. He waved the cauldron and charged over. Countless vengeful spirits flew out of the cauldron, blotting out the sky and enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he continued to use his ultimate techniques. At the same time, he activated the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. Flames of extreme yang flew out, sweeping away the vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits were enveloped by the flames and quickly retreated, unable to get close at all. Lin Xian sneered. "The undead spirit clan is only SOSO. You want to kill me? You're still far from it." "Damn it," the undead spirit clan's expression turned ugly. The expert roared angrily. He took out a rune and a small figure, pasted it on it, and said, "Curse of the undead." As he spoke, he slashed the rune man with his sword. Cracks appeared on the rune man's body, and at the same time a crack appeared on Lin Xian's body. With a crack, his body shattered, and sacred blood flowed out from it. "Damn it, what's going on?" Lin Xian was shocked. The opponent didn't attack him just now, right? The attack was too sudden. He couldn't react in time. The Hellfire Dragon Sword said, "Kid, this is the most terrifying part of the undead spirit clan. Curse, when he attacked the rune man, he was attacking you." "Damn it, there was such a thing." Lin Xian was dumbfounded. The opponent didn't even need to attack him to injure him. His method was too strange. However, he was furious. His face darkened as he shouted coldly. He used Shadowless Heaven's Net, and his speed was extremely fast. With a slash of the sword, it could destroy heaven and earth. The undead spirit clan elder sneered and quickly retreated. He didn't fight Lin Xian head-on. At the same time, he slapped the rune. One of the rune man's arms was shattered. Lin Xian felt that the bones in his sword-wielding hands were shattered. An invisible force enveloped him. This slash was broken. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Lin Xian was injured again, the undead spirit clan elder laughed. "Kid, now you know how powerful the undead spirit clan is. You want to fight against us, stupid?" "Damn it." Lin Xian's face was cold. The Hellfire Dragon said to leave quickly. Lin Xian frowned. "He didn't even need to attack me to injure me. If I leave, I'll definitely die." The Hellfire Dragon said that although the undead spirit clan's curse was powerful, it couldn't be used endlessly. Otherwise, the entire universe would be theirs. Once this thing was used, it would be punished by the heavenly lightning. The more curses one used, the more heavenly lightning punishment one would receive. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't use it easily. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He understood. It was a taboo. No wonder. If there weren't any restrictions, the entire underworld would have been the undead spirit clans. The Hellfire Dragon said again. Also, this kind of attack could only be used on those weaker or on the same level. It was possible to surpass levels, but it couldn't surpass too much power. If a saint wanted to curse a great emperor, he would probably be killed by the great emperor's power. So it was like this. Lin Xian completely understood. In front of absolute power, any method was useless. Power. He wanted great power, kid, it's useless. This sword knows a lot. But so what? To kill you, although I'll take the risk, it's worth it. Also, do you think you can escape? As he spoke, he slapped the rune man in his hand again. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. With a cold shout, the great dragon sword spirit flew out and surrounded him. It formed a terrifying sword Dao domain. Boom boom, dang, the rune man was torn into pieces. The undead spirit elder sneered. Kid, let's see how you'll die this time. His previous 2 attacks were effective. This time, his opponent would definitely be torn into pieces. He wanted to injure him heavily, then bring him back to his family and torture him to death. He would let the other party know the fate of those who dared to offend them. A terrifying power covered the front. The elder sneered as he watched. But in the next moment, his pupils shrank and he exclaimed. How could it be? In his opinion, Lin Xian would definitely be torn apart, but he didn't see such a scene. Lin Xian was unscathed, standing there with a sneer on his face. No, damn it, how was this possible? The old man of the undead clan was stunned. Had his forbidden martial arts lost its effect, this was impossible. He could clearly feel that there was an additional trace of the aura of the lightning tribulation in his body. In other words, he would be punished by the heavenly lightning. This meant that his martial arts were effective. But why wasn't the body of the person in front of him broken? Could it be related to those sword chi? He stared ahead. There were many dragon-shaped sword chi around Lin Xian, like giant dragons, roaring towards the sky and cutting through heaven and earth. That's right, these were the dragon-shaped sword chi of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul's attack was unparalleled and could cut through everything. Although the other party's curse was incomparably strange, Lin Xian could cut through it and was in an invincible position. Damn it. This kid was too strange. The old man of the undead clan roared towards the sky. In the distance, 3 more figures flew over. The 4 great experts froze heaven and earth. Their cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. In addition, the other 3 were also holding strange weapons. With the undead clan flag, they seemed to be able to take away a person's soul. The 4 great experts besieged Lin Xian together. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He didn't attack again. Because the attacks of these 4 people were very strange, and he had more important things to do. He had obtained the illusion fiend scripture. He naturally wanted to cultivate the inheritance of the great emperor as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew into the distance. Kid, do you want to leave? The experts of the undead clan attacked frantically. However, Lin Xian waved his hand, and a sharp sword chi sent one of them flying. That person was instantly split in half. The other scalps went numb. So terrifying? Chase. Kill him. This kid must have a treasure on him. The 4 great experts attacked again. However, at this moment, the undead spirit elder who took the lead screamed. Thunder was accumulating in his body, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, charring him black. Damn it, he didn't dare to give chase anymore. He used all his strength to resist the heavenly lightning. The other 3 people also stopped when they saw the scene. Damn it, could it be that this brat wanted him to escape? Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. He's under the influence of the necromancer's melody. We can track him down. Help me get through the heavenly lightning first. The undead spirit old man who had attacked earlier gritted his teeth and said. He felt that his life was in danger. The other 3 also helped out. On the other side, Lin Xian used Shadowless Heaven's net and quickly left. But he still underestimated the necromancer. This kind of thing was very strange. No one else could sense it. However, the undead spirit clan could clearly sense it. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a bright light in the dark night in their eyes. It was very clear. Not only that, but the faces of the undead spirit clan also became extremely strange. Because they found that their target was flying towards one of their palaces. Did this guy come to throw himself into the trap? These people began to secretly set up various formations. There were also experts hiding, preparing to give the other party a fatal blow. Lin Xian didn't know that the direction he was heading towards was the territory of the 4 Spirits clan. It wasn't the headquarters of the other party's clan, but it could be considered a powerful palace. There were many experts and formations inside. When he arrived at this place, he found that the situation was not right. There was an extremely terrifying aura around him, full of murderous intent. At the same time, countless figures appeared. These people looked similar to spirits. It was extremely strange. The aura on their bodies was cold. Haha, brat, you actually dared to come to our palace. Do you want to die? The members of the undead spirit clan laughed heartily. Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. It seemed that he had come to the wrong place. This was actually the other party's palace. But so what? Lin Xian's eyes burst with an extremely cold light. Was it a palace? Then destroy it. He waved his hand, took out the Hellfire Dragon's sword, and slashed forward. With a clang, the sky was cut in half. A great sage of the undead spirit clan was instantly split open and fell to the ground. The surrounding people were stunned. The other party was so strong. He killed a great sage on their side with just one move. Damn it, these people's faces were ugly. They gritted their teeth. You actually dare to attack us? Kill him. These people were crazy. This was their territory. Shouldn't the other party kneel down and beg for mercy in fear? Activate the formation. The undead spirit clan roared. The surrounding formations flickered, and they rushed over in an overwhelming manner. Die, brat. They sneered ferociously. With such a terrifying attack, the other party would definitely die. However, this time, they made a big mistake. Lin Xian waved the Hellfire Dragon Sword, striking out a terrifying dragon-shaped sword energy. At the same time, he took out the sky-devouring jar and swallowed it in all directions. The surrounding formations continued to shatter. Not a single attack landed in front of him. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The fire of reincarnation was activated. More than a dozen great sage of the undead spirit clan fell instantly. The surrounding people went crazy. What's going on? There were so many of them, but they couldn't do anything to a young man. Who was this young man? He was too scary. At this time, Lin Xian struck out the first sword of the Azura sword technique. In an instant, 5 figures were split open. Damn it, those people fought back crazily. Lin Xian's figure swayed, and Shadowless Heaven's net dodged instantly. Then, he struck out again. The second sword of the Azura sword technique. This time, more than a dozen figures were split open instantly. Damn it, what a terrifying killing move. This was the Azura sword technique. He was a top-notch killer. The surrounding people went crazy. At this moment, the 4 people who had attacked Lin Xian had also returned. It was especially so for the Rune Elder. When he saw Lin Xian killing everyone around him, he was dumbfounded. Damn it, what's going on? This kid actually killed his way into their palace, he even killed dozens of great sage. Damn it. Their eyes instantly turned red. Quickly activate the taboo martial arts. The old man roared, and someone took out a rune doll in an instant. They kept attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared angrily and took out the great dragon sword soul. He operated the power of the sword world and swept it in all directions. With one strike, the rune dolls in the hands of those people were all shattered. Many people suffered from the backlash, vomited blood, and were sent flying. Their faces were filled with madness. What kind of scene was this? A young man had swept away a group of experts. It was too unbelievable. Not good. He has a treasure in his hands, and it's not something we can contend against. Go and invite the Dead Souls Abyss over. The Dead Souls Abyss was the #1 genius of the undead spirit clan. At the same time, he was also the extremely terrifying great sage. His strength was unparalleled. As long as he appeared, he could definitely suppress this kid in front of him. Lin Xian snorted coldly and strode over. He looked into the distance. There was a large flag there, and there was an extremely terrifying soul aura on it. This should be an extremely terrifying soul treasure. Not only that, there was a trace of reincarnation power on it. It was a reincarnation rune. Stop right there. Seeing Lin Xian walking toward the talisman flag, the surrounding undead spirits roared crazily. Lin Xian ignored them. The surrounding undead spirits gritted their teeth in anger, but no one dared to act rashly. The method that the other party used was too terrifying. Young man, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you can behave atrociously here? A cold voice rang out. This is the palace of our undead spirit clan. Our foundation is not something you can imagine. A woman in a black robe walked out. Her face was cold, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Protector. The undead spirits exclaimed, and then their faces were filled with joy. Great, their protector has come out. This kid is dead for sure. Lin Xian smiled. Kneel down and submit, or I'll destroy your soul. He pointed his sword forward with infinite domineering aura. You'll regret it, you'll regret it. The black-robed woman snorted. She waved her hand and took out a small flag. She shook it gently, and suddenly, the surrounding sky and earth cracked. Gray fog filled the air and spread out in all directions. Soon, it enveloped the entire palace. Undead spirits blood-killing array. Many elders exclaimed, and soon, they sneered. This array was not ordinary. It could be said to be a peerless array. Once it was used, it would consume a lot of energy. It could be said that unless it was a matter of life and death, it would not be used easily. Now that it was used, this kid would not be able to resist it no matter how strong he was. A peerless killing array? Lin Xian's face was cold. Is this your trump card? His eyes were filled with disdain. Yes, it was a peerless killing array. Once you enter, no one can escape. You'll definitely die. Outside the palace, the other people of the underworld trembled in fear when they saw this scene. Heavens, the palace of the undead spirits actually activated such a peerless array. What happened? Was there a sneak attack by a strong enemy? It shouldn't be. They didn't notice a large group of experts coming. Exclamations sounded one after another. However, they knew that no matter who the enemy was, no one would be able to escape once the array was activated. The old man from before walked out and sneered. Kid, you're no match for us. Now, kneel down obediently and hand over all your secrets and treasures. We can give you a chance to live. They would never forget that Lin Xian had walked out of the Azure ruins. There must be a secret in the body, and they had to get it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How could a mere array formation give you such confidence? What a joke. I've already said that this array formation can't do anything to me. The black-robed woman was thoroughly enraged. Since the other party was courting death, she would not hold back. Forming hand seals, the surrounding dead spirit blood-killing formation started to churn rapidly, and 36 dead spirit phantoms appeared. Every single one of them held a sword of slaughter in their hands. It was terrifying to say the least, and there was a sea of blood around them. This scene could really destroy a world. Young man, cherish your life. If you die, you will have nothing left. Only by being alive would there be hope. So, just tell the secret obediently. Cold laughter rang out. Lin Xian waved his Hellfire Dragon sword and pointed it forward. Words were useless. Fight, he slashed out with his sword. The fire dragon danced in the air, and the sword chi slashed forward. It was useless. The black-robed woman had completely activated the array formation. 36 dead spirit phantoms stood tall. They held a sword of slaughter in their hands and swept across the 9 heavens. In an instant, the void around Lin Xian shattered continuously. It's over. The dead spirit clan sneered. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The great dragon sword's soul gushed out, as if it had merged with the Hellfire Dragon sword. The Hellfire Dragon sword burst out with extremely terrifying hellfire. Lin Xian took a deep breath and slashed out. Azure Sword Technique, Second Sword. The great dragon sword's soul and the power of the sword world made this sword extremely powerful. It was like a divine dragon attacking, slashing forward. The surrounding sea of blood shattered continuously. The 36 dead spirit phantoms were also violently attacked. Their figures became dim, as if they were about to shatter. No, when the surrounding elders of the undead spirit clan saw this scene, they were all horrified. What did they see? Could it be that their peerless array formation was about to shatter? Because of the other party's sword, damn it, what kind of sword technique was this? It was too strong. What kind of trump card did this young man have? They couldn't believe it. The black-robed woman's face also turned pale. Her eyes were filled with deep shock. To be honest, she didn't put Lin Xian in her eyes at all. In her opinion, this was an ant that was not to be feared at all. But now she realized that she was wrong. The other party was like a sword god descending to the mortal world. The power of this sword was not something their array could withstand at all. Even the entire palace was about to be split in half. How could she know that Lin Xian didn't hold back in this attack? The Azure Sword technique was a great emperor's ability. The great dragon sword soul's attack was unparalleled. In addition to the power provided by the sword world, the power of this sword definitely surpassed everything. The 36 dead spirit phantoms retreated, and a huge crack appeared between heaven and earth. The entire array became dim and lightless, and countless cracks appeared all around it. The elders of the dead spirit clan all vomited blood and retreated. Under this attack, it seemed that only Lin Xian stood there unscathed. "I've said it before, your array can't do anything to me." Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. It made the dead spirit clan despair. The black-robed woman's eyes were also filled with despair. However, she soon stared at the other party. To be precise, it was the sword shadow in the other party's hand. The flames flickered and the dragon's shadow circled around. "Kid, the sword in your hand should be a super powerful weapon, right? No wonder you can withstand my peerless array." "But so what? Our array uses the power of heaven and earth, it's our foundation. Once it's activated, we consume very little power." "But what about you? You should have used all of your strength when you struck out with that sword, right? Do you still have the strength to strike a second time?" It had to be said that this black-robed woman was indeed a top-notch expert. In an instant, he found the key to the problem. In his opinion, Lin Xian was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xian had a peerless weapon in his hand, which was why he was able to contend with their array. And a peerless weapon required too much power. With the other party's strength, it would be very difficult for him to strike again. Thinking of this, she sneered. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, the result was destined. The other party would undoubtedly die. The black-robed woman's face was filled with madness. She kept forming seals. In the surroundings, the broken array flickered again. The power of the spirit veins below was quickly absorbed. The 36 dead spirit phantoms, which were originally dim and broken, condensed again. The blood-colored swords in their hands became terrifying. They turned into seas of blood one after another, surging between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was expressionless. The other party was indeed strong, a top-notch expert. He was able to discover the crux of the problem in an instant. However, the other party had underestimated him. His sword strike used the power of the sword world, and it did not consume much energy. Therefore, of course he was able to unleash a second strike. However, he did not want to use the power of the sword world anymore. This was not good for the development of the world itself, so he was prepared to take out another trump card. Heaven Swallowing Jar. It was said to be able to swallow even heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Xian was prepared to use it. With a wave of his hand, a black jar appeared in his hand. The woman in black laughed out loud when she saw this scene. "What, are you in despair? You want to use this broken jar to fight against me?" In his opinion, that jar was pitch black and did not have any power at all. How could it be a peerless treasure? Go to hell. The undead roared. The 36 Reaper phantoms roared towards the sky, emitting a terrifying sound. It was as if they wanted to tear apart this world. The surrounding people felt their souls being violently impacted. This power was truly too terrifying. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped by the roar of the undead. The place where he was at had completely turned into a primal chaos void. "Humph, it's finally settled." The woman in black snorted. She did not expect that she would have to use so many methods to deal with an ant. This time, they had used up too many resources. Next, their undead clan would have to go out and snatch other people's treasures in order to recover. Sigh, what a pity, the Azura's secret was unknown. The elders also shook their heads and sighed. However, to be able to kill such a potential enemy was considered extremely fortunate for them. Just when everyone thought that the matter was over, a vortex suddenly appeared in the shattered void. It spun rapidly, swallowing all the roars of the undead. Following that, endless black vortexes appeared in all directions. Several experts of the undead clan were instantly engulfed, letting out miserable cries. In the next moment, blood filled the air from the vortex. What was going on? Damn it, what was this? What exactly were these black vortexes? As soon as they arrived, cries of alarm could be heard. The people of the undead clan all went crazy and became terrified. Could it be that other than this brat, there was another expert here? The undead spirit elder from before roared crazily. He saw a black vortex coming towards him. He roared angrily, releasing a terrifying attack. Heaven overflowing natural law swept out. But they were all swallowed up. His scalp went numb. He had never seen such a strange thing before. Protector. They all looked at the woman in black, seeking help. The black-clothed woman's face also darkened. What was going on? That brat was already dead. Who was it that was still trying to kill him? He shouted coldly. Who are you? Come out and meet me. I advise you to stop immediately. Otherwise, you'll offend my undead spirit clan. No matter where you go, you won't be able to escape death. You're really stupid. You can't even recognize me? In the void, a figure walked out of the vortex. Everyone raised their heads to look, and they were stunned. The woman in black exclaimed, "It's you." Impossible, aren't you already dead? He was truly stunned. This was the brat he had killed before. The other party didn't die. Could it be that these black vortexes were created by the other party? Damn it, where did the other party get such a powerful trump card? Stupid things, I've said it before. You're no match for me at all. But you didn't listen. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. Lin Xian shouted coldly. He held the black jar in his hand and shook it gently. Suddenly, the vortex expanded crazily as if it was going to swallow the entire world. The sea of blood in the sky kept disappearing. The 36 phantoms of the Grim Reaper were also shattered. It was as if a sky-devouring beast was crazily biting them. No, seeing the phantoms of the dead disappear, the woman in black finally panicked. She felt that the power of the array was also being swallowed. The array was shattered into pieces. The sky-devouring jar was half an extreme weapon. Although it was incomplete, Lin Xian could display earth-shattering power by using a little of its power. At this moment, Lin Xian was using the sky-devouring jar to devour everything. Outside the undead spirit palace, countless people were watching. When they saw the phantoms of the Grim Reaper and the sea of blood, they knew that everything was over. Those powerful enemies had all fallen, and they were ready to leave and no longer pay attention. However, all of a sudden, they stopped abruptly and turned their heads to look. Their faces were filled with shock. Damn it, what's going on? Where did the vortex come from? What's that black vortex? Could it be an array of the undead spirit clan? It shouldn't be. Wasn't it already over? Exclamations sounded one after another. In the next moment, they investigated and were horrified to find that the vortex was devouring the vortex. The array formed by the undead spirit clan was quickly being devoured. These people were terrified. Could it be that those enemies were not dead yet? Heavens, this is too terrifying. What kind of existence did the undead spirit clan provoke this time? In the palace, the elders of the undead spirit clan were in despair. Even the protector's body was trembling. He had lived for thousands of years and swept across the world, looking down on everything. He had never seen such a powerful enemy, not to mention that the other party was just a young man. How could the other party be so powerful? Could it be that the other party was the legendary emperor's son? No, there were too few emperors, and they wouldn't come here alone. The protector shook his head. He felt despair. At this moment, it was just a palace. Was there anyone in the undead spirit clan who could contend against the other party alone? He thought of the number one genius of the undead spirit clan. The dead spirit's abyss. Perhaps the dead spirit's abyss could kill the other party. This was their only hope. Other than that, unless they mobilized a more powerful force in this palace, they would have to be 10 times stronger to be able to kill the other party. Between heaven and earth, the black vortex was still devouring. In the end, all 36 phantoms were devoured. The entire protective array was shattered into pieces. The black-clothed woman vomited blood and fell to the ground. Her face turned pale. She was the protector of the palace. When the array was broken, she was seriously injured. At this moment, she was weak. She was not far from death. Protector, the surrounding undead spirit clan members roared crazily. They knelt on the ground. They could not imagine that the most powerful protector of the palace would be defeated. Who could contend against the other party? Could it be that their end was coming? The black-clothed woman stood up with difficulty and gritted her teeth. I lost this time. The grudge between us is written off. You can leave now. Lin Xian laughed after hearing this. Written off? If my trump card was a little weaker, I'm afraid I would have died here long ago. What do you want? The woman in black roared crazily. She had already bowed her head and admitted defeat. Was he going to continue? What do I want? Lin Xian sneered. Have you been so high and mighty for so long that you've forgotten what it's like to beg for mercy? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body emitted a terrifying law that swept in all directions. He looked ahead and sneered. Beg for mercy. You have to look like you're begging for mercy. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times. The woman in black was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times? What kind of joke is this? She shouted angrily. Kid, don't go too far. Although you've won, this is only the palace of the undead clan. It's not the headquarters. You may have won against me, but that doesn't mean you can win against the entire undead clan. You don't know how terrifying the undead clan is. Now that I'm letting you leave, I'm already doing you a huge favor. If you continue to be stubborn, you'll definitely die when the experts from the headquarters come. You're still threatening me? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the Hellfire Dragon sword flew out and slashed the woman in half. The power of the great dragon sword spirit exploded and destroyed the other party's soul. With a scream, the woman in black turned into a bloody mist and no longer existed. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the other party's storage ring. The others were all crazy. No, their eyes turned red. Their protector had actually fallen. Damn it, let's fight. The mighty ones of the undead spirit clan looked at Lin Xian and roared in a frenzy. For a moment, many people charged over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Azure sword technique, first sword. Second sword, the 2 swords struck out together. One by one, the space between the eyebrows of the figures was split open and their souls were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the 100 experts had all fallen. The remaining people were facing a great enemy. The attacks of the few terrifying elders were all blocked by Lin Xian and dodged by Shadowless Heaven's net. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into the god of death at this moment, blending into heaven and earth. Damn it, how did this happen? The undead spirit elder and the others were terrified, furious, and roaring. The other party was too strong. Other than his super powerful trump card, his strength was top-notch. A top-notch movement technique and a top-notch killer move. Damn it, this was the ultimate technique of the Infernal Assassin organization. The other party was a terrifying killer saint. On top of that, he had mastered the 2 martial monarch arts to such a terrifying level, they couldn't believe it. Stop it, we give in. The undead elder who had attacked earlier roared. The others also stopped, lowered their heads, and said, let's go. We are no match for him. We admit defeat. Lin Xian looked around and sneered. I've said it before. Surrender, he had to look like he was surrendering. He had to kneel, kowtow, and admit defeat. Damn it. Undead elder and the others gritted their teeth and knelt down. They lowered their heads and said, we admit defeat. Lin Xian slashed his sword at the undead spirit elder, splitting him apart. His Tianji divine eyes shot out soul fire, burning the undead spirit elder. The undead spirit elder's heart and soul were destroyed. The others roared crazily. Damn it, we have already admitted defeat. What else do you want? Lin Xian slashed out with his sword again. Didn't I say that I won't kill you if you surrender? In an instant, 2 elders fell here. The surrounding people became terrified. This was a demon god, an existence they couldn't provoke. No one dared to resist anymore. They knelt on the ground and buried their heads deep in the ground. Lin Xian didn't kill these people. He formed a seal with his palms and a pair of God's eyes appeared in the 9 heavens, looking down. Wherever his gaze passed, the seal of life and death appeared. He wanted to turn all these people into puppets. They were under his control. Damn it, these people felt the seal of life and death imprinted in their souls. They let out an unwilling roar. A few powerful elders wanted to resist, but they were swallowed by Lin Xian with the heaven-swallowing jar. They turned into blood water. The others couldn't resist at all. However, they still roared crazily. You have offended the undead spirit clan. You are dead. Just you wait, the number 1 genius of the undead spirit clan, Dead Spirit Abyss, will kill you easily. Roars sounded one after another, and finally, they all disappeared. These people knelt on the ground with respectful eyes, looking at Lin Xian and shouting, "Greetings, Lord." The corners of Lin Xian's mouth raised. "Very good, now send a signal to your number one genius and then set up a killing array. When he comes back, immediately kill him." After giving the order, the undead spirit clan began to move. Lin Xian, on the other hand, flew forward. He looked at the talisman flag. There was a mysterious talisman on it that carried the power of reincarnation. However, it seemed to be the opposite. Against the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation could make people reincarnate. However, against the 6 paths of reincarnation, it could make people's souls drift between heaven and earth forever. They couldn't disappear at all. The undead spirit clan used this method to control countless undead spirits and used it as a means of attack. He could feel that there were countless souls in the flag. These were all vengeful spirits that were deeply locked by this talisman. Lin Xian said, "I know you all have resentment. Don't worry, I'll let you enter reincarnation. I'll take this talisman away. However, you still have a chance to take revenge. I think it won't be long before the number one genius of the undead spirit clan arrives. At that time, whether you want to take revenge or not will be up to you." As he spoke, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and the power of reincarnation appeared. It began to dissolve the talisman on the flag. In the end, the talisman disappeared and was taken away by Lin Xian. Countless souls rushed out from inside and roared at the sky. They looked at Lin Xian and kept worshipping him. "Thank you, benefactor. We definitely won't let that dead soul's abyss go." These people returned to the flag and hid. Lin Xian left. Although he didn't know what the dead soul's abyss was, he had already become a mortal enemy of the undead spirit clan. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. This time, he would give the undead spirit clan a big gift. The dead soul's abyss was currently in the 3rd level of hell. As the number one genius of the undead spirit clan, he was very powerful. He was even confident that in this life, he could become a true great emperor. From then on, he could sweep through all the worlds. In the 3rd level of hell, he found an ancient tomb and fought against 2 organizations and sects alone. In the end, he defeated hundreds of people. He roared at the sky and shattered the cave with a palm, obtaining a few treasure boxes from inside. The corners of his mouth curled up, and the dead soul's abyss snorted. "A bunch of ants, you're no match for me. I'll definitely become a great emperor and rule the world." The people in the distance were terrified. This was too terrifying. This dead soul's abyss was definitely a top-notch genius in the entire underworld. He really had the talent of a young great emperor. "Leave quickly, don't make an enemy of him." Terrified voices rang out one after another as these people fled one after another. Ants, looking at the fleeing figures, the dead soul's abyss was disdainful. But all of a sudden, his brows furrowed. End of chapter 5032. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.